The 4 phases of death prison appeared again, and countless lines of death appeared continuously from this space. The mirror clone of the landslide god subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but the line of death appeared too fast, wrapping around its body in an instant. At this time, the mirror clone was already in the form of a giant black tiger, transformed into its true body, which was many times larger than its human form. The line of death easily entangled it, and then the power of death began to quickly erode its whole body. Long Yu's understanding of the 4 phases of killing prison is not yet deep, but he has already been able to initially mobilize some wonderful power of death to erode his opponents and erode them to death. Once when faced with the encirclement and suppression by the 4 major demon clans including the White Feather Demon Clan, Long Yu used this move to directly entangle and kill more than a dozen lower-level masters and mid-level masters, shocking everyone present. Although there were 4 ancient palaces providing power at that time, Long Yu's martial arts level has improved a lot now than before. Even without the power of the 4 ancient palaces, the lethality of the 4-phase killing prison is definitely not weak. Countless death lines completely entangled the mirror clone in it, and the power of death continued to erode into its body, bringing great corrosive lethality to the mirror clone. Observing the landslide of the battle outside, he frowned slightly when he felt the aura of death. Even he had never encountered such a strong aura of death. Looking at this method, it should be an ancient god's forbidden technique. This boy is really powerful. He is worthy of being inherited by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. This ancient god's forbidden technique is inherited from the inheritance of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Right. Xuanhuan thought in his mind, and was even more surprised by Long Yu's strength. He knew about the ancient god's forbidden technique, but he had never seen it, let alone practiced it. And even gods like Xuanhuan have only heard of it but have never seen the forbidden technique of the ancient god. You can imagine how high the level of the forbidden technique of the ancient god is. Now, Long Yu had displayed the forbidden technique of the ancient god. Xuanhuan, who was well informed, immediately deduced that this was the forbidden technique of the ancient god. Although he had never seen it, he had heard of it. The most important thing is that Xuanhuan is very familiar with other methods, besides the ancient god's forbidden arts. The 4-phase prison killing move that has appeared now has a breath form that is completely unlike any other method he knows. He can get it with a little speculation. This is the result. After confirming that this move was an ancient god's forbidden technique, Xuanhuan's expression became more solemn. Originally, he was not sure whether Long Yu had the qualifications to join a seminary, but now, with this ancient god's forbidden technique alone, there is absolutely no how could one object to his joining a quasi-seminary. I don't know how far this boy has practiced the forbidden art of the ancient gods. I'm very interested in it. Let me look forward to it. The clone has absolute defense in the shadow state. Following the thought of landslide, the mirror clone that was fighting Long Yu in the independent space suddenly used defensive methods. Even though it was entangled by countless lines of death, at this moment, the body of the black giant tiger that was the mirror image suddenly changed, and the color of the whole body became darker, and even a little light was not reflected. The entire black giant tiger entered a special state. Its flesh, muscles, bones, and blood all turned into a black crystal-like substance at this moment. This is the absolute defense of the shadow state. This move was the strongest defensive method Xuanhuan had practiced during his time as the 7-star emperor. In order to resist Long Yu's move of the ancient god's forbidden technique, he did not hesitate and directly used the mirror clone. The forbidden technique of the ancient god, the 4-phase killing prison, is an absolute defense against the shadow state. The power of both sides is far beyond what ordinary 7-star emperor level cultivators can display. In such a confrontation, even the lower masters can only retreat obediently, otherwise they will definitely be involved and shattered to pieces. Long Yu can now easily kill some ordinary lower-level masters just by relying on the 4-phase killing prison. However, the four-phase killing prison consumes power very quickly, and it certainly cannot be used as a regular combat method. The four-phase killing prison condensed countless death lines and entangled the mirror body of the black giant tiger, and then the breath of death continued to erode into its body. However, at this moment, the entire body of the giant black tiger was turned into extremely hard black crystals. This black crystal was even 10 times stronger than the black ice crystal Lingjia condensed before. The breath of death keeps invading, pulling everything it encounters into a state of death, and can make every part of a living being fall into a prison of death. But now, the giant black tiger's body has all turned into black crystals. These black crystals no longer belong to the category of living beings, and there is no need to die. The absolute defense of the shadow state actually withstood the erosion of the four-phase killing prison in this almost incredible way. When Long Yu saw this, his expression suddenly changed. These death lines continued to emit the breath of death, but it consumed a lot of his strength. Now he didn't see any effect, which surprised him. After a second thought, he directly retracted these death lines, because if he continued, it would not have any effect and would instead consume all his power. The other party's defensive method is really too strong, and it can also be used to conceal their whereabouts and disguise themselves. The godlike mirror clone in this state has no breath of life at all. Even if you use the power of spiritual perception or even deduction to detect it, you can't even realize that it is alive. It is conceivable that if Shanbing used this move himself, the effect would be exactly the same, because this mirror clone was originally the epitome of his strength during the 7-star Emperor period. Sure enough, there are countless magical martial arts methods in this world. Only by experiencing more battles and experiences can we finally grow. Now compared with some seniors, even if I am at the same level as them, I am probably not their opponent. After all, they have much more combat experience than I do. Long Yu thought to himself, feeling even more in awe of this world. Then, without thinking too much, he opened his mouth and blew out a blast of 9 nether dragon breath. The dark flames, carrying traces of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions, swept over and enveloped the giant black tiger crystal. The next moment, Long Yu found that his 9 nether dragon breath failed to cause even a little damage to it. He couldn't help but secretly smacked his lips. The absolute defense of the shadow state was really terrifying. You must know that this mirror clone is the same as he is the same, he is just the 7-star emperor and has not stepped into the secret realm of dominance. In this case, it is impossible for Long Yu to deal with it with conventional means, and the whole challenge is coming to an end, so he can use all the trump cards that should be used. The Void Ghost Dragon Blade was even used in the Void Burial, but it was unable to destroy the black giant tiger that had transformed into its true form. The four-phase killing prison was devastating to any living thing, but now it had no effect on the Dark Mirror clone. After much deliberation, Long Yu could only use the innate magical power of the 9 nether dragon emperor, but before that, Long Yu had other means to try, and that was the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Dragon skeleton broken, kill. Dragon Yu activated the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and the terrifying power of the top-notch endless-level warriors was finally revealed. The previous time, Long Yu activated the dragon skeleton break, but it crashed into the opponent's blinding black fog, without any effect. But now, the opponent has turned into a black giant tiger crystal, undoubtedly becoming the dragon skeleton ancient tower. The best target. It has to be said that the frontal destructive power of Dragon Skullbreak's move far exceeds any other method of Long Yu. After all, this is an endless-level top-notch warrior, and Long Yu has already matched it to the level of divine harmony. It is easy to explode several times the power. This time, Dragon Bone Break suddenly exploded with 5 times the destructive power, and in an instant, it rotated at extremely high speed and impacted on the black giant tiger crystal. Rao is known as the Shadow State Absolute Defense. When facing the strongest offensive of the Dragon Bone Ancient Tower, he was unable to defend against the explosion of its power. 5 times the destructive power was condensed on the top of the ancient dragon skeleton tower. It was instantly input into the crystal of the black giant tiger through high-speed rotation. The divine inscriptions also carried a trace of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions, which was inside the body of the black giant tiger. Explode. The next moment, the ground shook, and the entire space seemed to vibrate. The black giant tiger crystal began to disintegrate from the inside, and cracks continued to appear on the surface. At this moment, the mirror clone seemed to notice that something was wrong, and wanted to switch back from the shadow state of the crystal state, which was absolutely defensive, but it was already too late. The absolute destructive power of the dragon skeleton breaker is really terrifying. The dragon skeleton ancient tower itself is made of extremely hard material. Now that it has been completely repaired, it is even more difficult to be destroyed. The two sides collided with each other at high speed, and cracks appeared in the other side in an instant, but the ancient dragon skeleton tower was not damaged at all. You can tell who is stronger and weaker at a glance. The various methods are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Although the dragon bone break is not fast enough to be used and can easily be avoided by others, it is still very effective when used in situations such as this that require absolute destructive power. Long Yu thought in his mind, in his eyes, the black giant tiger crystal gradually shattered, and soon completely disintegrated. Under the bombardment of dragon bones that exploded 5 times, it quickly shattered into several pieces. Thousands of parts. At this point in the battle, Long Yu had obviously taken the initiative, and Shanqing's mirror clone obviously didn't have any means of rebirth or quick healing. The body fragments of thousands of black giant tigers were scattered, and they couldn't keep up with the speed at which Long Yu could completely annihilate them. The 9 nether dragon's breath continued to erupt from Long Yu's mouth. Bursts of dark fire of the 9 nether dragon's breath completely burned the fragments. After losing his combat effectiveness, Long Yu Guang could use the 9 nether dragon emperor to kill the opponent. Completely wiped out. This battle should have been won. Long Yu looked at the scene and saw that the mirror clone of the landslide god was gradually completely destroyed by him. In the end, there was no residue left, and he was instantly satisfied. In this battle, Long Yu undoubtedly won. Although the Dragon Bone Ancient Tower has limitations, it can exert superpower under certain circumstances. Various methods have their own applicable environments and conditions. Long Yu still has a relatively deep understanding of this, so he can flexibly apply various methods in battle. Originally, Long Yu planned to use the innate magical powers of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, but there was no need to use those magical powers to solve the problems that the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower could solve. After all, using those magical powers would cause great harm to the 9 Nether Realm. Now the entire Joyo realm has become completely chaotic due to the previous wave of time and space turbulence. It is also said that other small world debris can be used to repair it, but among the small world debris obtained by Long Yu and Han Ying, without the remains of a small world with the shadow attribute as its main power, there would be no way to repair the 9 Nether Realm. If the other 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's innate magical powers are used, it may easily cause greater damage, and then it really cannot be repaired. I wonder what's going on over there at Red Warbler. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then felt a burst of water-based Taichu power surrounding him, and then gradually sent himself out of the independent space. The entire independent space composed of the Taichu power of the water system quickly disappeared, and Long Yu came out and saw Landslide waiting for him with a smile outside. Yes, Long Yu, your strength is beyond my expectation. Now you are qualified to join the seminary, but not now. Well, there are still 3 months until the next academic year of the seminary begins. You can do whatever you want during these 3 months, and after 3 months, I will take you to the location of the seminary. Shanbing laughed and explained to Long Yu. Okay, so I still have 3 months. Long Yu nodded and thought to himself. 3 months was enough for him to do a lot of things. At least there would be no problem in entering the secret realm of domination. Isn't the red warbler out yet? Long Yu thought of this and asked aloud. She is fighting hard now. After all, she is also facing a mirror clone of the Great Master Realm. The original self at that time has become very strong. Xuanhuan said with some pride, even the princess of the blood demon tribe will have a hard time winning this battle if she cannot awaken the Taichu divine grade to the 9th level. Such a stake. Long Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised. The awakening of the Taichu divine grade on the 9th level was a level that ordinary 7th stage masters might not be able to achieve. As expected, he is worthy of being a strong man at the godlike level. Even before he stepped into the godlike realm, he had almost dominated the cultivators of the same realm. To know the strength of Hong Ying, there is no pressure at all to deal with the ordinary big master. But now, we still cannot win this battle without a breakthrough. Long Yu didn't think much about it. Only she could decide Hong Ying's battle. Long Yu couldn't help her no matter what. Of course, in his heart, he hoped that Hong Ying would win and then go to the seminary with him. By the way, there's nothing to do now anyway. How about you try a new challenge? Suddenly, Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and smiled at Long Yu, seeming to have some ill intentions. New challenge? Long Yu was a little strange. Yes, I created a mirror clone of the lower realm. You can try to fight it. I feel that you haven't used your full strength just now. Maybe you can give it a try? Xuanhuan's eyes were shining with strange colors, and he seemed to have extraordinary expectations for Long Yu. This, senior, is too flattering to me. Long Yu was a little ashamed. To be honest, I was barely able to defeat the mirror clone who was in the same realm as me just now, and I almost used all my methods. If it was a mirror clone that dominated the lower realm, I definitely wasn't. Rival. Long Yu is still very self-aware. If it is an ordinary lower master, Long Yu is really not that afraid, but if it is the mirror clone of the lower master of Shanshan, then Long Yu will definitely not be his opponent. However, if the senior is willing, the junior is willing to give it a try. Before Xuanhuan could say anything, Long Yu changed his expression and said with a smile, "This kind of opportunity is rare. I also want to know how powerful the senior will be when he is the next master. After all, he is about to step into the secret realm of domination, and there is only one last crucial step left. It will be good for him to feel the strength of Shanshan's lower dominator's mirror image now." You said this yourself, haha, come on, come on. When Xuanhuan saw Long Yu's refusal, he was still a little disappointed, but when he heard Long Yu said he agreed to fight, he immediately laughed. Let me just say, there is no harm in fighting. How can anyone be unwilling? But you have to be careful. Yes, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds since I stepped into the secret realm of domination. Compared with the mirror clone of the 7-star emperor just now, when I was the lower master, I was much more powerful. The gap between the two sides is far greater than the improvement in strength of ordinary people from the 7-star emperor to the lower master. Long Yu kept these words in mind. Although he didn't have much confidence in defeating his opponent, he couldn't just give up. Otherwise, what else would he have to start with? No matter what, I have to hold on for a while. Long Yu thought in his heart, then nodded, waiting for the landslide to create another independent space. The power of the water element continued to surround and condense, and the entrance to an independent space appeared next to Long Yu. Then I'll go. Long Yu said to Xuanhuan, then turned around and stepped into the independent space. He felt that the power of the water system surrounded him and sent him into a dark blue space. This scene is not unfamiliar to him. This independent space is exactly the same as the last time. The difference is that the mirror clone that appears in front of Long Yu has become a lower-level dominator. Just from the aura, one can see that the opponent is different from the previous mirror clone of the 7-star emperor. It is definitely much stronger. The two sides are not at the same level of strength at all. The pressure on Long Yu suddenly increased dramatically. Before the fight started, cold sweat was slowly seeping out from his forehead. Just by standing in front of Long Yu, the mirror clone made Long Yu feel like he was facing a huge mountain, and this mountain could overwhelm him at any time. He was like a sapling under the mountain. So fragile. This is too difficult. Long Yu gritted his teeth. The opponent's aura continued to radiate out, and when he suddenly raised his hand, the terrifying power spread to the entire audience. This is the powerful power to dominate the secret realm. Although this mirror clone is only in the realm of a lower master, Long Yu feels that this mirror clone is much more terrifying than the average middle master, and has even reached the level of a high master in terms of momentum. After all, he is a black tiger demon cultivator. This demon cultivator race has an advantage in momentum. Many magical powers are related to suppressing and intimidating momentum, so there is nothing strange about reaching the peak in momentum. Long Yu couldn't bear the pressure and started fighting directly. Anyway, he was very confident in his own methods. Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he should be fine. Xiaoxiu, come on. The void burial erupted instantly, and the power of the water system formed a giant dark blue vortex, and the mirror clone was rolled into it. However, at the next moment, bursts of dark shadow attribute divine scripts burst out from the body of the mirror clone. These shadow property divine scripts actually had an extremely powerful corrosive effect, slowly corroding the void burial formed by the power of the water element. Although the power levels of the two parties are different, the other party is in the realm of a lower master after all, and his basic power is many times stronger than that of Long Yu. This difference in power intensity has exceeded the level between the shadow attribute divine text and the water attribute Taichu power. The difference is why the other party is able to gradually corrode the power of the water system at the beginning. Soon, before the void burial could erupt, it was completely corroded and dissipated by the opponent. Long Yu's move actually had no effect. This is also because Long Yu's Void Ghost Dragon Blade has not yet awakened. If it could be awakened a few times, the power of Void Burial would be increased by at least 10 times, and the current situation would not occur. But now, Long Yu is obviously unable to awaken the Void Dragon Blade, so he can only try other methods. However, before he could make any move, the mirror clone suddenly erupted into a tiger roar, carrying an unparalleled momentum and covering the place where Long Yu was. The Long Yu Jingshi body was activated immediately, covering his whole body, and instantly confronted the opponent's tiger-roaring momentum. Long Yu had also endured this move before, but under the influence of the pure world body, he was basically unaffected. But now, the opponent's martial arts realm has been improved by 1 level, and he has entered the realm of a lower master. His basic strength has suddenly doubled several times, and the intensity of his momentum suppression has also increased several times. Even with the 6th level of body protection, Long Yu felt his mind agitated, and he couldn't think of anything at this moment. Immediately afterwards, the purifying body pulled him back from the state of shock, but even if it was just this moment, it was enough for the other party to do a lot of things. Countless space divine powers rolled in from all directions, condensing into space-sharp blades, which instantly cut through Long Yu's body and embedded themselves in his flesh and blood. Even with Long Yu's current physical strength, he was unable to withstand the opponent's attack. Countless bloodstains instantly bloomed on his body. Tiger roaring in the forest, the momentum is suppressed. Long Yu still wanted to take action, but at this moment, another momentum suppression fell from the sky, shocking Long Yu to the point of vomiting blood, and he could no longer move. Crushing, completely crushing, under the shock of the opponent's momentum, Long Yu didn't even have time to transform into nothingness before he was completely controlled by the opponent, unable to move, and could only wait to be slaughtered. Long Yu was completely stunned by the opponent's fighting power. The opponent's control method is really too powerful. The main reason is that the momentum can directly shock the depths of a person's soul. Even the body of purifying the world can only resist a small part of it. Most of it can directly shock the dragon. In my mind, maybe it's because Long Yu's secret martial art of purifying the world is not strong enough, but there is no doubt that Long Yu has lost now because he can't move, and his physical strength is not particularly outstanding, it is just stronger than ordinary practitioners. It's just stronger, it can't withstand the opponent's subsequent violent attack. I lost. Long Yu had no choice but to admit defeat. This was one of the few times he had given up defeat since he entered martial arts. It could even be said to be the only time. In the past, even when he faced opponents that were much stronger than him, he never gave up. For example, the three-headed alien race, Long Yu, was able to use some means to compete with the opponent and then gain a glimmer of hope. But now, the two sides are completely discussing and fighting, and all means and tricks are useless. The competition is purely about pure strength. In this case, Long Yu has no choice but to admit defeat. The opponent was too strong, so strong that even Long Yu was completely frightened, and there was no way he could defeat the opponent. Of course, if Long Yu uses the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's innate magical powers, he may be able to compete with the opponent, but for Long Yu, this is unnecessary. It is not cost-effective to risk the continued collapse of the 9 Nether Realm just for a sparring battle. Of course, the key point is that even if Long Yu defeats this mirror clone in the end, there will be no other rewards, so why bother? He is already qualified to enter the seminary. Even if he defeats the mirror clone of this inferior master, Long Yu will not get any more benefits, so there is no need to fight so hard. He originally just wanted to give it a try and experience how strong the opponent was, but now that he finally realized it, there was no need to continue fighting. The opponent has such a powerful aura and intimidation ability. Unless Long Yu transforms into nothingness and hides in the void space, otherwise he will definitely be directly controlled by the opponent until death. If you keep hiding in the void space, it will be impossible to kill the opponent. When Long Yu's own strength is exhausted, he will become a lamb, to be slaughtered, without any ability to resist. If this battle was an encounter in the wild, Long Yu could escape. However, being restricted to a sparring match in this independent space, Long Yu could not escape and could only choose to admit defeat. Long Yu has always been fighting at a higher level and winning continuously, even if sometimes some opponents who look much stronger will fall into his hands. For example, before, he used the explosion of the 9 Nether Hell Monument to kill many beings who dominated the secret realm. This is what makes him different from ordinary people. But now, Long Yu finally knows that his strength is not the strongest. Even if he breaks through and enters the realm of Lower Master, he will definitely not be the opponent of the mirror clone in front of him. Yes, even in the same realm, Long Yu is no match for the opponent, because he can feel that the opponent's current aura suppression is not the strongest. If Long Yu is a lower-level master, and the opponent uses the strongest aura suppression method, it can also have a great impact on him. In this case, of course Long Yu had no choice but to admit defeat, and there was no point in continuing the fight. Haha, I didn't expect you to admit defeat so simply. I thought you would have any other means. Landslide sent Long Yu out of the independent space, and then laughed. It's gone, it's really gone. It's no longer the opponent of the mirror clone of my senior. The gap is really too big. Long Yu shook his head helplessly. Well, it's a good thing that you can see the facts clearly. You must know that although you are very strong, your martial arts level is still too low after all, and you have not really grown up. Sometimes, when you encounter an opponent, you cannot forcefully attack. It is also a normal choice to retreat appropriately. Shanbing said, smiling and patting Long Yu on the shoulder, of course, you understand these words even if I don't say them, otherwise you wouldn't be able to create such good conditions for us to kill all the three-headed gods and aliens one by one. Annihilated. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and said. What I said is the truth. Xuanbing shook his head and smiled. It just so happened that your woman was about to come out, and the situation was almost settled. Shortly after you entered the independent space again, she indeed awakened the Taichu divine grade to the 9th level. In this way, there will be no suspense about winning. That's good news. Long Yu nodded, feeling happy for Hongying. If Hongying also wins, then they can both join the seminary and participate in some of the training activities of the seminary together. At least they will have someone to take care of them, and they can discuss and solve any problems together when they encounter them. Not long after, as expected, as Xuanbing said, Hongying finally defeated her opponent and came out of the independent space. The red warbler who had just fought was covered in injuries, and her long red dress was torn. Feeling pity. Fortunately, as soon as she came out, she took out another long skirt from the small world and put it on, so that she was not exposed. As for the injuries on her body, there is no need to worry. Although the body of the Blood Demon clan is not particularly powerful, its ability to recover after being injured is still good. Especially after Long Yu handed over an ancient-level healing pill, there was basically no need to worry about her injuries. Congratulations on passing the test. You two can join the seminary together in 3 months and receive the first training action of the seminary. Before that, please practice hard and further improve your strength. After Xuanbing finished speaking to the two of them, he added one last sentence. That's it for this time, and the rewards have been distributed. You two can go and do whatever you want. I also have a lot of things to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Thank you, Senior. Long Yu and Hongying bowed together to see him off, and they were quite grateful for the landslide. As for Long Yu, although he relied on his own wit to delay it for a long time, if it hadn't been for the timely arrival of 2 godlike experts, Xuanbing and Long Yi, Long Yu would have been dead by now. Rewards are secondary. For Long Yu, it is already a miracle that he can come back alive this time, and he has brought the Void Dragon Blade back safely. The matter of the Ice God clan's sacred objects has not been leaked to the Outer God clan. The end result can be said to be a happy one. What's more, both he and Hongying have received so many rewards, and have also obtained the qualifications to join a quasi-theological college. It's almost time. We should go back. If my calculations are correct, the ancient alien ruins that your brother and senior concubine Yu talked about will probably be opened in the next 2 days. Long Yu said to Hongying. Well, that's right. Let's go back first. There are still ruins of the god, like Powerhouse's small world. It must be very vast. Let's go back and let everyone come in and search together. If there are any good things, we can share them together. Hongying also nodded. This time they gained very richly, including the remains of the small world, military achievements on the battlefield, seminary-like qualifications, everything laid a solid foundation for their future improvement. This alien battlefield operation was definitely a turning point in Long Yu's life. Not to mention anything else, just a first-class Medal of Honor completely reversed his status in the realm of humans and monsters. Before, he could be said to have been driven to the outer galaxy by demon cultivators such as the White Feather Demon Clan and the Golden Dragon Demon Clan. However, in a short period of time, Long Yu already possesses the first-class Medal of Honor, and his status has completely surpassed those of them. The Demon Cultivator Race. If you see those demon cultivators again, as long as you show them a first-class Medal of Honor, they will 100% dare not make a move, unless they want to be wiped out by the demon race's powerful godlike people. Taking action against Long Yu would be disrespectful to the monster clan's battlefield legions, and denying Long Yu's achievements would shake the foundation of the monster clan's territory. How could a godlike powerhouse tolerate such a thing? Let's go. We can say that we have returned home with a full load this time. Long Yu and Hongying left hand in hand. As for the Battlefield Legion here, the upcoming action has nothing to do with the two of them. Even if it is a counterattack within the territory of the Ice God clan, Long Yu will definitely not participate in such an action. In fact, the frontal battlefield of such a large-scale battle will not allow Battlefield Legion mercenaries to participate. Only regular legions can participate in the battle. Before leaving, the two of them said hello to Bai Yu, Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, Ma Channing, Lei Han, and others. These people are still here, waiting for the next task. In the next strategy of the Monster Clan, maybe is there anything they can do to help? Long Yu and Hong Ying had to go back first, because they also had some ideas about the ancient ruins. Although the ancient alien ruins were very dangerous, Long Yu still decided to believe in Concubine Yu. If Concubine Yu couldn't come out of it alive, then perhaps only the gods could do it. Long Yu and Hong Ying can follow Concubine Yu, and they may be of some use at critical moments. Hiding in Concubine Yu's little world, there is no need to worry about safety issues. Unless Concubine Yu is dead, they will definitely be fine. If they can catch up, the two of them want to follow them to see it. After all, ancient alien relics are very rare, and even Concubine Yu regards it as a rare opportunity. As long as Concubine Yu and Xuanhuan let go, Long Yu and Hong Ying will definitely follow. Especially now, both Long Yu and Hong Ying have received many rewards, and their martial arts realm has also improved. This is the time when they need to test their actual combat abilities. The battle with Shanqing's mirror clone was just a competition. A real battle was basically impossible under such conditions, so the two of them were looking forward to encountering more battles to practice themselves. After we go back, let's first try to see if we can refine the 9 Nether Hell Monument into a world mark. Breaking through to the Dominion Secret Realm first is the first priority. Long Yu thought in his heart, and finally set foot on the return journey with Hong Ying. Blood Falling Star. Since Long Yu had a first-class Medal of Honor, he could directly request the space-time marked teleportation array to be opened immediately along the way, so it only took 1 day for him and Hong Ying to return to the Blood Falling Star. In the Third Outer Galaxy, most of the group of people who came out of the Dragon Royal Divine Martial World have completed this month's Battlefield Legion missions, and some have completed them several times. For example, Man Xian, Qihua, Guixian, Mo Zhaitian, etc. are all working very hard to improve their experience. In just 1 month, the temperament of these guys is completely different from before, and they all have a bit of a chilling atmosphere. He was intimidating, and he had obviously killed many aliens. Of course, the Battlefield Legion missions they did could not be of the level of difficulty that Long Yu and Hong Ying accepted. They were generally relatively ordinary escort missions and reconnaissance missions, but they would inevitably encounter some weaker alien races. Just for them to practice. Because when they accept the mission of the Battlefield Legion, several people accept the same mission together, so that they can better cooperate with each other during the mission. After all, they are all their own people who have known each other for a long time. This also led to the fact that no one among them died during this month. At most, there were a few serious injuries, and they have all recovered now. Sometimes, they would rather give up the mission and accept double punishment, always putting their own lives first, which is what Long Yu reminded them before. No matter what, you must save your life. Only with life can you have a future. Many people's martial arts realm has been improved. In just 1 month, some people have reached the level of 4-star emperors, while others have reached the level of 3-star emperors. The speed of progress cannot be said to be slow. You must know that even Long Yu only improved 2 levels of martial arts during this period, and this was still after receiving so many training resources, and the Void Ghost Dragon Blade was able to completely absorb the power. It is quite remarkable that other people can advance to 2 or even 3 levels of martial arts within this month. It can be seen that they all work very hard. When Long Yu and Hong Ying returned, Concubine Yu had not yet set off with Shuo Luo and the others. She was making intensive preparations to explore the ancient alien ruins. At least she had to prepare a lot of elixirs with various effects to deal with all kinds of things. Different situations and situations. If you are not fully prepared and enter the alien ruins rashly, you will probably end up dead. Brother Long, you are back. Long Yu was walking in Zuluoxing and Tianya City when suddenly the lively and surprising voice of a girl next to him came from the side. When he heard it, he knew it was the girl Liao Lele. Lele, long time no see. Long Yu turned around and saw Liao Lele, wearing a blue short skirt, smiling and waving to her. It seemed that something that made her very happy was happening. Well, Brother Long, it's great that you are back now. Let me tell you some good news. Just yesterday, I finally refined both the demonic sky walking pill and the void walking pill. Liao Lele ran forward and said excitedly to Long Yu, it took 2 rainbow stone eggs and a lot of colorful crystal powder, and finally the refining was successful, 1 each for the demon sky walking pill and the void walking pill. When Long Yu heard this, he was immediately pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect much at first, but he didn't expect that when he came back this time, Liao Lele actually refined 2 heaven-defying elixirs. After taking the demonic sky pill, it can greatly improve the degree of compatibility between the cultivator and the shadow attribute divine text. After taking the void walking pill, it can greatly improve the practitioner's compatibility with the space attribute divine text. These 2 kinds of elixirs are 2 kinds of heaven-defying elixirs. They are very rare. Even in the current territory of the human race and the demon race, I am afraid that no other one can be found. In other words, the 2 elixirs refined by Liao Lele are absolutely unique and cannot be found anywhere else. Moreover, there are no restrictions on the use of such heaven-defying elixirs. Some pills can only be taken by the human race, some pills can only be taken by the demon race, and some pills can only be taken by the alien race. But there are no restrictions on the use of the demonic sky walking pill and the void walking pill. Whether they are humans, demons, or aliens such as the outer gods, they can directly take this heaven-defying elixir and absorb the power within it. As expected, only the alchemist members of the Alliance of Sufferers could refine this heaven-defying elixir, but now, Liao Lele has actually refined it. Although the big reason lies in the sea of bitter medicine cauldron, Liao Lele's personal efforts cannot be ignored. Of course, the process of Long Yu and Hong Ying going to the demon saint's tomb to search for materials was also very difficult and cost a lot of money. Effort. Demon sky walking pill, void walking pill, dragon control, you all need them, so you don't need to consider me. Before Long Yu could speak, Hong Ying first said with a smile that for her, Long Yu's safety was more important than hers now. If she hadn't said anything, Long Yu might have allocated the void walking pill to her. Take. But in fact, Long Yu is the one who needs the void walking pill the most. As long as the compatibility with the space attribute divine text increases, he will be able to comprehend the water-based primordial power in the void nether dragon blade at a faster speed. The primordial power of the water system is the strongest force of space and time. The divine powers of other space attributes are just defective products derived from the primordial power of the water system. The power of the water system's primordial power is definitely not as powerful as the revelation-level divine text, but it is still very rare, and Long Yu cannot give up. Well, thank you very much. Hearing this, Long Yu nodded. He also knew that Hong Ying was thinking about himself, and did not reject the other party's kindness. Although the colorful crystal powder was a precious alchemy resource that he and Hong Ying had fought for together, Hong Ying let him go, and there was no need for him to be pretentious. The void walking pill is really needed. As for the devil's sky walking pill, improving the degree of compatibility between the practitioner and the shadow attribute divine inscriptions can also speed up Long Yu's ability to comprehend the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions, but it is of no great use to Hong Ying. The blood-colored divine script that Hong Ying understood was a type of divine script with light attributes, and it came with some strange power. Even the Blood Demon clan members themselves didn't know what this kind of power was. It was not one of the 8 divine scripts with attributes. 1. Therefore, for Hong Ying, only elixirs that improve the compatibility of light attributes with divine texts are more useful. Brother Long, I'll get you the elixir. After Liao Lele said this, she jumped back to her room. Long Yu and Hong Ying looked at each other, and then walked into Liao Lele's yard together. They found that there were many defective elixirs that failed to be refined, as well as some destroyed alchemy materials, etc. A lot of elixir waste was also dumped in the yard. From now on, it can be seen how hard Liao Lele works in learning alchemy. Even now that she has been promoted to the martial arts realm of the 3-star emperor and can refine the heaven-defying elixir, it's really not easy. She works so hard. Long Yu couldn't help but sigh. In this world, who doesn't work hard to succeed? Hong Ying shook her head slightly, but half of her hard work is for you. It can be seen that the little girl likes you very much. Long Yu didn't answer. In fact, he had already noticed this when he was on Tianyu Island, but he didn't expect that Liao Lele could insist on liking him for so long. However, Long Yu is really not a proactive person when it comes to relationships, and Liao Lele has long since lost the courage to take the initiative, so the 2 parties can only continue with the current relationship. Of course, Hong Ying would not encourage Long Yu to have trouble with Liao Lele. For her, she wished that Long Yu was hers alone. If it were other women, they would think the same way. Soon, Liao Lele took out the void walking pill and the demonic sky walking pill from the alchemy room. When he saw Long Yu and Hong Ying standing side by side, he was a little nervous, but he quickly ran over with a smile. Hey, Brother Long. Liao Lele handed the demonic sky walking pill and the void walking pill to Long Yu's hands, and showed a satisfied smile. For her, it was not easy to meet Long Yu. Now she can complete Long Yu's instructions and bring the demon naturally. She was very proud of the heavenly walking pill and the void walking pill. Thank you for your hard work, Lele. Long Yu also felt a little guilty in his heart. Although he brought many cultivation resources to these people in the Shenwu world, he did not give any emotion. I'm afraid there are many people like Liao Lele who care about him, but he can't respond to them after all. After thinking about it, Long Yu took out a piece of Taichu divine artifact from the small world, which was the Taichu Golden Cave, belonging to the 3rd prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan. This Taichu divine item is a Taichu divine item with light attributes. Although it is not very suitable for Liao Lele, it is still very powerful when used. And now Liao Lele has no other warriors to defend himself, so having the Taichu Golden Cave is considered not bad. Is this the divine product of Taichu? Liao Lele was shocked. She didn't expect that Long Yu would give her a divine item from the beginning. This was something she had never thought of. Well, take it. If you want to stay in this outer galaxy, you must complete some battlefield missions. How can you do it without something to defend yourself? Long Yu said with a smile. Actually, the mission of the Battlefield Legion that I completed was to provide some elixirs. Although Liao Lele shook his head, he still lived up to Long Yu's kindness and carefully took over the Taichu divine artifact from Taichu Golden Cave, with a look of joy and satisfaction on his face. To her, the significance of this Taichu Golden Cave being a gift from Long Yu was far greater than its actual significance. You can just take it anyway. It will get rusty if you leave it here anyway. It's such a waste. Long Yu smiled and chatted with Liao Lele for a while about alchemy issues, then turned around and left with Hong Ying, preparing to find concubine Yu. I finally got 2 of the heaven-defying elixirs. It can be predicted that Long Yu's strength will be further improved. Soon, Long Yu and Hong Ying came out of concubine Yu's residence. The two of them had just talked hard and finally convinced Concubine Yu to take them both with her when they went to the ancient alien ruins, so that they both came out with smiles on their faces. Yes, I finally convinced her. I've heard about the alien ruins a long time ago. What you can get inside depends on luck, and it's mainly about dealing with agencies and the like. Generally, there won't be too fierce battles. Red Warbler said with a smile. Well, I hope those mechanisms aren't too weird. If I transform into nothingness, I might be able to avoid many of them. Long Yu also nodded. Transforming into nothingness is now his most powerful method, bar none, mainly because it can be used in many situations, and it is first-rate to save one's life and conceal one's whereabouts. You go back and take those 2 pills first. I will also go back and consolidate my cultivation. I have just stepped into the Great Master, and some of the power in my body has not been straightened out yet. Hong Ying and Long Yu finished their final words, and then the two of them separated. Long Yu returned to his yard and was quite emotional. In just 1 month, he only completed a Battlefield Legion mission, but he didn't expect that it would lead to so many things, and even get him a first-class Medal of Honor. Before setting off, Long Yuka never thought that the harvest would be so rich. It will take at least 1 night to absorb the power of the 2 heaven-defying elixirs, namely the demonic sky-walking pill and the void-walking pill. If you want to absorb them, you can try to break through to the Dominion secret realm tomorrow. Long Yu thought in his heart, feeling a burst of excitement. The distance between the secret realm of Kingly Realm and the secret realm of Domination is really a very long one. Long Yu has been in the secret realm of Kingly Realm for who knows how long, but it is only now that he can barely break through to the threshold of the secret realm of Dominion. This period of time is really too long. From the early King Realm, to the middle King Realm, and then to the Imperial Realm, the Emperor Realm, and then the Emperor Realm, they all belong to the King's secret realm, which is 1 level higher than the mystic realm of divine power, but the first level than the Dominion secret realm. Now, Long Yu is finally going to completely cross the royal secret realm and sprint towards the master secret realm. Every crossing between 2 major realms will always bring great changes to the cultivator. From the secret realm of the king to the secret realm of domination, the inner world will transform into a small world. This is the biggest change. Before that, Long Yu had to take both of the 2 heaven-defying elixirs, which contained a massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, just enough to expand his inner world to a radius of 10 billion miles. The other power contained in it is the pure condensation of the shadow attribute divine script and the space attribute divine script. After absorption, it can enhance the degree of compatibility between the practitioner and the shadow attribute divine script and space attribute divine script. After returning to the courtyard, Long Yu started taking these 2 pills directly. The first is the demonic sky pill. After all, the shadow attribute divine text is Long Yu's specialty, and it also affects Long Yu's combat effectiveness to the greatest extent. You must know that for the 9 nether divine inscriptions, Long Yu has learned a little enlightenment level, and the improvement is consistent with the shadow attribute divine text. Of course, it can enhance the 9 nether divine inscriptions a lot. Moreover, the compatibility between Long Yu and the shadow attribute divine text is already at the 11th level. If it can be upgraded to the 11th level, it can be said to have reached the top. For the shadow attribute divine text, Long Yu can do it. Perfect fit, exerting the strongest power. Long Yu held the black elixir in his hand and pondered it. The magic sky pill is made from 2 rare alchemy materials, rainbow stone eggs and colorful crystal powder. It contains unparalleled powerful pills, and has even exceeded the category of endless level pills, reaching a new level. Height, heaven-defying elixir. Xiaoxiu, start absorbing. Unlike other practitioners, Long Yu uses the Void Nether Dragon Blade to absorb elixirs, instead of swallowing the elixirs directly himself, because in this way, the Void Nether Dragon Blade can absorb 100% of the elixir's power, and then transfer it to Long Yu. The Void Nether Dragon Blade did not hesitate. Following Long Yu's order, it immediately began to absorb the power from the demonic sky-walking pill. The power contained in this heaven-defying elixir is so strong that even the Void Nether Dragon Blade can only be absorbed bit by bit, not any faster. This is why Long Yu absorbed 2 heaven-defying elixirs. The elixir takes 1 night. Because the medicinal power contained in it is so strong. As the medicinal power in the demonic sky pill was transmitted from the Void Dragon Blade into Long Yu's body, Long Yu's whole body began to absorb the power. The first is the part of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After being absorbed by Long Yu, it is directly used to expand his inner world. It is only the last little bit away from a radius of 10 billion miles. After absorbing this demonic sky-walking pill, not only can he expand his inner world within a radius of 10 billion miles, there is likely to be a lot of remaining spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and Long Yu intends to absorb it all into Mo Chen's heart. The second is the pure condensation of the shadow attribute divine text. This is not a kind of power, but a strange existence. Long Yu has taken some pills that can enhance the fit between the practitioner and the shadow attribute, which contains this kind of existence. However, this was the first time Long Yu had seen a pill containing so much pure condensation of divine writings. That is to say, General Long Yu's shadow attribute has already reached the 11th level. If he has just reached the 5th or 6th level, this pill will allow the cultivator to directly connect with the shadow attribute divine text. It has reached the 8th level or even the 9th level, which shows that its effect is incredible. It is indeed a heaven-defying elixir. Long Yu couldn't help but sigh. After just an hour, he felt that his perception of the shadow attribute divine words had become more sensitive, and the power he used when using it had also increased by several %. Although the compliance level is still level 11, his strength has improved a lot. Make persistent efforts. Long Yu continued to absorb the power, and soon finally expanded his inner world to a radius of 10 billion miles. The extra spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed by Long Yu's heart. Now he has cultivated the body of pure world to the 6th level. To improve it further, he needs the power of creation. Relying on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth alone cannot do it. So now Long Yu absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is of course used to enhance the heart of magic dust, which is only the 2nd level. The secret of martial arts. An hour. 2 hours. Soon, 3 hours finally passed, and Long Yu finally absorbed the medicinal power of an entire demonic sky pill. At the last moment, he and the shadow attribute divine text finally reached the 12th level. At this moment, Long Yu only felt a dark aura surrounding him, almost pulling him into the dark abyss, and from the invisible dark abyss, a mysterious power penetrated him and penetrated into him. In the body. From the 11th level of conformity to the 12th level of conformity, this is a qualitative change. It is not only the difference of reaching the top, but also a mysterious change. Long Yu felt as if he had finally touched the essence of darkness. This feeling was something he had never experienced before, and the change brought about by this was that when he used all the moves and methods related to the shadow attribute divine text, there would be blessed by a mysterious power. These methods are improved. With the blessing of this mysterious shadow power, the power of Long Yu's shadow attribute divine means suddenly increased tenfold, and it also had a powerful corrosive and destructive effect. Too strong. The compatibility of the shadow attribute and the divine text has reached its peak. With the blessing of this mysterious shadow, a qualitative change has occurred all of a sudden. The power alone has increased tenfold, not to mention the powerful corrosive and destructive effect. If Long Yu is now allowed to deal with the mirror clone of landslide in the lower realm of dominance, it probably won't be so miserable. At least it can pose a lot of threats to the opponent and cause the opponent to suffer some damage. Based on my current situation, if I step into the Dominion secret realm, my strength will suddenly increase a lot. It seems that I have more confidence in going to the ancient alien ruins. Long Yu thought in his heart that he wanted to find someone to compare with and test the power of various methods now. Unfortunately, it was so late at night that there was no place to find others to compare with, so he might as well forget it. What's more, Long Yu still has a heaven-defying elixir that he hasn't absorbed yet. Void Walking Pill. Compared with the Shadow Attribute Demonic Sky Pill, the Space Attribute Void Divine Pill is more exciting. You must know that the most refined divine inscriptions in Dragon Control are the Shadow Attribute Divine Inscriptions and the Space Attribute Divine Inscriptions. The Shadow Attribute Divine Text is the main strength for Long Yu, and can be used for attack and defense. The Space Attribute Divine Text represents flexibility for Long Yu. If this aspect is improved, his power to control the Void Nether Dragon Blade will also be improved, and he can awaken the Void Nether Dragon Blade more easily, and can also it is easier to comprehend the power of the water element. Therefore, Long Yu is also looking forward to the effect of the Void Walking Pill. Even though it cannot allow him to reach the peak of the 12th level with the Space Attribute Divine Text, giving birth to a power blessing like a mysterious shadow, it can greatly enhance his space. The power of divine writing. Long Yu did not hesitate and directly let the Void Dragon Blade begin to absorb the power of the Void Walking Pill. Originally, Long Yu's compatibility with the Space Attribute Divine Text had reached the 7th level. According to a rough estimate, after absorbing this Void Walking Pill, he should be able to reach the 10th level of compatibility. No matter what, Long Yu could just absorb it all. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is still used to strengthen the heart of Demon Chen. After absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from 2 heaven-defying elixirs, the change of Demon Chen's heart is also quite significant, although it has not been upgraded from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. But it seems to have improved by half. This made Long Yu quite surprised. He didn't expect that the heaven-defying elixir contained so much aura of heaven and earth. Although it was not as explosive as the endless level elixir, the basic aura contained in it already exceeded that of the endless level elixir. The medicine is 100 times 1,000 times better. In just one night, Long Yu absorbed 2 heaven-defying elixirs, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he absorbed was actually comparable to what he absorbed in Concubine Yu's small world for 3 full days. This shows how much spiritual energy of heaven and earth it contains. In one night, Long Yu absorbed all the Demonic Sky Walking Pill and Void Walking Pill. His compatibility with the Shadow Attribute Divine Writings finally reached the 12th level of the peak, and the mysterious shadow power was born, which enhanced the corrosive ability of all his means related to the Shadow Attribute Divine Writings. And his compatibility with the Space Attribute Divine Text has also been upgraded from the 7th level to the 10th level, rising a lot in an instant. Not to mention anything else, the power of Dragon Yu to activate the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void suddenly increased by at least 10 times. If it matches the Space Divine Text, even if it is upgraded by 1 level, it can enhance the power of the Space Divine Text method by 3 times. The 3-level compatibility was suddenly improved, and it was normal for the power to increase tenfold. This gave Long Yu some confidence in his own strength. Now if he encounters the landslide mirror clone of the lower master, it is impossible that the void burial will have no effect at all. At least it can make the opponent shed a layer of skin. And this was just the effect of Long Yu taking 2 heaven-defying elixirs. Next, is the move that can greatly improve his strength, which is to condense the world mark, transform the inner world into a small world, and then step into the secret realm of domination. To condense the world mark, you mainly need to find something to condense the core power in the inner world, and then condense the inner world into that thing. That thing is called the world mark. For example, in the Joyo realm, Long Yu didn't know what the world mark of the Joyo realm was originally, but now it is just a wisp of the Joyo light group and has no entity. It has obviously been destroyed long ago. When Long Yu chooses the world mark himself, he must of course choose the thing with the strongest defense. Among the things he knows, there is absolutely nothing that can surpass the 9 Nether Prison Monument. But what he is struggling with now is whether the 9 Nether Hell Monument can be condensed into a world mark. If it can, then his world mark will definitely be the strongest in the territory of the human race and the monster race. As for whether there is one, I no longer know. No matter what, let's try it first. Long Yu was determined to give it a try, otherwise he really couldn't give up. Anyway, he could go to the inner space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument at any time. If something unexpected happened, he could hide indirectly. There shouldn't be any problem. However, such an attempt cannot be carried out on the blood falling star. It can only be attempted outside the blood falling star, millions of miles away from the planet. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, the entire blood falling star will be wiped out. The operation on the ancient alien ruins will officially start in 2 days. We will be waiting for you then. Before Long Yu set off, Hong Ying and Concubine Yu said to him together. Long Yu nodded, and then carried the 9 Nether Prison Monument toward the void beyond the Bloodfall Star. Relying on the water-based power of the Void Nether Dragon Blade, he could jump hundreds of thousands of miles every time he traveled through the void. After only traveling 3 times, he was already in the void 1,000,000 miles away from the Bloodfall Star. The current Void Nether Dragon Blade is perfectly suitable for traveling. It is definitely better than ordinary cultivators of the same realm. Even if the Great Master wants to catch up with him, he has to ask Little Shutong if he agrees. After all, the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void is now a divine item from the beginning, and it is still a special divine item from the beginning that has been matched with Long Yu to the unparalleled level. Its efficacy far exceeds that of all ordinary soldiers. When they arrived in the void, there was no human habitation within 1,000,000 miles. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief and took out the 9 Nether Prison Monument from his inner world. The 9 Nether Prison Monument was still so mysterious and awe-inspiring. When it appeared in front of Long Yu, it made Long Yu look like an extremely small ant, inconspicuous at all. In fact, the 9 Nether Prison Monument contains unimaginable power. In terms of power level, Long Yu is indeed just a little ant. And now, this tiny ant will try to condense the 9 Hell Monuments into his own world mark. This is an extremely bold move. Others would not even dare to think about it, but Long Yu has the goal of becoming the strongest. Under such a goal, any step he takes must be as more than others. World mark, same thing. Since there were only 2 days left for Concubine Yu and Shui Luo to set off, Long Yu didn't delay much. He came to the void, took out the 9 Nether Prison Monument, and started the condensation process directly. After Long Yu stimulated the operation of his Dantian, some core powers in his inner world continued to surge out from his inner world, condensing into tiny bits of power in his Dantian. This trace of inner power continued to condense in his hand, and he slowly raised his hand and touched the cold giant 9 Nether Prison Monument in front of him. Slowly, Long Yu mobilized the power of the inner world and slowly sent it into the 9 Nether Prison Monument. During this process, he was always paying attention to the movement of the power of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. If there was any abnormal movement, he would immediately hide in the 9 Nether Prison, go to the inner space of the monument. As a result, he would be able to spend up to a month in the inner space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument without being able to get out. Although he would miss the ancient alien relics, there was nothing he could do about it. Long Yu, if he doesn't try to condense the 9 Nether Prison Monument into a world mark, he will definitely not be willing to do so. What made him secretly happy was that as he continued to send the power of his inner world into the 9 Nether Prison Monument, the 9 Nether Prison Monument did not reject him and showed no signs of an explosion of power, which made Long Yu gradually feel at ease. It's also because the attributes of the 9 Nether Hell Monument are consistent with my main attributes. After all, I mainly understand the 9 nether divine inscriptions, with the shadow attribute. I also understand a hint of the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions, and it is related to the shadow attribute. The combination of attribute, divine language and literature has also reached the 12th level. Long Yu speculated on the reason in his mind and continued to channel the power of the inner world into it. To condense the world mark, the most important thing is to find some materials that suit your own attributes. For example, if you mainly understand the light attribute divine text, it is best to look for materials with light attributes for the world mark, and so on. The main attribute of Long Yu is shadow, while the main attribute of Geo Nether Prison Monument is shadow. Part of the power in Long Yu's body is inherited from Geo Nether Prison Monument. You can imagine the degree of compatibility between the two parties. Under such circumstances, Long Yu could actually feel that his consciousness gradually penetrated into the 9 Nether Prison Monument. The size of the Joyo Prison Monument was so huge that even if Long Yu raised his head, he could barely see the top of it. However, as he integrated the power of the inner world into it, he could gradually feel the entire Joyo Monument. Prison Monument. This feeling made Long Yu secretly happy, but he was not in a hurry, but continued to channel the power of the inner world into it bit by bit. In the process of condensing the world mark, you must not be impatient, because the cultivator needs to rely on the power of his own mind to gradually control the entire material in his hands. Once he is anxious, even if he successfully condenses it into the world mark, it will also lead to the world mark. The incompatibility with one's own small world. Therefore, Long Yu also wants to fully understand this 9 Nether Prison Monument. That is the most responsible approach to his own small world, so everything must be done slowly. One day and one night passed quickly like this. The power of Long Yu's inner world has been condensed into more and more 9 Nether Prison Monuments, and his mind has also covered the entire 9 Nether Prison Monument. Until now, it has not caused any attention from the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Bits of bounce and change. The only thing that makes Long Yu a little sad is that there is a core part of the 9 Nether Prison Monument that his inner power cannot enter no matter what. It feels that once it touches it, it will cause the 9 Nether Prison Monument to rebound, so that he could never make up his mind. In the end, Long Yu thought for a long time and decided to give it a try. If anything went wrong, he could immediately hide in the inner space of the 9 Nether Hell Monument. Although it is now possible to integrate all the inner world into it, and then completely condense the 9 Nether Prison Monument into a world mark, but in this case, there may be some incompatibility between the 9 Nether Prison Monument and Long Yu's small world, and what will happen? Nobody knows. Although it is only a small part of the 9 Nether Prison Monument and has not been touched by Long Yu, that small part is the most core part. After Long Yu decided, he began to try to surround the core part with the power of the heart world, but soon he discovered that the core part had a repulsive force that excluded the power of his heart world and could not get close to him no matter what. Even if Long Yu strengthened his condensed inner power, there was still no improvement. This 9 Nether Prison Monument was too mysterious and too powerful, and it was not something that someone at Long Yu's level could understand thoroughly. What should I do? If I don't understand this part thoroughly, the small world may be a little disharmonious in the future, but now it seems that with my current strength, it is impossible to forcibly invade this core part. Are you giving up? If you give up, you can choose other materials to condense the world mark, but after all, it will not be as good as this 9 Nether Hell Monument. Long Yu was entangled in his heart. He still wants the best out of habit, but when he insists on the best 9 Nether Hell Monument, it will lead to some inconsistencies between the small world and the world imprint. How to choose has become the biggest problem he faces now. He thought about it for a whole day and a night. It wasn't until the last moment came that he finally opened his eyes and made the final decision: if it doesn't fit, then it doesn't fit. Everything is uncertain anyway, so why not just try it like this? At least use the 9 Nether Hell Monument as if you make a world mark, it cannot be destroyed by others. Being able to confirm this will satisfy my requirements for the world mark. What Long Yu thinks about is safety first. If he condenses the 9 Nether Prison Monument into a world mark, at least his own safety will be absolutely guaranteed. Going to the ancient alien ruins this time will also become much safer. Even if you encounter any danger, you can just hide in the small world. You don't have to worry about being killed or the 9 Nether Prison Monument being destroyed. After Long Yu made his decision, he directly activated his inner world and completely integrated the power of the inner world into the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Although there is still a core area in the 9 Nether Prison Monument that has not been touched by Long Yu, most of the other places have been controlled by Long Yu. As the power of the Heart Realm pours into it, near the internal space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, finally, a prototype of a small world appeared. The prototype of this small world is where Long Yu's future small world will be, located near the inner space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Speaking of which, Long Yu's small world will also become one of the internal spaces of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. It is the same as the original internal space, but the things inside are different. The original internal space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument was filled with the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions. Long Yu understood the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions from it. Now, the small world condensed by Long Yu is located near the original internal space and has become another internal space, all protected by the 9 Nether Prison Monument. In addition to these two internal spaces, there is also a core space in the 9 Nether Prison Monument. That core space is a place that Long Yu has not explored. For the time being, Long Yu does not know what is in it, but there is nothing that Long Yu can do now. Go ahead and think about it. As Long Yu's small world was formed in the 9 Nether Prison Monument, everything that was originally in his inner world was transferred to this small world. The hundreds of billions of ice god aliens previously searched in the wreckage of the small world have all been transferred to the small world. Unfortunately, Long Yu has no time to create a glacier continent for them to survive, so he just circled a void area and surrounded them all. Just lock them in and let them fend for themselves. Anyway, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will continue to be born in the void of the small world. The survival and reproduction of these ice gods should not be a problem, and Long Yu does not need to worry too much. Finally succeeded. Long Yu felt that his little world had finally taken shape, and the fruits of the 7 innate magical powers had also been transferred to the 9 Nether Prison Monument. His body seemed to have become empty, and he was not used to it. But at the same time, he had a mysterious connection with the 9 Nether Hell Monument. This connection made him seem to be able to control a little bit of the power of the 9 Nether Hell Monument. Even if he is not in the original internal space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, Long Yu can now feel those Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions. In other words, he can continue to comprehend the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, thereby comprehending them to a higher level. Deep levels. This is good news for Long Yu, because it means that his strength can be steadily improved without the need to specially run into the 9 Nether Prison Monument. And at the same time, Long Yu seems to be able to slightly mobilize some of the power in the original internal space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, to enhance his temporary combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, Long Yu couldn't help but give it a try. He casually took out the remains of an ancient-level soldier from the small world and threw the remains into the distant void. Then, Long Yu raised his hand and directly mobilized the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions in the 9 Nether Prison Monument, condensed it into his mouth, and burst out with a mouthful of 9 Nether Dragon breath. Almost in an instant, the tyrannical destructive and corrosive power completely destroyed the ancient-level weapon, turning it into powder in an instant. This is the current strength of Long Yu. Ordinary ancient-level warriors were completely invisible in front of him. Of course, if they were ancient-level warriors in the hands of martial arts experts, it would be a different matter. However, it can be seen that now Long Yu has borrowed the power of the Nine Nether Prison Monument to use methods that are at least dozens of times more destructive than before. Among them, there is the reason for the Nine Nether Prison Monument, and part of the reason comes from the improvement of Long Yu's martial arts realm. When the small world was finally formed, Long Yu's martial arts realm finally broke through to the level of dominating the secret realm and reached the realm of a lower dominator. This is also the final result of his hard work for such a long time. Now that he has finally achieved it, his strength has suddenly improved a lot. Feeling the blessing of power brought to him by the small world, Long Yu's blood boiled in his heart. If he was allowed to fight the mirror clone of the lower master of the landslide now, he had a hunch that he would be able to defeat the opponent in minutes. This premonition is not without reason, but is based on his current surge in strength. Simply put, if he faced him before the breakthrough, he would definitely be able to defeat 10 of them. This is not an exaggeration at all. If he borrowed the power of the Nine Nether Hell Monument, even if he had made 20 breakthroughs before, he would not be under too much pressure. The gap between the kingly secret realm and the dominant secret realm was really too big. At this time, Long Yu finally had the feeling of being successful in the realm of monsters and humans, which was even stronger than when he received the First-Class Medal of Honor. After all, the First-Class Medal of Honor was given by others, but now, his strength has actually improved. These are two completely different concepts. Only strength is the most important. Long Yu knew very well that if he didn't have the strength, if the sacred objects of the outer gods on his body were discovered by the gods, then the other party would never be merciful and would try to take away these sacred objects no matter what method was used, even if it was forced. Sexually, and then give him some symbolic compensation. To be honest, now Long Yu also feels that the rewards that can be given to him by the human and demon battlefield legions have basically been given out. No matter how much training resources the other party provides, Long Yu will not be willing to hand over all the holy objects. Out. Therefore, only strength can give Long Yu the greatest sense of security. What's more, he is much weaker than Han Ying now. As a man, how can he endure this situation? Even if I can endure it for a while, I can't endure it forever. It's a pity that there is no master of the secret realm among the ice gods and aliens in the small world. Otherwise, I would like to try to find a few intermediate masters. Long Yu was a little puzzled. The aliens from the ice god clan raised in the small world were at most the cultivation level of 3 or 4-star emperors. Long Yu could kill them with one hand, so there was no way to test their strength. After thinking about it, he realized that time was quite tight now, so he didn't worry too much. After finally successfully entering the secret realm of domination, Long Yu got a little familiar with his current power and put away the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Now that it has become his world mark, the Nine Nether Prison Monument can be enlarged or reduced at will. When he puts it into his sleeve, he has a feeling of being like a finger and an arm. This is something he has never had before. It is similar to starting to fit in with a warrior. That way. This surprised Long Yu. Originally, he thought that something at the level of the Nine Nether Prison Monument would definitely not be grasped by him. Unexpectedly, there are already some signs of it now, and only the core part is missing. Long Yu didn't know exactly what was in the core of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, but he thought it was probably the place where martial arts secrets such as the body of purification and the heart of demonic dust were stored. The Nine Nether Dragon Emperor should have entered the core part before, at least in the form of mind. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain the cultivation methods of the pure world body and the demonic heart. You know, now that Long Yu has mastered all other parts of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, he has not found any traces of martial arts secrets, only the extremely rich and apocalyptic Nine Nether Divine inscriptions. Therefore, the essence of the treasures in the Nine Nether Prison Monument must still be in the core part. Since he couldn't get in now, Long Yu didn't think much about it. He could only see if he could find out the secrets as his martial arts realm continued to improve. Soon, Long Yu put away the 9 nether prison monument, returned to the blood-falling star, and met the two girls Hong Ying and Yu Fei. Seeing Long Yu's return and feeling the cultivation aura of the lower master on Long Yu's body, the two women each breathed a sigh of relief. They originally heard that Long Yu was going to condense the 9 nether prison monument into a world mark, but they were all worried. Sweat. Now that I see Long Yu finally succeeding, I can't help but feel happy for Long Yu. Hong Ying and concubine Yu both know how extraordinary this 9 nether prison monument is. Among them, Hong Ying had also been saved by the 9 nether hell monument. Of course, she knew that this thing might really be the rumored existence related to gods. Concubine Yu, from the Jiuyo clan, already knew the existence of the Jiuyo prison monument, and after studying it for a month, she actually understood the revelation-level Jiuyo divine text, which greatly enhanced her strength. She would not doubt the relationship between the 9 hells monument and the gods. It was almost 100% certain. How's it going? Success? The two women came up to Long Yu and asked each other with concern. Hong Ying is the kind of concern for her man, while concubine Yu is only concerned about her friends, but it is obvious that for concubine Yu, Long Yu is not just an ordinary friend. Because of Long Yu, concubine Yu ran away from the Jiuyo clan and did not even become a saint. This was not because she paid much attention to Long Yu, but that she had been suppressing many emotions in her heart, and Long Yu was the inducement that led to the final result. Moreover, now that Long Yu owns the 9 nether prison monument, his understanding of the 9 nether divine texts exceeds that of concubine Yu. This makes concubine Yu feel that given time, this boy might surpass her? Of course she had heard that both Long Yu and Hong Ying had obtained the qualifications to enter the seminary, and this should be the opportunity for their complete rise. Well, it worked. Now I really want to find a mid-range master to deal with and see what level I can reach. Long Yu laughed, and he was in a very good mood now. That's easy. If I tell my brother, he can immediately send an experienced squad leader to fight you. Do you want it? Hong Ying stepped forward and took Long Yu's arm, then asked with a smile. If it won't delay the planning time, then I still want to play a game. Long Yu nodded and said, We will set off early tomorrow morning. You still have time to try your current strength. Concubine Yu said with a smile on the side, and she was also somewhat encouraging about Long Yu's challenge. Well, let's discuss it first. We'll have something to do later in the evening. Hong Ying said to Long Yu mysteriously. When Long Yu heard this, he immediately became excited and looked up and down Hong Ying's bumpy body. You mean? Look at that sly look on your face, what are you thinking about? I mean, since you already have a small world, those Bone Clan survivors can be sent back to you. Hong Ying knocked Long Yu on the head and said bitterly. Long Yu felt aggrieved. After all, Hong Ying's words just now were indeed misunderstood. But then Long Yu didn't think so much anymore. It was more important to find someone to discuss with. Now Long Yu has just broken through to the secret realm of domination and is still unfamiliar with his current power. It would be better for him to familiarize himself with it before actually venturing to the ancient alien ruins. Hong Ying immediately went to notify Xue Luo and asked Xue Luo to select a mid-level battlefield legion captain from the legion he led to compete with Long Yu. Concubine Yu was discussing the 9 nether prison monument with Long Yu. The two of them mainly practiced and comprehended the 9 nether divine inscriptions, and now they are both moving towards the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions. After some exchanges with each other, they also received a lot of improvements from each other, and they complemented each other. Even concubine Yu's current understanding of the revelation level 9 nether divine texts is not as much as Long Yu's, so the exchange between the two parties was very pleasant. Even just a conversation now made both parties feel how much they control the power. It has improved a lot. Half an hour later, Long Yu and concubine Yu followed Hong Ying to Zuluoxing, a martial arts arena in Tianya City. Later, Long Yu was about to fight with a battlefield corps captain who was in the mid-level master realm. There is a sparring session in this martial arts arena. At this moment, there were actually many spectators in the fighting arena. Most of them were members of the Emperor's Legion, commanded by Xuelua. They were all Emperor-level battlefield Legion soldiers. These people were of course curious about Long Yu. They heard that a lower master wanted to compete with the captain of the middle master. They all came over to watch the battle. Many people were whispering and looking at Long Yu with a little curiosity, because they had all heard that this time there was a clan who had made great contributions on the alien battlefield on the monster clan's side, and even got a weapon. Waiting for the Medal of Honor, he is the man identified by the Blood Demon clan princess, Hong Ying. In other words, this is the young-looking young man in front of me. When Long Yu arrived, he was surrounded by everyone, but he was used to it, and this situation did not disturb his inner thoughts. After entering the Dominion secret realm, Long Yu's basic strength was at least 10 times greater than before. Coupled with various other transformations and improvements, now he is not very accustomed to his specific strength. When we compete later, I'm afraid I will be a little unfamiliar with my own power. Long Yu thought to himself, then raised his head, said goodbye to concubine Yu and Hong Ying, and walked towards the center of the fighting arena. Soon, at the entrance opposite the martial arts arena, a middle-level master demon cultivator wearing blood-red armor gradually walked toward the arena. This demon cultivator is obviously a member of the Blood Demon clan. He has the cultivation level of a mid-level master. The blood-red armor even covers his face. It is airtight. It can be seen that the armor is a very powerful defense. Soldiers should be specially configured by the Battlefield Legion for each squad leader. I'm Long Yu, thank you for taking the time to discuss with me. Long Yu treated the other party quite respectfully, after all, he was the one who invited the other party over. The squad leader snorted and didn't say much, but it could be seen that he was very unhappy with Long Yu, who had just broken through to the lower level of dominance. Probably because Long Yu dares to challenge the mid-ranked master now, which makes him feel a little embarrassed. Even if he defeats Long Yu, there is nothing to show off. If he loses, it will be bad luck. This small captain, your face will be lost. Therefore, the team leader naturally did not have a good impression of Long Yu. But Long Yu didn't care. This situation was just right. Otherwise, he would have been afraid that the other party would hold back and not use all his strength. Now he didn't have to be afraid. The other party definitely wanted to hit him, Long Yu, in the face. Then let's get started. Xueluo also came this time, sitting with Hong Ying and Yu Fei, watching the scene with great interest. Of course, he had heard about Long Yu's deeds on the foreign battlefield this time, and he knew more about it than his subordinates. I am much clearer, and of course I am more interested in Long Yu. If Long Yu can defeat the squad leader of the mid-level dominator just after breaking through to the low-level dominator, then Long Yu's strength is really incredible. In any case, the basic strength of the low-level dominator and the mid-level dominator are still 3 to 5 times different. The fact that Long Yu dares to challenge so many shows that he has confidence. I heard that he got a divine item from the beginning in the foreign battlefield, which is very suitable for him to use, right? Xuelua knew a lot, but the details were unclear, so he asked Hong Ying now. Hong Ying briefly explained the matter. I just happened to encounter the Taichu furnace, but in order to save the Taichu divine artifact, he finally went back to the disappeared time and space tunnel to face the three-headed gods. It scared me at the time, but luckily it was okay in the end. This kid is really brave. Xueluo laughed dumbly and gained a deeper understanding of Long Yu's character. The battle soon began in the field. The opponent's team leader had no intention of showing mercy at all. Not only did he take the lead, but he also used powerful innate magical power as soon as he made the move. The blood-colored god created 3 endless blood-colored lines and entangled them towards the Dragon Royal attack scroll. This magical power is both a control method and an attack method. 3 bloody lines linger in the void, exuding an extremely bloody aura. In an instant, 3 bloody lines entangled Long Yu's entire body and began to draw the blood from Long Yu's body. Xiaoxiu, come on. Long Yu didn't even think about it, he just activated the Void Dragon Blade with his thoughts, and then he didn't care about the 3 bloody lines, because he knew that Xiaoxiu would help him get rid of these 3 bloody lines. Sure enough, before the 3 bloody lines could exert their power, the Void Dragon Blade flew out from Long Yu's cuffs, drawing a stream of light blue light, bringing with it a burst of water-based Taichu power. The power of the water element turned into the light of the sword. It was the void penetration method used by the Void Dragon Blade. It cut all 3 bloody lines in an instant, destroying the opponent's innate magical power in a short period of time. But at this time, Long Yu himself had already opened his mouth, and with a move, 9 nether dragon breath spurted out, and the jet-black dragon breath flames broke through the space and landed on the opponent. Perhaps relying on the powerful defensive soldiers to protect his body, the squad leader who was in the middle domination realm did not dodge. Instead, with blood-red color all over his body, he faced Long Yu's move of 9 nether dragon breath. Everyone watching the battle could see what he meant, that is, I am not afraid of you, just use whatever means you have, I don't even bother to hide. This move immediately ushered in waves of cheers that shook the mountains and rivers. All the spectators in the martial arts arena cheered, applauding the squad leader of their battlefield legion. However, these cheers soon stopped. Because no one expected that the 9 nether dragon breath spurted from Long Yu's mouth would be so powerful. Even though he had an ancient level defensive armor to protect his whole body, Long Yu's 9 nether dragon breath move also caused huge damage to him. The most important thing was the corrosive power brought by the mysterious shadow power, which was almost just a breath. In a matter of seconds, the surface of the blood-red defensive armor was completely corroded. If this continues, the defensive soldiers will definitely not be able to withstand the erosion of the 9 nether divine inscriptions. After all, Long Yu's basic strength has now been improved, and it has reached the peak of the 12th level in conjunction with the shadow attribute divine text. It also has mysterious shadow power. The most important thing is that the inner world has transformed into a small world, and the power of the world has increased. A series of enhancements have rapidly increased the destructive power of Long Yu's innate magical power to an incredible level. Even ancient-level defensive soldiers cannot withstand the erosion of the 9 nether dragon breath. This made the mid-level leader of the team stunned for a moment, and then he immediately reacted. He originally wanted to resist Long Yu's method head-on, but he didn't expect Long Yu's method to be so destructive, which shocked him. He had to change his previous battle thinking and truly regard Long Yu as an evenly matched opponent. You must know that even his strongest attack cannot break through his defenses as quickly as 9 nether dragon breath. Soldier armor. Therefore, he knew that Long Yu in front of him definitely had real strength, so he dared to challenge a mid-level master like him. If he continued to despise the opponent, he might lose to Long Yu in the end. Blood divine inscriptions, endless blood shadows. A Taiko-level supergrade martial skill was directly displayed by the mid-level master. Endless bloody divine inscriptions suddenly burst out from his body, condensing into thousands of bloody shadow clones. These blood-colored shadow clones rushed directly towards Long Yu's 9 nether dragon breaths with the technique of burning jade and stone, and then directly self-destructed, easily blasting Long Yu's entire 9 nether dragon breaths to pieces. Immediately afterwards, one after another, the bloody shadow clones rushed towards Long Yu. It could be seen that this was a powerful method of condensing the clones with one divine text and then self-destructing. With this martial skill, the opponent may have already practiced to the level of transcendence or even transformation. Levels. Otherwise, the Taiko-level supergrade martial arts would not be so powerful, which made Long Yu feel unparalleled pressure. The captain of the Battlefield Legion is indeed extraordinary. It takes an opponent like this to allow me to truly control my own power. Facing the other party's terrifying martial arts skills, Long Yu not only wasn't afraid, but actually became excited inside. Faced with so many bloody shadow clones, Long Yu did not retreat but advanced forward, facing them head-on, with Mad War Divine symbols shining all over his body. Although he is currently only at the 6th level in compatibility with the Mad War Divine when the Mad War Celestial body he cultivates is an endless level high-grade martial skill. This is a rare martial skill level for the entire human race and the demon race. With the help of the crazy battle against the celestial body, Long Yu forcibly increased the strength of his physical body by several levels. At this moment, combined with the defense methods such as death energy and death armor, Long Yu actually withstood the impact and explosion of the opponent's bloody shadow clone head-on. Under the influence of the lingering death energy, the impact and blast power of those bloody shadow clones was directly cut in half, and then was blocked by the death armor and the crazy battle celestial barrier. As expected, it did not harm Long Yu at all. This terrifying defensive ability surprised the mid-level master team leader, but he was not surprised. After all, the martial arts he performed were only ancient-level martial arts, comparable to Long Yu's endless-level body refining martial arts. In comparison, it is indeed much worse. Even if his cultivation level is one level higher than Long Yu's, he still can't break through Long Yu's celestial body defense with the technique of endless blood shadow, not to mention that Long Yu also has the defense method of Death Realm body refining. As Long Yu sprinted over and was about to get close to the squad leader, the other party did not panic. Instead, he raised his hand. A pair of blood-colored bells appeared in his hand, and suddenly a burst of soul-stirring magic sound came out. This burst of soul-stirring demonic sound is specially designed to attract people's attention, and it can be concentrated into a beam to attack Long Yu alone. The soul-stirring demonic sound struck, instantly intruding into Long Yu's ears, but at this moment, the power of his world-purifying body flashed across his body, and the powerful effect of this secret martial arts method directly blocked the effect of the soul-stirring demonic sound. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu clenched his fist and punched out directly, hitting the squad leader instantly. With this punch, Long Yu felt as if he had hit a steel wall, and the force of the shock caused him to "My fists are a little sore." Fortunately, this punch was powerful enough, and it knocked the opponent directly away. At the beginning, the 9 nether dragon breath had already corroded the surface of the opponent's blood-red armor. Now the power of this punch exploded, creating a crack in the blood-red armor. The team leader fell heavily to the ground, but Long Yu did not relax at all, because he noticed that a mist seemed to begin to fill the center of the entire martial arts arena. This burst of mist, which was light red at first, slowly floated and spread from the ground, and gradually turned into a deep red color, shrouding the entire center of the fighting arena. The mist appeared so fast that Long Yu didn't even react. Mainly because he was obsessed with blowing the opponent away at that time, and even if he noticed it, he couldn't dispel the mist. What's more, Long Yu has no means to dispel the mist. This layer of mist seems to be able to shield my spiritual perception, and enhance the opponent's spiritual perception and speed, etc. It is a powerful way to weaken the opponent and strengthen oneself. Long Yu's heart moved, and he felt that it was difficult for him to detect the opponent's position. Both spiritual perception and naked eyes were blocked by this layer of blood-red mist. However, Long Yu did not panic, but used the method of balanced control, and directly attached a burst of balanced light to himself, enhancing his spiritual perception tenfold. After all, Long Yu has cultivated this secret martial art of balanced control to the 9th level, and it comes with the powerful means of balancing light, which suddenly makes Long Yu's spiritual perception more than 1,000 times stronger than before. The opponent was in front of him at the beginning, so Long Yu certainly didn't need to use balanced control, but now, since the opponent wanted to hide, Long Yu certainly couldn't let the opponent do what he did. Not only was Long Yu's spiritual sense perception improved, and he suddenly noticed the opponent's location, he also used balanced control to shield his own aura. In this way, the situation on the field was reversed. Originally, in the bloody mist, Long Yu should have been unable to find the squad leader and the squad leader was hiding. But now the situation is exactly the opposite. It has become that Long Yu is hiding and the squad leader can't find Long Yu. Outside the martial arts arena, many people watching the battle were also confused. Only superpowers like Shui Luo, Hong Ying, and Yu Fei could clearly see the situation in the field and know how the battle situation in the field had become. The other Emperor-level battlefield Legion soldiers had no idea what was going on in the field. They only saw the blood-colored mist floating up, and then they thought of the squad leader's special skill. Now that kid is in trouble. The blood mist has come out. It can be said that the kid is blind. He can't find our team leader at all. Yes, without spiritual perception, I want to see how that kid can defeat our team leader. It's just that I hope that boy won't lose too embarrassingly. After all, he is the man of the princess in our clan. If he loses too ugly, the face of the princess will not look good either. A group of people were talking about it, but they didn't know what was going on. It was completely opposite to what they thought. Can't you find me? The corners of Long Yu's mouth were slightly raised. In the thick blood-colored fog, he relied on balanced control and balanced light to clearly detect the opponent's location. But the captain couldn't sense Long Yu, because Long Yu blocked all his own aura with balanced control. How so? The squad leader's face was full of astonishment. His bloody fog was a very powerful method. He had always used it to fool his opponents. But he didn't expect that when he faced Long Yu now, he would be fooled instead. Fortunately, although he lost the trace of Long Yu, he still believed that Long Yu could not find him, so he felt quite relieved. On the other hand, he also has the means to enhance his spiritual perception. As long as he uses it, he can still find Long Yu again. But obviously, it was too late for him to use that method, because Long Yu's offensive had already swept over directly. The ancient Dragon Bones Tower appeared from the palm of Long Yu's palm, and Long Yu entered the interior of the Dragon Bones Ancient Tower. Dragon Skeleton broken. Long Yu directly urged the ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower to spin at high speed. At this moment, the surrounding bloody fog directly rolled up, and then gathered together on the top of the tower, instantly sprinting towards the squad leader. The team leader had not reacted at all. He was still thinking about discovering Long Yu's traces, but now Long Yu's tyrannical offensive had arrived. Twice, 3 times, 4 times. Long Yu thought silently in his heart, the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower's Dragon Skeleton breaking offensive this time has exploded with 4 times the power. It has reached the level of divine harmony, and it is too easy to explode with high multiples of power. This is the tyranny of the endless level warriors. Even the Dragon Skeleton Break, which bursts out with 4 times the power, is much more destructive than the Void Burial. However, this move also has a fatal flaw, that is, it is more difficult to hit the target. Anyway, it was just a discussion, and Long Yu didn't want to seriously injure or kill the opponent, so there was no need to control the opponent. Otherwise, if the 9 Nether Dragon's true spirit were shocked, the opponent would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Of course, it is not ruled out that the opponent will also have some means to save his life at critical moments, but Long Yu will not use the killer weapon of Joyo Shock in the competition. The dragon's body was shattered, bringing up the storm and clouds, and the thick bloody fog rolled up, attacking the squad leader in an instant. The squad leader's exposed eyes were full of astonishment. He never expected that Long Yu would be able to find his location in the thick bloody fog. but at this moment, he didn't care to guess how Long Yu found him. The most important thing was to resist or avoid Long Yu's powerful offensive. This move of breaking the dragon's bones was so powerful that it even frightened the team leader. How could this method be performed by a kid who had just stepped into the secret realm of domination? To be honest, this is the first time for the captain to see such a strong lower-level master, who is no less powerful than a mid-level master like him. No wonder, it's the man that Her Royal Highness is attracted to. He was thinking in his heart, but there was no stagnation at all. He knew that the pair of bloody bell warriors in his hands were of no use to Long Yu, so he put them away directly, and then took out a long blood-red stick. As soon as the stick appeared, it instantly became thicker and longer, and then it was knocked down by the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda that was attacking at a high speed. The bloody divine power covered the stick with a thick layer, and it also brought up the stick. A whirlwind hit the ancient dragon skeleton tower with a bang. This was the first time that the ancient dragon bone pagoda was hit head-on during the process of using the dragon bone break. To Long Yu's surprise, the opponent's stick had infinite power, and it actually smashed the dragon bone ancient pagoda's body. The forward momentum was blocked. So powerful? What kind of stick is this? Long Yu was dumbfounded, and then he realized that the other party's stick turned out to be the divine product of Taichu. The Taichu divine grade was originally rare, but now the level of Long Yu is different, and he proposes a challenge. Of course Xuelua will find someone more powerful to deal with him, otherwise how can there be suspense? Level-up challenges have long been commonplace for Long Yu. If this mid-level master is not strong, there is no way it can put some pressure on Long Yu. Therefore, Xuelua deliberately chose a team leader with the Taichu divine grade to fight against Long Yu. Although this team leader has just awakened his Taichu divine stick to the 6th level, it is definitely more than enough to fight against Long Yu, who has just stepped into the secret realm of dominance. In that case, let's make a sneak attack first. Long Yu took advantage of the opponent's Taichu divine grade bloody long stick to collide with his own ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Without thinking, he directly activated his Dantian. A layer of light blue water flowed continuously on his hands, and then turned into 2 handfuls of light blue water. Blue Space Blade. The Duankong Ultimate Kill is an excellent means of sneak attack. Long Yu uses the endless-level high-grade combat soldier Duankong Holy Spring to turn it into a space blade and sneak attack into the opponent's body in an instant. The Skybreaking Holy Spring and the Skybreaking Kill are an extremely powerful sneak attack method used by Long Yu. Without the other party being aware of it, the Skybreaking Holy Spring can be directly condensed into a spatial sharp blade and appear in the opponent's body, directly attack the inside of the opponent's body. Especially after Long Yu has cultivated the Duankong Ultimate Kill to the peak level, the Duankong Holy Spring can actively look for weaknesses in the opponent's body. If it is dealing with a relatively weak existence, it can kill the opponent in one go. At this time, Long Yu used the Duankong Ju Kung Fu skill, and the Duankong Holy Spring Warrior turned into a space blade, which suddenly broke through the body of the team leader and found the location of the opponent's demon pill. Just as he was about to crush the opponent's demon core in one fell swoop, the opponent had already noticed something was wrong. He roared angrily and instantly spread out a pair of blood-colored wings behind his back. When the blood demon clan transforms into its own body, its physical strength will suddenly increase a lot, and the blood-colored wings can also enhance their physical recovery ability. At this moment, the opponent's wings spread out, and the whole person immediately took off. The bloody divine inscriptions quickly condensed in the demon pill, and actually forced out the 2 spatial sharp blades transformed from the holy spring of Duankong. Didn't work. Long Yu was a little regretful. It seemed that the martial arts of Duankong Ju Kill was indeed too low-end. It was only an ancient-level martial skill, not an endless level, so the effect would be much worse. It might be fine when used against humans, but generally it won't be effective when used against monsters. Long Yu thought in his heart, but without any pause in his hand, he activated the Void Dragon Blade to fly out directly, and the power of the water element spread directly in the field. The next moment, countless water-based primordial powers directly surrounded the mid-level Dominator squad leader, and Void Burial was about to be unleashed. This move is not particularly effective when used to deal with godlike mirror clones in the same realm as Long Yu. However, the captain of the Battlefield Legion he is facing now is not a godlike mirror clone and cannot be that strong. Therefore, once the Void Burial is activated, the opponent will have to shed his skin even if he does not die. The captain also felt the power of this move and was extremely wary of it. The most important thing was that he was surprised that Long Yu was able to use the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu. This was something that even some great masters could not do. Secretly marveling in his heart, the captain did not surrender, but began to wave the bloody long stick in his hand. It was the supreme beginning divine art that he had awakened to the 6th level. Bloodstick dance. The squad leader shouted sharply, and the blood-red wings on his back kept flapping, condensing the blood-colored divine inscriptions on the Taichu divine artifact, and then the long blood-colored stick started to dance in his hand, and actually brought up a bloody whirlwind that spread to all directions. The terrifying bloody storm swept through the whole place in an instant, and even dispersed some of the power of the water element. Although it could not be completely defeated, it also prevented the launch of the Void Burial method. This surprised Long Yu. The awakened Taichu divine grade was actually so powerful. It seems that I have to awaken Xiaxu as soon as possible. As a divine product of the beginning, only awakening can maximize the power. The previous unparalleled fit seems to be no longer enough. Long Yu thought in his heart and did not give up. He continued to let Xiaxu use Void Burial, while he himself was covered in the Mad Battle Attribute divine text, raised his fist and flew towards the team leader. With the power of the water element lingering, the team leader was focusing all his efforts on dealing with the Void Nether Dragon Blade, but he did not expect that the Void Nether Dragon Blade and Long Yu were completely controlled by 2 consciousnesses, and could be separated to deal with him together. Caught off guard, the captain was hit in the back by Long Yu's punch. His whole body was stunned. Then his wings subconsciously spread out, and a bloody whirlwind rushed towards Long Yu's face. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. However, Long Yu didn't care about the opponent's offensive at all. He raised his fist and continued to hit. The power of the Mad War divine text continued to condense in his hands, and then he vented it out, hitting the opponent's back with one punch after another. Until Long Yu's entire body was blown away by the opponent's bloody storm, the opponent's back had also been hit by Long Yu's 7 or 8 punches, and the crazy war divine text almost tore off the opponent's bloody wings. At this time, all the other party's thoughts can still only be focused on the Void Dragon Blade, because Xiaxu continues to condense the power of the water element and wants to launch the Void Burial. If not stopped, then this move can kill the squad leader. Thanks to these 7 or 8 punches, Long Yu suddenly felt that his heart was clear, and the crazy fighting divine text seemed to be more intense all over his body. However, he soon discovered that this was just an illusion. The reason why he had such an illusion was just because of his crazy fighting. The celestial realm has improved. The move of crazy fighting celestial body is an endless level high-grade martial skill. Endless level martial arts are already very rare, and this is still a top-grade martial skill. Only the remaining members of the Bone clan can obtain such a martial skill. Previously, Long Yu had trained him to the level of Deshang, and could use the crazy fighting boxing cannon and crazy fighting defensive barrier. But now, after the hearty 7 or 8 punches just now, and under the power of the bloody storm that the opponent kept sweeping out, Long Yu finally understood this trick and reached its peak level. The Mad War divine text began to condense a faint momentum around his body. This momentum made Long Yu feel like I am a war madman. And at the same time, due to the improvement of the realm of the crazy battle celestial body, the physical strength of Long Yu's whole body has been enhanced, and his flesh and bones have become stronger and more reliable. A rough estimate shows that Long Yu's physical strength has increased by at least 3 times. This made Long Yu burst into laughter. The increase in physical strength made his survivability stronger, and he was more able to use the celestial clan with confidence. I really hope this martial skill can be upgraded to the realm of transformation. In that case, to what extent will the strength of my physical body be enhanced? Long Yu thought in his heart, but he didn't aim too high. Now he has cultivated the Crazy War celestial body to the peak level, and derived a method of Crazy War celestial power. When activating the Crazy War celestial inscription, the Crazy War celestial power will naturally condense around Long Yu's body. The mad fighting power can be accumulated layer by layer, and can be superimposed without limit. Each additional level can double the power of Long Yu's use of the mad fighting divine text. This is a move with unlimited power. Crazy battle Tiancher, let me give it a try. Long Yu made up his mind and glanced at the squad leader who was still entangled with the void dragon blade. He once again concentrated on the mad war divine inscriptions and rushed towards the opponent. He had just been swept away by the opponent's bloody storm, but now his physical strength had increased by at least 3 times, and he suddenly broke into the opponent's bloody storm without being affected at all. Then, Long Yu continued to raise his fist and hit it, fighting with fists and cannons one punch after another. Every time he punches the opponent's back, the fierce fighting force around Long Yu can be stacked 1 more layer, and it soon reaches 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers. Long Yu punched out 1 punch after another, each punch was more powerful than the last, and he fully displayed the effect of the crazy fighting force. Even the bloody storm couldn't stop Long Yu from swinging his fists, and the captain gradually became unable to hold on. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, and after spreading his wings, he could increase the recovery speed of his physical body, so he could hold on for the time being. But if this continues, even if he possesses the bloody long staff of the Supreme Beginning God that has awakened to the 6th level, he will definitely not be able to withstand Long Yu. Isn't this Taichu divine product too evil? The captain became more and more frustrated as he fought. If it weren't for the void dragon blade holding him back, he would have been able to get rid of Long Yu's fist attack in minutes. But now, he can only put most of his strength into dealing with the void nether dragon blade. He can feel that if he allows this Taichu divine artifact to use that powerful method, he will only die. He has also used various methods to awaken the 6th level of the Supreme Beginning Divine Grade, but he still can't get rid of the entanglement of the Void Nether Dragon Blade. You must know that although the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void has not yet awakened, it is incompatible with Long Yu to the unparalleled level, and it is also a super soldier that has been smelted by the Taichu furnace. It is naturally stronger than the opponent's Taichu Divine Grade. The situation on the court became confusing. The many battlefield legion soldiers watching the battle around the martial arts arena all stared at the center of the martial arts arena with bated breath, and they were all stunned by this scene. The red mist that just spread across the entire field has disappeared, and everyone can see the situation in the martial arts arena. The team leader is being held back by the water element of the Void Dragon Blade, while Long Yu is constantly swinging it. The fists bombarded the squad leader, and each punch seemed to be more destructive than the last. It didn't take long before the crazy battle force finally reached 10 levels. Now Long Yu casually strikes out with the crazy fighting fist and cannon, and the power is 10 times that of the original punch. The superimposed momentum of the crazy fighting force is indeed an effect that can only be derived from the endless level high-grade martial arts. It is really shocking. Long Yu's whole body was covered with the divine inscriptions of the Mad War, and he was bathed in the glory of the Mad War. His whole body exerted more and more pressure on the squad leader, and soon the squad leader could no longer bear it. What kind of method is this? Each punch is more powerful than the last. If I let him continue, won't I definitely lose? It seems like the characteristics of endless level martial arts, but how can this kid get endless level martial arts? The captain secretly guessed in his heart, gritted his teeth, and persisted in enduring Long Yu's attack. Originally, Long Yu's attack was not painful at first, and he resisted the Void Dragon Blade with all his strength, but now, with the superposition of the fierce battle, Long Yu's fist became more and more powerful, and it was still growing exponentially. This situation made the team leader a little panicked. He really didn't know how to face this situation. The Void Nether Dragon Blade is obviously a self-aware warrior, but isn't it the divine product of the beginning? Only those who have awakened to the 12th level of Taichu divine grade can have self-awareness, but this. The squad leader's thoughts became completely confused. He could neither understand the existence of the Void Dragon Blade nor understand what was going on with the dragon Yuquangzhan Tianshi. Endless level martial arts, even those at the level of Xuelua may not be able to cultivate them, let alone the ordinary team leader in front of him. It is already very rare to possess the Taichu divine grade. When the captain of the Blood Demon tribe of the Battlefield Legion was in a state of confusion, it already meant that he was starting to weaken, while Long Yu's momentum was at its peak. The layers of the crazy fighting force were still stacking up, and finally it reached the point where the team leader noticed the abnormal threat, and no longer paid attention to the Void Nether Dragon Blade. He turned around and struck out with a stick from the long blood-colored stick in his hand. The blood-colored divine inscriptions condensed into countless stick shadows, attacking Long Yu's head and face. Long Yu laughed loudly, raised his fist, and with the violent aura of the mad fighting force, the mad fighting fist blasted out. With 2 punches, it not only knocked back the opponent's bloody long stick Taichu divine grade, but also knocked it back again. After superimposing 2 layers of the crazy fighting heavenly power, the power of the crazy fighting divine text will skyrocket again. And at this time, because the opponent no longer paid attention to the Void Nether Dragon Blade, the power of the water system was finally completely condensed, and the strongest method that Xiaoshu could use, the Void Burial, finally broke out. At this moment, Long Yu ran directly into the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade, and the explosion of Void Burial suddenly filled the entire martial arts arena. The tyrannical power of the water system caught the captain of the Blood Demon clan off guard. He was surrounded by the void flow. He only had time to wave the blood-colored long stick in his hand and build a bloody defense barrier to resist the void flow. Burial's strangulation power. However, it is simply impossible to withstand the current burial in the void just by relying on the bloody long stick of the supreme beginning god grade that has awakened to the 6th level. The blood-colored defensive barrier only lasted for 2 breaths, before it was completely shattered in the endless whirlpool of water-based primordial power, and then the squad leader himself was also stirred into it. In the audience seat, Xueluo stood up immediately, and finally raised his hand, and a rich bloody divine text condensed into a bloody whirlwind and swept into the field. Long Yu was in the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade and quickly came to the side to watch. He understood that Xueluo was about to save the team leader. Although this move of Void Burial is unlikely to completely kill the squad leader, it can definitely injure him seriously. After all, it is just a sparring exercise. It is impossible for Xuelua to watch Long Yu or any of his squad captains sparring. He was seriously injured, that was unnecessary. As for the outcome, the situation just now was already clear. Even if Xueluo takes action now, his group of Battlefield Legion soldiers will not say anything more. Anyone can feel the destructive power contained in the Void Burial move. Soon, with Xuelua's rescue, the Void Burial was finally driven away by the bloody whirlwind, but the team leader of the Blood Demon clan had already been slightly injured by the Void Burial. The blood-red warrior armor that covered his body had been corroded by the 9 nether dragon breath. He had just been hit by Long Yu with his crazy fighting force for more than 10 times, and it had already reached the edge of being unable to withstand it. At this moment, being buried in the void, the blood-red warrior armor on his body had been completely shattered, and his blood-red wings were curled up together. Only the Taichu divine-grade blood-colored long stick in his hand was still intact. Held in his hand, he continuously condensed the bloody divine inscriptions to resist being buried in the void. It can be seen that if Xuelua had not directly dispelled the void burial, the team leader would have been seriously injured in it. I lost. Xuelua took action, and the result of this discussion was decided. The Blood Demon clan captain did not say much, but simply admitted the fact, then stood up and left to the side. Long Yu nodded and respected the other party. If you lose, you will lose. There is no denying it. With so many people watching, it is also a kind of courage to be able to admit one's failure, frankly. Xuelua's subordinates are indeed of good character, and they won't act like the most powerful man in the world like the third prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan before. When the squad leader admitted his failure, the thousands of Blood Demon Tribe Battlefield Legion soldiers who came to watch in the martial arts arena all cast admiring glances at Long Yu. Originally, they didn't think highly of Long Yu. They always felt that he was able to make meritorious deeds on the foreign battlefield because of Hong Ying's support and luck. But now it seems that it is no accident that this Long Yu was able to perform meritorious deeds. Not only was he able to leapfrog the challenge and win, but the various momentum he displayed in the battle left a deep impression on everyone present. Especially the crazy fighting power that was displayed one after another at the end. As the layers were piled up one after another, even the captains and deputy commanders who were some high-ranking masters or even great masters couldn't help but be frightened by it. This method is really too powerful, and I don't know what kind of martial skill it is. And now everyone knows that Long Yu mainly cultivates and comprehends the shadow attribute divine words and space attribute divine words. Now it seems that even the mad war attribute divine words are so powerful. This is something that everyone can't help but admire. You must know that it is already very remarkable for ordinary practitioners to be able to major in one attribute of divine power, let alone someone like Long Yu who can master all three attributes of divine power. So strong. What's more, he can also use the power of the water element. They have never heard of a guy who has just broken through to the secret realm of domination can use the power of the 5 elements of the primeval. In any case, Long Yu won this competition, and he won without any suspense, leaving Xueluo's subordinates with nothing to say. Your strength has really improved by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. It's amazing. Hong Ying flew towards Long Yu, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. She still remembered that when she was on White Feather Star, Long Yu faced more than a dozen lower-level masters and upper-level masters. At that time, he had to use all the power of the 4 ancient palaces to kill those 10 masters. But now, if Long Yu encounters the siege of more than 10 masters again, I am afraid that there is no need to use any other power at all. Just relying on the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower and the Void Nether Dragon Blade will be enough to cut off the opponents one by one. And it was only more than 2 months from that time. For most cultivators, there will basically not be much improvement in 2 months, but Long Yu was abruptly promoted from the 5-star Emperor level, to the 6-star Emperor, to the 7-star Emperor, and finally broke through to the secret realm of domination in one fell swoop. This speed is simply shocking and inexplicable. But Long Yu knew that all this was because of the presence of the Void Dragon Blade. Otherwise, he would never have been able to break through to the secret realm of dominance so quickly. From Concubine Yu's mouth, we know that all the core members of the Jiuyo clan are basically able to completely absorb the energy from elixirs or other cultivation resources. It is precisely because of the existence of this ability that the Jiuyo clan can absorb energy from within the Jiuyo realm. A small tribe has grown to occupy a galaxy all by itself. You have also reached the Great Master, and you are still much stronger than me. I just want to catch up with you quickly. Long Yu said with a smile to Hong Ying. Want to catch up with me? Sister, I'm waiting. Hong Ying giggled and said, "It's getting late, let's go get something to eat first." To celebrate, we all bumped into the three-headed alien race, which means we narrowly escaped death. We are lucky to be back. Long Yu nodded in agreement. Although he had some tricks up his sleeve, when facing the three-headed alien race, even if there was a problem in any link, he would have been shattered to pieces. He really relied on luck in many places. In the martial arts arena, after the sparring competition ended, everyone gradually dispersed, and from then on, stories about Long Yu spread among the Emperor's legions led by Shui Luo. Regarding this, Long Yu had no time to pay attention to it. That night, after everyone celebrated, they went back. At the celebration banquet, Long Yu gave the proud sword technique obtained from Baiyu to Gu Yixian, as well as other gains obtained during the alien battlefield, and distributed them to friends in need. The Aoguang sword technique is obtained from a big leader of the ascetic alliance. The endless level middle grade martial arts technique from Baiyu is definitely a superior sword technique. Combined with the two martial arts secret techniques of the White Feather Demon clan obtained by Gu Yixian to enhance the sword technique, it is conceivable that soon Gu Yixian will become the undisputed strongest person from Jiuyou realm. Of course, except Long Yu. Others, such as Feng Yusen, Lu Yuan, Sunset Wu, and others, have also obtained a lot of things, and they have been practicing. Whether it is martial arts realm or combat experience, they are more than half a point stronger than before. Everyone was getting stronger, and no one lost their lives during this period. At most, some people were seriously injured, and they were fine after they came back and took some healing elixirs refined by Liao Lei. Everything went very smoothly. The same is true for Long Yu himself, but he still has a knot in his heart, that is, about his father. When he comes back from the ancient alien ruins this time, it is almost time to look for Long Zitian and see what he is. Such situation. After the celebration, Long Yu went back with Hong Ying. The two of them still have a lot of things to do tonight. The first thing is that Long Yu wants to transfer the Xinwu world and Hong Ying's small world to his own small world, and the bones that are temporarily in Hong Ying's small world. The remaining members of the family also need to be transferred back. After all, the person negotiating terms with the Bone Clan survivors is Long Yu. It is better to let them live in Long Yu's small world. And now, Long Yu has mastered the cultivation of the secret realm. For those Bone Clan survivors is completely invincible. Let's get these things done first, and then we still have the remains of the godlike powerhouse's small world to explore. In the middle of the night, everyone will come together. It all depends on who can find what, haha. Hong Ying and Long Yu were also looking forward to this, but they didn't have much time. Even if the two of them searched for a whole night, they couldn't possibly search the ruins of the small godlike world. Therefore, they invited Man Xian, Qi Hua, Feng Haofeng and a series of others to come over and search together. Everyone would be interested in the ruins of the small world of a powerful godlike person. Now Long Yu has obtained the remains of a small world belonging to a powerful godlike person. In fact, he has obtained his world mark, but this world mark is a piece of ice cut in half. The ice broke into two pieces, but did not melt. After all, it was a fusion of ice-attributed divine writings. It was not easily destroyed, and it was the remains of a small world belonging to a powerful godlike person. Therefore, the remains of the small world of that kind of god are also divided into two parts. As for what is in which part, no one can know. Long Yu and Hong Ying didn't know either. They planned to explore half of it together and then let others explore the other half. This night, Hong Ying and Long Yuxian communicated together, and moved the Xinwu world, which was originally temporarily placed in Long Yu's small world, as well as the Bone Clan survivors and others, to the current Long Yu's new small world. Long Yu has entered the secret realm of dominance and has his own little world. Of course, he no longer needs to borrow Hong Ying's little world, otherwise it will be a burden to Hong Ying. In the new world of martial arts, hundreds of billions of martial arts and demon cultivators gather together. How much spiritual energy of heaven and earth do they need to cultivate and survive? There are also those remaining members of the Bone Clan who may not be able to bear it anymore. You must know that the Red Warbler did not provide them with much spiritual energy from heaven and earth before. Fortunately, now that Long Yu has broken through to the secret realm of dominance, the small world has finally successfully condensed, and these creatures can survive safely in his small world. In the new world of martial arts, there was originally a system like the Five Emperors Alliance, led by Emperor Yun, one of the five emperors. There has been no trouble these days. On the contrary, many highly talented martial artists have emerged throughout the continent. Demon cultivators were all included in the Five Emperors Alliance for key training. If these geniuses who have been trained have strong enough fighting consciousness and cultivation talents, then Emperor Yun will recommend them to Long Yu or Han Ying, and let those geniuses go outside to experience. Of course, the premise is that they must at least reach the level of a one-star emperor. Only if you have a certain level of cultivation, otherwise you will have no ability to survive in the third outer galaxy. In the Xingwu world, there is another special place, which is where the White Feather Monster clan lives. Si Qingfeng and Si Tianlei, father and son, and the more than 100,000 tribesmen of the White Feather Monster clan, all live in the canyon of Xingwu world without outsiders to disturb them, but they can also go to other places in Xingwu world for training if they wish. Wait. Since the White Feather Demon clan has two great masters, one is like Tianlei, and the other is an elder, its overall status in the Xingwu world can be said to be unshakable. There is no need to worry about being bullied, and like Tianlei is also I will definitely not let the clansmen bully other people in the Xingwu world. Therefore, in the Xingwu world, the 100,000 tribes of the White Feather Demon clan and others can be said to be in harmony with each other and are developing on their own in a very stable manner. After all, for these 100,000 white-feathered monsters, the most important thing is not to become stronger, but to survive. They must first ensure the living environment of their people. Now, the new world of martial arts has finally returned to Long Yu's small world, and Long Yu finally has two great masters in his body, and there are dozens of other masters of the secret realm, all of whom are members of the White Feather Monster clan. Middleman. The combined combat power of these people is definitely more than that of a Dragon Yu. If you encounter danger, you can consider asking them to come out to help or something. In addition to the Xingwu world, there is also the area where the Bone Clan survivors are located. The remaining members of the Bone Clan are a tribe of 300,000 people, and they have no way to serve as channelers. Since the Red Orioles did not provide them with any spiritual energy from heaven and earth, they have not developed much in recent years. Long Yugong transferred them all to his own small world and immediately began to provide them with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the generation speed of heaven and earth spiritual energy in Long Yu's small world is still very slow, he estimated that it is almost enough for so many creatures to practice in it. In this way, there are a total of hundreds of billions of martial arts and demon cultivators from the new martial arts world, 100,000 White Feather Demon clan, and 300,000 Bone Clan survivors living in the Long Yu small world. Of course, there are also the hundreds of billions of captives, captured by the Ice God clan, which are not within the scope of Long Yu's jurisdiction. In order to provide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to the martial arts and demon cultivators in the new martial arts world, as well as the remaining members of the Bone Clan, Long Yu the aura of heaven and earth in Yu Shao world has almost been consumed, and it can basically be said to be in a state of balance. If you still want to take care of the prisoners of the Ice God clan, then the entire small world will collapse. After all, Long Yu is the lower master now. The regeneration speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the small world is not that fast. It is not as strong as Han Ying and Yufei. It can even accommodate trillions of creatures to thrive and cultivate in it. Even Han Ying has trillions of creatures existing in her small world, which together enhance the power of her world, and this is also an important means to increase her strength after dominating the secret realm. As long as the level of martial arts improves, the speed at which the aura of heaven and earth is born in the small world will increase, allowing more creatures to enter and thrive, increasing the power of my world. Long Yu also has some understanding of the power improvement during the period of domination of the secret realm. In addition to the improvement of basic strength, the improvement of world power can also enhance the combat effectiveness of the strong men in the domination of the secret realm. Not to mention anything else, now that there are hundreds of billions of martial arts cultivators and demon cultivators from the new martial arts world in Long Yu's small world, the power of his world has more than doubled. Originally, the power of the world only increased Dragon Yu's combat effectiveness by about 10%, but now it has increased to 20%, which greatly improved Long Yu's overall strength. If I could have enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth to support the hundreds of billions of ice gods, my world power would increase by 10%. It's a pity that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Long Yu's current small world is completely insufficient. Even if it was enough, he would have to consider upgrading his magic dust heart, a secret martial art technique. The amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy required to improve this secret martial arts technique was too huge. But now that the small world naturally generates the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Long Yu has no need to take pills to replenish the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He only needs to control the amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the small world. After half a night, Long Yu's small world finally settled down. The Bone Clan survivors, Xinwu World and Ice God Clan prisoners were all in different locations. Although the Ice God tribe prisoners were in chaos, there was no chaos elsewhere anyway. Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to it. If necessary, he could just absorb all the power from the Ice God tribe, and it wouldn't matter if all the Ice God tribes died. Those who are not from our race must have different hearts. Long Yu will not be merciful to these Ice God clan, because he knows very well that if the cultivators of the human race and monster race fall into the hands of the strong Ice God clan, the same will happen. And if you want to increase the speed of spiritual energy birth in the small world, besides improving your martial arts realm, there is another way. After hearing Long Yu explain his situation, Hong Ying smiled slightly and said, "The way is to find some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and place them in your small world. This kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are called Tianling Source. The quality ranges from low to high, the effects vary greatly, but the value is high. You can search for the merit exchange list of the battlefield legions to see." Long Yu nodded when he heard this. He still had 5 million battlefield merits that were useless. He originally wanted to save them for critical moments. But now that Hong Ying has said it, he doesn't mind searching for those exchange lists. The source of heavenly spirit is a magical substance that continuously generates the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it can only take effect after being combined with the mark of the world. Long Yu opened the list of items that could be exchanged for the merits of the battlefield legions, and then began to search for information about the source of the heavenly spirit. This list was recorded in the jade slips he had taken from the battle patrol fortress. It was possible that he was interested in it. The thing is gone now, but it doesn't matter. He just wants to refer to it for the time being. Soon the list appeared in front of him. The source of heavenly spirits is indeed divided into low, medium and high levels, but isn't the difference too big? Long Yu Guang was stunned after taking one look at it. There was only one high-level source of heavenly spirit in the entire War Patrol Fortress warehouse. If combined with the world mark, it could increase the birth rate of the small world's heavenly and earthly spiritual energy by 10 times. Just this one thing, if converted into an increase in overall strength, would be equivalent to increasing the dragon's combat effectiveness several times. It's a pity that there is only one piece of this high-level source of heavenly spirit in the entire Battle Patrol Fortress warehouse, and the exchange condition is as high as 10 million Battlefield Legion contributions. Even Long Yu can only be daunted by this. If his previous 5 million battlefield merits were not exchanged for sapphire sulfur stone, the total amount could be exchanged for this source of heavenly spirit. However, if you think about it carefully, it is not necessary. A medium source of heavenly spirit, worth about 1 million in battlefield legion meritorious service, but it can only increase the birth of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the small world by 50%. Long Yu checked it out and found that it was certainly not as cost-effective as the high-level heavenly spirit source. For the same merit, it was half as effective. There was no need to exchange for the medium heavenly spirit source. As for the low-level source of heavenly spirit, there is no need to consider it. It can only increase the recovery speed of heaven and earth spiritual energy by 1 to 2%, and it has basically no effect. It seems that if you want the source of the heavenly spirit, you still have to accumulate 10 million battlefield legion meritorious deeds. Long Yu thought to himself, then shook his head and temporarily put the matter behind him and stopped thinking about it. Immediately afterwards, it was almost time to explore the remains of the small world of the powerful godlike person. Hong Ying had invited many people to come over before, and now it was almost midnight. Long Yu was quite looking forward to this. After all, it was the remains of a small world belonging to a powerful godlike person. Announce the author's WeChat public account, Feng Yin Zi Chen. Everyone is welcome to pay attention. There are still more than 100 people to reach 500 people, and an additional chapter will be added by then. There is also a book club, for 87821318 Longwu League. Everyone is welcome. Join the group to discuss the plot and chat. Shanxing and Longyi, two powerful demon race gods, gave the remains of the small alien godlike world that had been split in two to Long Yu as a reward. The world imprint of the remains of this small world is a piece of ice that cracked in half. It is made of unknown material. It is very strong. Anyway, it can be said to be indestructible to Long Yu or Hong Ying's existence. Only powerful people at the level of Shanxing and Longyi can break the world mark of the remains of this small world. At midnight, Man Xian, Chi Hua, Hua Meyer, Feng Yusen, Sunset Dance, etc., a series of more than 20 people, all came to Hong Ying's residence. Hong Ying invited them over during the day. These two pieces of ice are the remains of a small world belonging to a powerful godlike person. I didn't tell you about it during the day. Now go in and explore it. If you get anything, it will be yours. Hong Ying and Long Yu said to everyone together. Everyone was immediately shocked when they heard this. Even Gu Yixian, who had always been extremely calm, was stunned for a moment. They really didn't expect that such a good thing was waiting for them when Hong Ying asked them to come over in the middle of the night. What is the concept of the ruins of the small world of a powerful godlike person? Not to mention for them, even for other monster gods and human gods, they are absolutely extremely precious treasures. After all, there are only a few gods in each race. What's more, if you want to kill the godlike person and take away the opponent's small world remnant, it can be said responsibly that the small world remnant mark of the powerful godlike god of the Ice God clan in front of you is definitely a rare encounter in thousands of years. The things were now placed in front of them, waiting for them to explore. What could be in the wreckage of a small world? Anything is possible, especially if this is the remains of a small world belonging to a powerful godlike person. Even if it is the world imprint of any cultivator who dominates the secret realm, there may be anything in the wreckage of his small world, including soldiers, training resources, creations, martial arts jade slips, etc. What's more, the remains of a small world belonging to a powerful godlike person. Even if there are some divine items from the beginning stored in it, it is not too unusual. Simply put, it must be full of treasures, especially for cultivators at the level of Man Xian, Chi Hua, Gu Yixian, and others. Many things that gods look down upon are absolute treasures to them. What's more, is it something that even gods keep in their own little worlds? Of course, there are many opportunities to enter, but there are also dangers. It is very likely that there will be some powerful ice gods in the small god-like world. You must be careful. Long Yu said solemnly. But you don't have to worry. All the creatures inside that have reached the secret realm of domination have been killed by the senior gods of the demon race. So depending on your martial arts realm, you just need to be careful and don't provoke the local ice gods in that small world. It's definitely not dangerous. Red Warbler continued. Everyone nodded and took Hong Ying's words to heart. In fact, everyone can understand that among the ruins of the small world of the godlike powerhouse, there must be an internal continent like the Shenwu world, and there must be many ice gods on the continent. As long as these ice gods are not provoked, they will certainly not pose any threat. Okay, let's set off. The wreckage of this small world is relatively large. You can search for a while, but by the time you wake up, Hong Ying and I should have left here. Long Yu said with a smile. Half a night was definitely not enough for the other party to search the ruins of half of the godlike world, but it was enough for Long Yu and Hong Ying. After Long Yu and Hong Ying have searched the wreckage of the small world, they will immediately follow Concubine Yu and Xuelua to explore the ancient alien ruins. As for Guixian, Manqin Chihua, and the others, they can just continue to search the wreckage of the small world. If nothing else goes wrong, when Long Yu and Hong Ying can return from the ancient alien ruins, everyone's overall combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly improved again. After all, no matter what, they searched for the remains of the small world of the godlike strongman, and they could get some precious harvests, which would definitely greatly improve their strength. Well, Brother Long, you must be careful when going to the ancient alien ruins. I heard that even the powerful masters are likely to encounter mishaps there. Feng Yusen said to Long Yu with some concern. Long Yu has always been very fond of this little girl, and has not paid attention to her for a long time recently. Now look at her, as she grows older, she becomes more and more graceful and graceful. Well, I'll be careful. Long Yu nodded and said solemnly. Others also blessed Long Yu and Hong Ying. Their concern was palpable, but they had already said many things at the dinner before, so there was no need to say too much now. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone was ready to start exploring the remains of the small world of this kind of god in front of them. I'll wait outside for now, and when it's about time, two of you will come out and take over with me. Guixian said to the others. Everyone else nodded. Indeed, if you want to enter the ruins of the godlike strongman's small world and explore it, you can't do it without someone watching outside. Xiaoxiu, you should also watch from the outside together. We need to search the wreckage of the small world one by one, but we cannot travel through the void so quickly. Long Yu also smiled at the void nether dragon blade, but of course Xiaoxiu was extremely obedient and stayed outside with Guixian. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu and Hong Ying looked at each other, and then entered the wreckage of the small world on one side, while the others entered the wreckage of the small world on the other side. The space between the two pieces of ice once again welcomed an uninvited guest. The moment he entered this small world, a chill came over him. Long Yu couldn't help but shiver, and even the red warbler next to him did the same. It was really too cold in the wreckage of this small world, and because of the considerable damage, the ice attribute divine texts were somewhat confused. There is even some water-type Taichu power mixed in, making the cold feeling even worse. This is the small world of a powerful godlike person. Long Yu looked around and saw that what appeared in front of him was a void as white as ice and snow, filled with ice divine scripts everywhere, and even many ice divine script storms. This kind of storm is generally not violent, but it reduces the temperature in the entire small world to an extremely low level. Fortunately, this temperature only makes the cultivator feel a little cold, and will not cause any harm to the cultivator. However, the next moment, Hong Ying pointed in a direction in the distance. It's better for us to avoid the ice storm like that over there. Even if we are involved, we will probably be seriously injured if we get involved. Long Yu then looked around and saw a fierce snow-white storm, mixed with the power of the water element. Wherever he went, even the void almost turned into ice, reducing the entire nearby area to absolute 0°. Not even Han Ying dared to touch such a violent storm, let alone Long Yu. I'm a little worried about the guys on the other side, but they are all smart, so there shouldn't be any problems. Long Yu smiled and thought of the situation on the other side. Facing the wreckage of the small godlike world in such a situation, it is relatively convenient to move, but there are ice divine symbols everywhere, and the visibility is relatively low. The most important thing is to rely on spiritual perception. Han Ying nodded, agreeing with Long Yu's words. There were not many violent snow-white storms, and they were not moving very fast. As long as people were not stupid, there would be absolutely no problem in avoiding them. Let's begin, Light of Balance. Long Yu nodded to Han Ying, and then activated the secret method of balance control. The peak-level secret method directly released a burst of light of balance, blessing Han Ying's body. Han Ying took advantage of the situation and used balanced control to improve her spiritual perception, and she could sense a radius of hundreds of millions of miles in one fell swoop. With such powerful spiritual perception capabilities, Long Yu and Han Ying's search speed is absolutely top-notch. The small world of an ordinary lower-level master has a radius of 10 billion miles, while the small world of a powerful godlike person has a radius of more than 1 trillion miles. This is still calculated on the smaller side. Therefore, if it weren't for Long Yu's light of balance and Han Ying herself practicing balance control, it would not have been possible to spend only half a night searching through the remains of half of the godlike small world. In this world of ice and snow, the red warbler seems to have a bright light, shining hundreds of millions of miles around. There are many powerful storms. It seems that if we want to move forward, we will have to spend some time to avoid some of the larger storms. The latest fruit of innate magical power is located 80 million miles away from us. Would you like to go and take a look? Han Ying quickly came to the conclusion of the search and asked Long Yu. Godlike innate magical powers, are you sure about it? Long Yu asked with some uncertainty. In the previous search for the small world of the three-stage master, Han Ying could directly enter the opponent's innate magical power without any danger. But now, this is the small world of a powerful godlike person. You should give it a try even if you are not sure. The fruit of the innate magical power has not been destroyed yet. If nothing else happens, there will definitely be a lot of good things in it. Han Ying's eyes were shining. Although it was full of danger, for her, she just liked to do things that were full of challenges. Well, then go over there. I'll be waiting for you outside. Just be careful. It is impossible for Long Yu to enter the opponent's innate magical power. Entering with his martial arts realm is simply courting death, so at this time, he can only wait for Han Ying to take action. Don't worry, if there is any danger, I have life-saving skills. Han Ying giggled and flew directly towards 80 million miles away with Long Yu. Soon, the red warbler went 8,000 miles away. This void is still filled with blizzard-like ice divine power, but there is no too strong storm. Perhaps it is because near the fruit of innate magical power, the ice storm is much weaker than in other places. The two of them were suspended in the void, looking at the fruit of innate magical power in front of them. Their eyes were completely shocked, because the fruit of innate magical power that appeared in front of them turned out to be an extremely huge ice coffin. In the ice coffin, there is a huge dark body lying, with an extremely weird shape, similar to a human form, but with countless tentacles growing, and it is sealed in the ice in the huge ice coffin. This is... Han Ying felt a little weird. There is a corpse of an unknown creature lying inside this innate magical power? I have never heard of this kind of alien species. Aren't innate magical powers all born when cultivators are in the secret realm of magical powers? Long Yu frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said, I don't know whether this corpse existed when this innate magical power was first born, or whether the Ice God clan god placed this corpse in it later. I don't know. If we had seen the battle process of this Ice God clan god, we might be able to speculate, but now, we can't figure out anything. Hong Ying shook her head and said she was helpless. Then what do we do now? Long Yu raised his head and asked. Let me see if there is an entrance to this ice coffin. Can I enter it? As Hong Ying spoke, she activated the balance control and covered the entire ice coffin with all her spiritual senses, obviously wanting to detect the entire ice coffin. But soon, Hong Ying shook her head in disappointment. The entire ice coffin is completely sealed. It is impossible to find a way into the interior. There is only one way to get in, which is to break the ice coffin. Hong Ying said with a hesitant look in her eyes. Long Yu pondered, if we break this ice coffin, will there be any consequences? That pitch-black corpse is a creature we have never seen before. If there is something evil and weird, we can't eat it, gone. There is no need to break it. Anyway, the wreckage of this small world belongs to us now, and the fruit of this innate magical power cannot escape. Let's wait until it is safe before dealing with this thing. Hong Ying felt a little guilty. She had always been very bold, but for some reason, she felt creepy looking at the unknown corpse now. This situation can be said to have never happened before, making Hong Ying even more afraid of the unknown corpse. Now that there is an ice coffin sealing it inside, nothing will happen. However, if the coffin is shattered and the unknown body is directly exposed, it may cause some unexpected damage. Hong Ying's intuition told her that breaking the ice coffin would do her absolutely no good. Of course Long Yu obeyed Hong Ying. In fact, he also felt extremely strange from the corpse. Although the other party was just a corpse could make him feel so bad. It showed that the thing was alive. What kind of existence is it? You can go back and check the Battlefield Legion's information. You might be able to find something useful. Long Yu shook his head and said, it's better to forget it now. Let's continue looking for the next place. Red Warbler nodded in agreement with this suggestion. Let's go. Before the two left, they took another look at the unknown corpse sealed in the ice coffin. Their hearts felt cold again, and they quickly left the place without thinking much. Soon, the two of them were hundreds of millions of miles away from the ice coffin. When they arrived here, Hong Ying's spiritual sense could no longer detect its existence. It was only then that the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way, the strange aura of the unknown corpse had been lingering around them, giving them a very bad feeling. It's too weird. Senior Shanxing should know about this ice coffin and the corpse in it. After all, they came into the wreckage of the small world and killed many dominant legions of the Ice God clan. But he didn't explain it to us. Long Yu thought to himself, feeling a little strange. If it is something important and dangerous, they will definitely take it away, right? Hong Ying nodded, thinking the same thing. Are we worrying too much? I don't know. If you have a chance later, ask Senior Shanbing. We can't think of anything no matter how much we think about it here. Long Yu smiled and said. Yeah, let's see then. Hong Ying shook her head and stopped thinking about the unknown corpse. But for some reason, the appearance of the corpse always echoed in her mind, which was a bit lingering. Long Yu also felt a bit like this. He always felt that there was something wrong with the corpse, but he had no choice but to give up thinking for the time being. The two quickly approached the next fruit of innate magical power, and Hong Ying had already sensed its existence, but this time the situation was still a bit strange. Maybe the innate magical power has been destroyed. Let's go over and take a look. The entire small world was already in ruins and was broken into two halves. It was no surprise that the fruit of the innate magical power was destroyed. The two flew towards their destination and soon saw an extremely wide space crack. Near the space crack, even the ice divine inscriptions no longer existed at all. No matter what it is, as soon as you get close to it, it will be directly sucked away by the crack in space, without any suspense. And once you are sucked into the space crack, no one knows what you will encounter, not even the powerful gods. It is said that within the space crack, there is a fault in time and space, which is even more terrifying than the vortex of power of the 5 elements in the beginning. In the vortex of the 5 elements of Tai Chu, at least it is composed of the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu, and there is still energy. But this kind of space crack is said to be absolute nothingness. There is nothing inside. The reason why it is said to be a legend is because no one has ever been able to come out after entering it, even the powerful gods. Of course, there is naturally no godlike powerhouse here to try, but this is the saying that has been passed down since ancient times. I don't know how long ago, I am afraid that there was indeed a godlike powerhouse who tried but failed to return. In the past, Long Yu also used this kind of space crack to trap and kill many powerful people in the ruins of the small world of suffering people in the 9 Nether Realm. At that time, he had just arrived in the king's secret realm, but he was faced with the pursuit of the powerful Emperor realm. In the wreckage of the small world, he used these space cracks to directly kill countless powerful opponents, resulting in extremely heavy losses for the 2 empires. But now, even though Long Yu has improved a lot, he still doesn't dare to touch those space cracks. Firstly, it is a dead end, and secondly, there is no benefit at all. It's such a pity that a fruit of innate magical power fell into the space crack. Hong Ying said rather regretfully. There is no other way. Let's continue looking. Long Yu looked at the surrounding space cracks that could not be seen at a glance. There was not even a bit of ice divine inscriptions, it was completely empty, and he knew how dangerous the space cracks were. The 2 quickly passed through the area, and then continued flying deeper into the wreckage of the small world. Soon, the 2 of them were once again submerged in successive ice storms. It was almost impossible to see anything with the naked eye, and they could only rely on spiritual perception. Even gradually, even spiritual perception was affected, and the range that Hong Ying could sense became smaller and smaller. After an hour, it was reduced to only half of the original size. Another fruit of innate magical power has arrived. It seems that this innate magical power can weaken the intensity of spiritual perception, or even completely block spiritual perception. We are getting very close. I wonder if there will be any surprises. In the past, take a look? Hong Ying said in a deep voice. I'll go with you. I have the 9 Nether Hell Monument now. If we encounter any danger, I can also let us enter the 9 Nether Hell Monument directly. It will be absolutely safe. Unless of course we are sucked in. If you encounter a space rift, you really don't know what will happen. As Long Yu said this, he followed Hong Ying. Hong Ying did not object to Long Yu's proposal, and the 2 of them moved forward together. The further forward, the range of Hong Ying's spiritual perception became weaker and weaker. Soon, the 2 came to an area with flying snowflakes. The ice and snowflakes flying in this area had no destructive power, but they could shield the 2 people's spiritual perception to the greatest extent. Even Hong Ying's spiritual perception range has now been weakened to only 10 miles. This is already a very dangerous distance. After all, 10 miles is a distance that can be crossed in an instant for some powerful beings. If there is any dangerous situation around, the 2 of them will not notice it at all. However, the 2 did not flinch, but continued to move forward until their spiritual perception was completely blocked, and snowflakes were flying around them, completely covering their sight. Shouldn't we already be inside the fruit of innate magical power? Suddenly Long Yu raised a doubt. After walking for so long, he still hadn't touched anything substantial, so he couldn't help but wonder. When Hong Ying heard this, she immediately felt that it made sense. It's very possible, but the fruit of this innate magical power is weird. It can completely block our spiritual perception. If this kind of magical power is used in battle, the effect will be too unnatural. That's right. Long Yushin nodded in agreement. Balanced control can greatly enhance the practitioner's spiritual perception ability. Needless to say, it improves Long Yu and Hong Ying, and the effect is very obvious. And the innate magical power of this ice godlike god can actually block other people's spiritual perception. This is a method completely opposite to balanced control. If used on the battlefield, one can imagine how terrifying it would be. Under the shroud of this innate magical power, the enemy will become completely blind. The two of them moved forward slowly in the void filled with wind and snow. Since their spiritual perception and naked eyes were completely disabled, the two of them had to become extremely cautious and be alert to encounter any special situations at any time. They have already reached this point, and they have only one way to go forward, because if they go back, they will face the same situation. They have reached the central area of the entire wind and snow area, and as long as they head towards, just keep moving forward in one direction. In the flying snow, the two couldn't even see each other. They could only hold each other's hands. As they moved forward slowly, the power in their bodies continued to flow, ready to break out at any time. Long Yu is always ready with the 9 Nether Prison Monument. If there is any accident, he will try to take Hong Ying to hide in the 9 Nether Prison Monument. The sound of howling wind and snow kept coming from all around, and the two of them were walking through it like blind men. Fortunately, after a long time, there was no danger approaching the two of them. In this windy and snowy land, it seemed that there was only wind and snow left, and nothing else existed. There seems to be something ahead. Long Yu suddenly discovered something and shouted loudly. The howling wind and snow around him were too loud. If he didn't yell, Hong Ying might not be able to hear it. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying looked in the direction pointed by Long Yu, and sure enough she saw a little bit of hazy ice blue light coming from about a mile away in front and left. Although it is very hazy, with the white snow flying in the sky, it is still possible to distinguish the difference between it and the surrounding environment. Let's go and take a look. Hong Ying also shouted, and then she and Long Yu held hands and walked slowly toward the place where the hazy ice blue light came from. In the middle of the void where snowflakes were flying, a ray of ice blue light came out hazy. No one had been here for an unknown period of time. But now, Long Yu and Hong Ying came here and found that the ice blue light came from an ice crystal. Not only that, even the flying snow around is constantly flying out of this ice crystal. The endless flying snowflakes together constitute such a wonderful scene. It is really shocking that it can block the spiritual perception of cultivators who enter the range. Is this ice crystal the core of the entire innate magical power? Long Yu thought in his mind, a little unsure, because he compared the fruits of the 7 innate magical powers in his body and found no similar existence. Whether it is 9 Nether Dragon Breath, 9 Nether Hunters, or other magical powers, there is nothing similar to this ice crystal. This ice crystal should be a means of enhancing magical powers. It is not born in the fruit of innate magical powers, but is later found and placed in it to enhance the effect of magical powers. Hong Ying thought for a while, and then said loudly to Long Yu, if someone practices and understands the divine inscriptions with ice attributes, the effect of this ice crystal must be very good and the value is very high. If it is contributed to the battlefield legion, it will cost at least hundreds of dollars. Thousands of battlefield legionary achievements. Millions of battlefield legionary achievements, this number is definitely a lot. Long Yu was a little surprised, this was equivalent to a heavenly crystal level creation. How much power can this ice crystal increase the innate magical power of ice attributes? Long Yu shouted and asked. When he came near the ice crystal, the sound of the cold wind blowing snow around him became even noisier. He had to make the sound louder than before so that the other party could hear it. At least twice, or even 3 times, there are similar existences with other attributes in the world, but they are very rare. If there are similar existences with shadow attributes, it will also be very effective in improving your magical power. As Feng Yin said this, she began to move. The bloody divine words spread from her body and gradually condensed into a huge bloody hand. Then this bloody hand grabbed the ice crystal and immediately stopped its tendency to send out cold air. The ice crystal did not emit any destructive power, but was taken away by the red warbler. When the ice crystal was put into the red warbler's small world, the temperature in the field suddenly increased a lot. Even the noisy sound of the cold wind blowing snow suddenly weakened. The surrounding snow blowing became slower and slower, and the spiritual perception of Long Yu and Feng Yin also began to gradually recover. Although I have not fully recovered, I can at least sense the existence hundreds of miles away. It seems that this is the original effect of this innate magical power. It can weaken the spiritual perception 10 times, but it cannot completely block the spiritual perception. The red warbler breathed a sigh of relief. She now sensed the surroundings with her spiritual sense and found that everything was normal, there was no danger nearby, and the wind and snow in the field were getting weaker and weaker. Without the support of the ice crystal, the blocking effect of the entire innate magical power on spiritual perception has been weakened by at least 10 times. Sell the ice crystal later and we'll split the money, haha. Feng Yin was quite happy. This unexpected gain was very useful to her. Even if she exchanged it for other training resources, it would at least allow her to advance to the next level of martial arts. As expected of the ruins of a small world belonging to a powerful godlike person, there are still such good things. Long Yu was also a little emotional, but the two of them did not stay there for too long. Instead, they quickly left the place and moved deeper into the wreckage of the small world. But this time, the exploration of the remains of the small world is almost over. There are 7 fruits of innate magical powers in each small world, and the remains of the small world of this kind of powerful god are divided into 2 halves. In the half that Long Yu and Feng Yin entered, there are either 3 or 4 fruits of innate magical powers. As a result, I don't know if there is any more. As they continued to move forward, the two of them were even more cautious, because the space cracks around them became more and more numerous and dense, and sometimes even completely stretched across the void in front of them, blocking their way forward. Along the way, the two of them also found some good things in the void, such as some weapons used by the Ice God clan aliens, including ancient, and even endless levels. Although these warriors cannot be used by humans or monsters, it is also a good choice to take them back and recast them, as they can smelt many materials for refining warriors. After all, it is the small world of a powerful godlike person. All kinds of soldiers and creations are placed relatively concentrated in the small world. The two of them searched very carefully. Once their spiritual senses detected anything suspicious, they immediately stepped forward. If you go check it out, you will most likely find a space soldier. In the space warriors, there are some cultivation resources, warriors, etc., as well as various elixirs. Unfortunately, the elixirs are useless to Long Yu and Feng Yin. Most of the elixirs found here are the medicine is only for use by the Ice God clan. Neither the human race nor the monster clan can absorb the power of the medicine. After all, the physical structures of the races are different. The last fruit of innate magical power has arrived, but it's a pity. Soon, Long Yu followed Feng Yin to the location of the last innate magical power fruit, and then both of them saw a spectacular sight. An extremely huge space crack appeared in front of them, almost traversing the entire wreckage of the small world, and above this space crack, there was an extremely huge and spectacular iceberg. This iceberg is the last innate magical power that Feng Yin perceives. The whole thing is probably many times larger than the 9 Nether Prison Monument, and even as big as the entire Shenwu world. It's just that this iceberg is now being swallowed up by the space cracks. Although the speed is very slow, it can be seen that the entire iceberg will be completely swallowed by the space cracks before long. According to this devouring speed, it will probably take a few days before the iceberg is completely devoured. What should we do now? Do we want to enter the iceberg and search it? Long Yu narrowed his eyes and asked Hong Ying. There is no doubt that the iceberg is being swallowed by the cracks in space. If we search now, the risk is very high, but this is the last fruit of innate magical power. If that kind of powerful god has something stored, it must be of high value. Things. Although it is very dangerous, it seems that I will not give up if I don't fight for it. Hong Ying nodded. You just stay here and I will go over. Facing the space crack, if I encounter danger, you can't rescue me even if you follow me. Let's go together, I don't trust you. Long Yu said this, but he felt a little guilty. With his current level of cultivation, he was worried about Hong Ying. It's so funny, you have to know that Hong Ying's martial arts level is much higher than him. Your cultivation level is too low. The power of that iceberg alone is enough to freeze you to death. You'd better stay here obediently. Don't worry, sister, I'm not that easy to get into trouble. Hong Ying touched Long Yu's head and giggled, but she was determined not to let Long Yu follow. To be honest, she is faster alone. If Long Yu is following, she will need to take care of Long Yu, which may delay some time. Long Yu didn't insist. He actually knew that, except for the 9 Nether Prison Monument, he couldn't be of much help beside Hong Ying. We need to improve our strength quickly. Long Yu thought in his mind and watched the red warbler fly quickly towards the iceberg. Of course, before Hong Ying left, Long Yu blessed her with the light of balance, which increased her spiritual perception tenfold, allowing her to sense some possible dangers in advance. The end of the iceberg exposed outside the space crack is still tens of thousands of miles away from the space crack. If the red warbler enters the iceberg from that end, it should not be attracted by the space crack. After all, it is still far away. It didn't take long for Hong Ying to disappear from Long Yu's field of vision, and it was only through the perception of balanced control that we could know what her current situation was. Long Yu was not idle either. He had to constantly avoid the ice storms that might come to him. This was a danger that existed in the wreckage of the entire small world, and he had to be on guard at all times. Long Yu was a little puzzled. Because there should be a lot of cultivation resources left in the wreckage of this small world, but due to the raging space cracks and the attack of ice storms everywhere, many cultivation resources have been destroyed. Sometimes, the space warriors they find are damaged, and most of the things stored in them are damaged. This is obviously the work of Ice Storm. Hong Ying went to explore the iceberg, while Long Yu could only wait silently in the distance. He thought of the unknown corpse covered with dark tentacles, the source of the heavenly spirit he wanted to redeem, and the ice crystal he had just obtained not long ago. All in all, the exploration of the small world this time has yielded a lot, but there is still a gap between it and Long Yu's estimate. Even if the ice crystal is worth a lot, plus other soldiers and training resources, etc., the total is probably only 6 to 7 million battlefield legions. And this small world wreckage belongs to a strong alien at the godlike level. How much wealth will a godlike person possess? For the gods, even the supreme beginning divine item was not a good thing, and now, they only got 3 damaged supreme beginning divine items in the wreckage of this small world. Obviously, most of the treasures have been destroyed. After all, the battle between gods was too fierce, and the loser's small world must have been severely destroyed. It is even possible that this ice god clan god directly self-destructed one of the fruits of his innate magical power, causing the place where the fruit of his innate magical power was to be completely swallowed up by the space crack. Because of this, the iceberg-like fruit of innate supernatural powers in front of them is their last hope. Maybe they can get something more precious from it. Long Yu waited outside, and Hong Ying quickly entered the iceberg as quickly as possible, using the bloody divine method to break a passage into the iceberg. About an hour later. Long Yu looked at the iceberg in the distance, slowly being absorbed into the space crack. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart, but he knew that it was useless to be anxious. However, at this time, he discovered that the speed at which the iceberg was absorbed into the space crack was getting faster and faster. In just a few breaths, it suddenly became 10 times faster than before. This situation shocked Long Yu. If we go at the original speed, it will take at least several days for the entire iceberg to be absorbed into the space crack. But at the current speed, I'm afraid it won't last long. Are red warblers in danger? The most important thing is that the speed at which the iceberg is being absorbed is still getting faster and faster, making Long Yu unable to calm down at all. If this continues, Hong Ying may not have time to leave, and will be pulled into the space crack together with the iceberg. Long Yu was horrified and immediately wanted to rush towards the iceberg. No matter what, he couldn't just watch Hong Ying being pulled into the space crack. However, he was only halfway through when the iceberg was already pulled in more than half of the way. It was obvious that the suction force of the space crack had become stronger, or it was for some other reason. The speed at which the entire iceberg was pulled in was unknown. More than 100 times faster than before. Red Warbler. Long Yu shouted hoarsely, wanting to notify Hong Ying to get out of the iceberg quickly, but he also knew that his voice could not reach that far. Long Yu's entire body turned into a stream of light, and he used all the power of the void divine text he had mastered to fly towards the iceberg quickly with the help of the Emperor's magical power, the Nine Nether Path. Soon he felt the suction force from the crack in space, but it was not very strong yet. He gritted his teeth and continued to move forward quickly. But at this moment, a familiar aura appeared on the edge of the iceberg, and a slim red figure finally flew out from the ice passage that had been blown out by the Red Warbler. It's the Red Warbler. Long Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. It was finally too late. At this time, he didn't care to think about whether the Red Warbler had gotten anything from the iceberg. All his thoughts were focused on the Red Warbler itself. If something happens to Hong Ying, he won't feel happy no matter how much he gets. Although the Red Warbler escaped, because the iceberg had been pulled into a large part of the space crack, the Red Warbler was much closer to the space crack when it came out. So here, Hong Ying also suffered from the strong suction force of the space crack. Fortunately, she was relatively strong, and her blood-colored wings stretched out directly, and activated the Taichu divine artifact, the 6 wings of demon blood, and the 4 pairs of wings together. After fanning, he finally resisted the suction force from the crack in space. She saw Long Yu rushing over anxiously from a distance, and couldn't help but smile. "Brother Long, are you so worried about your sister?" "Humph, you don't have any trust in your sister at all." While resisting the suction force of the space crack, Hong Ying slowly flew out, then waved her hand to let Long Yu Xian leave this place far away. When Long Yu saw that Hong Ying was safe, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He did not continue to move forward but slowly retreated. After all, if he moved forward, his cultivation might not be able to withstand the suction of the space crack. It's too hard. Soon, Hong Ying caught up with Long Yu, grabbed Long Yu's arm, and led him away. "I got a good thing this time. In fact, it is a treasure with the same properties as the ice crystal just now, but its properties are spatial." While Hong Ying pulled Long Yu, she said with some joy, "The ice crystal just now is actually called Ice Essence, and now this one is called Space Essence, which can be used to enhance the innate magical power of space attributes." Powerful effect. The essence of space. Long Yu repeated the name, and his eyes lit up. Maybe this thing could be used in his 9 Nether Path magical power. Unexpectedly, Hong Ying got such a good thing from this adventure, which was a bit beyond Long Yu's expectations. However, he still didn't understand the specific effects of space essence, so he asked aloud. After Hong Ying's explanation, Long Yu was shocked again. If the ice essence just now can triple the power of a cultivator's innate magical power of ice attribute, then this space essence now is much larger than that ice essence and can definitely enhance the cultivator's power. The power or effect of innate magical powers with spatial attributes is more than 8 times greater. The iceberg was initially sucked in by the space crack. The reason why it was so slow was because there was this space essence inside the iceberg, resisting the suction force of the space crack. When the red warbler took away the space essence, the speed at which the iceberg was pulled in suddenly increased 100 times. This shows how terrifying the effect of this space essence is. I don't have innate magical powers with space attributes. My teleportation methods all come from martial arts. However, you seem to have an innate magical power that is slightly related to space. Although it is not all spatial attributes, it works well with this space. The essence should also improve a lot. Han Ying said to Long Yu, while handing a crystal exuding the aura of space gods to Long Yu. This crystal is about the size of a human head. Compared with the previous fist-sized ice essence, it is indeed much more powerful at first glance. When Long Yu heard this, he thought of his innate magical power, the Path of 9 Netherworlds. The Path of 9 Netherworlds is not a supernatural power with pure spatial attributes, but it has the effect of breaking through the space barrier. If the space essence is placed in the fruit of the magical power of the Path of 9 Netherworlds, will its ability to break through the space barrier be enhanced 8 times? Long Yu thought in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was, and he immediately took the crystal. Soon, the two of them were far away from the influence of the space crack. Looking from a distance, the entire huge iceberg had been swallowed up by the space crack, and nothing was left. If the red warbler had come out so late, I'm afraid it would have been swallowed by now, and not a single dregs would be left. You must know that the closer it is to the space crack, the greater its suction force will be. If the red warbler is any closer to the space crack, I'm afraid she won't be able to escape the pull of the space crack even if she tries her best. Fortunately, she acted very quickly. After obtaining the space essence, she escaped from the iceberg as quickly as possible without delaying even a single breath. Now is not the time for Long Yu to test this space essence. After all, there are still many dangers in the wreckage of this small world. For example, space cracks are everywhere, and there will be ice storms everywhere. So the two of them continued their search first, and soon searched all the remaining areas of the wreckage of the small world. Unfortunately, they didn't get anything more. Perhaps because it is close to the end of the small world, the damage suffered is more serious than in other areas. Space cracks also appear more and more frequently than in other areas, and the space cracks that appear here are generally much larger. Because of this, the space warriors, training resources, etc. that had wandered around here were either destroyed in the ice and snow storm, or were absorbed into the space cracks and completely disappeared. The two of them searched the ruins of this half of the small world until there was nothing useful in it, and they immediately prepared to leave. I haven't encountered the Ice God clan, whose powerful gods are raised here. Han Ying said with a smile. Existences like Xuanhuan world may be in the ruins of the other half of the small world. I hope there won't be any existence that is too powerful to make it difficult for Gui Xian and the others to deal with. Long Yu also nodded. The two left hand in hand. Before leaving, they thought of the unknown corpse they encountered shortly after entering, which gave them an ominous premonition. However, they didn't think much about it. Anyway, the corpse was temporarily frozen by the ice coffin, and it was impossible to get out for a while. What's more, no matter how scary and strange it was just a corpse. Long Yu quickly turned his attention to the essence of space. He was very curious about what kind of changes would happen if he put it into the fruit of his innate magical power of the 9 Nether Path. Long Yu and Han Ying were the first to leave the ruins of that half of the small world. The two of them didn't pay much attention to the unknown corpse in the ice coffin. Among them, Long Yu focused entirely on the essence of space, wondering how much this treasure could improve his 9 nether path. The Path of 9 Nethers is Long Yu's 7th magical power. When used, he can create a passage that penetrates any space barrier, and then he can directly ignore the space barrier. This is a very good life-saving magical power for him at critical moments. Sometimes the opponent thinks he has been trapped, but in fact he can escape from the space barrier at any time. He didn't use this move very much in the past, because the opponents who had been trying to trap him were much stronger than him, and the 9 nether path couldn't work. When he was at the Xinghe ancient ruins, Long Yu used this magical power to escape the encirclement of the Black Lin demon clan. It was also at that time that the 9 nether prison monument erupted for the first time, killing countless members of the Black Lin demon clan. There is no need to say more about the effect of this magical power. According to Long Yu's estimation, the space barrier that the current 9 nether path can penetrate is probably the space barrier created by ordinary superior masters. But this is not enough for Long Yu. Not only is he going to explore ancient alien ruins this time, he will also join a seminary in the future and experience some extremely dangerous experiences. If this magical power can become stronger, obviously his life will be safer at critical moments. However, only a small part of the magical power of the 9 nether path is of space attribute, and the rest is of shadow attribute. Among the fruits of its innate magical power, space attribute power only accounts for 1/3. It seems a bit wasteful to use the essence of space in such a place, but Long Yu is too lazy to think so much. Anyway, among the innate magical powers of both him and Hong Ying, only the path of Jiuyou contains the power of space gods. Let's try it. Long Yu and Hong Ying looked at each other and smiled. After all, they were things they got from the wreckage of the small world. If you don't use them in vain, it's better to strengthen yourself than to sell them. What's more, no one except the gods can afford such a precious thing. It is impossible to sell it in a short time. Long Yu held the space essence in his hand, which was a crystal that contained the mysterious space divine power. The space divine power in it seemed to be stronger and purer than the power of the water system at the beginning. Of course Long Yu knew that this must be a stronger power that surpassed the power of the 5 elements of Taichu, or was derived from the power of Taichu. Simply put, it should be a revelation-level divine text with certain spatial attributes. Endless apocalyptic space divine texts are condensed into this crystal. Embedding it into the innate magical power can enhance the spatial attribute power of the magical power. Under Hong Ying's gaze, Long Yu held the space essence crystal in his hand, and then directly entered the 9 nether prison monument. Now, the fruits of Long Yu's innate magical powers are all in the small world, and the entrance to the small world is in the 9 nether prison monument, next to the internal space of the 9 nether prison monument. Now Long Yu can control the shape and size of the 9 nether prison monument, keeping it at the size of a palm, and then Hong Ying will take care of it outside, so he does not need to worry about anything happening to it. After entering his own little world, Long Yu did not delay for any time, because there was not much time left before the ancient alien ruins and his party set off. He also has to infiltrate the space essence into the fruit of magical power, and then try to see how powerful this move becomes. Soon, he arrived near the fruit of innate magical power on the 9 nether path. The fruit of this innate magical power presents a dark path. In the dark void, it is completely impossible to detect with the naked eye, but Long Yu himself can certainly sense its location. The essence of space, just embedded directly. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then held the space essence in his hand to prevent the crystal-like being from passing towards the center of the 9 nether path. Soon, under the control of Long Yu, the space essence gradually disappeared on this dark path. Then, Long Yu clearly felt that the fruit of his innate magical power was actually beginning to absorb the apocalyptic space divine power in the space essence. The power in that space essence is absolutely unimaginable, and the fruit of his innate magical power has only absorbed a very small part of it. Then the power of the apocalyptic space divine text spread to the entire dark path. You can feel that the innate magical power of the Nine Nether path has been strengthened by more than a little. Of course, Long Yu didn't know what effect it would have when it was used, so he could only go out and give it a try. It's almost time to leave. Long Yu felt that the changes in the entire Joyo path gradually became stable, then he nodded with satisfaction and immediately left his own little world. His figure flew out from the Nine Nether prison monument outside and reappeared in front of Hong Ying. Nailed it? Red Warbler asked. Long Yu nodded and smiled. Why don't you give it a try and see how it works? Create a space barrier and see if I can penetrate it. Hong Ying is a strong person in the realm of great domination. If it were before obtaining the essence of space, then the path of Joyo would definitely not be able to pass through the space barrier she created. But that's not necessarily the case now. Hong Ying did not refuse, and flew directly towards Tianya City with Long Yu. After all, she wanted to test the effect of the innate magical power. It was impossible to test it in Tianya City, otherwise it would be bad to cause damage. The two of them reached a high altitude, almost thousands of miles away from the blood-falling star, and then stopped. As a princess of the Blood Demon tribe, Hong Ying would certainly have no problem creating a space barrier, but her compatibility with the space attribute divine text was not very high, and she had not comprehended any very powerful space attribute divine text. The space barrier she created is probably not very powerful, and she knows this herself. Brother Long, you have to be mentally prepared. My space barrier is only half-assed. You can probably pass through it directly. If you really want to test out the effect of your current Nine Nether path magical power, I'm afraid I can't do it alone. Well, let's try it first. Don't even think that your space barrier can't be penetrated. That would be embarrassing. Long Yu chuckled and signaled Hong Ying to move faster. Hong Ying didn't delay for any time. After finding a position, a burst of blood-red space divine characters appeared all over her body. Even the space divine characters she comprehended were blood-red. Long Yu didn't pay much attention to it before. Pass. Soon, these blood-red space divine inscriptions formed a blood-red space cage, which was square and square, covering Long Yu's entire body. Like a bloody prison, Long Yu was completely imprisoned. The first thing Long Yu opened his mouth was a mouthful of Nine Nether dragon breath, but it was obvious that although his Nine Nether dragon breath was extremely destructive, it could not penetrate this blood-colored prison cell, which was the space barrier method used by Hong Ying. This was completely within Long Yu's expectation and did not surprise him. After all, the space barrier represents the separation of space. Unless it is the power of space, even extremely powerful destructive powers such as Nine Nether Dragon Breath cannot penetrate the space barrier. Okay, let's try it. Outside, Hong Ying watched Long Yu's movements, covered her mouth and chuckled, taking a few steps back, waiting for Long Yu to use the Nine Nether path. Long Yu nodded in the blood-colored cage, and then focused on activating the innate magical power of the Nine Nether path. This time, he felt different from before. He clearly felt that the power of the space attribute in it was enhanced. At least 10 times. The majestic and surging space attribute divine power suddenly increased the space barrier penetration ability of the entire Joyo path by an unknown amount. At the next moment, a dark space path spread out from Long Yu's hand, extending in one fell swoop, completely penetrating the bloody cage. This dark path not only penetrates one direction of the bloody prison, but also has a power that can disintegrate the space divine text, causing the entire bloody prison to begin to collapse. What happened? Even Hong Ying began to be surprised. This situation was something she had never seen or even heard of. Now, Long Yu's innate magical power could actually disintegrate all the space gods? This effect of disintegrating the space divine text made Hong Ying feel incredible. Long Yu, hurry up and try. Can your 9 nether paths disintegrate the power of the water system? If you can do it, it will be unbelievable. Feng Yin said quickly and excitedly. The role that a super magical power with this effect can play in battle will be obvious, especially during the exploration of ancient alien ruins. It may produce some miraculous effects. Long Yu was also a little excited. He did not expect that the 9 nether path could produce such a change after being embedded with the essence of space. After almost 3 breaths, the entire blood-red cage that originally enveloped him had been completely disintegrated and ceased to exist. This shows that Feng Yin's space divine text cannot trap Long Yu at all. You must know that although Feng Yin does not mainly practice space divine arts, she is still a tyrannical existence in the realm of a great master. If it were other lower masters, it would be impossible to escape from her bloody prison. Xiaoxiu, come out and give me a try. Long Yu laughed and took out the void dragon blade from his arms. Xiaoxiu was resting, and seemed reluctant to be disturbed, but now she was the only one who could release the power of the water system. If Long Yu wanted to test it, he could only find her. Anyway, she had nothing to lose, and of course she obeyed Long Yu's words and could not refuse Long Yu's request. After the nether dragon blade of the void came out, a burst of water-based primordial power immediately spread out, forming a barrier of water-based primordial power in front of Long Yu. The space barrier formed by the void dragon blade is composed of the power of the water system. It can be said to be one of the strongest space barriers in this world. After all, the water system's primordial power is the source of all space divine texts. Most of the space sacred texts in the world are just the water system's primordial power that have not been successfully transformed. Therefore, as long as it is a space barrier formed by a strong enough water system, it is absolutely difficult to destroy. When the nether dragon blade in the void condensed into a barrier of water-based Taichu power, Long Yu raised his hand and released a path of 9 netherworlds directly towards the barrier. The dark path spread quickly and soon penetrated the barrier of the power of the beginning. This situation was expected by everyone before. After all, the space barrier of the void dragon blade is not very strong, and it is not even as good as the blood-red cage of the red warbler before. But what comes next is the key. After penetrating the entire water system's Taichu power barrier, the power of the 9 nether path immediately disintegrated it, just like the situation with the bloody cage just now. Although the speed of disintegrating the power of the water system is a bit slow, it turns out that the 9 nether path can indeed disintegrate the power of the water system. This is absolutely an amazing discovery. Being able to penetrate and disintegrate the space barrier are two completely different concepts. If it is just penetrated, Long Yu and Feng Yin will not be so excited. At most, the effect of the 9 nether path will be enhanced. But if it can be disintegrated, the concept is completely different. This means that no matter how strong the space barrier is, Joyo path can disintegrate it. The only difference is the length of time. The stronger the power, the stronger the force used to create the space barrier, and the longer it will take to disintegrate. Although the water-type primordial power barrier condensed by the void dragon blade is not as strong as the red warbler's bloody cage, its power level is much higher, so it disintegrates much slower. However, it can be disintegrated after all. This is the biggest discovery of Long Yu and Feng Yin. There is no doubt that the innate magical power Joyo path, which is now embedded with the essence of space, is definitely a super powerful magical power. As long as Long Yu is given a certain amount of time, there is no space barrier for him. If you can't break it, you can at most spend some time to break it down. It can be said that this is definitely the most useful thing found in the ruins of the small world of the godlike alien race, and it happens to be very suitable for the ancient alien ruins of the next 2 people. It is conceivable that among the ancient alien ruins, they will definitely encounter some difficult situations, such as being unable to move forward, being trapped in traps, etc. But now if they encounter the trap of the space attribute divine text, they have no need to be afraid. Because, the path of 9 nethers can disintegrate any space attribute divine text, even the power of the water element at the beginning. Of course, Long Yu doesn't know whether the apocalyptic space sacred text can be disintegrated by the 9 nether path. Now he doesn't have the apocalyptic space sacred text to use for testing. With your magical power, our group of alien ruins will be much safer. At least we won't be trapped or stopped by space divine traps. Hong Ying's beautiful eyes were shining brightly, and she was very envious of Long Yu's innate magical power. There was no doubt that this was a magical skill. Fortunately, it was owned by Long Yu and not the enemy, otherwise it would have been too terrifying. Well, now that the test is over, it's almost time to get ready to go. Long Yu nodded and breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The effect of the 9 nether path embedded in the essence of space did not disappoint him. Blood falls on the stars, and in Tianya City, the sky gradually becomes brighter. Long Yu and Hong Ying returned to the city and waited for the gathering at the agreed place. As for the remains of the small world of the godlike powerhouse, half of them were carried by Long Yu, and the other half remained in Tianya City, led by Man Xian and Chi Hua and Feng Yusin explored together. Their speed in exploring the remains of the small world was far slower than that of Long Yu and Hong Ying. They were too busy. Long Yu and Hong Ying were waiting at the gate of Tianya City. Soon, Concubine Yu and Xuanhuan came over together. Concubine Yu was dressed in white gauze, with an ethereal temperament. She still looked like someone who couldn't bear to be blasphemed, but her eyes were filled with a sinister look. There is a murderous intention in the secret. 2 completely different temperaments and styles are concentrated in one person, Concubine Yu. The key is that they don't conflict, which is really incredible. Xuanhuan, wearing blood-red armor with a hearty smile on his face, came to the 2 of them laughing. Sister, brother-in-law, are you ready? We are going to set off next and go to the entrance of the ancient alien ruins through the time and space mark. Xuanhuan came over, smiled, patted Long Yu's shoulder, and said hee. Brother-in-law. Regarding the other party's title, Long Yu was non-committal. There was no need to let the other party know the effect of the 9 nether path's magical power so early. He smiled and said, well, I'm ready. You come to my little world first. If there is no danger in entering the ruins, it won't be too late for you to come out. Concubine Yu said with a soft smile to the 2 of them. This is to prevent the 2 of them from being killed by some danger as soon as they enter the ancient alien ruins if their cultivation level is too low. Of course Long Yu and Hong Ying would not refuse, but before that, of course they had to meet with the other people on the trip. In addition to Concubine Yu and Xuanhuan, there were also some commanders of the battlefield legions who would attend this event. This operation was carried out by Xuanhuan before. The dangers in the ancient alien ruins are very high. If there are only a few people, I would not dare to step into them casually. Not to mention what powerful opponents you will encounter, the main reason is that there are endless traps and traps. These ancient alien relics are all relics left by some ancient alien races. Some alien races may have completely perished long ago, but they will leave traces in the monuments. Dropped a lot of valuable stuff. Every foreign relic is a huge wealth. However, it also contains countless risks and obstacles, and the wealth inside cannot be obtained casually. Since the appointed time was approaching, the others would not keep them waiting too long. Soon, 2 strong men, a man and a woman, flew over from the distant horizon, each wearing ice blue armor. Like Xuanhuan, they had the cultivation level of a 5th level master, and their status was also the Emperor Commander. An Emperor Commander like Xuanhuan usually leads 10,000 emperors from each clan to form an Emperor army. If there are more and more powerful men in the Emperor army, then Xuanhuan's identity will also changes and are improved. For example, if more than half of the Emperor's legion enters the secret realm of domination, then this legion will become a quasi-domination legion, and will receive special care from the Battlefield Legion and be assigned some missions with rich rewards, allowing them to move towards the true Domination Legion. The gap between the Emperor's Legion and the Lord's Legion is huge. The Dominator Legion is the main legion on the frontal battlefield of the alien battlefield, and it is also the main force of the Battlefield Legion. As for the Emperor's Legion, most of them usually conduct small battles or do some insignificant tasks. Although the danger is much smaller, it is still difficult to obtain more training resources. For the members of the Emperor's Legion, most of their training resources come from completing their own battlefield missions. If they just rely on completing collective missions, they will have to wait until the end of the year to improve their martial arts realm. Situ Tianhe, Situ Qingyi, two emperors, from the Ice Bear Demon clan. Shueluo softly introduced Long Yu and Hong Ying. The two strong men, a man and a woman, wearing ice blue armor, soon flew from the sky and landed next to everyone. The two people from the Ice Bear Demon clan were obviously familiar with Shueluo, but they obviously didn't know Concubine Yu, Long Yu, and Hong Ying. I heard that you are a saint who broke away from the Jiuyo clan of the human race. It is said that you came out of the seminary. Now it seems that you have a dangerous aura, haha. The burly man Situ Tianhe glanced at Concubine Yu, laughed and said that he was obviously looking forward to Concubine Yu. He must have heard that Concubine Yu was traveling with him this time, so he paid attention to her first when he arrived. Situ Qingyi, a woman from the Ice Bear Demon clan who was also relatively strong, stood beside Situ Tianhe and glanced at Concubine Yu, with a kind of reverence shining in her eyes. If Concubine Yu is not too strong, then this woman may have some provocation in her eyes. But obviously, Concubine Yu is much stronger than them all. In this case, there is no need to be provocative. It's just humiliating oneself. However, when the two people named Situ turned their attention to Hong Ying and Long Yu, they were not so friendly. Shueluo, although this is your sister and the princess of your clan, she has just stepped into the realm of Great Master. Is it really appropriate for her to follow you on this trip? Situ Tianhe said with a slight frown. A Great Master, it is indeed a bit reluctant to go to the ancient alien ruins to explore. If there is any danger, it will definitely be too late to run away. Now due to the reputation of Shueluo and Concubine Yu, Situ Tianhe from the Ice Bear Demon clan was quite polite when he spoke, but his dissatisfaction with Hong Ying and Long Yu for following this trip was still revealed between the lines. Yes, especially this person, has just stepped into the lower realm of domination. Shueluo, Concubine Yu, are you sure you want him to follow him to die? Situ Qingyi looked at Long Yu and frowned unabashedly, obviously having strong opinions on Long Yu's current martial arts level. Don't worry. The two of them have just made great achievements on the alien battlefield and helped delay the three-headed alien race. This led to the victory of the Ice God tribe in this battle. I think we don't need to worry about their safety. Shueluo smiled and spoke to Hong Ying and Long Yu. In fact, he was a little dissatisfied with the two ice bear monsters in his heart, because he had already said it before, and the other party had agreed to it before, but now he had to say it again in person. Doesn't this mean that he didn't take his blood into consideration? Apart from anything else, if this causes disunity among the entire team, it will be very troublesome if something unexpected happens in the ancient alien ruins. Shueluo still had great trust in the abilities of Hong Ying and Long Yu. Even if he couldn't help, he would definitely not create any trouble for them. There would be no problem in letting them follow. Therefore, Shueluo is now a little dissatisfied with the two guys from the Ice Bear Demon clan. After Shueluo said these words, Situ Tianhe still had some distrust, and his attitude towards Hong Ying and Long Yu did not change. Of course, it is normal for them to think so. After all, ancient alien ruins are not ordinary places. It is very likely that some unknown guys running around will bring a catastrophic blow to the entire team. Until Concubine Yu said, "Don't worry, if nothing unexpected happens, they will always be in my little world." What she said had much more weight than Shui Luo's words, and since she had said so, if they had any objections, it would really be unreasonable. Situ Tianhe and Situ Qingyi of the Ice Bear Demon clan were both strong men in the Battlefield Legion and had the same identity as Shui Luo, so they only had respect for Concubine Yu, and there was no need to be afraid. You must know that even a super strong person like Concubine Yu is just a mercenary of the Battlefield Legion. You can't do anything to them, otherwise the commanders of the Battlefield Legion will never give up. Of course, if there is no deep hatred, the strong people in the clan will generally not have any conflicts, and everyone will try to avoid them. Long Yu and Han Ying didn't say much, but just explained to Concubine Yu that the space essence that Long Yu had just obtained could allow his 9 nether path magical power to corrode any space divine text, and even the power of the water system's Tai Chu. This news made Concubine Yu's eyes light up. You must know that this method can save lives at certain critical moments. Concubine Yu did not spread the news casually. Although it could greatly improve Long Yu's status in the team, the actual effect was not good, and some people might become suspicious. When you actually encounter someone who needs Dragon Yu's ability in the ancient alien ruins, it won't be too late to show it. Only then can you really surprise others and completely change their impression of Dragon Yu. After waiting for about half an hour, in addition to Shui Luo, Yu Fei, Situ Tianhe, and Situ Qingyi, there were also 6 other strong men from the demon race and a strong man from the human race, all of whom were at least 5th level. The strong master of the Great Lord. The strong human being made Long Yu very concerned, because he was a white-haired young man, dressed in rags, like a beggar. Although he was a 6th level master, he strangely had no sense of existence. Not only Long Yu and Han Ying, but also other people, if they didn't pay careful attention, would subconsciously ignore this white-haired young man, and they didn't know what was going on. Long Yu and Han Ying didn't notice this non-existent trait at first, but it was Concubine Yu who reminded them later that they noticed the white-haired young man. It's so weird. Long Yu frowned. He didn't know the identity of this white-haired young man from the human race, but since he was a human race, he should also be a mercenary of the Battlefield Legion on the demon side. Like Concubine Yu, he did not belong to the Battlefield Legion. Prepared by. Anyway, the other party was the helper invited by Shui Luo. Who exactly it was? Long Yu was too low in level now and didn't know as clearly as he needed to. Except for Long Yu and Han Ying, who want to escape into Concubine Yu's little world, there are a total of 11 people who will participate in this operation of ancient alien ruins. The entrance to this alien ruins was discovered by Shuelua's Legion members, so Shuelua is the captain of this operation. No one objects to this. After all, everyone has agreed upon rules on this kind of thing. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Shuelua, a total of 11 strong men from the monster race Battlefield Legion set out together to head for the ancient alien ruins that had been discovered for a month. More than a month ago, the entrance to the alien ruins was discovered, and Shuelua has been looking for someone to observe. During this period of time, there were no changes near the entrance of the alien ruins. Everything was dead silent. This was also to determine whether the alien ruins were explosive. Some alien relics that suddenly appear in the demon territory may be explosive traps thrown by the aliens. They may explode directly and destroy everything nearby. But if nothing happens for more than a month, then nothing will happen. There is no doubt that these ancient alien relics should be truly left over from ancient times. This kind of ruins, if the power in it had not been exhausted and the aura hiding method could no longer be continued, it would have been impossible for Shuelua's men to discover it. Even Shuelua, and even the powerful godlike ones, find it difficult to discover some well-hidden alien facilities. There are some special detection arrays near the borders of the entire demon clan territory, which can prevent the aliens from secretly sending bomb-like things transported to the territory of the demon clan. As for the hidden ruins that were originally in the territory, the godlike experts and battlefield legions did not bother to pay attention to them. Anyway, they did not cause much harm. Instead, they brought many benefits to those who explored, and could also improve the ability of those who explored to face alien races. Combat experience. The 11 people took Long Yu and Hong Ying with them, and quickly passed through the time and space mark and headed to a heavily guarded area near Bloodfall Star. The entrance to the ancient alien ruins was in the center of this area. Everyone continues to be stationed. If no one from us comes out within a month, we will report this matter to the Battlefield Legion. In addition, be ready at any time to destroy the entrance to this alien ruins. Xuelua gave an order to the officers of his Battlefield Legion. His deputy is not weak either. He is at the cultivation level of a 4th stage master. Of course he will not follow him in this operation. Instead, he accepted the order from Xuelua and guarded the entrance to the alien ruins. Near the entrance, many destructive magic circles have been set up. If any accident occurs, just detonating these magic circles will blast the entire alien ruins entrance into the space turbulence. The ancient alien ruins were so dangerous that Xuelua had to make all kinds of preparations. Take orders. Xuelua's deputy respectfully accepted the order, and then sent the 11 strong men in Xuelua to the entrance of the ancient alien ruins under heavy protection. It was a light yellow soft aperture. The entire aperture was about the same size as a human race. It was oval in shape and could obviously only enter one person at a time. According to the plan, Xiaobai will go in first, and the others will follow. Xuelua gave the order, and then he saw the white-haired young man lazily walking to the front of the team. Until now, he still had no sense of presence. He stepped into the soft yellow light circle with one step, and his ragged figure stood out from the crowd. Disappeared in front of me. If Long Yu knew that this white-haired young man was called Xiaobai, he would probably be a little shocked. With such a name, it is easy for people to misunderstand that he is a pet. Following Xiaobai closely was Concubine Yu. After all, Concubine Yu was the strongest, so there would be no problem if she entered second. As for Xiaobai, the 6th-level master, because of his special ability, his ability to survive in any dangerous environment is absolutely number 1, so there is no problem in letting him enter first. After Concubine Yu, Xuelua followed closely, and the others followed one by one, stepping into the soft yellow light circle in order. After the 11 people entered, the oval-shaped aperture still floated in the dark void without any change, as if no one had ever been there. As for the men of the Bloody Fallen Battlefield Legion, they were guarding the entrance to the ancient alien ruins with all due diligence. The exploration of the ancient alien ruins has finally officially begun. Long Yu and Hong Ying in Concubine Yu's small world can also see what the outside is like through the external picture provided by Concubine Yu. Following a burst of surrounding and distortion by the power of time and space, after a darkness, Concubine Yu suddenly appeared in a void filled with flying yellow sand. In this void, you can see the sky full of yellow sand, filling the entire space, and the sky is constantly condensed into storms, rolling around in this space. The whole scene is like the end of the world. It's the power of the beginning of the metal system, so be careful. As soon as Concubine Yu saw the yellow sand, she immediately became extremely vigilant and warned Hong Ying and Long Yu. Those storms formed by the yellow sand turned out to be composed of the power of the golden element. It is conceivable that even Concubine Yu would be in great trouble once she was involved in it. Although you won't die inside, if you are caught in such a storm in the alien ruins, the possibility of encountering other dangers will greatly increase. After Concubine Yu, Xuelua, Situ Tianhe, Situ Qingyi, and others quickly followed into this yellow sand-filled space, but before the last person came in, a sudden change occurred. A storm of yellow sand suddenly broke out from the void, and all 10 people who had just entered this space were involved in it. It was obvious that they were unlucky, because such a storm of yellow sand continued to break through air raids throughout the space. It happened to be a violent surge, and they had no way to prepare in advance. Everyone instantly burst out with the power in their bodies and used their own defense methods. The terrifying primordial power of the metal system, the instantaneous burst of power can definitely tear the bodies of the strong men at the 5th stage of the Great Master level into pieces. Of course, if they use defensive methods, they should be fine for the time being. The key is that they still have the last person who has not come in. At this moment, the last demon cultivator appeared next to them unprepared and was then involved in the opening storm. The unprepared demon cultivator was instantly torn apart all over his body, and blood gushed out. The demon cultivator was caught in the storm without any precautions. His whole body was cut to pieces and blood surged wildly. However, he reacted immediately, and a layer of Thunder Divine Defense barrier quickly gathered, covering his whole body, blocking the violent storm of the golden power of the beginning. "Let's go!" I don't know who shouted, and everyone quickly retreated away from the storm. Fortunately, everyone's martial arts level was not low. After using defensive methods, they were able to withstand such a storm of gold-based Taichu power for a while. Long Yu and Han Ying were both in Concubine Yu's little world, observing the situation outside and thinking about what they could do if they encountered such a situation. Of course, Long Yu has a way, whether it is to transform into nothingness, enter the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade, or use the Book of Shadows to disguise himself and blend into the storm of the golden power of the beginning. Of course, no matter which method is used, Long Yu can escape the storm of the golden power of the beginning intact. The only difference is the amount of power consumed. If he enters the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade, he can get out of trouble by relying on the innate ability of the Void Dragon Blade. If he uses the Book of Shadows, it will consume more power. Of course, Joyo Hunter can also do it, but it consumes more power. If it weren't for some special circumstances, he would definitely not use Joyo Hunter's method to tide over the difficulties. All 11 people quickly evacuated the entrance area, heading deeper into the ancient alien ruins, and soon finally escaped from the storm of the golden power of the beginning. The demon cultivator who came in last and was seriously injured by the power of the golden element in the storm. At this time, he was panting heavily and followed the crowd. After escaping from that storm, everyone got a moment of respite. They should be safe in a short time. The probability of a succession of storms breaking the void with the power of the beginning of the metal system coming over is still too small. Supernatural power, turning the world around. At this time, one of the demon cultivators, who was in the realm of the 6th level master, used a magical healing power on the seriously injured demon cultivator. But he saw a burst of black and white divine writings condensed together, and soon covered the body of the seriously injured demon cultivator, and then quickly treated the injuries all over his body. This innate magical power that reverses the world is a complete healing magical power. The effect when exerted at this time is naturally excellent. There is no need to take any healing pills to directly make the seriously injured demon cultivator completely recover. For this scene, everyone else was not surprised and was used to it. Long Yu was a little surprised, because this was the first time he had seen such a powerful healing power. In just a few breaths, he was able to pull back the demon cultivator who was seriously injured. If he also learned such healing powers, how many healing pills could be saved? If they are all used to exchange for training resources, the martial arts realm will increase faster. Long Yu didn't think much about it, and everyone didn't waste time where they were. After the demon cultivator was healed from his serious injury, he didn't say much words of gratitude. Everyone came together to explore the ancient alien ruins. You can save the words of gratitude until you leave here. As for now, there is no time for them to waste. Looking around, the yellow sand formed by the gathering power of the golden element in the sky is spreading wildly throughout the entire space. Above the head, under the feet, front, back, left and right, there is a storm of yellow sand, which looks like an apocalyptic scene. In such an environment, everyone has no choice but to pass through the cracks of the storm, and they must always prepare defensive measures to prevent a sudden storm from breaking the void and appearing directly around them. Everyone worked hard without any slack, because in such a dangerous place, if they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Not to mention high-level masters like them, even if the godlike experts came, they would not dare to act unscrupulously in this alien ruins. The range of spiritual perception has been greatly reduced. It is too dangerous to move forward like this. Soon, someone said something in a low voice. It was obvious that in this area surrounded by yellow sandstorms, he was unable to detect scenes too far away, which made him feel insecure. Yes, I have a few pills here that can increase the intensity of spiritual perception. Whoever has the strongest spiritual perception among us should take these pills. After taking them, they will be effective for 1 day. Someone contributed some elixirs. When Long Yu heard this, his heart moved. He looked at each other and nodded to Hong Ying. Soon, Long Yu's figure came out of Concubine Yu's little world. He didn't say any nonsense. He raised his hand to display the light of balance, the pinnacle of martial arts secrets. As the light of balance continued to flash, blessing all 11 people in the field, these high-level masters were suddenly shocked. What ability is this? It actually increased the intensity of their spiritual perception by at least 10 times. Awesome, haha. I didn't expect you to have such a method, but it has helped us a lot. The white-haired young man laughed. The strange thing is that even when this guy was talking, his presence was very weak, and he didn't even attract the attention of others. Situ Tianhe and Situ Qingyi of the Ice Bear Demon clan glanced at Long Yu with strange expressions, only to find that Long Yu did not stay outside for too long, but cast the light of balance on them, and then back to Concubine Yu's little world. After all, it's too dangerous outside. If the storm of the metal element's primordial power suddenly blows over, Long Yu will die before he can resist it. As for the change in other people's impressions of him, of course it is not as important as his own life. After the blessing of the light of balance effect, everyone's spiritual perception has been upgraded to a higher level, and the range they can perceive has reached 3 to 5 times as much as before. Although the intensity of spiritual perception has increased tenfold, with the storms of the primordial power of the metal system raging everywhere, the improved detection range of spiritual perception has also been affected, because those storms can greatly shield their spiritual perception. However, with this 3 to 5 times improvement, their situation is still much better than before. At least they can find some further passages to the deeper parts of the alien ruins. Let's go this way. Concubine Yu soon made a decision. She had the highest level of martial arts and was a 7th level master. She also came out of the seminary. In addition, she was already gifted in spiritual perception and detection, so after receiving the blessing of balance, she made a decision. After the light, her spiritual perception is definitely the strongest among everyone, even several times stronger than others. Others still quite trust Concubine Yu's ability to sense spiritual consciousness and have no different opinions. Everyone followed Concubine Yu and slowly moved forward in the direction she pointed out. I didn't expect you to be such a big help to us so quickly. Concubine Yu quietly smiled at Long Yu and sent out her spiritual thoughts. After all, Long Yu was in her small world, and it was easy for her to communicate quietly with Long Yu. I feel like I can help more than that this time. Long Yuza smiled shamelessly, without any hint of humility. Then I look forward to your performance. Concubine Yu chuckled lightly, and then said, there is an eye of the storm not far away in the direction of the advance. It should be safer nearby. Let's take a rest there first. This was said not only to Long Yu, but also to everyone in the team. The eye of the storm is commonly known as the center of the storm. In this ancient alien ruins, so much of the power of the golden element is raging violently. Naturally, there is a place where it gathers, and that is the eye of the storm. Although the eye of the storm is where the storm gathers, it is not the most dangerous place, but the safest place, because the area near the eye of the storm is absolutely nothingness. If the storm with the power of the golden system reaches that vicinity, it will be destroyed. The eye of the storm absorbs it. And relying on their own cultivation, everyone can easily withstand the suction force from the eye of the storm at a certain distance from the eye of the storm. No one had any objection to Concubine Yu's decision. Walking through the yellow sandstorm condensed by the power of the golden element in the sky, the 11 people followed each other closely. No one dared to fall behind in such a place, because that might mean death. Although Concubine Yu's spiritual perception is very strong and has been blessed by the light of balance, she can still only detect things 100 miles away. The eye of the storm is nearby 100 miles away. Since they have found a safe location like the eye of the storm, everyone no longer needs to save their strength for the time being. They all maintain their defensive powers or martial arts and move quickly towards the direction of the eye of the storm. During this period, there were several times when the power of the golden element came to their side and completely enveloped the 11 of them. However, because they all maintained a defensive state, no one was injured. It was just a slight consumption of power. These consumptions, the power could be quickly replenished and recovered near the eye of the storm, so they did not panic too much. Soon, a storm of yellow sand touching the sky and the ground appeared in front of everyone. It was the center of all the terrifying storms in this void. It looked like a tornado, occupying a large space in front of it. The central part of the tornado was relatively small, but the upper and lower ends were extremely broad and almost endless, forming this void. In the sky and on the ground, regardless of whether they raised their heads or lowered their heads, everyone could only see the endless storm of yellow sand in the sky. Fortunately, near the eye of the storm, everything was calm. Not only was there no storm blowing past, but there was nothing else. Perhaps it is only the relatively weak suction power of the eye of the storm itself, but that is not a problem for everyone. Let's go and rest for a while. I detected a yellow sand palace 100 miles away. It's time for us to harvest, but all actions must be carefully planned. Concubine Yu led everyone to talk about her new discovery while approaching the safe area near the eye of the storm. Near the eye of the storm. Plus or minus Apex novel. In this apocalyptic scene, the 11 people got a moment of respite, each resting to regain their strength. The Yellow Sand Palace is about 100 miles away from here. If it would be too expensive to forcefully break through, maybe we should find a few people and go there to detect the situation first. Situ Tianhe from the Ice Bear Demon clan said in a deep voice. This is a bit unreasonable to say. After all, everyone knows how dangerous it is to set out to explore the path in a place like the ancient alien ruins. In fact, this approach is correct. But Situ Tianhe obviously doesn't want to go out to explore the road by himself, so saying this makes people feel a little uncomfortable. But at this time, no one cares too much. Concubine Yu also nodded. From a safety perspective, someone should go to explore the way first. So, who will go? This is the most critical issue. If they had a choice, I believe no one would be willing to explore the road, because the danger is too great. If they encounter any trouble, they won't even have a chance to call for help. So when Concubine Yu asked this question, no one answered her for a while. Until a voice they didn't expect came out. If no one is willing to go, then let me go. I can go alone. If it is just the storm of the gold element's Taichu power, it won't cause any trouble to me. As these words reached everyone's ears, Long Yu's figure emerged from Concubine Yu's little world. His words are not nonsense. He possesses the Void Dragon Blade and can freely travel through the whirlpool of the 5 elements of Taichu power, not to mention the storms of these golden Taichu powers, which can also pass through without hindrance. Hong Ying understands his current abilities. The Void Dragon Blade is a powerful Taichu divine item that was smelted in the Taichu furnace. Its ability is absolutely beyond that of any other soldier. But others don't know Long Yu's methods. Therefore, even Shui Luo and Concubine Yu were a little surprised that Long Yu actually offered to go out and explore. They felt that this was really unbelievable. Are you serious? Shui Luo looked at Long Yu with a solemn expression. Of course, don't worry. I've done this before, when I faced off against the three-headed ice god. Long Yu said with a soft smile. These words reminded others that the human boy who had just stepped into the secret realm of dominance had once held back the miraculous existence of three ice gods. It's up to you. Anyway, even if you don't succeed, we have nothing to lose. Situ Qingyi, a woman from the Ice Bear Demon clan, said lightly. She didn't like Long Yu's initiative to explore. Instead, she felt in her heart that this kid was a little arrogant and might kill them. Under such circumstances, it would be okay for this kid to die when he went out to explore first. It would be good for them. Situ Qingyi and Situ Tianhe had discussed it before, and they both felt that the human boy Long Yu was able to hold down the three ice gods only because of bad luck. As for what special abilities Long Yu had, they definitely don't believe it. If Long Yu could really deal with a powerful godlike person head-on, wouldn't he be invincible? They believed that this kind of thing happened to Concubine Yu, the 7th level master, because of her strength, but for Long Yu, they only thought it was luck. That's why they have these impressions of Long Yu. It's okay, little brother, if you want to explore. This kind of courage is worthy of admiration. What's going on with your tone? Situ Qingyi's words made other people on the side a little unhappy. The one who was unhappy was Xiao Bai, a white-haired young man from the same human race as Long Yu. The white-haired young man didn't have a strong sense of presence, and everyone would even subconsciously ignore him. However, when he said these words at this time, the smell of gunpowder in the field suddenly became very strong. Xiao Bai was obviously targeting Situ Qingyi, and said with the same slight contempt, if you have the ability to explore it yourself, if someone else does it for you if you don't want to do it, not only will you not feel grateful, but you will make fun of it. This is the so-called strong man of the Ice Bear Demon clan? A joke. Stop talking nonsense, am I right? Situ Qingyi retorted coldly. Of course she couldn't stand someone targeting her like this. No matter what the cause of the matter was, she just couldn't do it anyway after Xiaobai said so. Say less than a few words. Seeing that they were actually quarreling, Long Yu couldn't help but feel a headache, so he stood up and said, I don't care what you think of me and Hong Ying, but I don't want to die here. If I want to quarrel, I can wait until I leave here. Senior, thank you for speaking for me, but I have nothing to do, so I don't need to pay attention to some villains. Although these words were not specifically directed at Situ Qingyi, the word villain stung her again. She glanced at Long Yu and said in a serious tone, be careful what you say. If you are not in this alien ruins, Zhong, just based on your words, I will kill you. You can try it anyway. Xiaobai on the side laughed. Do you really think that the geniuses of our younger generation of humans are easy to bully? If you want to attack him, I will fall out with you now. Okay, I'm too lazy to say more. Let's go and wait for my news. Long Yu smiled at the white-haired young man and had a good impression of him. Then he glanced at the two so-called strong men of the Ice Bear Demon clan, Situ Qingyi and Situ Tianhe, and turned around and left. The look of contempt in Long Yu's eyes made Situ Qingyi and Situ Tianhe very unhappy. What right did this boy have to despise them, two powerful men who were 5th-level masters? Another demon cultivator on the side who had practiced the magical healing power of turning around the universe couldn't bear it at this time. He chuckled and said, Situ, have you two been reduced to the point where you can only argue with your juniors? Mind your own business. Situ Qingyi glared at the demon cultivator, and then stopped talking. For Long Yu, the incident just now was just a small conflict and it did not affect his emotions. All his thoughts are now focused on exploring the path of the Yellow Sand Palace. Along the way, there are countless storms of the golden power of the beginning, and there are even other unknown hidden dangers. He has to use all his strength to go, be careful. Fortunately, the existence of the Void Dragon Blade made him quite confident in his trip, otherwise he would not have taken the risk and offered to explore the path. Soon, Long Yu asked Xiaoxiu to move directly in the direction where Concubine Yu detected the Huangsha Palace, and he himself entered Xiaoxiu's internal space. The entire Void Nether Dragon Blade turned into a light blue stream of light, flew quickly towards the Yellow Sand Palace, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Hong Ying, Shui Luo, and Concubine Yu all had worried looks in their eyes. However, Xiao Bai, the white-haired young man from the human race, said with a smile, since he dares to stand up on his own, he must have his own confidence. You don't have to be too nervous. Don't worry, just wait for news from him. Hong Ying nodded, that's right. If even he can't pass this path safely, let alone the rest of us, especially some villains. Hong Ying also couldn't stand the Ice Bear demon tribe's words. Long Yu and the other party had just been at odds with each other, and she was too lazy to maintain any respect for the other party. She would taunt him whenever she could. These words caused a purple-blue color to appear on Situchingi's face. She never thought that she would be ridiculed and despised by two juniors today. She wanted to say something else to deal with Hong Ying, but she glanced at Xuelua and decided to forget it after thinking about it. She could only think in her heart, for Xuelua's sake, I don't want to argue with you, a little girl. After Long Yu left, the people who stayed didn't make much noise. But Long Yu was alone, and soon entered a storm of the golden power of the beginning in the Void Dragon Blade. Xiaoxiu felt much more relaxed now than when he was outside the edge of the time and space tunnel. Without too much pressure, the Void Dragon Blade turned into a stream of light and moved forward, quickly crossing a distance of dozens of miles, and then finally encountered an accident. The storm of the primordial power of the metal system poses no threat to the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void, but at this time, what appears in front of Long Yu and Xiaoxiu is a space barrier. This space barrier is incomparably vast, touching the yellow sand sky above and touching the yellow sand earth below. It lies in front of Long Yu and seems to separate the entire alien ruins into two different parts. And this space barrier is also very strange. It does not block other forces, but it blocks conscious beings from passing through. In front of the space barrier, there was no storm of the primeval power of the metal system occupying it, so Long Yu came out of the Void Nether Dragon Blade and tested the space barrier. Ordinary objects would not be blocked by the space barrier. Long Yu threw some useless things to the opposite side of the barrier with ease. But neither the Void Dragon Blade nor Long Yu could pass through this space barrier. Long Yu discovered that it was because of the existence of consciousness, not only Xiaoxiu's self-awareness, but also Long Yu's consciousness. It was him. It cannot be avoided no matter what. The purpose of this space barrier is to prevent those beings with consciousness from passing through. We have advanced for more than 70 miles. The Yellow Sand Palace should be not far ahead. I don't know if there is such a space barrier ahead. Long Yu thought in his heart. Now of course he wants to pass through the space barrier. He can choose to use the path of 9 netherworlds to disintegrate the space barrier. After all, the strength of this barrier is not as advanced as the power of the water element. It must be able to. It was slowly disintegrated by Long Yu. But before that, he still tried other methods, at least to understand the characteristics of this space barrier. The 9 nether hunters can pass through, but if I enter the 9 nether hunters, I won't be able to pass through. I will be bounced back. Xiaoxiu can't pass even if he stays in the small world, so even if I am in the small world, I can't pass. It seems that there is no other way but to break this barrier. But is there any danger? Long Yu fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, Long Yu couldn't think of any other way. Sigma the top novel. Immediately afterwards, he activated the 9 Nether Path magical power and prepared to disintegrate the consciousness barrier formed by the divine inscriptions in this layer of space. This was not a difficult task for him. First of all, Long Yu blessed himself with a burst of balanced light, allowing him to feel the situation within a 5-mile radius. Although this range was far from Concubine Yu's detection range, it was still too far for him now. Useful. Due to the existence and continuous raging of the storm of the primordial power of the metal system, everyone's spiritual perception range has been weakened to an extreme level. It is not bad for Long Yu to be able to perceive a radius of 5 miles. Then, carrying the power of the essence of space, the 9 Nether Path instantly bombarded the barrier of space consciousness and began to disintegrate it. At this time, Long Yu is always paying attention to the situation around him. If there is any abnormality, he will take measures either to escape directly inside the Void Nether Dragon Blade, or to hide in the 9 Nether Hell Monument. All he can do is there are only these two things. When in danger, you can only choose one of the two. Fortunately, when the space consciousness barrier was broken down, nothing unusual happened, but the space consciousness barrier was not very reliable. Under the constant erosion of the magical power of the 9 Nether Path, its disintegration speed is much faster than the water system's Taichu power barrier, but its power intensity is relatively high, so it takes a long time. Long Yu is very nervous now. Although he is close to the space barrier, this barrier can only shield his consciousness, but cannot shield the storm of the golden power of the beginning from coming here. Now he wants to use the 9 Nether Path to disintegrate the space barrier. He cannot hide in the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void. He can only appear outside, exposed in the dangerous void of the alien ruins. Yellow sand kept blowing in front of him, which contained the power of the beginning of the metal system. Small-scale blowing like a breeze had no destructive power, but it also reminded Long Yu that this place was not absolutely safe. Hurry up, dismantle this barrier. Long Yu was anxious in his heart, but he didn't panic at all. He knew that the more nervous he was, the more cautious he should be. If he accidentally messed up, then the problem would be really big. Fortunately, Long Yu's luck seems to be pretty good now. A full stick of incense has passed, and Long Yu has not encountered any special situation. After this period of time, Long Yu finally disintegrated the space barrier and created a gap, allowing him to walk in it. Xiaoxiu, let's go. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. When the power of the 9 Nether Path completely penetrated the space barrier, and even only a small gap appeared, he directly re-entered the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and then let the Void Nether Dragon Blade pass through that gap. All the best. Long Yu felt happy, and then he carefully paid attention to the surrounding situation. There was still no danger for the time being. He successfully passed through the space consciousness barrier and approached the so-called Yellow Sand Palace detected by Concubine Yu. The distance of 30 miles is almost instantaneous for the Void Dragon Blade. It didn't take long for Long Yu to see a Yellow Sand Palace in the distance in the void. It was about the same size as the 9 Nether Prison Monument, floating in the void filled with yellow sand. There is obviously a defensive barrier surrounding the Yellow Sand Palace. Even the yellow sand storm formed by the power of the prime origin of the metal system cannot penetrate that defensive barrier. Long Yu didn't dare to touch it casually. After all, he was already close to a foreign building. An accident would happen if he wasn't careful. He just observed it from a distance. Then he recorded the observed situation in a true spirit imprint, and then Long Yu turned around and left. You mean, there are 2 statues like this at the entrance of the Yellow Sand Palace? Long Yu returned to the Eye of the Storm, and then showed the scene recorded in the True Spirit seal to everyone else. Then everyone looked at the scene and frowned. Many people were obviously surprised that Long Yu could return safely, especially the two members of the Ice Bear Demon clan, but they didn't say much. After all, now, Long Yu has made contributions to the entire team. If Situchingi dares to say anything now, I am afraid it will cause public outrage. So all their attention was focused on Long Yu's true spirit imprint screen. In this picture, what appears is the yellow sand palace that Long Yu saw. At the entrance, there are two yellow sand statues, both of which look like most people have never seen before. It was a creature, like a slender bamboo pole. On that bamboo pole, there were many translucent yellow sand wings. These wings were very huge. Even under the cover of dozens of pairs of wings, even the bamboo pole of the creature was invisible. It's hard to be discovered. The Many-Winged Clan. The white-haired young man Xiaobai said calmly, "This alien race once invaded the territory of our demon race and human race 40 million years ago, but the invaders were wiped out by us. So far, no records can be found. Where does this multi-winged clan come from? I never thought that these foreign relics actually belonged to the multi-winged clan." The multi-winged clan? Long Yu's heart moved, and he was a little frightened when he looked at the appearance of the two statues. If the individual bodies of the multi-winged clan are similar to those two statues, then each individual of the multi-winged clan is equivalent to the size of hundreds of human beings. Of course, the main reason is that their translucent yellow sand wings are really too big and wide, and there are dozens of pairs of wings in total, so many that you can't even count them. As for the body of the multi-winged clan, the small bamboo pole-shaped body can probably be ignored. Speaking of it, this appearance is a bit like the dragonfly insect that Long Yu has seen before, except that the wings and the size ratio of the main body is much exaggerated. It is not wrong to say that this multi-winged clan is entirely composed of wings. Even if it is just a yellow sand statue, some veins that store power can be seen on those translucent yellow sand wings. It can be seen that those wings are not for decoration. Yes, but similar to the hands and feet of the human race. You know quite well. Concubine Yu glanced at the white-haired young man in surprise, approvingly. I usually read a lot of records, so I know more about the types of alien races than ordinary people. To deal with this multi-winged race, it is said that the main body of the bamboo pole wrapped in its countless wings must be shattered. Xiaobai nodded and chuckled. However, just like the spine of our human race, the bamboo pole itself is heavily protected. The bamboo pole itself is the source of power for the multi-winged clan, and those wings are their battle. The means are not only powerful in attack, but also watertight in defense. There will definitely not be any living multi-winged clan in this ancient alien ruins now. Why do you say it so clearly? Why don't you go there early and see what treasures there are in the Yellow Sand Palace? Situ Tian had glanced at everyone and said, pausing for a moment on Long Yu, but did not say anything to Long Yu. Although there will be no living multi-winged clan, it is always good to understand their fighting methods and weaknesses. Xiaobai said lightly, besides, even if there is no multi-winged clan alive, there may still be some magic circles and the like. These are all built based on the characteristics of the multi-winged clan. Are you sure you don't want to know more about this alien race? Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. No one dares to neglect. Naturally, one must listen carefully to what Xiaobai said. Even Situ Tianhe did not want to miss every word Xiaobai said. Because at a critical moment, maybe something he said could save everyone's life. Of course, the multi-winged clan was an invasive species 40 million years ago after all, and it only appeared once within the boundaries of the human race and the demon clan, so there are not many records about this alien race. Even if Xiaobai writes it all down, there is not much useful information for everyone. Fortunately, among the news that Xiaobai knew, there were some useful explanations on the internal structure of the Huangsha Palace building of the Duoying clan, which gave them a little understanding of the situation in the Huangsha Palace. Of course, if you really want to know the situation, you still have to enter it in person. Of course, this has nothing to do with Long Yu, because if you want to detect the inside of the Yellow Sand Palace, Long Yu will definitely not participate in person, and even if he goes in, he will stay there in the little world of Concubine Yu. Soon Xiao Bai finished everything he wanted to say, and everyone, led by Concubine Yu, prepared to set off. In order to prevent us from encountering danger near the palace, we'd better act together and use defensive methods together to save our strength to the maximum extent. Concubine Yu said to everyone. It's better to come to the inner space of my soldiers, so that no one needs to waste strength to resist the storm of the golden power of the beginning. Long Yu said to everyone with a smile, and then gestured to the void dragon blade. It is with this weapon that I can safely travel back and forth in this primordial storm without consuming any power. These words moved the hearts of many people. The inner space of the void dragon blade is not Long Yu's small world. In the inner space, there is no need to worry that Long Yu is the master of the world and will be disadvantageous to them. Instead, they can pass through it easily and happily. Why? But not. No problem, then I'll go in first. Shuelua was the most unkind. He laughed and directly entered the inner space of the void dragon blade. Han Ying nodded to Long Yu and followed her brother into it. I'll lend you a light too. The human youth Xiao Bai also smiled and nodded at Long Yu, and then entered the inner space of the void dragon blade without any suspicion. The remaining demon cultivators were a little hesitant. In fact, even if they forced their way through a distance of more than 100 miles, no matter how unlucky they were, they would only need to expend 1/10 of their strength to survive. Is it really necessary to borrow the Dragon Royal weapon? In the end, 5 or 6 people did not choose the Void Dragon Blade, but planned to use their defensive powers to force their way through. Square root right angled at top novel. Of course Long Yu will not force them. No matter what they choose, they will not lose anything to Long Yu. They are the only ones who consume their strength. After everyone made their choice, Concubine Yu also entered the Void Dragon Blade, and then everyone headed in the direction of the Yellow Sand Palace. A group of 5 people were left outside, plus a Void Dragon Blade, and finally left near the eye of the storm. The Yellow Sand Storm was raging in the void, constantly surging, and everyone moved forward at the fastest speed. The distance of about 70 miles was reached in an instant, and they soon arrived near the barrier of space consciousness. Long Yu had already told them this, so everyone was ready to use their magical powers, or to enter their own little world and pass directly through the small gap that Long Yu had disintegrated before. After all, they are all strong men in the Great Overlord realm. Although the small gap is not enough to accommodate things as big as humanoids, everyone has their own methods to make themselves smaller, or to enter other small worlds. Place. Soon, after walking 100 miles, everyone had arrived not far from the Yellow Sand Palace, and they all saw the scene recorded in the seal of Long Yu Zhenling. Everyone continued to move forward, and soon passed the defensive barrier safely. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the defensive barrier could only isolate the storm formed by the power of the beginning of the metal system, and would not stop it. They moved forward. As expected, they are a multi-winged clan. In that case, we should know the internal structure of the Yellow Sand Palace and formulate a battle plan. Concubine Yu came out of the Void Nether Dragon Blade, then took charge of the overall situation, discussed with Shui Luo, and quickly made a decision on the action plan. First of all, it is not necessary for everyone to go in to explore the interior of the Huangsha Palace. It is enough for Concubine Yu to lead the team and 5 people to follow. Others, of course, have to stay outside the Yellow Sand Palace to prevent any accidents. After all, even Xiaobai only saw it on the ancient jade slips and has never met the Duoying clan in person. Any accident is possible. Those who stay outside cannot lose contact with those who enter the hall. They must be connected at any time. Leave this to me. The demon cultivator who had used the power to reverse the universe and heal wounds stood up at this moment and nodded to everyone. Long Yu noticed that this demon cultivator was an Aries demon cultivator, an old man at the 5th level of Master Realm. After turning into a human form, his white beard wrapped around his neck twice. From what other people call him, they all call this old demon cultivator Yang Lao. Yang Lao obviously has some special methods. His frontal combat effectiveness is not strong, but the innate magical powers used to assist are very rare. For example, the previous reversal of the world was a magical healing power that Long Yu had never seen before, and the effect was very good. Now, Mr. Yang also has his own way to keep in touch with the two groups of people entering the hall and those staying outside. You must know that there must be some shielding methods inside the Huangsha Palace. After entering, rely on spiritual perception and spiritual thoughts. It is impossible to communicate with people outside. In this case, the role of Yang Lao is obvious. Supernatural power, soul link. Yang Lao directly activated this magical power. This innate magical power can link himself with anyone else. This connection is the connection at the soul level, the deepest connection. Two people whose souls are connected to each other will know all the secrets of each other, and will also expose all their own secrets. Therefore, when Yang Lao's magical power is normal, it is useless at all, because no one will be willing to expose all the secrets. Come out for other people. If the relationship between Long Yu and Han Ying is like this, there is no problem with the soul link. There are almost no secrets between the two parties, and knowing everything about the other party will be fine. But Yang Lao's words seemed inappropriate. After all, no one present had the closest relationship with Yang Lao. But Long Yu didn't need to worry about this issue. Let me do it. Soon someone came forward. He was a young demon cultivator who stood up and said to everyone, "My father and Mr. Yang are close friends of life and death. There will be no problem in linking my soul with Mr. Yang. Can?" The others nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, there would be no problem in communicating with the two groups of people entering the hall and those guarding outside the hall. If something unexpected happens, you can respond immediately, which greatly improves everyone's probability of survival. Long Yu, you, and Han Ying just stay outside. Shui Luo turned his head sideways, nodded to the two of them and said. Of course, Long Yu and Han Ying had no objection to this. Their cultivation level was too low, and it was really not a good idea to take risks in the Yellow Sand Palace. Soon everyone was assigned. Yang Lao, two other strong men from the demon race, plus Long Yu and Han Ying, a total of 5 people stayed outside. The other 8 strong men among the 11 will go to the Huangsha Palace together to explore its mysteries and try to find some treasures. Xiaobai, Shuelua, Concubine Yu, and the man and woman from the Ice Bear Demon clan will also enter the Huangsha Palace together. Everyone divided into 2 groups to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Then, Concubine Yu and Xiaobai took the lead and stepped in directly from the entrance of the Huangsha Palace. When passing by the 2 statues of the multi-winged clan, the two slowed down a little and carefully observed the 2 statues. A statue. After making sure there was no movement, everyone filed in. Long Yu and Han Ying watched their figures disappear into the Yellow Sand Palace outside, but they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The young Lao on the side laughed and said, "Don't worry, they are all the elites among the elites. If even they, something will happen in this Yellow Sand Palace, so this ancient alien ruins are completely out of our reach. In fact, I, Lao Yang, have never heard of such alien ruins, haha. Yes, with so many 5th-level masters, it is no problem to explore most alien ruins." Another demon cultivator next to him also smiled reassuringly. One of the 2 demon cultivators who stayed with Yang Lao was a fox fairy demon clan. This is a young man with an extremely charming appearance. His skin and eyes are as graceful and charming as that of a woman. He is a 5th-level master and is proficient in innate magical means of mental control. The other one was a sturdy man, wearing brown crystal armor, with a strong back and a strong waist. He basically said nothing, and he seemed to be somewhat related to the man and woman from the Ice Bear Demon clan, who came from the Violent Bear Demon clan. But in fact, the relationship between the Violent Bear Demon clan and the Ice Bear Demon clan is not very good. Maybe they were the same clan a long time ago, but now they are not at all. There are even frequent conflicts between the two clans. Fortunately, this burly man from the Violent Bear Demon clan has always been taciturn and doesn't seem to want to have any disputes with others. Ba Xiong, it's been so long, why are you still looking so bitter? The charming young man from the Fox Fairy Demon clan glanced at the burly man from the Violent Bear Demon clan, and said with a smile, "We will definitely gain a lot this time. It's time to let go of all the people and things in the past." Of course, Long Yu and Hong Ying didn't know what he was talking about, so they could only listen on the sidelines. It seemed that something unfortunate had happened to this strong man from the Violent Bear Demon clan. The strong man from the Violent Bear Demon clan, who was called Boss Bear, raised his head coldly, glanced at the young man from the Fox Fairy clan, and then snorted coldly, "If your woman dies in the hands of a foreign race, I will see if you can let it go. It's just a woman, why bother with your pregnancy? If you don't have one, just find another one, haha." The young man from the Fox Fairy Demon clan laughed loudly and seemed to have a very different view from Ba Xiong. Ba Xiong didn't argue with him, but it could be seen that he was still in a very bad mood and was too lazy to say anything. However, these words did let Long Yu and Hong Ying know some things. Of course, these things had nothing to do with them, but it was difficult for both Long Yu and Hong Ying to accept what the Fox Fairy Demon youth said. If it was the woman he loved, how could he not hold her in his heart? If anything happens to Hong Ying, Long Yu will probably be like this Ba Xiong, depressed and unhappy for a long time, right? However, Long Yu was extremely determined in his heart and could not let Hong Ying be harmed. Elder Yang, Ba Xiong, and Su Yuqing, a young man from the Fox Fairy Demon clan, are the 3 strong men from the Demon clan who stayed outside. The name Su Yuqing sounds like a girl, but in fact, this guy is indeed a boy. They went in and haven't encountered any problems for the time being. Let's not relax too much and be vigilant at all times. Through the soul link, Yang Lao has soul-level communication with his son, who is close to him in life and death, so he knows very well what the other person's current situation is like after entering the Huangsha Palace. Even Mr. Yang could display the scenes encountered by everyone in the Huangsha Palace in front of Long Yu and others in a way similar to the True Spirit imprint, making them feel as if they were actually there. Everyone paid attention to the internal picture of the Yellow Sand Palace shown by Yang Lao. At the same time, they were always vigilant about the surroundings. After all, this was not a safe place. Even if they entered the defensive barrier of the Yellow Sand Palace, they might encounter to other unexpected dangers. Concubine Yu and Xiaobai walked in the front. After entering the Yellow Sand Palace, they first saw some winding yellow sand passages. On both sides of the passages were one after another giant statues of the multi-winged clan. The dust in the entire Yellow Sand Palace was obviously flying. It can be seen that no one has arrived for countless years. Suddenly, Concubine Yu and others seemed to have touched some kind of restriction as they moved forward, causing all of them to feel something wrong for a moment. Careful! The situation changed, and everyone immediately became vigilant. Everyone became alert for a moment and looked around cautiously. In the Huangsha Palace, Long Yu blessed Concubine Yu and others with a balanced control in advance, which could last for a long time and increase their spiritual perception intensity a lot. However, what no one expected was that after everyone in the Huangsha Palace touched a certain restriction, the first person to change was outside the Huangsha Palace. Long Yu and the other 5 people carefully observed their surroundings and were always alert. Suddenly, they discovered that a blue light suddenly flashed near the defensive barrier. The power of the water system at the beginning. Everyone suddenly exclaimed. It turned out that the power of the water element had laid a layer of space barrier around the yellow sand palace, apparently to prevent them from escaping. No wonder, that layer of defensive barrier did not stop everyone, but directly let them pass. Now it seems to be a trap. The situation outside was obviously communicated to everyone who entered the Huangsha Palace through Yang Lao's soul link, which naturally made Concubine Yu and others speed up. If the restriction is triggered, danger may follow. Even if they can resist this kind of danger, they cannot resist it forever. Therefore, taking away the good things in the Huangsha Palace as soon as possible and leaving as soon as possible is the most correct way at present. Concubine Yu and others did not retreat, but moved deeper into the Huangsha Palace. According to what Xiaobai said about the characteristic properties of the buildings of the multi-wing clan, they continued to crack certain magic circles in the buildings, and the speed of advancement was still quite high. Fast. But at this moment, the situation outside the Huangsha Palace became very bad. Because, within the space barrier formed by the water element's primordial power, the metal primordial power began to condense, condensing into yellow sand statues in several places. These yellow sand statues are all in the shape of the multi-winged clan. The bamboo poles are covered with dozens of pairs of translucent wings. At this moment, they seem to be alive, and they are moving towards where Yang Lao, Long Yu, and others are. Come under siege. Be careful, the fight is about to begin. Boss Xiong, who had been silent all this time, finally showed a ferocious look in his eyes. There were 3 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues closest to everyone at this moment, all of which had the combat power of the 3rd stage of the Great Master and the 4th stage of the Great Master. These 3 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues are enough to be dealt with by Boss Xiong alone. However, he saw its burly body burst out. Although it was as huge as a hill, it was as fast as a cannonball. The whole person crashed into one of the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues. The terrifying power of the Mad War Divine Text transformed Boss Bear's entire body into a body of steel. As soon as he hit it, he used his powerful force to completely tear the dozens of pairs of translucent wings of the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue into pieces. Crush! Immediately afterwards, Boss Xiong punched the center of the stone statue, directly smashing the bamboo pole into 2 pieces, and easily destroyed the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue. There were 2 other heads, and they immediately attacked Boss Xiong from 2 directions. However, Boss Xiong was already in a fighting spirit, with an aura of going forward courageously. There is no way that the winged stone statue could cause any harm to him. He only needs to wave his fist and condense the Mad War Divine Text in his hand, and he can completely smash his opponent to pieces with ease. However, what is worrying is that the number of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues that are constantly flashing and condensing around them is increasing. In the distance, there are more than 10 densely packed stone statues that have already flown over together. A total of dozens of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues flew in from different directions. Although they were all of the strength of the 3rd or 4th stage masters, it would definitely be very troublesome if there were too many of them. The key problem is that no one knows how many yellow sand multi-winged stone statues will be condensed. Dozens are fine now, within the range they can solve, but what if there are hundreds of stone statues in the end? It doesn't matter if there are hundreds of seats. What if there are hundreds or thousands of seats? It's impossible for the 5 of them outside to kill hundreds of yellow sand, multi-winged stone statues. The most important thing is that Long Yu has no fighting power at all, and Hong Ying cannot play a decisive role in this level of battle. Of course, Hong Ying can still kill a few yellow sand multi-winged stone statues when he goes into battle, but compared to barbarians like Boss Xiong, the speed of killing enemies is more than 100 times slower. Of course, the young man from the Fox Fairy Demon clan named Su Yuqing could not be idle at this time. He floated out in another direction. Compared with Boss Xiong, Su Yuqing's methods were much better. With a wave of his hand, a piece of pink divine power spread out and condensed into a light pink mist, covering all the more than 10 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues in that direction. Immediately afterwards, the pink mist penetrated into the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues. After 2 breaths, all the pink mist exploded instantly. More than a dozen yellow sand multi-winged stone statues exploded with the mist, leaving no trace behind. These yellow sand multi-winged stone statues are all condensed by the power of the magic circle, and their number is increasing. If we want to stop them, we must find the center of the formation, otherwise we will definitely be doomed if this continues. Yang Lao's face darkened, he looked around, and when he saw that the number of multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand was not decreasing, but that there were more and more, he said solemnly, "Old Yang, I leave it to you. First detect where the eyes of the magic circle are." Long Yu's heart moved. Hearing what Yang Lao said, without any hesitation, he directly activated the secret method of balance control and blessed the body of Yang Lao with the light of balance. Among everyone in the field, Hong Ying is not the strongest in spiritual awareness. Even if she has practiced balanced control, she is still not as good as Yang Lao. After all, Yang Lao is a 5th-level master, and he has also practiced methods to enhance spiritual perception. This old Aries demon cultivator has many auxiliary means, which can always come in handy at any time. After Yang Lao used his own spiritual perception enhancement method and combined it with the light of balance, the intensity of spiritual perception suddenly reached an unbelievable level, even reaching the level of concubine Yu. At this moment, Yang Lao's spiritual perception enveloped the entire space near the Yellow Sand Palace, and then he carefully sensed and detected it. However, the enhancement of spiritual perception alone is still not as good as the detection effect of balanced control. It is not that simple for Mr. Yang to find the formation eye that continuously condenses the stone statues. Hold on, we'll find the formation soon, and then let's go over there and destroy it together. Yang Lao said in a deep voice, his spiritual sense constantly detecting the surrounding area. Su Yuqing and Boss Xiong were in 2 directions, resisting the multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand that were constantly coming. These stone statues were completely condensed from the power of the beginning of the metal system. Their absolute strength was not weak. Unfortunately, they encountered if it's the demon elites like Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing, then there's no chance of fighting. But the problem is that the number of opponents is really increasing. Hurry up, I'm going to be surrounded. Boss Xiong's deep voice came out, attracting Long Yu's eyes to look over there, and found that more than 30 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues had surrounded Boss Xiong, almost airtight. Boss Xiong is now able to break out of the encirclement with all his strength, and smash some stone statues along the way, but if it takes a while, the situation may not be certain. If that doesn't work, we can only go to the Huangsha Palace. Su Yuqing gritted her teeth. His group attack was powerful, but he did not face the situation like Boss Xiong. However, the consumption was quite large now. If this continued, he would probably run out of strength soon. In fact, those yellow sand multi-winged stone statues are not living beings at all. They are not afraid of death at all. They use all their strength when they strike. Although the realm is only the 3rd or 4th level of a great master, the power they release is the power of the beginning of the metal system. The destructive power is still very terrifying. It's not a good idea to enter the Yellow Sand Palace, and their situation is not very good now. Yang Lao said in a deep voice, and then thought for a while and said, "When I find the formation eye, I will destroy it first, and then connect with other people in the hall." They are about to reach the center of the entire hall. No matter what, you should find the formation eye first and then talk about it. Boss Xiong said angrily, and the Mad War divine inscriptions erupted again, condensing into a whirlwind of mad war, which actually covered more than 30 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues in the surrounding area. The terrifying and crushing power came with a crash, destroying those. The stone statue was completely bombarded and shattered. "Okay, I found it, come with me." The old Yang suddenly roared with excitement, and then he transformed directly into the body of an Aries demon cultivator, flying on white clouds in a direction near the Huangsha Palace. Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing looked at each other, each preparing to break out in the direction of Yang Lao. And Long Yu and Hong Ying, of course, followed closely behind Yang Lao, flying towards the place he detected, and soon they were close. Even Long Yu felt that there was some place where power was concentrated in front, which must be the formation. Eyesight. That array of eyes cannot be detected by the naked eye. Even spiritual perception requires balanced control to detect even the slightest trace. It is not easy for Mr. Yang to discover this array of eyes. There is a space defense barrier around the formation eye. Break the space barrier first. Yang Lao said in a deep voice, and raised his hand to emit a burst of white light. The light attribute divine text came with a bang, directly smashing 2 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues that wanted to approach them and attack them. "I can handle the space barrier, Hong Ying, senior sheep, you cover me." Of course, Long Yu also felt the layer of space defense barrier. He immediately gritted his teeth and flew away on the void nether dragon blade into a stream of blue light. He used the magical power of the 9 nether path without hesitation. When Yang Lao and Hong Ying saw Long Yu rushing towards him, they spontaneously flew towards both sides of Long Yu and used various means to kill the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues that were attacking Long Yu no matter what. The multi-winged clan obviously protects this magic circle eye that constantly condenses the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue. When it was noticed that someone was heading towards the formation eye, dozens of light yellow lights suddenly flashed nearby, and at least 40 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues suddenly formed. As soon as so many yellow sand stone statues appeared, they rushed directly towards Long Yu Fei, which shocked both Yang Lao and Hong Ying. "I'll contain them." Yang Lao snorted, and his whole body exuded the power of a light divine text. He actually built a hexahedral cage of light and blasted towards the large group of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues. Only in the next moment, Long Yu and Hong Ying discovered that the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues that were covered in this hexahedral light cage had all stopped moving. It's like the time in the light cage suddenly stopped. "Don't stop, move faster, I won't last long." Yang Lao shouted in a deep voice, "This only temporarily stops the power of these stone statues completely. Controlling so many yellow sandstone statues at the same time, I'm afraid I can only last for 5 breaths at most." The 5 breathing time is absolutely extremely urgent for Long Yu Lai now. Fortunately, he never slowed down, even when he saw a large group of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues suddenly appearing around him. He did not stop his movements. Just after Yang Lao controlled the 2 breaths of those stone statues, Long Yu finally arrived at the space defense barrier, protecting the formation's eyes. "Disintegrate the 9 nether paths for me." Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly used his innate magical power towards the space defense barrier. A dark path of shadow mixed with space divine inscriptions quickly extended towards the space defense barrier. And the innate magical power of the 9 nether path, after being integrated into the space essence, had the effect of disintegrating the space divine text and did not disappoint Long Yu. At this moment, even the tyrannical space barrier in the ancient alien ruins began to gradually disintegrate under Long Yu's 9 nether path. Magical power is identical to. Seeing this scene, Hong Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Long Yu's magical power would suddenly fail. As for Mr. Yang and Mr. Xiong and Su Yuqing, who were fighting fiercely on the other side, these 3 people were still wondering how Long Yu broke through the previous barrier of space consciousness. Now that they saw this scene, they finally understood. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised secretly. This boy's methods are indeed mysterious. I really can't tell that he is just a low-level master. The three of them all looked at Long Yu with admiration. Based on their distant perception of the space defense barrier, even if they tried to destroy that barrier, they would not be much faster than the current Long Yu. So they could tell at a glance that Long Yu was indeed powerful in this regard. He is extremely powerful beyond ordinary people. If the realm of Long Yu martial arts is raised to the Great Master, or even reaches their current level of the 5th level Great Master, it will definitely surpass them by a large margin, at least in terms of destroying space barriers, it will far surpass them. This is indeed an incredible method. Because of this, the space essence's strengthening effect on dragon control is unparalleled. If it were given to others, it might not have such an effect. You must know that the Nine Nether Path is the last innate magical power of Long Yu, and of course it is the most powerful one. Compared with the Book of Shadows and the 9 Nether Hunters, it will not be at a disadvantage. The Imperial Divine Power 9 Nether Path, even if it is not enhanced by space essence, should have some effect of disintegrating the space divine script. It's just that I haven't used this innate magical power much since I stepped into the 7-star Emperor, so I didn't notice it. The essence of space should only enhance the path of 9 netherworlds, rather than change its nature. Therefore, Long Yu's ability to possess such a heaven-defying method is actually inseparable from the magical power of Path of 9 netherworlds itself. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths of time flew by in the blink of an eye. The hexahedral light cage released by Yang Lao could no longer hold on, and was collectively broken through by more than 40 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, and then those stone statues all flew towards Long Yu's location. Heart. Seeing that Long Yu hadn't finished the space defense barrier yet, Hong Ying's heart skipped a beat and she quickly raised her hand to activate the blood-colored divine inscriptions. The demon blood 6 wings and blood-colored wings behind her had already opened subconsciously. The blood-colored divine words spread rapidly, directly sealing the space near Long Yu. This is an ancient martial skill practiced by Hong Ying. It can seal the space with the blood-colored divine words, fill the entire space to the maximum extent, and thus block other people. Pass. The effect is similar to a space barrier, but the principle of this martial art is different from other space barriers. In comparison, it is simpler and more crude. When the blood-colored divine inscriptions spread, filling the nearby space and blocking the path forward of the group of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, those stone statues did not deal with the red warblers. Instead, they mobilized the power of the divine inscriptions and moved towards that piece of bloody divine text, went away with a bang. Under the joint bombardment of more than 40 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, the bloody divine text was declared defeated before it could even last a breath. But the good news is that at this time, Long Yu finally managed to get rid of the space defense barrier and completely dismantled it, and then the eyes of the magic circle were directly exposed in front of them. Yang Lao finally rushed over at this time. Without any words or any hesitation, the light divine inscriptions condensed into a bright beam of light. Before the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues could react, they had already bombarded and penetrated the magic circle. The formation I. After the space defense barrier was disintegrated by Long Yu, the remaining magic circle had no protective power and was easily completely shattered by Yang Lao's bright beam. Just when the formation was exploded, all the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues in the field suddenly seemed to have lost all their supporting power, instantly collapsed, turned into yellow sand, and then dissipated into the golden power of Tai Chu. Soon, the densely packed yellow sand multi-winged stone statues outside the Huangsha Palace all disappeared because the formation eyes were exploded. Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing were still a little stunned, but then they reacted and showed a little joy on their faces. Well done. The two of them nodded to Long Yu at the same time, with some surprise in their eyes. They originally thought that Long Yu might not be able to break through the space defense barrier so quickly. In that case, when the more than 40 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues approached Long Yu, he would only die. Even Boss Xiong didn't expect Long Yu to be able to break through the space defense barrier so quickly. Yang Lao's performance may be normal, after all, he is a powerful 5th-level master, but Long Yu, a mere low-ranking master, also played a very crucial role in this encounter against the Huangsha stone statue. People have to look at him with admiration. It seems that Concubine Yu's insistence on bringing your son here makes sense. You are indeed a son who can hold back 3 alien gods, hee. Su Yuqing, the charming young man from the Fox Fairy Demon clan, glanced at Long Yu up and down. The look in his eyes made Long Yu feel a little bit hairy. Don't relax yet. They are in trouble inside. Let's prepare for their retreat quickly. At this time, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Yang Lao spoke with a solemn expression, returned to his human form, and once again displayed the situation he observed through the soul link in front of everyone. Long Yu, Hong Ying, Boss Xiong, and Su Yuqing all looked at the scene in midair. Sure enough, they saw Concubine Yu and others running quickly through the yellow sand passage in the Huangsha Palace. Okay, behind them, there are actually many yellow sand multi-winged stone statues of the 7th-level Master Realm chasing after them desperately. Those yellow sand multi-winged stone statues not only have the cultivation of the 7-stage masters, but also have a unified fighting consciousness. They are a complete set of fighting stone statues. Even Concubine Yu couldn't deal with a yellow sand multi-winged stone statue like 3 heads on her own. Not to mention, there were more than a dozen of these yellow sand multi-winged stone statues chasing behind them, which made it difficult for Concubine Yu and the others to defeat them. Seeing this scene, Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing changed their expressions instantly. There were so many yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, and they must have been condensed by the magic circle inside the yellow sand palace. Looking at this situation, Concubine Yu and the others have no way of destroying the magic circle inside. In other words, there will be more and more yellow sand multi-winged stone statues of the 7th stage master. The magic circle of the multi-wing clan is really powerful, both outside and inside. If we all enter the yellow sand palace together, when we are chased out, we will find thousands of 3rd and 4th level master realms outside. The stone statues are surrounding. That scene is really unimaginable. Fortunately, Long Yu and the others have destroyed the magic circle outside. Now at least the outside is clean and there is no danger. We must respond to them and break through the barrier of the water system's primordial power first, otherwise it will be too late when they come out. Yang Lao analyzed the situation, looked around, and glanced at the 4 people. In addition, there is good news. When we had a fierce battle just now, they had obtained a lot of good things in the Yellow Sand Palace, the most important of which were several. If we can get out alive this time with a 3rd grade or higher heavenly crystal level creation, we will already be considered prosperous. A creation of the 3rd grade Tianjing level. These words made everyone else in the field shine. Not only Long Yu and Hong Ying, but also Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing. You know, a 3rd grade Tianjing level creation is worth 5 million Legion achievements on the battlefield. Moreover, Concubine Yu and the others took several of them. I'm afraid Mr. Yang didn't know the exact number. After all, the situation outside and inside was very urgent at that time, but even one treasure of this level is extremely precious. The news about Mr. Yang made everyone as excited as if they had been given blood. Boss Xiong shouted, "Hurry up, don't wait any longer, and blast away the water system's primordial power barrier. I hope they can hold on longer. This water system's primordial power barrier, even if we join forces, will probably be destroyed. It will take at least 2 sticks of incense to finish. Let's take action together." Su Yuqing's charming body also became a little erect at this time, because he was really looking forward to the 3rd grade Tianjing level creation that Yang Lao said. Long Yu and Hong Ying looked at each other, and each flew towards the barrier of water-based Taichu power outside the Yellow Sand Palace. This water system's primordial power barrier completely overlaps with the space barrier that blocks the storm. That is, if we destroy this sudden water system primordial power barrier, that space barrier will also be destroyed. Hong Ying glanced at the situation ahead, and felt more admiration for the multi-wing clan in her heart. In other words, even if we escape from here, we still need to be prepared to be attacked by the storm of the golden element's primordial power. And it can also directly destroy this invaded Yellow Sand Palace, borrowing the power of the storm from the beginning of the gold system. Long Yu shook his head, and also felt the scheming contained in the construction methods of the Duoying clan. This method was quite terrifying. It's a pity that all this is completely meaningless in front of the current Long Yu, because he has nothing to be afraid of, whether it is the water-based absolute power barrier or the metal-based absolute power storm. It may be a coincidence that Long Yu can directly face and solve these methods prepared by the multi-wing clan. Perhaps, it's because of the Void Nether Dragon Blade and the 9 Nether Path's ability to disintegrate the Space Divine inscriptions that I am more comfortable than others when facing the power of the 5 elements of absolute beginning. Long Yu thought of more, and the situation derived from this is that Long Yu's current exploration ability is far ahead of the entire combination of monsters and humans. Even some powerful 5th and 6th level masters are not as capable of surviving in extreme situations as the current Long Yu. This can be a very strange phenomenon. After all, Dragon 10101010, Yu's current martial arts realm only has lower masters, but this is the horror of the Taichu furnace. You know, among the entire human race and monster race, I am afraid that no one can own the soldiers smelted by the Taichu furnace, because this is not something that can be obtained casually. It not only requires strong men in the godlike realm to create the space-time tunnel, but also requires many powerful beings to fight with each other, self-destruct, etc. in the space-time tunnel, generating extremely terrifying energy, in order to finally condense the Taichu furnace. When Long Yu smelted the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void, how much energy was combined into the absolute beginning furnace? Countless Ice God clan aliens chose to self-destruct. Countless members of the monster race Battlefield Legion exerted their full strength among them. Whether it is the Monster Clan or the Ice God clan, both sides suffered extremely heavy losses. How many times will this happen? At least in the past 1,000 years, nothing like this has ever happened in the Monster Clan. It can be said that Long Yu was a blessing in disguise this time, just because of the Ice God clan's plan. If he really wanted to, Long Yu would definitely be one of the final winners in the previous Ice God clan's invasion plan. As for the other winners, of course it was the Demon Clan Battlefield Legion. It was even more rare to be able to eliminate the 3-headed alien race. All in all, countless coincidences worked together to create the current Void Dragon Blade, which also created the dragon control that is so defiant now. Soon, the 5 Long Yu people arrived in front of the water barrier of Taipei power. Others had also noticed that this barrier overlapped with the previous space barrier. It was impossible to destroy one of the layers. They could only both layers are destroyed together. There is no other way, just go ahead. Otherwise, when they escape from the Yellow Sand Palace, there will be so many yellow sand multi-winged stone statues at the 7th level of Grand Master behind them, and we together will definitely not be able to withstand them. Without any hesitation, Yang Lao raised his hand and condensed several light white beams of light, which suddenly landed on the 2 layers of space barriers, and immediately left a slight mark on the inner barrier. Ba Xiong, Su Yuqing and Hong Ying all did not hold back, and used the strongest means to directly bombard the 2 layers of space barriers. Long Yu took action last, still using the 9 Nether Path magical power. At this time, he alone might be able to match the combined effect of the other 4. As a dark path suddenly came, it bombarded the 2 layers of space barriers, directly disintegrating the inner layer, and then continued to fall on the water element's primordial power on the outer layer. This effect simply stunned Ba Xiong, Su Yuqing, and others. Although they had long been mentally prepared for Long Yu's methods, when they saw Long Yu's unnatural methods at close range, they still couldn't help but be shocked by Long Yu's strength. It's amazing. Is this method of yours still effective against the power of the water element? Su Yuqing didn't believe it anymore, and stared at the water element's primordial power, trying to determine how powerful Long Yu's Nine Nether Path was in disintegrating the space divine text. Obviously, Long Yu's Nine Nether Path did not disappoint him. When the Nine Nether Path continued to condense and extend, bombarding the water system's primordial power barrier, one could easily see that the barrier was being continuously disintegrated. Even though it is the primordial power of the water system, the speed of disintegration cannot be as fast as before, but this speed still makes Su Yuqing, Ba Xiong, and others feel incredible. If we keep going at this speed, I'm afraid it only takes one stick of incense to break through these two barriers. It's really fast, good boy, one person and four of us, haha. Ba Xiong laughed loudly. In order to gain time, he did not waste time. Instead, he concentrated all his strength on the Mad War divine text and turned it into a series of Mad War fists. He kept smashing down on the barrier of the water element's Taichu power, which could also speed up the process. The speed of disintegration. Ba Xiong, Su Yuqing, Mr. Yang, and Hong Ying all turned out to be Long Yu's foils at this moment. If this kind of thing spread to the battlefield legions, countless people would not believe it. If the opponents of Ba Xiong, Su Yuqing, and others knew about it, they would be more likely to mock them because of this, which is completely normal. Everyone bombarded the two layers of space barriers with all their strength, one of which was the water system's primordial power barrier, and the difficulty was still quite high. The 8 people who entered the Huangsha Palace, led by concubine Yu, obviously also knew the situation outside. After all, there were people in the team who were soul-linked with Mr. Yang and could sense each other's situation. In this kind of adventure, Yang Lao's magical soul link is really extremely useful, especially when acting separately. This method can ensure that the connection between the two parties exists anytime and anywhere, and will not be interrupted for some reason. They are coming out soon, and they should rush out directly towards us. Brother Long, when the time comes, we will all get into your armor. Yang Lao said to Long Yu. No problem. Long Yu nodded and said it didn't matter. Indeed, after breaking through the two layers of space barriers, the storm of the golden power of the beginning was raging outside his heart. Entering the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade is obviously the safest and most appropriate way, but some people are unwilling to do so, such as Situ Tianhe and Situ Qingyi of the Ice Bear Demon clan. Only a stick of incense had passed since Mr. Yang issued the reminder. Long Yu and others finally joined forces to break through the two layers of space barriers. At this time, concubine Yu and the other 8 people finally emerged from Huangsha. Rushed out from the entrance of the palace. And behind concubine Yu and the others, more than 30 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues of the 7-level master level rushed out of the yellow sand palace. Hurry up, it's too late. Bai, who was following concubine Yu, shouted softly, raised his hand, and a burst of illusory divine power enveloped everyone, and then doubled their speed in an instant. In just an instant, the 8 of them arrived at the gap in the space barrier, where Long Yu and others were. Well done. Bai glanced at Long Yu and the others, laughed, and then, together with concubine Yu and others, rushed into the inner space of the Void Nether Dragon Blade that Long Yu had just taken out. This time even the 2 guys from the Ice Bear Demon clan didn't hesitate at all and rushed into the Void Nether Dragon Blade, following the others. Long Yu didn't think that these 2 guys had eliminated their opinions on him. It must be because they knew what dangerous things would happen next, so they entered the inner world of the Void Dragon Blade so desperately. Ba Xiong, Su Yuqing, Mr. Yang, and Hong Ying all did not hesitate. Just after the last Situ Qingyi broke into the inner space of the Void Nether Dragon Blade, the 4 of them also stepped into the inner space of the Void Nether Dragon Blade. In the end, Long Yu himself returned to the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade, and then communicated with Su's spiritual thoughts, allowing Su to escape from the scene as quickly as possible. Long Yu didn't know what happened, but seeing how impatient Concubine Yu and the others were, he certainly didn't dare to show any signs of neglect. The Void Dragon Blade turned into a blue stream of light, instantly flew outside the gap in the two-layer space barrier near the edge of the Yellow Sand Palace, and then quickly disappeared in this area. The next moment, there was only a loud bang, and an extremely violent explosion occurred in the entire Yellow Sand Palace behind. Amidst the explosion, a burst of thunderous brilliance erupted from it, shattering the entire Yellow Sand Palace. Then the power of Taichu rolled out, completely covering the group of 7-level master-level Yellow Sand multi-winged stone statues. Inside. When the thunder roared in the Yellow Sand Palace, it even blasted the entire Yellow Sand Palace into ashes. The Yellow Sand multi-winged stone statues of the 7 stage masters who wanted to chase them out were also buried in it at this moment. The entire area around the Yellow Sand Palace became a world of thunder and lightning. Fortunately, Long Yu and others had just escaped from this area, otherwise, they would have been enveloped in this thunder. Even Concubine Yu might not be able to withstand such a thunderstorm head-on. Inside the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void, they realized that Long Yu, the supreme divine weapon, had moved away from the area where the thunder exploded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because everyone was finally safe. Even if the storm of the golden power of Taichu comes from time to time, everyone has discovered that with the Void Dragon Blade, a divine item of Taichu, they can move forward easily and steadily without being affected at all. So what's going on with the thunderstorm? Yang Lao asked first, with some doubts in his words. It's me. A 6th-level master demon cultivator stood up. This man was a bald man with no arms and some thunder patterns on his body. He looked similar to Yi Ziwei's Taichu Thunder Seal. At first glance, he was a man with the Taichu Divine Grade. The super strong man. This person comes from the Thunder Lizard Monster Clan. He should be a Thunder Lizard. He is one of the most powerful elders of the Thunder Lizard Monster Clan. Listening to what other people call him, it seems that this person is called Li Lei, and that's his name. It's really you. Su Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief on the side. He was not surprised that Li Lei could produce such a terrifying and violent thunder explosion, because he had seen various abilities of Li Lei before. Well, when I entered the Yellow Sand Palace along the way, I made some magic circle marks. After leaving, as long as one of them is detonated, all the thunder magic circle marks in the entire Yellow Sand Palace will be detonated collectively. The bald Bream Lei stood on the spot. While sitting, he glanced at Long Yu. This guy really impressed me. He's not bad. Senior, thank you. I wish no one had any accidents this time. Long Yu was not flattered. In fact, there were too many times when he made people admire him. Okay, now let's take a look at our harvest this time. There are a total of 6 heavenly crystal level creations, 4 of which are 3rd grade and 2 of which are 2nd grade. If the total value is converted into Battlefield Legion merit, there are at least 10 million, even if the 13 of us share it equally, each of us already has more than 2 million. Concubine Yu smiled at everyone and took out 6 identical yellow sand crystals from her arms, but the color of 2 of the crystals was more brilliant. Obviously these were the creations of the 2 2nd-grade sky crystals. Created objects are divided into yellow stone level, mysterious jade level, earth seal level, and sky crystal level. Each level is divided into 5 grades. In other words, the highest quality created things in the world are only the 1st grade of sky crystal level. Long Yu thought in his heart, and now I have directly obtained 2 2nd-grade creations of the sky crystal level. The harvest is really amazing. It seems that these alien ruins are indeed full of treasures. Not only Long Yu thought this way, but others also had this thought. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by the 6 created yellow sand crystals, with a somewhat fiery look in their eyes. So far, no one has died, but they have obtained such a batch of creations. Even if everyone leaves here, the harvest has been very great. But at this time, Situ Chingy, the woman from the Ice Bear Demon clan, said calmly, "How come 13 people can share it equally? I don't admit that Long Yu and Hong Ying have the qualifications to share it equally with us. Although they are also, it has its uses, but the 2 of them combined are almost as good as one." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people around him changed. To be honest, not many people present have changed their views on Long Yu and Hong Ying, only 3 of them, Mr. Yang, Mr. Xiong and Su Yuqing. The others all know a little about the situation through soul links, and their feelings are not the same. Very profound. The most important thing is that even Mr. Yang, Mr. Xiong and Su Yuqing still don't think Long Yu and Hong Ying can be compared with others. Long Yu is very strong, and has a strong ability to disintegrate space barriers. They were able to escape in time, and half of it was due to Long Yu. Based on this alone, it was enough for Long Yu to equal them. But Hong Ying really didn't play a big role. Although she cooperated well with Long Yu and helped Long Yu by some time, in the end her role was not very big. Even Yang Lao and the other 3 think so, let alone others. How to distribute the harvest? Let's wait until we can get out alive. There is no point in discussing this now. Concubine Yu glanced at Situ Chingy and said calmly. Judging from her tone, she was not sure whether everyone could leave safely this time. She seemed to be somewhat pessimistic. However, she obviously had her own thoughts and speculations for being like this. No matter what, I firmly disagree with letting the 2 of them participate in the split. Situ Chingy chuckled, and then, including Situ Tianhe beside her, the 2 senior demon cultivators from the Ice Bear Demon clan all had the same opinion. It seemed that they had strong opinions on Long Yu and Hong Ying. I just listened to Senior Concubine Yu. Long Yu also expressed his position at this time. He didn't care very much about the distribution of the spoils. Even if he and Hong Ying really got a share together, it wouldn't be anything. He understood that his martial arts level was low, and he came here this time. Most of the time it's just a mix-up. Of course, it also depends on what happens later. Long Yu will not suffer an obvious loss. If it is what he deserves, he will fight for it no matter what. Even if he can't fight, Shui Luo and Concubine Yu will definitely be on his side. As for the others, Long Yuka couldn't guarantee it. Even though Mr. Yang seemed kind, he was still unlikely to give in casually when it came to his own interests. These things can indeed be done after leaving. Everyone has tasted the sweetness anyway, and it is impossible to leave this alien ruins so quickly. Due to Concubine Yu's call to stop, the conflict over the distribution of spoils did not escalate to the point where it was difficult to reconcile, and everyone quickly focused on the next exploration. Soon, everyone returned to the location of the Eye of the Storm. Everyone came out of Long Yu's Void Dragon Blade and all breathed a sigh of relief. The situation just now can be quite thrilling. The fighting power of the 7-level Dominator level Yellow Sand multi-winged stone statue is far more powerful than they imagined. The key is that the Yellow Sand multi-winged stone statues of the 7 stage masters all fought together and were born together. They have a very high degree of tacit understanding with each other. They work together flawlessly and are very difficult to deal with. Even Concubine Yu dare not go with them. Fighting for too long. We will have experience if we encounter the Huangsha Palace again. Everyone was a little relieved. After all, they succeeded this time. They would be more confident when they meet again in the future, and the harvest may be even more. Because they were being chased by the Yellow Sand multi-winged stone statue of the 7th stage master just now, Concubine Yu and the others did not have time to take out all the treasures. They only took out the 6 most valuable heavenly crystal level creations. But in fact, there are a lot of good things, but no one is willing to risk their lives to get them, and time does not allow them to do so. I have not detected the existence of other yellow sand palaces within 100 miles nearby. Concubine Yu carefully examined her surroundings. With the blessing of Long Yu's balanced light, her spiritual awareness surpassed everyone present. Let's go around the eye of the storm and go in another direction. Xuanhuan made a suggestion, which was recognized by everyone else. The open area near the eye of the storm alone covers a radius of 40 or 50 miles. If you go around to the other side of the eye of the storm, you may be able to detect some other useful information. After everyone agreed, they followed Concubine Yu and walked around to the other side of the eye of the storm. As for Long Yu and Hong Ying, they continued to enter Concubine Yu's world. After tasting the sweetness, everyone's mentality changed slightly, and they had more expectations for the rewards of this trip. At the same time, they seemed to have relaxed their vigilance against danger. Although no one will completely relax, the level of vigilance has indeed dropped a lot compared to the beginning, and this is a sign of danger. Soon, everyone followed Concubine Yu to the other side of the eye of the storm. It took about an hour. After all, everyone had to resist the constant suction force from the eye of the storm when they detoured. Fortunately, with their strength, it is not difficult to resist the suction of the eye of the storm at this distance. Sure enough, there is another yellow sand palace. It's exactly the same as the one just now. It's in this direction, about 80 miles ahead. After arriving here, Concubine Yu used her spiritual sense detection again, and sure enough, she found another yellow sand palace. This discovery made the others look happy, and they were finally going to gain something again. Don't be careless. You may still encounter dangers along the way. Someone needs to explore the path, just like before. Xuanhuan reminded everyone, and then glanced at Long Yu, because it was Long Yu who went to explore the road first, and not only did he return safely, but he also opened a gap in the spatial awareness barrier for everyone in advance, so that everyone could come out easily. Pass. But this time someone obviously couldn't stand it. Let's go explore the road this time. Situchingi spoke out and glanced at Long Yu. She obviously didn't want to see Long Yu make meritorious deeds again. She didn't want to give Long Yu another chance to succeed. Otherwise, when the spoils were distributed in the end, if everyone else agreed with Long Yu, if she got a share alone, she would be very unconvinced. Situ Tianhe obviously had the same idea. After the Ice Bear Demon clan finished with a man and a woman, he ignored the opinions of others and went out in the direction of Concubine Yu. No one stopped the man and woman from the Ice Bear Demon clan, because it didn't really matter who went to explore the way. It was the same for everyone else. They didn't want to go anyway. After all, no one knows what kind of situation they will encounter ahead. Simply put, the possibility of danger for those exploring the path is much greater than that of others. It is precisely because of this that when Long Yu proposed to go out to explore the road at first, no one else was interested, and many people even had a good impression of him. Now a man and a woman from the Ice Bear Demon clan are going to explore the road first, and others will not stop them. As for Long Yu, he is more happy to have some time and explore the road. The other party can go if they want. He just takes this time to take a good rest. Complete recovery of strength. Soon, the man and woman of the Ice Bear Demon clan disappeared from everyone's eyes, protecting their bodies with the Ice Divine Defense Barrier, and threw themselves into a storm of the power of the golden element. A storm of this magnitude would certainly not be able to do anything to them. The key was that no one knew whether there would be other dangers on the 80-mile stretch ahead. Of course, now everyone else can only wait where they are. No one talked much, everyone was resting and thinking about the experience of exploring the Yellow Sand Palace just now. If you study and think more, maybe you can gain more and encounter less danger next time. Long Yu is also digesting the experience of using the 9 Nether path just now. He has used the 9 nether paths so many times in succession, and his familiarity with this innate magical power has suddenly improved a lot, and he has become more comfortable in using it. Hong Ying, on the other hand, is actually absorbing some of the creations she originally carried. Judging from the aura on her body, it seems that she is getting closer to the realm of the second-level master. If Hong Ying can step into the second stage of the Great Master, then her strength will be improved to the next level, which would be good. Long Yu was a little relieved and thought of himself at the same time. Hong Ying entered the Great Overlord when she was fighting the Ice God clan before, but Long Yu entered the Overlord's secret realm at a later time than she did. Therefore, until now, it is normal for Hong Ying to be getting closer and closer to the second-level master. After all, she has obtained a lot of cultivation resources during this period and has also searched a lot from the wreckage of the world. She all ready to be absorbed by oneself. It doesn't matter if Long Yu falls. Anyway, even if he is promoted to the mid-level master now, he will still be unable to intervene in the battle. He will still be killed by the opponent with one move, so there is no need to improve his cultivation now. Time passed one by one, and no news came back from the front. Everyone could only wait quietly, and half an hour passed quickly, but there was still no news about the man and woman from the Ice Bear Demon clan. This speed is really slow. I think it's not as reliable as Brother Long Yu. Bai laughed heartily on the side, making no secret of his disgust and contempt for the 2 Ice Bear Demon clan people. Perhaps something happened on the way, and it delayed them for a while. I don't know. Let's wait for a while. If they don't come back, we will have to send someone over again. Yang Lao looked in the direction of Concubine Yu while talking. His meaning is very obvious. Now that Long Yu is still in Concubine Yu's world, Yang Lao wants Long Yu to go out to explore the road again. After all, there was no problem with Long Yu exploring the road before. Perhaps it is indeed better than the Ice Bear Monster clan. The 2 of them are reliable. You must know that Long Yu's attainments in space and divine literature are definitely not low, and are completely inconsistent with his martial arts realm. Hearing this, Concubine Yu squinted her eyes and nodded. Wait another half hour, if they haven't come back yet, change someone and start. Long Yu also heard Concubine Yu's decision and felt a little solemn in his heart. Although he didn't like the 2 men and 1 woman from the Ice Bear Demon clan, it was undeniable that the strength of those 2 people was definitely not weak. At least it won't be weaker than the other 5-level masters present. But they didn't come back for so long. They must have encountered some trouble. Long Yu definitely didn't believe that the other party would have delayed coming back for so long if nothing happened. If there is really any danger, I might not be able to handle it if I go. Oh, I have a headache. Long Yu thought to himself, feeling that it was quite troublesome, but fortunately he was too lazy to think about it, so he had to wait first, not to mention that Concubine Yu would not let him go at that time. Of course, if Long Yu really needs to explore the road, Long Yu can still have his own way to ensure his own safety as much as possible, but he is not willing to take risks unless it is absolutely necessary. While everyone was waiting, time kept passing by bit. Soon, an hour passed, and it was already time for Concubine Yu and Yang Laosua to send another group of people out. They haven't come back yet. It seems something really happened. Everyone in the field had solemn expressions. Ba Xiong, Su Yuqing, Li Lei, and others also had sullen expressions, because once something happens to someone, it means that the danger of this place is indeed very high, and then the rest of them will also something could happen. They had originally weakened Yi's vigilance because they had tasted the sweetness, but at this time they suddenly raised it, and they were much more cautious than at the beginning. Then, let's make a decision now. Who is willing to go out to explore? The main goal of this exploration is not the Yellow Sand Palace, but to find out what happened to the 2 Ice Bear Demon clan. Concubine Yu said calmly, then she glanced at everyone around her and found that no one had any intention of going out to explore. She couldn't help but frown slightly. In fact, concubine Yu also knew that if she sent someone out under such circumstances, there would probably be no return, but for the present, this was the only way. Otherwise, if they went there together, if something unexpected happened, it would be even worse. The entire army will be annihilated. No one volunteered to go out to explore the way. Long Yu waited in concubine Yu's world for a while, and couldn't help thinking that if he went out to explore the way at this time, he could negotiate terms with others. But before Long Yu could make a decision, things suddenly took a turn for the better. A majestic and burly figure suddenly appeared from the yellow sandstorm ahead. He looked extremely embarrassed. It was the man from the Ice Bear Monster clan who had just left, Situ Tianhe. At this moment, Situ Tianhe was completely different from when he left an hour ago. At that time, he was high-spirited and broke into the yellow sandstorm with Situ Qingyi, with a strong momentum of going forward. But now, Situ Tianhe's ice armor was completely shattered. He looked like he had escaped from a tragic battlefield, dripping with blood, and the ice divine aura was swirling around him in disorder, condensing from time to time. The ice then shattered, and ice shards fell to the ground along the way, mixed with blood and swallowed by the yellow sandstorm. Soon he ran out of the scope of the yellow sandstorm, with a look of despair on his face. When he saw the people here, a touch of joy finally appeared on his face. Escaped, I escaped. Situ Tianhe couldn't help but be a little excited. His face was mixed with ice slag and blood, and he was rolling in the void and flying over. What happened to you? Seeing Situ Tianhe return like this, everyone's expressions changed. Although Situ Tianhe looked miserable, it was much better than neither of them coming back at all. At least, you can ask him directly what happened. It's a godlike illusion, a godlike illusion. On the road, there is a magic circle trap. That magic circle can condense the godlike illusion of the multi-winged clan. Its strength is not much worse than the real godlike illusion, even if it is not as strong as the real godlike illusion. Far away, we are definitely not opponents at all, cough cough. Situ Tianhe coughed up blood and flew toward the crowd at high speed, swaying and looking miserable. Fortunately, he came back alive. As long as he was alive, everything would be fine. It's a pity that the woman who has always disliked Long Yu, Situ Qingyi, seems to be unable to come back. Godlike illusion array. After hearing Situ Tianhe's words, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes showed shock. They looked at each other again and again, but everyone's eyes were filled with shock, including concubine Yu. The magic circle is very magical and mysterious. For example, the Jiuyou Tinlong magic circle that Long Yu has seen consists of 4 ancient temples, including the Shura ancient palace, and forms the center of the formation. It has extremely terrifying defensive capabilities. The godlike illusion magic circle is one of the strongest magic circles. You can use the power of the magic circle to condense it, and then create a godlike illusion, whose power level is comparable to that of a godlike existence. Of course, the methods of the godlike illusion are definitely not as good as those of the real godlike illusion, but its strength is not bad at all. If it is a head-on confrontation, it can definitely kill everything in an instant. Even concubine Yu might not be able to hold her breath for even one breath in front of the godlike illusion. This is an absolute power gap, and no means or magical powers can make up for it. Everyone's faces became extremely ugly when they heard Situ Tianhe's divine illusion array. How far is the range of the godlike illusion array? Have you paid attention? Concubine Yu looked solemn and asked Situ Tianhe. Generally speaking, the godlike illusion magic circle must have a range. This range affects the range in which the magic circle can absorb power, and also affects the range in which the condensed godlike illusion can act. Understanding this is very important for their next actions. Although Situ Tianhe is exhausted from running for his life, he still has the fighting consciousness as a powerful master. The more he is between life and death, the clearer his consciousness becomes. Therefore, he could still answer Concubine Yu's question. Hearing this, he immediately said, "We can bypass the area of about 50 miles, but the problem is that the Yellow Sand Palace is within the range of this kind of divine illusion array. We want to, if we go to explore that palace, that kind of divine illusion will definitely tear us into pieces." Situtienha's words put all the good thoughts in everyone's minds away. What a joke! That kind of divine illusion magic circle actually includes the Yellow Sand Palace. How could they possibly go after the Yellow Sand Palace? Either brave the attack of the godlike illusion and break into the Yellow Sand Palace, or break the godlike illusion circle first, but either way is not a good choice. The former is absolutely a dead end. When the 7-stage master-level Yellow Sand multi-winged stone statues and godlike illusions attack from both inside and outside, it will be impossible for everyone to escape. As for the latter, if you want to break the godlike illusion magic circle, you will definitely suffer sacrifices, and this is a situation that none of them want to see. Anyway, there are a lot of Yellow Sand palaces in this ancient foreign ruins. They can't come up with this one, they can also look for other Yellow Sand palaces. Are we still going to this Yellow Sand Palace? Many people have set their sights on Concubine Yu, and they all want to give up, but they are unwilling to do so. Concubine Yu did not make a decision for the time being, but continued to ask some detailed questions to Situtienha. After Situtienha answered them one by one, Concubine Yu frowned and thought for a while, and finally shook her head. "Forget it, the danger is too great, let's abandon this Yellow Sand Palace." Concubine Yu quickly shook her head and said to everyone. The detailed questions she asked Situtienha were mainly about how Situtienha was killed and the location of the godlike illusion array. She asked about all the details. After thinking about it comprehensively, she found that with the few people they have now, the idea of creating a godlike illusion is really unreliable. If one thing is not done well, the whole army may be wiped out. Even if it succeeds by chance, it will cost a lot and the gain will not be worth the loss. After listening to Concubine Yu's words, everyone nodded. No one expressed dissatisfaction with this decision, because everyone saw the tragic situation of Situtienha and heard how Situtienha died in the hands of that kind of divine illusion. Long Yu wanted to see the so-called godlike illusion array and see how far it was from a real godlike formation, but obviously no one else wanted to see it, so of course Long Yu had to give up. However, if you want to find other Yellow Sand palaces, you will encounter many uncertain dangers. Now that we all know that there is a godlike illusion circle in this alien ruins, we should be more careful wherever we go. Concubine Yu said in a deep voice. Everyone else nodded, and then Yang Lao made a suggestion. When exploring the path, you can create a mirror image or a clone, and let the clone walk in front. If there is a godlike illusion magic circle, it can be triggered in advance. The clone does not have consciousness and may be ignored by the godlike illusion array and will not work. A figure wearing a black robe on the side said solemnly, "Leave it to me, Marahun, not to mention the 50-mile range, even the situation within 100 miles, I can find out everything for you, but afterwards, you need to be more careful when allocating the spoils to me, after all, I need to consume a lot of resources to do so." This person's name is Marahun, he is a 6th-level master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan, and one of the strongest among them all. His strength can be said to be second only to Concubine Yu, Big Brother Xiong, and Su Yuqing. Shuelua, they all have to be stronger. Everyone else also knows the method he mentioned. After all, most people have dealt with each other many times and have a clear understanding of their respective methods. This pill soul usually raises many alien puppets at the level of a great master. These alien puppets are all alive and have their own consciousness, but that consciousness cannot control the bodies of the alien puppets. On the contrary, the bodies of alien puppets are all controlled by Marahun. If you want to raise an alien puppet at the 3rd or 4th level of a great master, you need to consume a lot of resources. However, during the battle, these alien puppets will become one of the important components of combat effectiveness. Now, Marahun's intention is nothing more than to send these alien puppets out to detect from a distance, but if the foreign puppets are lost, they will be counted on other people. When dividing the spoils, give more to Marahun, which means that everyone will share the loss equally. After all, they are all people who think about their own interests. Marahun cannot take the initiative to use his own strength to explore the way, and must negotiate good terms. Perhaps Marahama-senpai doesn't need to go to such trouble. Concubine Yu explained Marahun's thoughts to Long Yu and Han Ying in private, and then listened to Long Yu's methods, then smiled and said, "In terms of exploring the path, we can still leave it to Brother Long Yu. He has his own means to ensure that we embark on a safe road." As soon as these words came out, everyone was a little surprised. Why does Long Yu have so many tricks? How does he want to discover the godlike illusion array in advance? It's simply impossible. When Marahun heard this, his voice suddenly turned cold. He was lucky last time. If it were this time, he would have been killed by the godlike illusion. Even if he had any mirror clone method or other illusion method, with such little cultivation, it is impossible to explore very far in this foreign ruins. Not to mention 100 miles, even if you go out 10 miles, I am afraid that it will be completely destroyed by the storm of the power of the golden element. Let's not talk about luck for now, but he does have a way. If you believe in him, go to his Taichu divine artifact and let him search alone. Anyway, I believe in him. What about you? As Concubine Yu spoke, she curled her red lips and glanced at everyone else present. Many people nodded involuntarily when they saw Concubine Yu's eyes, but these words made Na Wanhun very unhappy, and he said in a sinister and strange way, "Even if he succeeds, will he ask for more distribution afterwards? Some trophies? The same result is far less reliable than my method. Are you really willing to believe in a lower master? If we enter his absolute beginning divine artifact, then he will lead us to a dead end, then we can cry I can't even cry. If he can do it, he will naturally try his best. He can't harm you. If nothing else, doesn't he want to get more cultivation resources? He knows very well that it is impossible to explore more Huangsha Palace without you this time, so, he took the initiative to explore the path this time, and he does not want more distribution of spoils, so you can rest assured." Concubine Yu frowned slightly, glanced at Marahun, and became more cautious about this person. This guy is a bit unsocial. If he encounters a dangerous situation, he may be a time bomb. But now that everyone was united, Concubine Yu didn't say much. "Will you enter his Taichu divine grade yourself?" Marahama asked the last question. "Meeting." Concubine Yu nodded in reply. "That's fine. I'll trust him for now. I hope he won't let us down." Marahun thought for a while and nodded, and finally gave in. He actually felt very sad about his foreign puppets. If someone came out to explore the way for him and didn't ask for more spoils, then he couldn't ask for more. The only thing he was afraid of was that Long Yu was not strong enough and would lead everyone to death. But since Concubine Yu believed in Long Yu now, Marahun would just believe it once. After Marahun agreed, others had no objections, including Situ Tianhe of the Ice Bear Demon clan. Yang Lao once again used his magical power to reverse the universe and healed Situ Tianhe's injuries quickly and easily. Soon Situ Tianhe put on a new outfit. In this way, on the surface, Situ Tianhe did not look like an embarrassed person who had been chased by a godlike illusion at all, and seemed to have completely returned to normal. However, from his eyes, you can still see the joy of surviving the disaster, as well as the worry about everyone's future actions. He seemed to want to retreat and leave this alien ruins, but he also knew that others would definitely not be willing, because the harvest was so rich, and everyone felt that as long as they were careful, they should not encounter much danger. After making the decision, Long Yu came out of Concubine Yu's small world, and then suspended the void dragon blade in front of his eyes, allowing others to enter its inner space first. Yang Lao, Xiong Lao, and Su Yuqing were the quickest and went in without any hesitation. Before entering, they all gave Long Yu a look of appreciation. Xiao Bai went in immediately, followed by Li Lei, Maru Hun, and others. Concubine Yu was the last one as usual. When Concubine Yu also entered the small world of the Void Dragon Blade, Long Yu was ready to take action. In fact, as Namaru Hun said, if Long Yu gathers some fantasy clones, such as ancient afterimages, to go out to explore, due to the weak power level, he will be completely annihilated as soon as he encounters a yellow sandstorm. And even if the power level is high enough, existences such as fantasy clones may not touch the restrictions of the godlike illusion circle because they have no consciousness, making such exploration meaningless. Therefore, Long Yu certainly had other means to conduct this exploration. First of all, with his current cultivation level, only the 9 nether hunters can travel 50 or even hundreds of miles, or even farther, in the alien ruins. Therefore, Joyo Hunter is a method that must be used. Secondly, Joyo Hunter has internal space. This is the most critical point. In the past, when Long Yu was outside the edge of the time and space tunnel, he hid in the inner space of the 9 nether hunters, and then he could resist the power whirlpool of the 5 elements of Tai Chu. As for now, in order to solve the problem that the 9 nether hunters are not conscious and may not be able to trigger the restriction, Long Yu can directly capture a few ice gods from the small world and enter. The combination of the 9 nether hunters and the consciousness of the ice god clan inside is perfect. At least for now, this detection is perfect. Anyway, Long Yu only needs to expend a little power to gather the 9 nether hunters. There are hundreds of billions of ice gods in this small world, so a few deaths are nothing. What's more, these are all alien races, so what's the point? Pity? With such means, pathfinding is no longer a problem for Long Yu. Finally, Long Yu himself entered the inner space of the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and then revealed the scene outside the Void Nether Dragon Blade, which fell into the eyes of everyone else. Now in the outside world, there are only the Void Nether Dragon Blade, a divine item from the beginning, and the 10-9 Nether Hunters condensed by Long Yu. In the inner space of these 9 Nether Hunters, a stunned magical secret realm is placed. Ice God Clan. In this way, the existence of consciousness among the 9 Nether Hunters can trigger certain restrictions, such as the restriction on godlike illusions. According to Concubine Yu's suggestion, Long Yu asked the 10-9 Nether Hunters to set off one after another and explore in 2 directions. He sent 2 at the beginning, and when they were 30 miles away, he sent the other 2 to follow the first 2. Concubine Yu said that the 2 directions to be detected avoid the godlike illusion array that Situ Tianhe encountered before. However, no one knows whether there will be a godlike illusion array in these 2 directions, or whether it is what other dangers. Everything is waiting for Long Yu's detection results. The Void Dragon Blade is floating in place and has not yet moved. Everyone is observing the actions of the 9 Nether Hunters. This thing is pretty good. The young man has great ideas. Xiao Bai, a young human race man, knew Long Yu's combination method and smiled in appreciation. However, with Long Yu's level of cultivation, only he can use this method. After all, Joyo Hunter's innate magical power is very strong. If it were replaced by other phantom clones, it would not be able to achieve such an effect. Only the 9 Nether Hunters can continuously travel through the void filled with storms of the primordial power of the metal system and advance for a long distance. 30 miles away, the 2 Joyo Hunters who set out first encountered 4 or 5 waves of yellow sandstorms, but until now they have been safe and sound, at least not to the point of disintegration. Long Yu made a mental calculation and felt that there would be absolutely no problem for Joyo Hunter to travel 100 miles in this alien ruins environment. Soon, the 3rd and 4th 9 Nether Hunters set off, following behind the first 2. Everyone is waiting. Long Yu was also waiting. When the first Jiuyou hunter in one direction walked more than 70 miles, he suddenly touched a strange restriction, causing a whirlpool of gold-based Taichu power. This vortex of the power of the beginning is much stronger than the storm, because it is the power of the metal system condensed by the power of the magic circle, and its destructive power is far dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of the storm. The 9 nether hunters only persisted for one breath before disappearing into ashes, without any chance of escaping. Moreover, the vortex of the power of the absolute beginning became more and more intense, and it was still absorbing the power of the surrounding storms and expanding towards the outside. What kind of magic circle is this? Everyone present had never seen a similar magic circle, and they couldn't help but concentrate on it, not daring to miss any detail. Unfortunately, the nearest 9 nether hunter was quickly swallowed up by the expanding storm, and everyone was lost. The view of the maelstrom. It seems that the vortex of the power of the beginning will continue to expand. We must be prepared for its expansion to the eye of the storm, and we must set off. Concubine Yu thought for a moment and then said solemnly. Xiao Bai, who had always been smiling playfully, now became extremely solemn. Yes, let's leave early. Nothing happened to the other Jiuyou hunter, so we can just go in that direction first. Others have no objections. In fact, Concubine Yu has already felt the expanding vortex of the power of the beginning in the distance, which is constantly absorbing the power of the metal system and the beginning of the world that exists everywhere in the void of the alien ruins, and then moves towards the eye of the storm. It keeps spreading, extremely fast. Long Yu did not hesitate, and with a thought, the void dragon blade turned into a blue stream of light, flew out towards the eye of the storm, and broke into a storm of the golden power of the beginning. The blue stream of light traveled through the void, and the golden storm of Taibei's power could not affect the speed of his figure at all, and he disappeared from the place in the blink of an eye. 9 nether hunters, let's go. Long Yu sent out all the remaining Jiuyou hunters and wanted them to explore around. However, Concubine Yu stopped him in time. Don't act rashly. It seems that there is still the whirlpool formation just now in this alien ruins. If we wander around and touch all the whirlpool formations, our life will be difficult. Stay stable first and leave the area of influence of the previous vortex. Good. Long Yui thought it right, and then nodded solemnly, focusing his attention on the Jiuyou hunters again, allowing the remaining Jiuyou hunters to return to their own little world. Then he felt that the situation around the Jiuyou hunter at the front was actually peaceful. At the beginning, he sent out 2 9 nether hunters. One of them triggered the whirlpool restriction, but the other one had a smooth journey. Including the 9 nether hunters who followed 30 miles away, it was also smooth sailing and did not encounter any danger. Even very soon, the void ghost dragon blade rushed out of the yellow sandstorm and came to this relatively calm void. The blue stream of light was extremely conspicuous in this space. This place is quite peaceful, but I don't know if there are any hidden traps. Many people think subconsciously. This first 9 nether hunter has already gone out of the range of 120 miles. If we estimate it, it should have left the scope of influence of the whirlpool array. Yang Lao glanced behind him, feeling a little frightened. Don't be too careless. If the whirlpool array can expand to 70 miles away, it will collide with the eye of the storm. No one can predict what will happen then. We still have to run as far as we can. Good. Shui Luo said in a deep voice, and then asked Concubine Yu, have you detected anything? Now Concubine Yu's spiritual perception can detect the situation 100 miles around, which is their most important channel of perception. Now, although Long Yu's first Jiuyou hunter is 50 miles away, he can only know that it is safe within 50 miles. It is impossible to know clearly. Yes, the direction of the first Jiuyou hunter's advance is slightly to the left and forward. There is a yellow sand palace that is larger than before, about 30 miles away from the Jiuyou hunter. You can let the Jiuyou hunter go check it out first. Fan. Concubine, you said. Long Yu nodded when he heard this, no problem. Then he released the remaining 9 nether hunters and asked them to follow the first 9 nether hunters. A total of 9 nether hunters headed towards the direction Concubine Yu said. The 9 nether hunters are all heading in the same direction, in order to prevent them from touching too many restrictions, so that it will be difficult for people who are very close to escape if they want to. The Void Nether Dragon Blade is also moving forward at the same time, completely following the route passed by the first 9 nether hunters, so as to minimize the possibility of encountering a restriction. Soon, the Void Nether Dragon Blade carried everyone and stopped about 200 miles away from the Eye of the Storm, quietly waiting for the detection news from the 9 nether hunters. Although Concubine Yu could sense the presence of the relatively large Yellow Sand Palace, she could not accurately detect whether there were any magic circle restrictions along the way. The magic circle in this ancient alien ruins is too hidden. Previously, Yang Lao cooperated with his own spiritual perception enhancement method, coupled with the light of balance. He was able to destroy the magic circle that condensed the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue. Find out. Even Concubine Yu couldn't sense the existence of any magic circle in the distance when she was so far away. All she could do was let the Joyo hunter go over and detect it. As we get closer, there seems to be no problem. My God, this yellow sand palace is 3 times bigger than the previous one. Soon, when the scene of the yellow sand palace appeared in front of everyone opened their eyes wide, feeling a little surprised. And the most important thing is that the 9 nether hunters arrived near the large yellow sand palace one after another. They observed the yellow sand palace from multiple angles and did not encounter any danger or touch any restrictions. It should be the same as the previous small hall. Only after people step into it, the prohibition circle will be activated, and multi-winged stone statues will appear outside and inside at the same time. Li Lei speculated, and then looked at Concubine Yu. How about it, are you going there now? You can't miss this palace. If there are twice as many things in it as in the previous small palace, then our trip will be complete, even after success. Evacuate immediately, and you have gained a lot. Of course we're going, but we have to make plans. Concubine Yu nodded. She believed that no one would want to miss such a large yellow sand palace. The Void Nether Dragon Blade continued to move, turned into a blue stream of light, and flew in the direction of the large yellow sand palace, closely following the route taken by the previous 9 nether hunters. This was the safest way to go. Soon, the large yellow sand palace officially appeared in front of everyone. Similarly, a layer of space barrier appeared in front of them, but this layer of barrier only resisted the yellow sandstorm and did not prevent the entry of living creatures. If the ban in the palace is triggered at that time, a barrier of the water system's primordial power will be condensed outside the space barrier, trapping everyone inside. The building conditions of the multi-wing clan should be similar. Just when everyone was about to enter the space barrier, something unexpected happened, and an extremely terrifying space tremor came from a distance. Everyone was stunned and looked towards the direction where the tremor in the space was coming from, and suddenly discovered that it was the direction of the Eye of the Storm where they had stayed before. It seems that the vortex of the golden element's primordial power finally encountered the Eye of the Storm. This movement is quite big. Will it affect us? Situ Tianhe looked in the direction of the Eye of the Storm, feeling a little worried. No need to guess, we are definitely not immune here. The only way now is to take shelter in this yellow sand palace, and pray that this space barrier can even withstand the impact. Come in quickly. In the distance, yellow sand is rolling, occupying the entire sky. The vortex of the golden power of the beginning collides with the Eye of the Storm, erupting with a terrifying impact, spreading out in all directions. There is an extremely terrifying scene between heaven and earth. If the scene in this ancient alien ruins at the beginning was the end of the world, then now it seems like hell is coming. The endless rolling yellow sand is composed entirely of the primordial power of the metal system. It instantly explodes from the direction of the eye of the storm to the surroundings. How strong the power of the primordial metal system is contained in the entire eye of the storm. It's unimaginable. The 200 miles that everyone had traveled through before was instantly covered by endless wind and sand. The yellow sand occupied the entire void, leaving no gaps for people to hide. Without any hesitation, Long Yu could only let the void dragon blade directly break into the space barrier near the large hall, and then all he could do was to resign himself to his fate. This layer of space barrier should be used to protect these buildings of the multi-winged clan from the storm of the golden element's primordial power. But now, this storm vortex is too strong, so strong that even the 9 nether hunters there can only be one breath in it. The storm vortex of the golden element's Taichu power that burst out instantly was at least 10 times more powerful than the vortex of Taichu's 5 elements of power outside the edge of the space-time corridor at that time. No one could say whether this space barrier could withstand it. After entering this space barrier, everyone left the inner space of the void dragon blade. They each stood in front of the large yellow sand palace and looked towards the horizon in the distance. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. The key to the sight of rolling yellow sand all over the sky is the terrifying power aura coming from it. Even godlike beings would be surprised by it, let alone these great masters. And the storm came very fast. Before everyone could stand firm, the yellow sandstorm was already rolling and surging near the large palace, and it seemed that it would spread further away. Originally, there was some yellow light in the entire ancient alien ruins. However, now that the storm is coming, the entire space has turned into darkness. The rolling thick sand formed by the power of the golden element has become so dense that it has completely blocked out the sky and the sun, making the surrounding area dark. Can this space barrier be able to withstand it? Everyone couldn't help but doubt this, but the fact did not disappoint them. After only half a stick of incense, the space barrier around the entire large hall that resisted the yellow sand storm began to break. The storm of yellow sand that rolled over had already rolled past, covering everything outside the large yellow sand palace. The entire large palace had been surrounded by the storm. "Quick, everyone get in, get in." Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they all rushed into the large yellow sand palace. Originally, they expected that the space barrier could withstand the rolling yellow sandstorm, but they found that they were too naive. Even if they enter the large yellow sand palace, other restrictions will definitely be triggered, causing the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues to be condensed continuously, but now they can't care so much. If they don't enter the hall, they will soon die in the billowing storm of yellow sand. What's more, even if the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues are continuously condensed, they are just swallowed by the storm and cannot threaten everyone at all. Now for everyone, the biggest danger is obviously from the billowing yellow sandstorm. As for the other mechanisms in the palace, he can leave them alone. Perhaps they can also use these prohibition circle mechanisms to delay the billowing yellow sandstorm a little. What about speed? Everyone ran towards the yellow sand palace, and Long Yu returned to Concubine Yu's little world again. In the darkness, all he could do was waiting for the results of all this to settle, but he did nothing. No. Not only Long Yu, but also everyone else can only wait in this situation. Of course, others are still responsible for escaping, and Long Yu only needs to stay in Concubine Yu's little world and let Concubine Yu take him. After running well, it is still a little easier in comparison. Of course, in this situation, whether it is easy or not has no meaning anymore, because everyone is at a critical moment of life and death. A storm of billowing yellow sand erupted from the eye of the storm and exploded rapidly in all directions, leaving no one with any time to prepare. Everyone thought this would happen, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly and so violently. The space barrier outside the palace must have been destroyed now. The storm will surely hit this palace soon. Mayor Hunt's voice was gloomy as he said, if that kid hadn't made a reckless move and actually touched the restriction of the whirlpool formation of the primordial power of the metal system, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. What does this have to do with him? Even if you let those alien puppets you raised go out, the result will not be the same. Xiao Bai on the side chuckled softly. There is no point in discussing this now. Hurry and move to the center of the palace, otherwise our chance of survival will be gone. Su Yuqing, a charming young man from the Fox Fairy Demon clan, walked at the back, running extremely fast, with no intention of quarreling at all. All he wanted in his mind was to quickly enter the center of the hall, and then resign himself to fate. There are still many spatial barriers in the palace. The layers of protection should be able to weaken the power or spread speed of the yellow sandstorm. Concubine Yu said calmly, raised her hand along the way, and the 9 nether divine inscriptions rolled out, extending directly towards both sides of the passage, and soon triggered a restriction. Everyone quickly moved forward and passed through this area, and then the restriction triggered by Concubine Yu was suddenly activated, forming a space barrier behind everyone. The next moment, a rolling yellow sandstorm came from outside, even completely destroying the outer layer of the yellow sand palace building. Only in front of the space barrier, it would stop for a moment. No one said anything and could only follow Concubine Yu towards the center of the Huangsha Palace. Fortunately, Concubine Yu had a strong sense of spiritual consciousness and knew the way. Otherwise, everyone would have died here soon. Behind everyone, there are many yellow sand multi-winged stone statues condensed due to the prohibition circle being touched, all of which have the strength of the 7th level master level. However, these yellow sand multi-winged stone statues had no chance to attack Concubine Yu and others, because as soon as they condensed, the yellow sandstorm rolled over behind them, completely submerging them in it, and everything was completely destroyed. There was no chance of the yellow sand, multi-winged stone statue being spared. In this storm of yellow sand, it was completely shattered like the most fragile paper man. Concubine Yu and others moved very fast, and as everyone moved forward, they all felt the death-like yellow sand storm chasing behind them. The entire large yellow sand palace collapsed in this yellow sandstorm. From the outside to the inside, the building ruins were continuously involved in the storm, and then were completely shattered and mixed into the yellow sandstorm. In the darkness, everyone was running at top speed. After about a stick of incense, everyone finally found that they had arrived at the center of the entire Huangsha Palace. This was an extremely spacious hall. There were many small treasure halls around the hall, and each of them contained many treasures. Good thing, the 6 heavenly crystal-level creations that Concubine Yu obtained before were taken out from the treasure hall next to the main hall. When everyone came to the central hall, they finally touched the restriction. Around the hall, yellow sand multi-winged stone statues of 7 levels of great masters were continuously condensed and made. There were hundreds of them in total, which was more than the previous small hall. 30 is 3 times more. As soon as these yellow sand multi-winged stone statues were condensed, they quickly chased the crowd, but their speed could not match the rolling yellow sand storm that caught up behind them. In just an instant, the yellow sand storm that rolled up from behind swept all these yellow sand multi-winged stone statues into it. However, everyone noticed that this time, the yellow sand storm was not able to completely smash these yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, but only involved them in it, making it difficult for them to move freely. Obviously, the destructive power of the yellow sandstorm at this moment is much weaker than it was at the beginning. Finally, after layers of weakening, this storm has reached a level that we can withstand. Everyone looked happy, and then each used defensive methods. Long Yu was a little relieved to see this situation in Concubine Yu's little world. Originally, he wanted to release the 9 nether prison monument and hide in his own little world if it didn't work out. Now it seems that there is no need for it. Concubine Yu raised her hand, and the 9 nether divine inscriptions and the immortal chi divine inscriptions swirled together, constructing a black and white defensive barrier, covering herself, Xuelua, and Xiaobai in it. She didn't mean to protect Xueluo and Xiaobai, it was just because Xueluo and Xiaobai happened to be by her side. Immediately afterwards, billowing yellow sand came from all directions, completely engulfing the entire large palace building. Everyone was involved in the yellow sandstorm, and their bodies suddenly floated around involuntarily. But what is gratifying is that this rolling yellow sandstorm can no longer cause too much harm to them, at least most of them can save their lives. Within the black and white defensive barrier, Yufei, Xueluo, and Xiaobai were constantly fluttering with the yellow sandstorm. It was a pity to see the surrounding large yellow sand palace buildings being completely destroyed in the storm. Even the small treasure halls around the central spot, about a dozen of them, were all shattered in the storm, and the unknown treasures placed in them were scattered. Look, a heavenly crystal-level creation. Xueluo pointed in one direction, and Concubine Yu also felt it. In the darkness around her, there was a sky crystal-level creation, at least a second-grade sky crystal level. At this moment, there should be no problem for everyone to survive, so the next step is to fight for the treasure. Due to the dark scene all around, everyone is unable to see and can only rely on spiritual perception. Although the storm around is not fatal, it is still very violent and raging, reducing everyone's spiritual perception range to lowest point. Even though she is as powerful as Concubine Yu, she can only perceive the situation within 10 feet nearby, and it is not very clear. She only knows that there are only 3 people within 10 feet nearby, including her, Xuelua, and Xiaobai. No one knew where they had been blown by the storm. Within this range, the large yellow sand palace was destroyed by the storm, and a creation of at least the second grade of Tianjing level was swept up next to Concubine Yu. In the fierce and raging storm, Concubine Yu raised her hand to activate the 9 nether divine inscriptions and the immortal chi divine inscriptions. The power of the black and white divine inscriptions was mixed. The two completely opposite forces were perfectly integrated. With her figure, she moved walk slowly towards the place where the created thing is. Even though the storm of yellow sand formed by the power of the golden taichu was raging, her body was still able to move forward slowly. Under the black and white defensive barrier, she, Xuelua and Xiaobai did not suffer any harm. Most of the power that the yellow sandstorm vortex and the eye of the storm exploded when they came into contact with each other was just a one-time explosion. Therefore, after the explosion, the remaining storm, no matter how violent it was, would not be able to destroy a strong person like Yufei. Killed. Looks like we're very unlucky. Xuelua and Xiaobai were expecting Concubine Yu to get the object of creation, but they only heard Concubine Yu sighing next. The storm blew away the object of creation, and I can't sense its location now. This is not really good news, but the worst news is yet to come. There is a yellow sand, multi-winged stone statue that was blown over by the storm, so be careful where you step. Concubine Yu's reminder was quick, but the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue was blown over even faster. A huge multi-winged alien stone statue crashed up and hit the black and white defensive barrier. This yellow sand multi-winged stone statue possesses the power of 7 levels of great masters. Of course, the current storm cannot destroy it. At this moment, it hit the black and white defensive barrier. Dozens of pairs of wings on its body suddenly raised, and the golden element was Taichu. The power exploded instantly, turning into countless winged blades, cutting towards Concubine Yu's black and white defensive barrier. Each of these wing blades was extremely sharp, and they could easily cut some cracks in the black and white defensive barrier. Court death. Concubine Yu scolded and waved her hand lightly, and the 9 nether divine inscriptions roared out, like a dark sharp knife, piercing the bamboo pole body of the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue. However, the stone statue was not something to be bullied. At this moment, its wings were completely stretched out, and a layer of defensive barrier was formed to block you Phase 9 nether divine weapons. If there were 3 of these stone statues together, they would still pose some threat to me, but in a storm, it's not that easy for these stone statues to form a formation. If a single stone statue comes to your door, it's just a matter of death. Concubine Yu chuckled, but she saw a burst of bright white fairy light blooming from the 9 nether divine one-pointed sword, and it easily broke through the defensive barrier of the wings with the force of breaking a bamboo. Immediately afterwards, the black and white sharp knives stabbed down quickly, completely cutting off more than 10 pairs of wings of the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue, turning them into pure golden Taibei power, and completely shattered. Behead! After Concubine Yu shouted sharply, another Jiryo sharp knife condensed, bloomed with white fairy light, and merged into a black and white sharp knife. It fell in one fell swoop and cut off the bamboo body of the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue in 2 pieces at a very fast speed. Without any hesitation, Concubine Yu decisively killed her and completely shattered the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue. Just as Concubine Yu said, if 3 of these 7-stage master-level yellow sand multi-winged stone statues join forces and set up a formation, even Concubine Yu will be trapped. But now the storm is coming, disrupting the formation of these yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, and there is no possibility for the other party to join forces. In this way, there is no threat to Concubine Yu at all. The power of the yellow sand storm is getting weaker and weaker. But at this moment, Long Yu and Han Ying are still not able to come out casually. Unless Long Yu lets the Void Dragon Blade come out, otherwise Long Yu himself will be surrounded by such yellow sand. The storm hit, and there was still only one way to die. However, it is certain that as long as they follow Concubine Yu, their lives will not be threatened. In this way, Long Yu and Han Ying can breathe a sigh of relief. Follow me. Pay attention to your surroundings at all times, kill the multi-winged stone statues, and pocket any creations you have, don't waste any time. After saying this, Concubine Yu took the initiative to move in one direction. In the storm, Xiaolua and Xiaobai also followed each other, keeping themselves within Concubine Yu's black and white defense barrier. This could save physical strength, and the 3 of them worked together. Action can also avoid unexpected situations and becoming single. When the storm completely rolled over, everyone saw that a total of hundreds of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues were condensed by the magic circle and then born. Now, multi-winged stone statues of 7-segment masters may appear around at any time. Have to guard against it. Especially now that the fierce storm has isolated them from others, each of them does not know where the other is, and the probability of multi-winged stone statues appearing around them is even greater. The 3 of them kept moving slowly in the storm, and encountered 3 multi-winged stone statues, one after another. They worked together to quickly eliminate them, and then finally found an object of creation floating in the storm. 3rd grade. Concubine Yu caught up with the created object and took it out. She was a little disappointed. This one was obviously not the one she felt at first, but it was better than nothing. If she continued to search in the storm, maybe she could still find it. Find out more. The value of creations of the 3rd grade Tianjing level is already very high. It is only because of higher expectations that Concubine Yu seems a little disappointed. The 3 of them continued to search in the storm, and continued to smash more and more yellow sand multi-winged stone statues along the way. Soon they encountered a total of more than 20 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, all of which were completely killed by the 3 of them, and very easily. As for the created objects, Concubine Yu finally found a total of 3, one of which was a 2nd grade Tianjing grade, and 2 were 3rd grade Tianjing grade. Together, they were worth at least 20 million legion merits. If it was in other places, it is simply impossible to find 3 such creations so easily. Of course, all this was done by Concubine Yu and others at the risk of their lives. When the storm broke out just now, everyone was almost dead. The harvest of 3 heavenly crystal level creations is not too much, or in other words, it is only a small part of what was originally in this large yellow sand palace. In the storm, many things had been blown away. I don't know where they ended up. It was very good luck to find these 3. In addition, Concubine Yu also found an elixir bottle. This elixir bottle was not damaged in the violent storm of the golden power of Tai Chu, because it had a defensive circle carved on its surface. The defensive area of this defensive array was only the elixir bottle. The area was very small, so the defensive ability was very strong, which allowed it to survive the storm. After opening the elixir bottle, Concubine Yu discovered that there were 3 heaven-defying elixirs in it. It seemed that they were written by the Alliance of Sufferers, because any race could take these 3 heaven-defying elixirs and absorb their power. 3 Gung Shin pills. I have heard of this heaven-defying elixir before. Just taking one can increase the power of all the divine words derived from the power of the beginning of the metal system, and it is an additional increase. Concubine Yu's eyes lit up. The 9 nether divine inscriptions are a kind of the power of the beginning of the metal system, and they are just useful to me. Xiaobai and Xuelua looked at each other, and they both saw confusion in each other's eyes. Because neither of the divine texts they practiced were derived from the power of the beginning of the gold system, this Gengjin divine pill was useless to them. Including Hongying, the same is true. The blood-colored divine inscriptions comprehended by the Blood Demon clan are a kind of light attribute divine inscriptions, and have nothing to do with the power of the golden element. But there is no need for us to take this out and let others know about it. We can divide it among ourselves. Xiaobai and Xuelua raised this question almost at the same time, because they were fighting on their own in such a storm, and everything they could get depended on luck and their own strength. I believe that no one is willing to take out what is obtained in this situation and distribute it to others. Take the crystal level creation that day. I only want 1 Gengjin Xuanhuan. Long Yu took the initiative when he heard the distribution of these people outside. Hongying also said immediately, I am also a Gengjin Xuanhuan. Xuelua was a little surprised when he heard this. Little sister, what do you want the Gengjin Shin pill for? I want you to take care of it? I just want it. Hongying said with a hum, without telling Xuelua at all. In fact, she wanted the Gengjin Shin pill for Long Yu, because Long Yu could reshape the body with the heart of demon dust and could completely absorb 2 identical pills. The power of the medicine, and the effect of 2 Gengjin Shin pills, are absolutely terrifying. The reason why Long Yu put forward his request so carelessly was mainly because most of the people present were acquaintances, except for a novice. The human race young man, Xiaobai, had a good impression of Long Yu and had always been friendly. Of course, the most important thing is that neither Xuelua nor Xiaobai needs the Gengjin Shin pill, and Concubine Yu only needs one. In this case, Long Yu, of course, took the initiative to ask for 2 Gengjin Shin pills. Immediately afterwards, Concubine Yu took the remaining Gengjin Xuanhuan, and as for the 3 heavenly crystal level creations, they were all given to Xuelua and Xiaobai. Xiaobai took a 2nd grade sky crystal, while Xuelua got 2 3rd grade sky crystals, which were of similar value. Concubine Yu was the one who suffered the most, since she obviously contributed the most. However, Concubine Yu herself didn't care too much. For her, the effect of a Gengjin Shin pill far exceeded any creative power. Because now she has no shortage of creative power, it is too far for Concubine Yu, who is already a 7th level master, to break through and step into the godlike level. In this case, the special heaven-defying pill of Gengjin Xuanhuan medicine can improve her strength. It is precisely because of this that she is so interested in the 9 nether prison monument. Long Yu got his wish and got 2 Gengjin Shin pills. These are the same as the demonic sky walking pill, void walking pill, etc. that he had taken before. They are heaven-defying pills and can significantly improve the strength of the cultivator. The 9 nether divine inscriptions comprehended by Long Yu are derived from the power of the Tai Chu of the metal system. Taking the Gung Jinshan pills can enhance the final power of the 9 nether divine inscriptions. If both pills are absorbed, the power of Long Yu's 9 nether divine inscriptions will be at least several times better. Of course, now is not the time for him to take the Gung Jinshan pill, because everyone is still in a dangerous state. Although the surrounding storm has gradually subsided, there are still many winged stone statues in the yellow sand. And as the storm gradually subsided, the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues began to form groups with each other. If there were 3 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues walking together, it would be difficult for Concubine Yu to escape alone. Only with the help of Xuelua and Xiaobai can we deal with it. What makes everyone most uneasy is that they have not met anyone else until now, and they don't know how far the others were blown in the storm. They can only wait until the storm stops completely. Nowadays, Concubine Yu's spiritual perception range is still only about 100 feet, which is much farther than at the beginning, but compared to usual, she still feels like she is blind. Under this situation, they were extremely cautious every step they took. If they encountered 6 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues gathered together, it would be difficult to handle. Fortunately, such bad luck did not happen to them. As the yellow sand storm gradually dissipated, its intensity gradually weakened to the level of a normal yellow sand storm, which only needed a layer of defensive barriers to withstand it. If the power of the shock wave of this yellow sand storm was 100 at its strongest, then the destructive power of the current storm is only 1. The most difficult period has finally passed. There's someone over there. Soon Concubine Yu first detected the presence of other people in one direction, and immediately led everyone to rush in that direction. She was so close that even the naked eye could see each other clearly. It turned out to be Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing. The 2 men now looked extremely embarrassed. They were dealing with a yellow sand multi-winged stone statue. There were also the remains of 2 stone statues next to them. It seemed that they had encountered the cooperation of 3 stone statues. Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing joined forces and spent a lot of effort to kill 2 of the 3 stone statues. When the last one was left, neither of them had much energy left. A stone statue alone cannot pose any threat to them. A 9 nether sharp knife pierced through the air. Just before it landed on the multi-winged stone statue, a white fairy light bloomed, turning it into a black and white sharp knife. The black and white sharp knife came so suddenly that the multi-winged stone statue failed to prepare in advance. More than 10 pairs of translucent yellow sand wings were chopped into pieces by the sharp knife. Then the sharp knife fell and instantly shattered its bamboo pole body. Concubine Yu killed the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue with a single blow from a distance. Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing were overjoyed when they saw the scene here through the hazy yellow sand in the sky. No matter what, when I see other people under such circumstances, I always feel a little reassured. At least a big stone has fallen to the ground. There is strength in numbers, this saying is not unreasonable. Soon the 2 sides met together. When the other party found that Long Yu, Hong Ying and others were still there, they breathed a sigh of relief. In the eyes of Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing, Long Yu was definitely someone not to be underestimated. Go find someone else. Everyone discussed it and then decided to go together. After all, if they get separated under such circumstances, they may not be able to get together again. Although walking together will make the search slower, they can deal with danger together. Both parties had a tacit understanding and did not mention anything about harvest. This kind of thing is almost a convention. The gains gained during separation belong to the cultivators themselves. There is no need to show it to others, let alone share it with others. It's obviously best not to bring up this topic. After all, everyone comes here to get good things, and some things are boring if you put it bluntly. Everyone kept searching and quickly moved through the yellow sandstorm. At this point, the yellow sand storm will almost no longer weaken. Maintaining this intensity, Concubine Yu's spiritual perception range has gradually recovered, from 10 feet at the beginning, to 100 feet just now, and now to 1,000 feet, and finally recovered to the state of 70 or 80 miles. At this point, Concubine Yu could feel something around her, whether it was treasures such as created objects, multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand, or other people who were swept away by the storm while exploring. Concubine Yu most can feel its presence. Li Lei, Maru Hun and Yang Lao didn't encounter any big danger when they got together, but the situation with the remaining 2 people was not good. One is Situ Tianhe, and the other is the son of Mr. Yang's old friend. Only after Concubine Yu reunited with Li Lei, Wan Hun and Yang Lao did she sense Situ Tianhe's aura. This guy was very unlucky. He was caught in the center of the strongest storm just as the storm shock wave arrived. It was torn into pieces, without any suspense. Only the remains of his Taichu divine artifact and the small world were left, allowing Concubine Yu and others to realize that they were Situ Tianhe's relics. As for his physical body, it had been completely torn apart in the storm. There is also the son of Yang Lao's old friend, who had a soul connection with Yang Lao before, but when everyone found him, he was besieged by 2 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues. He was seriously injured and was dying. The terrifying yellow sand formed by the condensed power of the metal element has penetrated into his body, destroying all his internal organs. It has also eroded into his dantian and small world, destroying all the fruits of his 7 innate magical powers. Erosion corrodes. The body was seriously injured, and Yang Lao was able to heal for a while, but the destruction in the small world caused him to be powerless. When everyone found his old friend's son, Yang Lao burst into tears. Am I going to die? When the son of old friend Yang saw the crowd coming around and killing the 2 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues that were surrounding him, he struggled to say a word, but his eyes were filled with clarity. He knew very well that he couldn't hold on any longer. You won't die. Old Yang was crying, but his tone was extremely firm. He raised his hand and directly used his innate magical power to reverse the universe, shrouding the opponent's body in it, and began to recover quickly. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Yang took him into his own little world, because in the yellow sand storm, he would definitely be hit by the storm, and his physical body would not be able to recover. Now the kid must rest. Although the fruits of the innate magical power in the small world were corroded, it could not kill him. As long as his physical body was cured, there would be no problem in surviving. But at this stage, when the fruits of the 7 innate magical powers have all been corroded, it is probably impossible for him to continue practicing. He can only survive, and the realm of martial arts has plummeted. Let alone a great master. Ordinary emperors and even practitioners in the secret realm of supernatural powers can easily bully him. For a former 5th-level master, such a situation would probably be worse than death. So not long after, Yang Lao's expression turned gloomy, and he said to everyone, he couldn't bear the blow and committed suicide. We have no way to help him and help him restore the fruits of his innate magical powers. Everyone was silent, no one said anything, and they couldn't say anything in this situation. Comforting? I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Besides, Mr. Yang is a strong man of the older generation after all. He still has this psychological quality. It is impossible to be immersed in sadness for too long. You must know that everyone is still in a dangerous state. Everyone's team was once again reduced in number. In addition to Hong Ying and Long Yu, there were 11 people at the beginning. 2 members of the Ice Bear Demon clan, Situ Qingyi and Situ Tianhe, died along the way. Now another one, the son of an old friend of Yang Lao, has died. There are 8 people left. Yu Fei, Xiao Bai, Shui Luo, 3 Li Lei, Wan Hun, Yang Lao, as well as Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing, a total of 8 people, are the remaining strong combat power of everyone. As for Long Yu and Han Ying, they rely on them to move in this alien ruins, and they can only play some role at specific times. This team has experienced another attrition, and its overall combat effectiveness has been weakened a lot. Now we only have 8 left, should we continue? Yang Lao was silent for a while, then raised his head and asked. Others are also thinking about this issue. It is obvious that everyone is not satisfied yet, but if they continue, too few people will be more likely to encounter danger. I haven't gotten anything useful yet. Of course I have to continue. If any of you don't want to continue, you can go first. I understand. Su Yuqing said calmly. It seemed that she had already made her decision. Then, those who want to continue can vote by a show of hands. Concubine Yu was too lazy to say anything more and just raised her hand. Of course, Xiao Bai and Shui Luo also raised their hands, as did Su Yuqing and Ba Xiong. On the other hand, Lao Yang, plus Li Lei and Wan Hun, seemed to be hesitant. It seems that these 3 guys have just gained a lot in the storm. Long Yu and Han Ying looked at each other, thinking this in their hearts. After hesitating for a while, the 3 people finally raised their hands together. There are really many treasures hidden in these ancient alien ruins. The value of a sky crystal level creation is comparable to what they have in the outside world. After working hard for half a year to a year, I still can't save enough money without eating or drinking. Now that they have the opportunity to get more, of course they will not give up. Even if it is dangerous, haven't they already survived the danger? All 3 of them have a certain degree of confidence in their own survivability. After making the decision, Long Yu continued to explore the way, and everyone returned to the Void Dragon Blade, because the Void Dragon Blade is the lightest to travel through such a storm and does not require any consumption of strength. In front of everyone, Jiuyo hunters kept setting out to explore the road, at least 50 miles ahead of everyone. Soon everyone discovered that not only the area here, but even 50 miles or hundreds of miles away, was already filled with yellow sandstorms. Any quiet place. Due to the shock wave just erupted from the eye of the storm, all the nearby voids were shrouded in the storm, turning it into a scene of chaos. The limit distance that the 9 nether hunters could travel was also reduced to 50 miles, and then they would be completely destroyed in the storm. Lose. As for the Ice God clan that Long Yu placed in the inner space of Jiuyo Hunter, of course they died together with Jiuyo Hunter, without any way to survive. After experiencing what happened before, everyone moved forward more cautiously, and asked Long Yu to release Jiuyo hunters in 4 directions at the same time to detect. Once there was a situation in one of the directions, they could immediately choose other directions to move forward. It seems like something's not quite right. Concubine Yu suddenly frowned, causing everyone around her to feel their hearts skip a beat and have an ominous premonition. What's wrong? Shuelua asked Concubine Yu. Among all the people present, Concubine Yu had the farthest spiritual perception range. After blessing the light of balance, now the storms all around could be sensed within a range of 70 or 80 miles. Concubine Yu frowned. More than 70 miles behind us, a space barrier formed by the power of the water element suddenly appeared, spanning the sky and the earth, sealing the entire retreat. It's okay, that boy Long Yu can handle the space barrier. Ba Xiong on the side was very confident in Long Yu and chuckled. The key issue is that it's not the first level anymore. Concubine Yu raised her head and glanced at the others around her. Just now, about 30 miles before that, there was already a layer of such a space barrier, but I didn't say much. It's the second layer now. Could it be that the shock wave of the eye of the storm touched some restrictions and caused the entire ancient alien ruins to begin to change? Shui Luo suddenly thought of this possibility and couldn't help but feel a little frightened. If this were the case, the rest of them would be really in danger. Not to mention continuing to explore this ruins, it would be very difficult to escape now. I think it's very possible. What should I do? Yang Lao frowned, and the wrinkles on his forehead became more clear. He originally wanted to retreat, but now even retreat has become a problem. The water barrier of Taichu power appeared behind them. If they didn't have dragon control, it would probably take them a long time to break through. If there were any more yellow sand multi-winged stone statues around, it would be impossible for them to escape. I made a discovery. Just when everyone was hesitant and wavering, Long Yu suddenly said, "There is a yellow sand palace in front, but it is different from what they saw before. The overall style of this yellow sand palace is rather gloomy. Know what's going on?" Everyone immediately turned their attention. In front of them, in the picture transmitted by Joyo Hunter, another yellow sand palace appeared in the distance. The overall style of this yellow sand palace does seem to be more gloomy than the previous one, and the defense is tighter. It can be seen that this yellow sand palace has also been affected by the shock wave erupted by the eye of the storm, but it has not been destroyed. It's not because the shock wave weakened when it reached there, but because the defensive barrier around it was stronger than other yellow sand palaces, and it actually blocked the shock wave. Long you can be sure that the location of this gloomy yellow sand palace will still be affected by the eye of the storm shock wave with the same intensity as before, but now, the area near the yellow sand palace is empty and there is no yellow sand storm. All the power of the golden element Taichu was blocked from its defensive barrier. It can be seen that this is definitely a very important place. It's an important place. There are probably some good things in it. So, I think this place can't be missed. Su Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she looked a little eager to try. I think it's better to be cautious. The defensive barrier is so strong that it can block the shock wave of the eye of the storm. We must consider how to get back after entering. Li Lei said in a deep voice, with an extremely solemn tone. Perhaps because they have obtained a lot of good things, Li Lei, Maru Hun and Yang Lao are now acting more cautiously, because for them, it is no longer worth risking their lives. I think it's better to go over and take a look. Maybe there are more things in there than before. Ba Xiong laughed and saw the concerns of the three people, so he said such a sentence in order to seduce the other party and arouse the greed in the hearts of the three people. This sentence is very interesting. Although the three people knew that Ba Xiong wanted to drag them into the water, they still couldn't help but think that they might be able to get more. So the final result of the discussion was decided. Within a short period of time, everyone made a decision and headed towards the gloomy yellow sand palace. The third floor. When everyone finally arrived at the space defense barrier around the yellow sand palace, Concubine Yu's voice sounded again, and she said in a solemn tone, "There are now a total of 3 layers of space barriers with the power of the water system behind us, and there are more in the distance." Some multi-winged stone statues continue to gather together and seem to be rushing towards our direction. Sure enough, the ban on the entire ancient alien ruins has been triggered. What should we do now? The other's expression suddenly became more solemn. No matter how many there are, we can definitely escape. But we must explore this yellow sand palace in front of us. Everyone looked at each other and saw the decision in each other's eyes. Even if Li Lei, Yang Lao, and Maru Hun had already arrived in front of the yellow sand palace, they had no reason to retreat. No one wanted to back down, and they all approached the Huangsha Palace. The powerful space defense barrier was the same as before. It was only used to withstand the yellow sandstorm and did not prevent them from entering, so they easily entered the barrier, and then a strange aura came from the yellow sand palace. It rolled forward and completely submerged everyone. This kind of breath, such a strong death breath. What is in it? Everyone couldn't help but marvel at it. When they were outside, they only felt a little gloomy, but inside the defensive barrier, the gloomy aura suddenly increased hundreds of times, even reaching the point of affecting the mental state of the cultivators. I have never seen such a strong death aura, even on the alien battlefield. Shui Luo murmured with shock in his eyes. Where is the alien battlefield? Countless creatures die in it every moment, and the bones of countless powerful races are buried. The aura of death lingers all year round and cannot be dissipated. But now, the death energy in this dark yellow sand palace is even stronger than on the alien battlefield, which shows that something extremely terrifying must exist within it. Let Joyo Hunter go in and take a look? Long Yu made a suggestion. In Concubine Yu's little world, he had not felt the strong death aura for the time being. What he wanted at this moment was to quickly get rid of this yellow sand palace and leave the alien ruins. After all, the entire ban on the alien ruins has been touched by the shock wave of the Eye of the Storm. If we don't leave now, it may be too late. Wait a minute, how about we blast away the space defense barrier first? Li Lei looked back at the space defense barrier he just passed through, and said extremely cautiously. Yes, if there is danger then, we can save some time, and we don't need to work hard to break through the space barrier. Marahun also nodded in a solemn tone, agreeing with this approach. No one had any objections, and Long Yu finally had no choice but to come out of Concubine Yu's little world, preparing to cooperate with everyone and use the Nine Nether path to break through the space barrier. The moment he came out of Concubine Yu's little world, he felt an extremely strong and deadly aura rolling in from all around, even surrounding him, making it difficult to breathe. But fortunately, Long Yu covered his whole body with the Nine Nether divine inscriptions, and he immediately felt much better. Perhaps the Nine Nether divine inscriptions also had an absorbing and shielding effect on this kind of death energy, so Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after everyone began to bombard the space barrier, Long Yu also activated the Nine Nether path, and a dark path quickly extended out and landed on the position where the others were bombarding. The powerful power of disintegrating the space divine text was immediately revealed. Even though Long Yutsai had the cultivation level of a lower master, the degree of damage to the space barrier when this move was used was equivalent to that of 3 5th and 6th level masters. Degree. With the addition of Long Yu, the destruction speed of the space barrier was increased by half, which shows that he indeed has superhuman abilities in this regard. If Long Yu's cultivation reaches the level of a great master, his speed of disintegrating the space divine inscriptions will definitely exceed the combined speed of everyone else present. After a stick of incense passed, this extremely strong space defense barrier was bombarded by everyone and opened a gap. At this moment, there will be no more Eye of Storm shock waves, so it doesn't matter if this barrier is destroyed. After all, there is only one Eye of the Storm. 9 Nether Hunters, let's explore the path. If there is any danger, evacuate immediately. At this moment, everyone finally let Long Yu take action. The 2 9 Nether Hunters, under the control of Long Yu, flew towards the gate of the formidable palace. At the gate of the palace, there were also 2 yellow sand, multi-winged statues, but these 2 statues were somewhat dark. The color makes people feel even more solemn. The next moment, 2 ice gods were placed in the 2 9 Nether Hunters, and then they flew into the open door of the forest palace. Everyone is holding their breath and watching. Once the 9 Nether Hunters touch any restrictions, they will be able to react immediately. Whether it is fight or escape, they must decide as quickly as possible. However, what everyone never expected was that after the 2 9 Nether Hunters entered the forest hall, they did not touch any restrictions and entered it smoothly. There are no restrictions? Everyone felt it was a bit incredible, but as the 9 Nether Hunters continued to fly in, until they disappeared in front of everyone, there was still no movement in the entire forest palace. This situation is something that no one has ever thought about. What should we do now? Many people turned their attention to Concubine Yu. Concubine Yu glanced at Long Yu, continue to let the Joyo Hunters advance, to see what is in this palace. We are not in a hurry to enter. We must be fully prepared. Long Yu nodded and continued to urge the 9 Nether Hunters to move forward. Unfortunately, the hall was completely dark, and others could not see what was inside through the pictures. The Joyo Hunter himself has no spiritual perception, so he can only let Long Yu know by passing on the picture. When the surroundings are pitch black, Long Yu doesn't know what is around the Jiuyou hunter. All he can do now is to let the 9 nether hunters continue to move forward, and then see if the restriction will be triggered, and whether it is possible to find a place with light to see what is around. As Long Yu asked the Jiuyou hunters to move forward, a little light slowly appeared in front of him. It was emitted from a kind of luminous stone. These stones were embedded in the stone walls of the passage in the hall, making the entire passage filled with light. Filled with a faint light. This kind of light is completely weak and forest white. Not only does it not make the surrounding environment brighter, it makes it look even more eerie and terrifying. The 9 nether hunters were finally able to convey the surrounding scenes to the people outside with the help of these weak white lights. When everyone saw the scene, they immediately took a breath. However, around Jiuyou hunter, cages appeared one after another. These cages were all condensed with the strongest power of Taichu and reinforced with some mysterious formations. Even the 7th level master, it is impossible for a strong person to break through. Of course, these cages seem to be a little loose now. After all, no matter how many years have passed, no matter how powerful the magic circle is, it is impossible for it to remain intact for tens of millions of years. The cages are not surprising. What is surprising is what is imprisoned in these cages. The things imprisoned in each cage are different, but they are all skeletons of various forms, and there are even some wizened corpses with weird shapes. Aliens, these are all aliens, the aliens imprisoned here by the Multi-Wing clan. Many people's expressions changed suddenly. When they saw these corpses and skeletons, everyone's expressions showed ecstasy, because there were many skeletons and corpses of alien races that they had never seen or heard of before. Such things have extremely high research value for the Battlefield Legion. If they can be brought back, every skeleton and every corpse can be exchanged for extremely high amounts of merit for the Battlefield Legion. 9 nether hunters must have reached the center of this palace. After all, this palace is not big. It seems that there are 10 cages in total, which just happen to imprison the bones of 10 different races. Long Yu said, he saw that the passage ahead had reached the end, and these alien bones should be what was stored in this palace. There is no doubt that the majestic atmosphere of this palace is emanated from these corpses. It can be seen from this, that these alien bones were definitely not ordinary existences during their lifetimes. A simple guess can tell that these bones are all the bones of godlike beings. Because even the physical body of a 7-stage master cannot survive for tens of millions of years after death, even if only bones exist. What's more, if only the 7th stage master died inside, it would be impossible for the entire palace to be filled with such a strong forest aura. It must be a 10-headed god who was imprisoned and died inside, so the entire palace is so awe-inspiring. I didn't expect such a harvest. Since Jiuyou hunter can get in, we should have no problem. We can go in and smash the cage to pieces, and then we can take out the bones. Boss Xiong's eyes shone, and he knew very well that as long as this operation was successful, it would definitely be the biggest gain this time. The god-like bones of an unknown alien race were much more valuable than the creations of the sky crystal level. Why go to all the trouble? Now that we are in a hurry, why not just bring the entire palace into the small world first, take it out, and then slowly study these godlike bones? Xiaobai made another suggestion and said to Concubine Yu. I tried and couldn't do it. Concubine Yu shook her head. The aura of this palace prevents me from wrapping it up with the power of the world. It is impossible to bring it into the small world. Since Concubine Yu can't do it, then the rest of us can't do it either. It seems that we can only go in and take out the bones of the godlike alien race. Others were also a little pity, but when there was only one way left, there was no need to be so hesitant, and everyone was quickly prepared to enter. I think we'd better move faster. Su Yuqing frowned slightly and said, I feel that these strange auras are starting to invade my little world. If I stay here for too long, I am afraid it will have some bad effects on our little world. I feel it too. Yang Lao also nodded, you really need to be fast. Don't wait any longer. Let's go. If we finish things early, we can leave early. Otherwise, when the restrictions on the entire alien ruins are completely opened, it will be too late for us to leave. Without wasting any time, everyone followed closely behind Concubine Yu and rushed into the yellow sand palace shrouded in a forest-like atmosphere. Just like what Long Yu had detected with the 9 nether hunters just now, no restrictions were touched by them, but the spreading forest aura made each of them very uncomfortable. Long Yu returned to Concubine Yu's little world. He felt fine, but he also found that Concubine Yu's little world seemed to be invaded by the aura of darkness, and it became a little weird. Fortunately, the situation is not very serious now, and Concubine Yu can cover her whole body with the 9 nether divine inscriptions to resist those auras. It is conceivable that the situation of others must be even worse. But facing the godlike corpse of an unknown alien race, no one can resist this temptation, including Long Yu. Among them, any corpse can be exchanged for more than 10 million Battlefield Legion meritorious services in the Battlefield Legion. How many cultivation resources can be exchanged for? As long as Long Yu gets one of them, he can exchange it for a high-level source of heavenly spirit, which can increase the recovery speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his own small world 10 times. This made Long Yu and Hong Ying think of an unknown corpse that was frozen in the remains of the former small godlike world. Its existence in the ice coffin made them feel a strange aura. It was probably a godlike corpse of an unknown race. If it was true, it would be priceless. No wonder I felt a strange aura at that time. Do powerful gods like gods exude this kind of aura after they die? Long Yu was thinking in his heart, but he was not sure. This kind of problem was not something he could think clearly. Soon everyone came to the center of the dense yellow sand palace, and then saw the 2 9 nether hunters parked here. They did not encounter any accidents. It seemed that most of the defenses in this place had failed. Probably, the defensive measures set up by the multi-wing clan in this palace are all internal, that is, to prevent these godlike creatures of unknown races from escaping. They did not expect that someone would break in and take away the bones of these godlike creatures in the future. 10 cages, 10 different unknown races. There are really countless alien races in this world. Our human race and demon race live in a corner. We can only deal with those alien races all year round. We don't know when we can break into the real world. Go to the world of cultivation in the big world. Under the bright white light, everyone glanced at the 10 cages in the hall. Everyone had different emotions in their hearts. Of course, most of them were emotional about the vastness of this world. The multi-wing clan was originally a very mysterious alien race. They invaded the territory of the demon clan 40 million years ago and were repelled by the demon clan and never appeared again. Now here, there are 10 other types of alien godlike corpses that have never been seen before. Are they the alien species near the territory of the multi-wing clan? Where is the territory of the dual-wing clan? Is there still a multi-winged clan in the big world now? All of this is a mystery, and it is by no means a mystery that can be solved by the Great Master. Even for a strong godlike person, it is extremely difficult to understand all of this. Don't think too much, just open those cages and take away the bones. Shuelua urged everyone. First he walked towards one of the corpse cages, then his body glowed with bloody divine inscriptions, and he suddenly attacked towards the cage formed by the condensed power of the golden element. These cages are originally extremely strong and can even imprison powerful gods, which is evident from this. However, tens of millions of years have passed, and even these cages are no longer as strong as they were before. When these unknown alien gods died, these cages became more and more fragile like rust. Everyone dispersed and began to deal with the cages, as did Hong Ying and Long Yu. But it is a pity that these cages are not formed by the condensed power of the water system. Long Yu cannot directly use the 9 nether path to disintegrate them. If other powers are used, Long Yu's power is still too weak after all. There are exactly 10 alien cages in total. The number is the same as the number of people now, just enough for each person to get one. However, these cages are not so easy to destroy. The first one to destroy the cage was, of course, Concubine Yu, who was the strongest among them all. She condensed a black sharp blade, and as the white fairy light burst out from it, the black and white colors continued to erode the cage of the power of the beginning. After a stick of incense, Concubine Yu took the lead to break the cage, and then the power of the world penetrated the cage and enveloped the corpse of an unknown alien god in the cage. Her unknown alien race is purely a skeleton. However, unlike humans and monsters, the color of these bones is blue, and it looks extremely coquettish and weird. Concubine Yu didn't think so much. This thing was already dead anyway. No matter how weird it was, there was no need to be afraid with her strength. Soon, the power of Concubine Yu's world wrapped and covered the blue corpse, and then sent it directly into her own little world. Then Concubine Yu didn't waste time. She looked back and saw that Long Yu had basically no way to get the cage. She pursed her lips and chuckled, turned around and raised her hand to help Long Yu. The black and white 9 nether immortal light blades instantly bombarded the cage of Taichu power in front of Long Yu, eroding and destroying it at an extremely fast speed, which was faster than Long Yu's destruction of the cage with the 9 nether dragon breath. More than 100 times faster. As expected of Concubine Yu, she is so powerful, but my martial arts realm is still too weak after all. Long Yu sighed, feeling a little frustrated, but his cultivation level was too low. He was able to follow the others all the way to this ancient alien ruins, and still play his own role. It was already quite good. Other colleagues practitioners at this level feel that it is impossible to do what he does. With the help of Concubine Yu, another stick of incense passed by, and the cage of Taichu power in front of Long Yu was finally destroyed. Then, without any hesitation, Long Yu directly mobilized the power of the world to remove the cage. The strange and eerie corpse of an unknown alien god was covered in a package. The corpse in Long Yu's cage is not a skeleton. You must know that not all aliens have such things as bones in their bodies. While Long Yu took the corpse into the small world, he carefully observed its appearance and found that it was a steel-like corpse. The entire body of this alien god was actually made of metal, and it was a metal that Long Yu didn't know about. I have never seen it before. The whole body is filled with gray reflected light. Even though I don't know how many years have passed, this corpse has not rotted at all, but there is indeed no life in it. This kind of god is definitely dead. Compared with other corpses, the corpse of Long Yu, a metal alien god, did not have much weird and eerie aura, which reassured him. It was possible that the nature of this alien race was different from other alien races. Concubine Yu quickly went to help Hong Ying. Hong Ying herself broke open the cage, much faster than Long Yu. In addition, Concubine Yu came to help, and she was only a little later than Long Yu. The cage was broken. And it was only then that others began to break open the cage. Concubine Yu has destroyed 3 cages in total. This speed also shows that her true strength is so much stronger than the others. In a total of 3 sticks of incense, everyone collected the corpses of these unknown aliens into the small world. Since there were 10 corpses of aliens in total, there was no quarrel over how to distribute them. Long Yu and Hong Ying each got one of them, and the others were too lazy to take care of it. The most critical thing next is to evacuate safely from this place. Everyone has a corpse of an unknown alien race, so the harvest from the ancient alien race ruins is considered very good, and there is no need to continue taking risks. Now, the ban on the entire ancient alien ruins has almost been fully activated. Countless yellow sand multi-winged stone statues are approaching here. They have been delayed for so long in destroying the cage. If they don't leave, it will definitely be too late. Walk. Concubine Yu gave an order, and everyone followed her and quickly evacuated out of the hall. Before that, Long Yu had already sent 2 9-nether hunters to observe the situation near the entrance of the Yellow Sand Palace, and could confirm that the surrounding area was still safe for the time being. However, it quickly becomes unsafe. A large group of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, at least thousands of them, are gathering from all around and will soon reach the outer space defense barrier of this Yellow Sand Palace. Everyone filed out of the Huangsha Palace and saw the densely packed yellow sand multi-winged stone statues at a glance, and each of them felt a little frightened. Although these yellow sand multi-winged stone statues are all at the level of the 3rd or 4th level of Great Masters, and are not particularly strong, there are too many to hold them back. Thousands of stone statues, even if a powerful godlike person is surrounded among them, it will take a lot of effort to kill them all. So when everyone saw this scene, the only thought in their minds was to run away. Fortunately, everyone had already broken a gap in the space defense barrier before. At this time, everyone filed out and rushed directly into the yellow sandstorm raging outside. Long Yu entered Concubine Yu's little world. In this case, the Void Dragon Blade alone would definitely not be able to handle it. Others must also be outside to deal with any special situations. Space Divine Teleportation is completely banned in the entire ancient alien ruins. No one can teleport. The only way to teleport is to rely on Long Yu's 9-nether path. It's a pity that Long Yu's cultivation level is too low now. If it weren't for the integration of space essence, his 9-nether paths wouldn't even be able to break through the ordinary space barriers in this ancient alien ruins. Go forward with all your strength toward the entrance. When you encounter a space barrier, break it quickly. Don't hesitate. Everyone just attacks one point. Amid Shuelua's shouts, everyone quickly moved forward and soon encountered the first layer of water system's Taichu power barrier. If Long Yu were here, the destruction speed would definitely be much faster. However, due to the previous shock-wave explosion in the eye of the storm, the entire nearby space was filled with scattered yellow sandstorms, and Long Yu could not get out at all. He can't release the 9-nether path in Concubine Yu's little world, and there is no way he can fall on the barrier of the water element's Taichu power. Long Yu, you come out, I will be responsible for your defense. Concubine Yu said solemnly to Long Yu, and then pulled Long Yu directly out of the small world. This shocked Long Yu, but then Concubine Yu raised her hand, and a black and white defensive barrier appeared on Long Yu's body. He was protected all around. This kind of defensive barrier is external but not internal. Even if it is wrapped around Long Yu's body, Long Yu can directly use the 9-nether path to disintegrate the water system's Taichu power barrier. Since this was the case, Long Yu didn't hesitate at all, and directly used the magical power of the 9-nether path, forcibly speeding up the speed at which everyone destroyed half of the water system's Taichu power barrier. Everyone stopped at this layer of water system's Taichu power, and countless yellow sand multi-winged stone statues gathered towards this side, and soon surrounded them all. Fortunately, due to the addition of Long Yu, the speed at which everyone broke through the water system's primordial power barrier was just a little ahead of schedule, and the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues did not really get close to them. Then, everyone filed through the breach in the barrier and moved forward quickly. Throughout the ancient alien ruins, all restrictions were triggered, yellow sand rolled across the entire space, and a large group of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues appeared everywhere. The crowd passed through the barrier, and the stone statues behind them also rushed through the barrier and continued to pursue them. Behind them were still followed by a large group of stone statues, chasing soldiers all over the ground. "Give it to me," Lei Lei said in a deep voice, leaving one thunder of Taichu one after another along the way, and just placed the thunder of Taichu in the void. As they moved forward, they soon laid out a thunder of Taichu along the way. Thunder array. When those yellow sand multi-winged stone statues came to this primordial thunder array, the entire thunder array exploded, and the terrifying golden power of primordial energy produced unparalleled destructive power, destroying at least hundreds of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues. It was blown to pieces. This somewhat relieved everyone's pressure. No one else was idle either. Including Lan Yu, he continued to gather the 9 nether hunters, and then put an ice god clan into it, and then let the 9 nether hunters move quickly in other directions without caring about anything. In this way, he was able to attract some Huangsha duoing. The attention of the stone statues led them to other places. Marahun raised his hand and released the alien puppets he had raised. These alien puppets were all at the level of the 4th stage Great Master and the 5th stage Great Master. Moreover, with the enhancement of Marahun's own strength, their combat power was definitely far superior to that of any yellow sand multi-winged stone statue. However, these alien puppets were released by him at this time, not for fighting, but to continuously release control methods. For example, the Ice God clan puppets continuously released ice cages to block the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues in the distance from moving towards everyone approaches. Up, down, front, left, and right. In every direction, there are countless yellow sand multi-winged stone statues surrounding everyone. Everyone must use their methods to maintain the distance between them and those yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, so as not to be too close. Too close. Soon, the second layer of water-based Taichu power barrier appeared in front of him. Just when everyone was once again preparing to break through the barrier of Taichu's power, they unexpectedly suddenly saw a translucent giant multi-winged body appearing on the opposite side of the barrier. Those wings were constantly trembling, and they directly covered the entire Taichu. The force barrier was shattered. Godlike illusion array. Oops, take a detour. Everyone was shocked. Being so close to this kind of divine illusion array made them tremble in their hearts. The place where that kind of divine illusion appeared was less than 10 miles away from them. This sudden accident made everyone panic. However, Concubine Yu immediately said, "Don't be too panicked. This type of divine illusion array has been destroyed. It should have been destroyed by the shockwave of the Eye of the Storm just now." After hearing such words, everyone calmed down and observed carefully, and sure enough they found that the divine illusion was somewhat incomplete. If it were a complete multi-winged clan, there should be dozens of pairs of wings behind it, but the godlike illusion in front of him only had half of it left, adding up to more than 10 pairs of wings, and the other side was obviously a bit damaged. This is because part of the godlike illusion formation was shattered by the shock wave of the Eye of the Storm, resulting in the condensed godlike illusion being incomplete. Then what should we do? Even if it is an incomplete godlike illusion, we may not be able to. Shueluo gritted his teeth and said, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, staring at the godlike illusion in front of him. As soon as the multi-winged godlike illusion appeared, it shattered the water-based primordial power barrier in front of them, and then accompanied by other yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, surrounded them. Of course, the number of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues gathered from the direction of the godlike illusion was not large, far less than the number gathered from other directions, but the godlike illusion alone was enough for them to eat a pot. I have no choice but to try. Concubine Yu calmly analyzed and said, there are too many multi-winged stone statues in other directions. It is very difficult for us to pass by. Besides, we don't know whether there will be godlike illusion formations in other directions. It's not worth taking the risk. On the contrary, we have an opportunity in front of us. There is a godlike illusion array here, which means that this direction should not be there in the future. If the multi-wing clan arranges defensive restrictions, it will not be possible to arrange 2 godlike illusion arrays on the same line. Come on, as long as we break through this kind of divine illusion, we should be able to go to the exit safely. Concubine Yu's words were agreed by most other people. A few of them, such as Li Lei and Maru Hun, frowned slightly but didn't say much. Yang Lao asked, how to break through? Do we have to force our way through? Don't worry. I can contain the godlike illusion. The rest of you can destroy the godlike illusion's formation eyes, while dealing with the other multi-winged stone statues. Concubine Yu pursed her lips and said, I also want to try to see if I can resist a mutilated godlike illusion. These words made everyone feel relieved. Anyway, as long as they were not allowed to confront him, it had little to do with them as to who was going to play with the godlike illusion. Speaking of which, Concubine Yu is indeed very strong. It will be of great benefit to her to try to fight against this incomplete godlike illusion. Maybe she will gain some insights into stepping onto the godlike level. Indefinite. Now Concubine Yu's main training direction is to improve the power of her various methods and study how to become a god. There is an opportunity in front of her, and she is not willing to give up. The plan was quickly decided, because time did not allow them to think of other ways. The godlike illusion was already killing them, bringing other multi-winged stone statues, at least hundreds of multi-winged stone statues, to kill everyone. Concubine Yu's body was shrouded in 9 secluded divine inscriptions, and white fairy light also bloomed at the same moment. Black and white, two forces with completely different properties unexpectedly converged and merged together, forming a beautiful scenery in this yellow sandstorm world. Others had no time to pay attention to Concubine Yu's battle. They all gathered together and flew towards the side of the godlike illusion. This side was the side with fewer multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand. There were more than 200 in total, all three. The fourth stage of the Great Dominance level can be said to be easy and comfortable for everyone, and can be done casually. After all, except for Concubine Yu, everyone else is also a 5th level master or a 6th level master. They are not ordinary 5th and 6th level masters. To deal with some yellow sand multi-winged stone statues of some 3rd and 4th level masters, as long as the number is not there are so many that you can easily handle them. Long Yu and Hong Ying were following Concubine Yu in her little world. At this time, they were running towards the godlike illusion with Concubine Yu. Although it was incomplete, its terrifying momentum still made people feel a little frightened. But in comparison, there is still a big gap between this kind of godlike illusion and a real godlike one. At least it doesn't give me a feeling of being invincible. Long Yu stared at that kind of divine illusion, which was quite leisurely and comfortable. Since Concubine Yu was there to deal with it, he only had to watch the battle. He recalled that when he faced the two powerful gods of the Ice God clan and the Desolate God clan, the sense of oppression was so real that he couldn't muster the courage to fight against them. Even with just a look from the other party, Long Yu's whole body, people will be completely shattered. But now this godlike illusion does not have similar aura. It is just an illusion that has godlike power, but does not have godlike aura, inner nature, or fighting methods. Not to mention, this godlike illusion is still incomplete, with half of its wings missing. For the multi-winged clan, it can be said to be fatally weakened, at least reducing its strength by half, and affecting its body balance. The combat methods are even more difficult to display perfectly. Seeing others heading towards the eye of the godlike illusion array, Concubine Yu felt relieved. As long as she held back for a while and waited for others to destroy the eye of the magic circle, she would be able to escape. If others did not destroy the formation, Concubine Yu would undoubtedly be in a very difficult situation, but she believed that others would not abandon her. Not to mention anything else, it is impossible to leave her behind just because of blood. You must know that there are two people, Long Yu and Hong Ying, in her little world. Others, such as Xiao Bai, should not leave the three of you Fei behind. In spite of. No matter what, Concubine Yu was still very confident in dealing with this incomplete godlike illusion, so she didn't care too much about other people. Up. Concubine Yu quickly arrived in front of the giant godlike illusion. She easily passed through the endless yellow sandstorm and landed on one of the translucent wings, holding the godlike illusion. The black and white sharp blade flew out, pierced through the air, and instantly penetrated the translucent wing illusion. You could feel the power of the entire body of the multi-winged clan's godlike illusion begin to flow away again. Wings are the source of power for the multi-winged clan. Once their wings are destroyed, their power will be lost. In battle, destroying their wings is the main way to weaken their combat effectiveness. In addition, if you want to completely kill the opponent, it can only kill the opponent's bamboo pole itself. The entire multi-winged clan is like a dragonfly with dozens of pairs of wings. However, compared to dragonflies, this multi-winged clan has no head. It is just a bamboo pole-like body with dozens of pairs of wings for solid protection. Attached to the bamboo pole body. Hoo-ho! The sound of wind and sand resounded violently. Naturally, it was impossible for the godlike illusion to be beaten without fighting back. When Concubine Yu landed on her wings, a terrifying storm of yellow sand rolled out from her wings, which contained the tyrannical golden power. Relying on the power of Taichu, countless bayonets were condensed in the storm, covering Concubine Yu's entire body. Guard! Concubine Yu's expression remained unchanged. She raised her hand and condensed the 9 nether divine inscriptions. The white fairy light bloomed, forming a layer of black and white defensive barrier. This is her most commonly used defensive barrier, and it is also the most powerful defensive barrier with the lowest consumption. A strong method is simply the most cost-effective. If she doesn't encounter a stronger opponent, she only needs to use this move to defend herself. It's a pity that this kind of divine illusion is obviously not the ordinary opponents she has encountered before. However, she saw countless bayonets in the yellow sandstorm, pouring down like raindrops. Along with the yellow sandstorm, it actually knocked out Concubine Yu's body. The black and white defense barrier is constantly being destroyed, and little loopholes and gaps appear quickly. Concubine Yu's face changed slightly, knowing that she had underestimated this incomplete godlike illusion. If she only used her innate magical power, she would definitely not be the opponent of this godlike illusion. Thinking of this, she did not hesitate to take out the snow-white necklace she was wearing on her snow-white neck. This necklace was indeed her divine item from the beginning. Unfortunately, it had been broken in the turbulence of time and space, and its power was no longer there. Once upon a time. But even so, this Taichu divine item is still one of her strongest combat powers. She no longer underestimates the godlike illusion in front of her, but plans to go all out. The snow-white necklace appeared, and the power of awakening was clearly revealed. This burst of awakening power was much more powerful than the awakening power of Hong Ying against the 6 wings of demon blood. It's the awakening of the 12th level. In Concubine Yu's small world, Hong Ying and Long Yu stood together. Hong Ying felt the intensity of the awakening power of the snow-white necklace in Concubine Yu's hand, and couldn't help being shocked. Obviously, Concubine Yu is not much older than her, but whether it is the realm of martial arts, or the awakening of the Taichu divine grade. In any aspect, Concubine Yu is much stronger than Hong Ying. Awakening to the 12th level, doesn't that mean you have already reached the peak of awakening? Long Yu was also a little surprised. Yes, this Taichu divine product has awakened its self-awareness, just like your Xiaoxiu. It's a pity that such a beautiful necklace is already somewhat broken. The red warbler is a little pity. Long Yu's heart moved. He looked at some cracks on Concubine Yu's supreme grade snow-white necklace, and couldn't help but think of the scene when he encountered Ji Yuan Daoi, the powerful master of the Lushan clan, who blew himself up just after leaving Jiuyou realm. I didn't know it at the time, but now that I think about it, Ji Yuan Daoi must have been at the 7th level master level. The space turbulence caused by the self-destruction actually caused cracks in the snow-white necklace. Concubine Yu has done a lot for me. Long Yu thought in his heart. But this was not the time to dwell on this. After the snow-white necklace was taken out, Concubine Yu immediately activated the power of awakening, the awakening skill of the Taichu divine grade. Although this snow-white necklace is somewhat damaged, its power has not been weakened too much, and it still maintains a considerable destructive power. The snow-white fairy light burst out from the necklace in an instant, as brilliant as the aurora, and instantly enveloped Concubine Yu's entire body. The gorgeous snow-white fairy light continued to spread, and everything was covered with a layer of snow-white color. The yellow sandstorm that was swept by the divine illusion was instantly calm under the cover of this snow-white fairy light. When it came down, the yellow sand bayonet condensed and it was disintegrated silently. Watching Concubine Yu perform this move, both Long Yu and Hong Ying were a little shocked. This piece of snow-white fairy light, as brilliant as the aurora, actually had the effect of dissolving other divine powers, just like Long Yu's 9 nether paths able to disintegrate all space divine texts. However, in comparison, Concubine Yu's move seems to be more practical. In battle, it can be said to be used to deal with almost any situation. All powers can be resolved, and all divine texts can be eliminated. Of course, it is impossible for Long Yu and Hong Ying to know the specific situation, but at least on the surface, this piece of snow-white fairy light has such an effect. Relying on this awakening technique, Concubine Yu easily withstood the fierce attack launched by the godlike illusion against her, and then launched a counterattack. Although Concubine Yu just wanted to hold back this kind of godlike illusion and let others destroy the magic circle of godlike illusion, she has always been a very strict person to herself. At this moment, it is rare to have the opportunity to be with an incomplete godlike illusion. She was not willing to give up the opportunity to fight easily. The best result is that she kills this kind of godlike illusion before others destroy the magic circle. Of course, this is the highest requirement. It is very difficult. Even if she tries her best, she may not be able to do it. But no matter what, she will not give up easily. Now that she has done it, she must do her best. On the snow-white necklace, the fairy light circulates again, turning into countless snow-white light balls, radiating out in all directions. This is another awakening skill of his Taichu divine grade. Once these snow-white light balls touch anything, they will explode and produce unparalleled destructive power. The godlike illusion of the multi-winged clan, with translucent wings all over his body, accidentally touched one of the snow-white light balls, and then the light ball exploded, and the fairy light dispersed in all directions, suddenly falling on those translucent wings. Superior. The powerful purification power purified the translucent wings of the multi-winged clan into the purest golden power of the beginning, and several wings disintegrated in this way. The purification effect of this light ball was originally only aimed at some of its own negative states, such as control effects and mental shock, similar to Long Yu's purifying body. But now, it has a miraculous effect in dealing with this kind of divine illusion, because this kind of divine illusion is originally formed by condensing the power of the primeval metal system and does not have life. Once it touches such purifying power, it will be purified immediately. It has become the purest golden power of Taichu. More and more snow-white light balls appeared and scattered around. Faced with such a situation, the multi-winged god illusion naturally would not sit still and wait for death. The power of his body finally exploded completely, and the terrifying yellow sandstorm exploded instantly, blowing away the remaining snow-white light balls in all directions. Immediately afterwards, the yellow sandstorm rolled towards Concubine Yu. Mixed in the storm of yellow sand, there were actually long golden cursors attacking Concubine Yu from all directions. These golden cursors flash continuously in the yellow sandstorm. Once they touch anything, they will tightly grasp the opponent. It is an extremely terrifying control method. Countless golden cursors kept approaching Concubine Yu, blocking any direction in which Concubine Yu could escape, like a large golden cage, completely trapping her. Although the godlike illusion is incomplete, its strength is still far greater than that of Concubine Yu. Concubine Yu is at a disadvantage in many battles. The same is true now. Facing those golden cursors, they are actually the same as the snow-white light balls she used just now. The godlike illusion can directly blow away those snow-white light balls with the yellow sandstorm, but Concubine Yu is not strong enough to drive away these golden cursors. She could only use other means to avoid it. Joyo is disintegrated. Concubine Yu pursed her lips and let out a light scolding, and a layer of the power of the 9 nether divine inscriptions emerged from her whole body in an instant. This layer of the 9 nether divine inscriptions contained a little bit of the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions, making her whole body full of the 9 nether divine inscriptions. The breath became extremely strong. Concubine Yu, who was still using the immortal light method just now, turned into the 9 nether divine inscriptions and disintegrated, as if her whole person had become a burst of black mist, and then divided into several groups and spread towards the surroundings. Easily from those golden he escaped through the gap between the cursor. Not far away, these groups of black mist gathered together again, and in a moment they recondensed into the figure of Concubine Yu. However, the godlike illusion did not give Concubine Yu any time to breathe, and the yellow sandstorm came overwhelmingly again, rolling towards the place where Concubine Yu was now. Concubine Yu activated the snow-white necklace without hesitation, and the awakening skill was activated again. This time, countless white fairy light lines stretched out from the necklace. These white fairy light lines came out and entangled directly towards the godlike illusion. The figure of the godlike illusion is very huge. In comparison, Concubine Yu is like an ant in front of it. But now, this ant uses countless lines of white fairy light to tie up the godlike illusion from top to bottom. These lines of white fairy light still contain some purifying power, constantly purifying the godlike illusion into the purest golden power of the beginning, constantly disintegrating the power in his body. Pairs of wings began to be purified by Concubine Yu. After all, it is not a real godlike illusion, but only an incomplete godlike illusion. No matter whether it is fighting consciousness or something, it is not very good. When the level of strength cannot crush Yufei, if it continues to fight like this for a long time, it will be defeated by Yufei in turn. It can be said to be a normal thing. It should be almost done. Concubine Yu kept activating the snow-white necklace. After all, it was a powerful divine product that had awakened to the 12th level. Its awakening skills were very terrifying. With just 3 awakening skills, Concubine Yu was able to drive that kind of divine illusion to a dead end. However, the next situation still made Concubine Yu's expression change, because she felt that the divine illusion in front of her seemed to realize that she was no match for her, so she began to continuously gather power towards the location of its bamboo pole. The endless golden power of Taichu condensed around him, and it seemed that he wanted to self-destruct. The self-destruction of a cultivator at the 7th stage master level will create space-time turbulence, causing Concubine Yu's Taichu divine-grade snow-white necklace to be broken, and Long Yu being dragged to the extremely distant ancient ruins of the galaxy, and what happened in the big world a series of things. Now, what would happen if this kind of divine illusion exploded? Although it is just an illusion, the level of power in its body is exactly the same as that of a god, and it is not weaker than a real godlike person. Even if this kind of godlike illusion is only incomplete, its power is at least half of that of a true godlike creature, and it is far more powerful than the 7th level master by countless times. If such an existence were to self-destruct, the consequences would be disastrous. Concubine Yu frowned and pressed the snow-white necklace in her hand again. The white fairy light bloomed again. This time, it turned into snow-white long dragons. There were 7 long dragons in total, and they bit directly at the godlike illusion. Get down! 7 long snow-white dragons, their whole bodies are made of snow-white fairy light. They have no eyes, ears, and noses. They are just a whole snow-white light dragon. With one bite of the divine illusion, they directly swallowed up that part and transformed into it. Became its own strength. The 7 snow-white dragons bit together, weakening the power of the godlike illusion by at least 10% in just an instant. But the next moment, the power of that kind of divine illusion was almost gathered in the body, and it was about to explode. The hearts of Concubine Yu, Hong Ying, and Long Yu were in their throats. If this kind of divine illusion really explodes, the 3 of them will bear the brunt and will definitely not end well. To put it nicely, even if you don't die, you will still be disabled. But at this moment, the power of the divine illusion suddenly seemed to be drained. The power that had been gathered to prepare for self-destruction instantly turned into a handful of loose sand and scattered around. The godlike illusion array has been destroyed. Concubine Yu immediately realized what was going on, and couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. She had never thought that this kind of godlike illusion would explode after being defeated. Although it was just an incomplete godlike illusion, the self-destruction, the power was probably not something she could withstand. If we really want to self-destruct, we won't actually die. I have an innate magical power that can simulate any force and prevent me from being harmed in any environment. Long Yu said with a smile. Of course, his smile was a bitter smile, because he also knew that the simulation of the Book of Shadows move was too energy-consuming. Even if he had entered the lower realm of domination, he wanted to maintain the simulation of the Book of Shadows. The power of the Absolute Beginning consumes 10% of the power every time you breathe. In other words, he can at most last 10 breaths in the wave of power caused by the self-destruction of the godlike illusion. Having said that, the incarnation of nothingness in the Book of Shadows and the camouflage simulation of other powers still have their own uses. The incarnation of nothingness does not consume that much power, but it cannot be used as a defensive method, only as a hiding method. If it is bombarded by too much power and the void space is shattered, it will not help if Long Yu transforms into nothingness. In some extreme cases, it is safer and more appropriate to simulate power. The magic circle is broken, let's leave quickly. Someone shouted in front, it was Mr. Yang. The group of them had already flown ahead and were about to encounter another barrier of water systems Taichu power. The remains of countless yellow sand multi-winged stone statues were scattered in the void, in the yellow sky. Gradually disintegrated in the sandstorm. Everyone quickly moved towards the entrance to the entire ancient alien ruins. Along the way, they were constantly blocked by yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, but they all collapsed after everyone took action. Anyone with multi-winged stone statues blocking a road could be dealt with by just waving their hands. However, in other directions, more and more stone statues were surrounding them, leaving everyone with no other way out. Either rush all the way to the entrance and leave this ancient alien ruins, or be drowned by countless yellow sand multi-winged stone statues. Concubine Yu soon caught up with the others, protecting Long Yu with a black and white defensive barrier, allowing Long Yu to use the magical power of the 9 nether paths to more quickly disintegrate the space barrier of the water system's Taichu power. Of course Long Yu is obligated, and only at this time can he do something for the team. Soon, this layer of water-based Taichu power barrier was finally destroyed by everyone's combined efforts. Everyone passed through this layer of barrier, only to find that the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues on the other side of the barrier were denser. Coupled with the group of stone statues catching up from behind, they were almost completely surrounded. I need to improve my cultivation. Long Yu's heart moved, and he directly told Concubine Yu that the situation was very urgent. Whether they could escape or not would depend on how quickly they destroyed the barrier of the water system's primordial power. If Long Yu can improve his martial arts realm, then the ability of Jiuyo Path to disintegrate the water system's primordial power will be increased several times, and the speed of destroying the water system's primordial power barrier will also be accelerated several times. Even if he can step into the realm of the middle ruler, he only needs to disintegrate the water system's primordial power barrier alone, faster than everyone could destroy it together before. Judging from the current situation, if the water system's primordial power barrier is to be destroyed, someone must resist the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues surrounding it. Under such circumstances, Long Yu could only grit his teeth and try the almost impossible thing. Because it had only been a short time since he had become a lower-level ruler, and it was not that easy to become a middle-level ruler now. Fortunately, Concubine Yu had third-grade and second-grade heavenly crystal-level creations on her body. Can go outside to distribute. But now, he could only give it to Long Yu first, and of course Long Yu would not take it for free. He directly asked Concubine Yu for a third-grade Tianjin grade and a second-grade Tianjin grade creation, and then gave it to him. The body of the unknown alien god that was obtained just now was handed to Concubine Yu in exchange. The corpse of an unknown alien god is worth at least more than 10 million battlefield legion merits. In exchange for these two creations, it can be said to be of equal value, and no one takes advantage. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu began to absorb the creative power of these two created objects in Concubine Yu's little world. The nether dragon blade of the void was held in Long Yu's hand, absorbing the creation with all his strength, and then completely transferring the creation into Long Yu's body, allowing Long Yu to continuously absorb it and begin to expand the small world. From a lower ruler to a middle ruler, the key is the expansion of the small world. From a radius of 10 billion miles to a radius of 20 billion miles, you can almost reach the level of a middle ruler. If the power of creation in these two created objects is completely absorbed, then Long Yu can still successfully break through, and this is also thanks to the blessing of the Void Nether Dragon Blade. If it were not for the Void Nether Dragon Blade, then Long Yu would like to improve his realm. At least twice as many cultivation resources are needed. Long Yu is constantly absorbing the power of creation, while others are moving quickly forward in the yellow sandstorm. Everyone is getting closer and closer to the exit. However, in Concubine Yu's perception, there are at least 3 layers of water-type Taichu power barriers blocking the exit, and these 3 layers of barriers are related to the life and death of all of them. The yellow sand multi-winged stone statues are gathering more and more, and everyone has once again used their methods to stop the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues from surrounding them. Stone statues are constantly being blasted into pieces by the crowd, disintegrating into pure gold in the yellow sandstorm. The power of the beginning. Soon, another layer of water-based Taichu power appeared in front of everyone. Long Yu, it's your turn to come out. Concubine Yu said to Long Yu in a deep voice. Although she knew that Long Yu was absorbing the power of creation and expanding the small world, she still had to disturb him. Because without dragon control, the speed of destroying this layer of water system's primordial power will be slowed down by half. Even if it is only for such a small amount of time, the whole situation will become completely uncontrollable. Opposite the barrier of the water element's primordial power, many yellow sand multi-winged stone statues have gathered. If the destruction is slow, more and more stone statues will gather. Even if they pass through this barrier, they will fall directly into the opponent's circle. It becomes extremely difficult to rush out. When Long Yu heard what Concubine Yu said, he nodded and paused to absorb the created things. There was nothing he could do about it. After coming out, under the defense of Concubine Yu's black and white barrier, he activated the 9 nether path again, attacking that layer. The power of the water system destroys and disintegrates. This time, Li Lei and Marahun could not participate in destroying the barrier, because they began to be responsible for resisting the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues that were constantly surrounding them. Hundreds of stone statues were already approaching. If they did not kill them all, the situation will become very troublesome. This kid's ability to disintegrate space divine symbols is really strong. Everyone looked at Long Yu's 9 nether path, which used extremely powerful force to disintegrate the power of the water element. They couldn't help but think in their hearts, even though Li Lei and Maru Hun did not participate in the attack on the barrier, this barrier the speed of disintegration was not much slower, because Long Yu was supporting it. After a stick of incense, the barrier of the water system's Taichu power finally broke down. Li Lei and Maru Hun finally breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone filed out. The two people in front, Yu Fei and Xue Luo, were the first to use their methods. Blood-colored divine inscriptions and black and white sharp blades rushed out quickly, completely destroying at least 100 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues guarding the opposite side of the barrier, and forcibly blasted a path. It won't be that easy from now on. There are still 2 layers of barriers before we can reach the initial entrance. Concubine Yu scolded, took the lead, and took Long Yu back into the small world. Naturally, Long Yu continued to absorb the power from the created things, and tried to break through to the mid-level master. Unfortunately, this plan was eventually blocked by accident. Everyone continued to move forward, but before they could see the next layer of water-based Taichu power barrier, a translucent giant multi-winged god suddenly appeared in front of them, and the yellow sand formed by the gold-based Taichu power appeared in front of them. The storm is coming. There is actually a godlike illusion array. This situation made everyone feel shocked, and they suddenly became completely panicked. There was a godlike illusion in front of them, and they were surrounded by yellow sand multi-winged stone statues. Which way should they go to break through? The godlike illusion is definitely impossible. Do we really want to attack those densely packed yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, with at least thousands of them? Originally, it was enough to walk in a straight line to the end, but a god-like phantom formation appeared in the middle. I will resist this kind of divine illusion. You go and break the eyes of its magic circle. It will still be the same as before. In the midst of this lightning flash, Concubine Yu immediately made a decision, and her ethereal body, alternating with the color of the 9 netherworld and the white fairy light, immediately flew out towards the god-like illusion. No problem. Li Lei and Maru Hun looked at each other, nodded each, and then led the others towards the side. There were not many yellow sand multi-winged stone statues there, and they could break through and get close to the eye of the godlike illusion formation. This godlike illusion is not incomplete. Let me help you. Xiao Bai, a white-haired young man from the human race, did not follow Li Lei and Maru Hun. Instead, he followed Concubine Yu towards the godlike illusion, hoping to contain Concubine Yu together. Xue Luo hesitated for a moment, but also stayed, because it was difficult for Concubine Yu and Xiao Bai to contain a complete multi-winged humanoid god illusion. Xue Luo should also use some of his trump cards at this time. Concubine Yu, Xiao Bai, and Xue Luo are responsible for containing the god-like illusion. Li Lei, Maru Hun, Yang Lao, Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing, the 5 of them rushed towards the eye of the godlike illusion array, hoping to destroy the eye just like before. This time it was not as smooth as last time. The previous encounter was an incomplete godlike illusion formation. Both the strength of the array eyes and the strength of the godlike illusion were far inferior to the current one, not to mention that there were countless yellow sand multi-winged stone statues gathered around it. Is this the power of a god? The wings behind the multi-winged clan's godlike illusion trembled, and a storm of yellow sand rushed towards everyone, mixed with some golden sharp knives, and the destructive power was extremely shocking. It can be seen that these golden sharp knives flew towards the group of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues in the distance. Each sharp knife can destroy more than 10 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues in succession. The most important thing is that there are hundreds of such golden sharp knives tracking towards Concubine Yu and the others. Flash! Concubine Yu scolded, knowing that these golden sharp knives were absolutely invincible. She stepped back first and rushed towards the group of multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand. One after another, the golden sharp knives followed her figure and inserted into the group of multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand. Many of the stone statues were unable to dodge and were completely destroyed by the golden sharp knives. Shuelua and Xiaobai encountered such a situation as soon as they caught up with Concubine Yu. They each adopted the same method as Concubine Yu, attracting all the golden sharp knives in the yellow sand storm to the group of multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand. The other side also encountered trouble. Li Lei, Maru Hun, and others headed towards the formation I, but suddenly the power of the golden element in front of them gathered, and a giant multi-winged godlike illusion appeared in front of them again. At both ends, there were actually two godlike illusions appearing together. There was no doubt that there were two godlike illusion arrays set up in this small space. This situation shocked everyone. The five people, Li Lei and Marahun, subconsciously avoided it, but the multi-winged god illusion that had just appeared summoned a fierce and unparalleled storm of the golden power of the beginning, and rolled towards the five of them. In desperation, the five people fled in all directions. Not to mention destroying the formation, even saving their lives became a problem. The situation suddenly became extremely critical. Yu Fei, Shui Luo, and Xiao Bai were attacked by the first godlike illusion and were in critical danger. However, the other five people fled in all directions under the attack of the second godlike illusion. It was impossible to defeat the godlike illusion. The eyes of the magic circle are destroyed. Escape. Without any hesitation, in this case, Li Lei and Maru Hun didn't bother to take care of the others, and turned around and fled towards the entrance. The two godlike illusions were a devastating blow to them. If they stayed here for too long, the result would be annihilation of the whole army. Under such circumstances, who would care about the formation I? Under the storm attack of the second godlike illusion, Marahun, Li Lei, Yang Lao, Xiong Boss, and Su Yuqing were blown away in the storm, mostly to the same direction, that is, close to the direction of the exit of the ancient alien ruins. As long as two more layers of water-based Taichu power barriers are destroyed, they can leave here. As for the two godlike illusion formations, there is no need to pay attention to them. Anyway, one of them has been attracted by Concubine Yu and others. As for the second one, a little restraint is enough for them to destroy the barrier of Taichu's power and leave. At the critical moment of life and death, Marahun could no longer care about anything else. He released all the alien puppets he had raised. There were hundreds of them in total, and each one was different. Of course, most of them were aliens from the Outer God clan. He used it to refine it and made it into a puppet. A total of 400 to 500 alien puppets were controlled by him and rushed directly towards the second godlike illusion. Ice God Clan, Vulcan God Clan, Desolate God Clan, etc., various alien puppets continued to kill that kind. Divine Illusion. There is also Lei Lei, which is constantly condensing the divine thunder of absolute beginning and blasting towards the godlike illusion, but it itself keeps retreating towards the distance. Mr. Yang, Mr. Xiong, and Su Yuqing glanced at Concubine Yu a little apologetically, but in the end they chose to leave, following Li Lei and Maru Hun, rushing directly towards the entrance. The two godlike illusion formations are really not what we expected. It's so strange. We have walked this route when we came here. Why didn't the godlike illusion appear at the beginning, but now there are two? Su Yuqing's face was extremely gloomy. He was really reluctant to give up Concubine Yu and others, but now he had no choice. Could it be that the restriction was fully triggered to activate the two god-like illusion formations? I'm afraid no one will know what happened, but now all we can do is escape. Yang Lao also said with great regret. The five of them ran all the way ahead. Occasionally looking back, they could find that Yu Fei, Shui Luo, and Xiao Bai were completely trapped by the multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand, among which the first godlike illusion was being cast. The terrorist offensive almost turned that area into hell. Soon, the five people relied on Marahun's 300 to 400 alien puppets to contain the second godlike illusion, and then came to the next layer of water-based Taichu power barrier, and then quickly bombarded this barrier. Without Long Yu, their speed of bombarding the water system's Taichu power barrier became much slower, and the time it took them to spend at least doubled. Fortunately, most of the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues have been attracted to Concubine Yu and her group, and not many stone statues care about them. After 2 sticks of incense, the barrier of the water system's primordial power finally broke, and the 5 people passed by. At this time, the 300 to 400 alien puppets had been completely shattered and destroyed by the second godlike illusion. These alien puppets were treasures that Marahun had accumulated for a long time. Now that they were all scrapped at once, he felt extremely painful inside, but compared to his life, they were nothing. If the alien puppet is gone, you can catch it and refine it, but if your life is gone, then you have nothing. Before the 5 people left, they took one last look back, but there was no trace of Concubine Yu and others at all. There is no way, this alien ruins are too dangerous, anyone can die. Ba Xiong said in a deep voice, not wanting to look back. In fact, they were already here and there was no possibility of them turning back. If possible, they would certainly not be willing to give up Concubine Yu and others, but now 2 godlike illusion formations appear at the same time, and the godlike illusions of the 2 multi-winged clans are definitely not something they can solve. The current situation is probably that only as many as possible can escape. The 5 people gradually disappeared from the sight of Concubine Yu and others, and soon, Concubine Yu could not even sense their existence with her spiritual sense. They're gone. Concubine Yu's tone was very calm. In fact, when the second godlike illusion circle was touched, she had already guessed what would happen now. Xuelua and Xiaobai are still walking through the group of multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand, but it seems that their strength is also consumed very much, and they may not be able to hold on any longer soon. At this moment, Concubine Yu has also felt the strength of the real godlike strongman, which is much more powerful than the incomplete godlike illusion before. She is not able to fight against it at all. All she can do is try her best. Survive under the opponent's hands for a long time. But now, there is no point in trying her best to survive, because no one is going to help her destroy the eye of the godlike illusion array. Concubine, you must kill this godlike phantom, but with her strength, there is no way she can be the opponent of this godlike phantom. She does have a trump card, but even if she uses her trump card, she may not be able to defeat this kind of godlike illusion. The most important thing is that after defeating this godlike illusion, there is another one next to her. No matter what, it's not a good idea for her to fight. Are they gone? At this time, Long Yu was still absorbing the creative power of the created things. Hearing what Concubine Yu said, he couldn't help but feel something in his heart. Then what should we do now? If Senior Concubine Yu has nothing to do, then I have an idea. Huh? You say. Concubine Yu was somewhat interested. First find the 2 seniors Xuelua and Xiaobai, and then you all enter my little world. I use the innate magical power of the Book of Shadows to simulate the pure golden power of the beginning, which should be able to avoid such divine illusions. Eyes and ears, leave here quietly. The only problem is that with my strength now, I can only last for 10 breaths at most. Long Yu said in a deep voice, to be honest, in 10 breaths, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to reach the water barrier of the original power. How far can you go? Concubine Yu asked solemnly. The answer to this question was very crucial. Even if she could get even 10 feet closer to the barrier, she might be able to come up with the next countermeasure. About 30 miles. But the next layer of water-based Taichu power barrier seems to be 50 miles away. Long Yu replied solemnly. That's okay. I can also buy a certain amount of time for us to move forward. In that case, there is no need to hesitate. I will go and gather Xuelua and Xiaobai first. Concubine Yu nodded and said, and then her whole body was enveloped in black and white. The 9 nether divine inscriptions and the white fairy light turned into black and white blades, lingering around her delicate body. All the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues that were close to her, they were all cut into pieces. The entire delicate body of concubine Yu is like countless rotating blades, easily walking through the group of multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand. However, this method looks very gorgeous and powerful, but it consumes a lot of power, even if it is Yu Fei. The concubine couldn't hold on for long. The first godlike illusion and the second godlike illusion were all focused on concubine Yu, Xuelua, and Xiaobai at this moment. Compared with concubine Yu, Xiaobai is obviously more relaxed at this moment, because he has comprehended some kind of divine script or has some innate magical power, which gives him an inconspicuous quality. Even in the current environment, the number of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues around Xiaobai is the smallest, because few stone statues will pay attention to him first, but rush directly towards the place where concubine Yu and Xuelua are. This made Xiaobai very relaxed, even more relaxed than concubine Yu. As for the two godlike illusions, they also rushed towards concubine Yu and Xueluo, completely ignoring Xiaobai. It can be seen that Xiaobai's special temperament is really very effective in certain situations. But this is not good news for Xuelua. Xuelua only had the cultivation level of a 5th level master. It was already very difficult to walk among the multi-winged stone statues in the yellow sand. When the attack of the second godlike illusion came, he suddenly fell into a difficult situation that was difficult to escape. The blood-red wings had long appeared behind him, and he had already taken on the true form of the blood demon clan. When the yellow sand storm cast by the godlike illusion struck, he instantly turned into a pool of blood and spread out in all directions. This method was also one of his means of escaping. After the river of blood dispersed suddenly, it avoided the yellow sand storm of the godlike illusion, and then condensed again not far away, reorganizing Xuelua's body. Xuelua, come here. Concubine Yu's voice sounded from the side. She moved easily across the area, and the power of the black and white world surrounded Xuelua's entire body. Xuelua's expression changed slightly. He could tell that concubine Yu wanted to let him enter her little world. But at this time, if he entered the small world and hid, concubine Yu might have to face both sides at the same time. Godlike illusion. Quick! Seeing his hesitation, concubine Yu couldn't help but screamed and urged. How long has this been? Are you still hesitating? Xueluo gritted his teeth and let go of his mind, allowing concubine Yu's world power to bring him to concubine Yu's small world. Immediately afterwards, concubine Yu rushed towards Xiaobai's place, and soon brought Xiaobai with him. Received it. Then, concubine Yu explained the subsequent plan to the two of them. That is to say, Brother Long Yu will take us closer to the water barrier of primordial power, right? Not bad, I'm looking forward to it. Xiaobai said with an elegant smile. But at this time a sudden change occurred. Just in the direction of the entrance to this ancient alien ruins, a violent explosion suddenly sounded, bringing with it a terrifying storm of yellow sand that swept towards the surroundings. The movement coming from the direction of the entrance to the ancient alien ruins startled concubine Yu, Long Yu, and others who were just about to take action. What happened? Concubine Yu frowned. There were too many accidents today. If something happened in the direction of the entrance, could they still move forward there? Soon, the yellow sand storm at the entrance swept towards the direction of everyone, shattering the water system's primordial power barrier along the way. Even the two godlike illusions suffered some damage in the storm. This situation made concubine Yu feel a chill in her heart. She knew that it would be difficult for her to withstand such a violent storm, so she made a decisive decision. Long Yu, come out and use the magical power of the Book of Shadows to take us out of here, at least to survive this storm. As for the direction of travel, don't go to the exit, go to the center of this ancient ruins. This decision surprised everyone. Don't go toward the exit? Wouldn't that be courting death? Long Yu was a little surprised. Stupid, there was such a violent explosion at the entrance, and such a powerful storm of yellow sand rolled out. It can be seen that there must have been some accident. It is very likely that even the entrance no longer exists. You must know the alien ruins. The entrance is very fragile. Hong Ying explained to Long Yu. I see. Long Yu nodded solemnly. He didn't expect this to be the case, but when Hong Ying mentioned it, he felt that it was very possible. Although I don't know what happened at the entrance over there, it is normal for the entire entrance to collapse under such a large-scale explosion. Concubine Yu and others must have rich experience in exploring foreign ruins. Of course, they can make the most correct judgment in the shortest time. Long Yu only needs to follow what they say. Then come on. The next moment, Long Yu flew out of Concubine Yu's small world, and then raised his hand. The power of the world enveloped Concubine Yu and others, and brought them all into the small world. Then, just before the violent storm of yellow sand struck, Long Yu activated his innate magical power, the Book of Shadows, and his entire body suddenly disappeared, turning into a blast of pure gold-based Taichu power. This method is most suitable to be used in the current situation. After Long Yu turned into the power of the golden element, he easily flew into the entire ancient alien ruins along with the yellow sandstorm. Almost in an instant, the wind drifted through countless yellow sand multi-winged stone statues and arrived at a place hundreds of miles away. Those yellow sand multi-winged stone statues were basically completely shattered in this violent storm, and even the two godlike illusions suffered some trauma. As for what happened to the godlike illusion in the end, it had nothing to do with Long Yu and the others, because the two godlike illusions had long since disappeared in front of him. 10 breaths was the longest time that Long Yu could activate the Book of Shadows and simulate the power of Taichu. Half of it passed quickly. At this time, the violent storm finally slowed down a little, and the explosion that erupted from the entrance spread as far as 300 to 400 miles. By the way, the golden power of Taichu formed by Long Yu also blew to the ancient alien race. Come from the depths of the ruins. Long Yu had no idea where this place was. Everything was so chaotic in the storm that he couldn't even figure out the direction. Anyway, what he can be sure of is that this place is closer to the center of the entire ruins than the previous forest hall where the unknown alien god was imprisoned. The sky was still full of yellow sand. Long Yu looked around and saw 3 yellow sand palaces. Although they were all small, this discovery already made him excited enough. If there are treasures in every yellow sand palace, then there are at least a dozen heavenly crystal-level creations in the 3 yellow sand palaces. How high is the total value? But Long Yu was not happy for long, because he was very aware of the current situation of everyone. Not to mention that they only have so few people left and have no way to explore the Yellow Sand Palace. Even if they successfully obtain the things in the Yellow Sand Palace, how can they leave this ancient alien ruins? The entrance was blown up when they came in. I wonder if Li Lei and the others managed to leave. Fortunately, Long Yu's side is safe for the time being. There is no shadow of a yellow sand multi-winged stone statue around, nor any magic circle that resembles a godlike illusion. There is a sky full of yellow sand, far and near. There are several yellow sand palaces floating quietly nearby, and they have existed for who knows how long. Without waiting for 10 breaths to pass, Long Yu felt that the surrounding storm had calmed down, so he directly found a safe place, returned to his human form, and then raised Concubine Yu, Shui Luo, Xiao Bai, and Hong Ying from childhood. Released into the world. Everyone glanced around, looking a little uncomfortable. Although this place was safe for the time being, without the two-headed godlike illusions attacking, in the final analysis it was more dangerous, because they were far away from the entire alien ruins. The center is closer. Although this was a helpless move, it still frustrated them. The 3 yellow sand palaces around them also made Concubine Yu and others a little excited, but when they thought about their current situation, they were no longer excited. What do we do now? Xuanhuan asked Concubine Yu in a deep voice. We can only find other exits. We must be careful of any dangers around us at all times. Long Yu, can you still use your Joyo Hunter to explore the way? Concubine Yu looked towards Long Yu. No problem, just which direction do we want to go? Long Yu asked solemnly. I don't know either. Let's go in any direction. As for these yellow sand palaces, let's not make any decisions, lest we trigger any restrictions. By then we won't even be able to save our lives. Concubine Yu shook her head and said. I think so. Although it feels like a pity, we have gained a lot this time. From now on, everything will focus on safety. Xiaobai nodded in agreement, and after speaking, he smiled at Long Yu. Brother Long's strength is indeed extraordinary. He can take us so far in such a storm. It's amazing. It's just that the nature of the innate magical power is rather special. In this case, Senior Concubine, you should decide the way forward. Long Yu didn't want to discuss his methods anymore, so he immediately changed the subject and let Concubine Yu choose the way forward. Now was not the time for them to waste time casually. Concubine Yu nodded, raised her head and glanced in the distance, then pointed towards the middle of two yellow sand palaces. Let's explore in this direction first. If nothing unexpected happens, we will take this road. Concubine Yu, why did you choose this path? Xiaobai laughed at the side. Choose whatever you want. If you have any other opinions, feel free to put them forward. Concubine Yu glanced at him and said. No, if I had to choose, I would choose this direction. Xiaobai chuckled, his white hair fluttering in the yellow sand wind, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he looked towards the two yellow sand palaces not far away. The position and shape of these two palaces look a bit like Guardian's Palace. Even if we have the courage to go in and explore, I'm afraid we won't get anything. Instead, we will be punished by the Guardian ban. Generally speaking, after the two Guardian Palaces, there should be the main palace of this entire foreign ruins. If there really is a main palace, should we go explore it? These words made Xuanhuan a little excited. Although it was dangerous, the attraction of the main temple of a foreign ruin was too great. It would be difficult for others to resist such temptation. If they had only explored ordinary palaces before, then the inventory of a ruin's main palace was at least 10 times that of those palaces. If converted into heavenly crystal-level creations, there would be at least 50 of them. If you can get it, it will definitely be an extremely terrifying wealth. However, the difficulty is also obvious. If there is a main hall, there must be many more defensive restrictions than other halls. If you want to safely take out the treasures from it, the difficulty will be at least 10 times higher than that of other halls. We can wait until we find the main hall to make a decision. Maybe there is no main hall, so it would be a waste of time for us to discuss this issue now. Xiaobai laughed, and everyone watched Long Yu dispatch the Joyo hunters, walking towards the center of the two yellow sand palaces, and everyone began to feel nervous again. After arriving at this ancient alien ruins, no one can calm down, because dangers can be seen everywhere, and various forms of dangers may appear at any time and kill them. In this situation, no one's heart can be settled, not even Concubine Yu, and even godlike experts have to be careful when they come here. Joyo Hunter quickly passed through the middle of the two yellow sand palaces, and flew a distance of more than 30 miles without encountering any accidents. It wasn't until the 9 nether hunters reached 40 miles away, just about to completely cross the two yellow sand palaces, that they suddenly encountered a space barrier that was difficult to detect. Long Yu's heart trembled, and he suddenly became nervous, but he soon discovered that this space barrier did not trigger any restrictions. No yellow sand multi-winged stone statue appeared, and no godlike illusion circle was activated. However, the 9 nether hunters were unable to pass through that space barrier. Long Yu explained the situation to the others, and Concubine Yu said, "You can ask Joyo Hunter to go up, down, left, and right." Maybe the space barrier only occupies a small part of the space. Long Yu nodded, and then began to urge Joyo Hunter to start trying. Now, they can only watch the 9 nether hunters from a distance, and do not dare to get close, otherwise if any restrictions are touched, it will be all over. Under the control of Long Yu, Joyo Hunter began to explore in all directions, up, down, left, and right, trying to find a route that could bypass the space barrier. Under the control of Long Yu, Joyo Hunter kept wandering near the space barrier, but did not find any gap through which he could pass. Even the Joyo Hunters checked dozens of miles up and down, left and right, but still couldn't see any place for them to pass. It seemed that this space barrier was complete and there were no flaws. But what pleased everyone was that the 9 nether hunters had been wandering around for so long without touching any restrictions, so there should be no problem. However, to be on the safe side, Long Yu still let Joyo Hunter launch an attack on the space barrier. The real knife and the heart knife in his hand were chopped off at the same time, and they landed on the space barrier. This is his last test. If no restrictions have been touched, then they will get closer and destroy the space barrier. According to everyone's speculation, behind that space barrier should be the main hall of the entire ancient alien ruins. If there are any good things, they must be inside. Although there are many dangers, now that we are here, it is impossible to leave without taking anything. As the Joyo Hunter's real sword and heart sword struck the space barrier, a tremor spread from that place to the surroundings. It soon calmed down, but nothing special happened. It seems like there's no problem, let's go over there. Everyone looked at this scene, each breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked towards the middle of the 2 guardian halls, preparing to pass over and destroy the space barrier. As for the 2 guardian halls, no one intends to touch them. They all know that they are guardian halls. It is too easy to cause trouble if they touch casually. Moreover, if the main palace is really the main hall, it is unlikely that there will be any in these 2 guardian halls. What a good thing. Just when Long Yu and others started to move towards the suspected main hall, they were near the Bloodfall Star, at the entrance to the ancient alien ruins. Li Lei and Maru Hun were calmly suspended in the void, looking at the gorgeous explosions and fireworks in front of them without any emotion in their eyes. On the other hand, Ba Xiong on the side was very excited at this time. Why did you blow up the entrance? Concubine Yu and Shui Luo are still inside. If you don't destroy this entrance, that kind of divine illusion will chase out. If you don't stop the opponent, the entire Bloodfall Star will be destroyed, and even cause greater damage to the demon clan's territory. Can you shoulder this responsibility? Marahun said in a deep voice, showing no regrets at all. From what he said, he and Marahun bombed the entrance to the ancient alien ruins. This approach was not wrong, but they gave up on Concubine Yu, Shui Luo, and others who were still in the alien ruins. They are blocked by 2 godlike illusions and cannot get out. This is a helpless move for us. Li Lei sighed, shook his head and said. The destructive power produced by the explosion of the ancient alien ruins seriously injured many of the defending Blood Demon clan guards around them, and some even died directly. However, in comparison, it was indeed better than letting the godlike illusions of the multi-winged clan chase them out. A little better. Just when they were approaching the entrance, another godlike illusion appeared and blocked the entrance directly, forcing them to find a way to lure that godlike illusion away first. Fortunately, this kind of divine illusion has no IQ and is just a fighting machine. They were easily lured away by them. Unfortunately, in the process of luring the opponent, Yang Lao was trapped in the yellow sandstorm whirlpool and could not escape, and eventually died in it. In the end, only 4 people, Li Lei, Maru Hun, Ba Xiong, and Su Yuqing, were recovered from the ancient alien ruins. After returning, Li Lei and Marahun saw that the godlike illusion was coming out, so they couldn't wait to blow up the entrance to prevent the godlike illusion from chasing out and threatening them. To be honest, Li Lei and Maru Hun were just trying to protect themselves at the time, but after blowing up the entrance, they also thought of many reasons to explain. After all, it is indeed impossible to let the godlike illusion come to the void area near the Bloodfall star. Inside. The reasons are easy to find, and others can't come up with any reasons to refute them, so they just do it. This time, the harvest was quite fruitful. The 4 people who came out alive, especially Li Lei and Maru Hun, had obtained many heavenly crystal-level creations and many heaven-defying pills when the Eye of the Storm exploded. Medicine, and later each obtained the corpse of an unknown alien god. Together, the harvest was extremely rich. It's just that the sacrifice rate this time was too high. A total of 11 powerful people with 5 levels of master or above entered, and in the end only 4 came out alive, and Long Yu and Hong Ying also failed to come out. This death rate is much higher than that of ordinary ancient alien relics. Fortunately, we are back alive, but after so many emperors and commanders died, we have to report it properly when we go back. The entrance to this ancient alien ruins has been destroyed, and others cannot enter. We just need to tell the truth. That's it. Marahun said to the other 3 people in a deep voice. You can tell it yourself, Su Yuqing, let's go. Ba Xiong grabbed Su Yuqing and took him towards the nearby void. Let's wait here for a while. Maybe there are other exits of the ancient alien ruins nearby. If Concubine Yu and the others can come out, we might as well take care of it. Su Yuqing didn't refute, obviously he had the same view. Li Lei and Maru Hun stood together, watching the 2 people leave, each narrowed their eyes. It's up to you. But to be honest, the chance that they can come out alive is too slim, haha, I'm afraid you guys are waiting here. There won't be any news about them in the past 100 years. Even if there are other exits from the ancient alien ruins, they may not necessarily be near this void, right? After saying this, Marahun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then turned around and left with Li Lei. This time, they have gained a lot, and there is no need to pay attention to those who are almost certain to die. It is a pure waste of time for them. If you have that time, you might as well report the situation as soon as possible, then absorb the cultivation resources and work hard to improve your cultivation. Especially Marahun, he has been in the realm of the 6th level master for a long time. This time he has gained so much. It is very likely that he will step into the realm of the 7th level master in one fell swoop. In addition, the overall strength in other aspects can also be strengthened, and the overall strength should be increased by at least 4 to 5 times. This is definitely a great improvement for him. They are the kind of people who burn bridges over rivers. I didn't even think at the time that they would blow up the entrance or stop them. Ba Xiong watched the 2 people leave and sighed. The guards of the Blood Demon clan all around were a little panicked when they saw that Xue Luo had not come out. What's more, the explosion at the entrance just now caused many casualties among their legions. Su Yuqing and Ba Xiong had no choice but to stay and appease the people of these legions, and asked them to gather everyone in the Bloodfall Legion and search the void area. Although there is little hope, what if the ancient alien ruins really have another exit nearby? In that case, the search will be faster if there are more people, and no detail will be missed. If Concubine Yu and the others are seriously injured and escape, they will be able to go to the rescue as soon as possible. An intensive search plan has begun, but Concubine Yu, Long Yu, and others who are in the center of the ancient alien ruins do not know all this. In the ruins of ancient alien races, Concubine Yu and Long Yu quickly passed through the 2 guardian halls without encountering any obstacles. Soon they came to the space barrier where the Joyo hunters were in front. Then it begins. Long Yu and everyone looked at each other, and then took action at the same time. The 9 nether path instantly extended out and landed on the space barrier, and then the power of the space barrier began to disintegrate. Others also used their own methods to destroy the space barrier. Not long after, a gap appeared in front of everyone, allowing everyone to pass through easily. However, no one was careless at all. Long Yu still urged Jiuyou Hunter to pass through the gap first, and then informed everyone of the situation behind the space barrier. There is nothing going on, but there is an aura of deathly silence. Through the perspective of the 9 nether hunters, everyone felt a dead atmosphere. This atmosphere was somewhat similar to when they passed through the forest hall before, but it was different. After the space barrier was broken, through the perspective of Jiuyou Hunter, everyone saw that behind the barrier, there was indeed an extremely magnificent yellow sand palace. The size of that palace was at least dozens of times that of the yellow sand palace that everyone explored for the first time. It was quietly suspended in the void, occupying an extremely vast space. The entire palace is composed of the power of the golden element, Taichu, condensed into a cloud of yellow sand, and together they form a magnificent palace. Around that magnificent palace, there are a total of 18 yellow sand, multi-winged stone statues. It appears to be a dead object that has not been activated. But everyone didn't know if those yellow sand multi-winged stone statues would be activated if they got close. If so, it would be really troublesome, because all of the 18 yellow sand multi-winged stone statues were 7 Duan dominates the level. In other words, it is the kind of yellow sand multi-winged stone statue that can cooperate with each other, which is very difficult to deal with. Looking at the shape of this building, it should be a very important building for the Duoying clan. However, it is not the main meeting hall, but a place like a temple. Xiaobai observed it for a while, and then based on his understanding of the Duoying clan, he came to such a conjecture. This speculation made everyone's hearts flutter. Of course, the temple of the multi-wing clan is equivalent to a cemetery. After some powerful members of the tribe die, they will be buried in this temple. In addition, many sacred objects of the multi-wing clan will also be placed here. In the temple, if we can enter it and gain something, we will definitely gain much more than before. Xiaobai continued, making everyone's hearts beat. It turned out to be the temple of the multi-wing clan. This discovery made everyone excited. However, the corresponding dangers must be much more than in other places. Xiaobai continued, but it is definitely not that easy to successfully enter the temple. If you are not a member of the multi-wing clan, breaking into it may trigger many restrictions. Are you saying that as long as you are from the multi-wing clan, there will be no problem? When Long Yu heard this, his heart suddenly moved. He raised his head and asked Xiaobai. It should be. Do you have any ideas? Xiaobai raised his eyebrows and looked at Long Yu with interest. If a living multi-wing tribe appears in front of me, I can perfectly disguise the shape and aura of the multi-wing tribe. Unfortunately, the multi-wing tribe here must have died long ago. Long Yu shook his head. Can you disguise your form and breath? That's no problem. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiaobai suddenly became excited after hearing this. Even if it is the yellow sandstone statue of the multi-wing clan, if it can be simulated, entering the temple will not trigger the ban. If you had told me earlier, it would be more convenient for you to enter the temple to get the treasure. Hey, the yellow sandstone statue is also okay? Long Yu was a little surprised. You can try it, but I definitely can't do it alone. Even if I disguise myself as a yellow sandstone statue and can easily enter the palace without touching the restriction, it will still take a lot of strength. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. If the horse, it would be great if Senior Qian Ning is here. He can use power transmission on me. You mean, the secret martial arts method of power transmission? Then I can do it, so that's no problem, right? Xiaobai narrowed his eyes and said easily, as if he relaxed all of a sudden. The danger of invading the temple of the multi-wing clan was extremely high, but if what Long Yu said was true, then they would encounter them all at once. The risk of danger has been reduced to the lowest point. Long Yu was startled. Xiaobai actually knows the secret martial arts method of power transmission? He really didn't expect that if they had known this, they wouldn't have needed to take so many risks before, and many people would not have died. If you didn't tell me earlier. Long Yu had a sullen face. You didn't even ask. Xiaobai said extremely shamelessly. Forget it, now that the problem is solved, let's not waste time. Shueluo stood aside to smooth things over. After all, both parties were his friends, so he could only smile. No one expected that so many people would die in this operation, but no one knew that Long Yu had superb disguise skills. What's more, I haven't seen Shueluo before, so I don't know how effective it is. Then let's try it. Everyone come into my little world. I'll get close to those yellow sand, multi-winged stone statues, and then disguise myself as one of them. Long Yu didn't dwell on the matter too much, but quickly prepared to take action. Although the other people's martial arts cultivation is much higher than that of Long Yu, they are really inferior to Long Yu in terms of concealment and disguise. Long Yuxing's characteristics in the Book of Innate Divine Powers and Shadows are really useful for exploring. This kind of ruins is really excellent. Therefore, Xiaobai, Yu Fei, and Shueluo did not hesitate and stepped directly into Long Yu's small world. As for Hong Ying, naturally, there was no hesitation. After everyone else entered, Hong Ying Long Yu kissed him on the face before following him in, which made Long Yu quite embarrassed. This girl. Now is not the time to think about other things. Long Yu shook his head and prepared to take action. Now he was alone in the entire space, and there were many things that needed to be done. He slowly approached the nearest yellow sand, multi-winged stone statue, getting closer and closer. When he was within a certain range, he activated the Book of Shadows and scanned the stone statue. Compared with simulating the power of the beginning, Long Yu uses the Book of Shadows to disguise himself as something else, which consumes less power and can last for a long time even without human power transmission. It is a little more difficult to simulate this yellow sand multi-winged stone statue, because this stone statue is completely condensed from the power of the beginning of the metal system. After Long Yu disguises himself, it can only last for half a stick of incense at most. Fortunately, Xiaobai practiced martial arts secrets with power transmission, and soon began to transmit power to Long Yu. You must know that Xiaobai is a strong master of the 6th level, and his internal strength is even greater than that of Ma Qianing back then. To put it simply, even if you keep transmitting power to Long Yu, you can last at least a day and a night. This secret martial art of power transmission was only practiced when I cooperated with my master. But 100 years have passed and my master is no longer alive. Xiaobai sighed, his tone was quite sad. Century. For cultivators, 100 years is not a short period of time. You must know that the lifespan of an ordinary great master cultivator is only 1,000 years at most, and 100 years is already 1/10 of that. Everyone was speechless, waiting quietly for Long Yu to enter the temple. When Long Yu used the Book of Shadows to scan the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue, his whole body suddenly changed and turned into a yellow sand multi-winged stone statue. Both the appearance and the breath were exactly the same, and the feeling was the same. It is also the strength of the 7th level master. Of course, all of this is fake, and is an illusion created by the Book of Shadows. However, this illusion is not created for a specific person, but makes the entire Long Yu become the center of the illusion. Only in this way can the maximum camouflage effect be achieved. If Long Yu is now mixed in a group of yellow sand multi-winged stone statues, then even an existence in the godlike realm will not be able to tell which one of them is disguised as Long Yu. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu fluttered the dozens of pairs of wings behind him and flew towards the open door of the central temple. It felt very strange to disguise himself as a multi-winged clan. The only thing that could move in his body was his wings, although in total, there are dozens of pairs of wings, but there are no hands or feet, which still makes Long Yu a little uncomfortable. Of course, he had previously disguised himself as an alien race such as the Ice God clan, and had encountered even more unfamiliar ones. After getting a little familiar with it, he quickly got used to such a body. Although Long Yu's body is now in the Book of Shadows, the body of the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue still needs Long Yu's consciousness to control. As the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue approached the gate of the temple, everything around it remained quiet, no accidents occurred, and no sound was heard. This place seems to be silent, because it is where the temple is located, and the multi-wing clan must have taken some special protection measures here. Unfortunately, Long Yu turned into a multi-winged stone statue and directly avoided those who touched these restrictions. Possible. Everyone did not act rashly before, but now Long Yu transformed into a multi-winged stone statue in yellow sand and kept approaching the temple without touching any restrictions, making everyone feel relieved. It is impossible for such an important temple to be without the existence of defensive restrictions. It seems that Brother Long's method is really useful. If we can get something from it this time, Brother Long will take great credit. Xiaobai said with a smile. Shuelua also nodded. The reason I brought him and Hongying here was to prevent this situation. Of course, I didn't know he would have such a method. I just thought that since he could hold back the 3 alien gods, there must be something special about leading the Ice God clan to victory in this battle, and now it seems that it is indeed true, haha. Hongying was the only one who knew about Long Yu's Book of Shadows method in detail before, but of course Hongying would not say anything about Long Yu's actions. Others are not very clear about Long Yu's methods. Of course, now, they have a new understanding of Long Yu and know that this kid's methods are very weird. Soon, the multi-winged stone statue of yellow sand approached the open door of the temple, but still nothing happened. Even until the multi-winged stone statue of yellow sand flew into the door, nothing happened. Everyone was completely relieved. If there is nothing going on in the temple, then this method should be no problem. Okay, little brother Long, let's wander around in the temple and see what good things we can find. All the gains, little brother should get too. Xiaobai laughed. Let's wait until it's safe to leave here. Long Yu smiled bitterly, thinking of those people before. He didn't know if the others got out alive. I don't know what caused the explosion at the entrance. It was too far away at the time, and the surrounding area was surrounded by a storm of yellow sand, which made Concubine Yu unable to perceive the situation at the entrance through her spiritual sense. No matter how good the treasure is, you must have a life to get it. This is something Long Yu understands deeply. In fact, he wanted to use this method from the beginning, but he just felt that there was no living multi-winged clan, so he felt that the Book of Shadows might be useless, but he did not expect that the multi-winged stone statues could also enter these halls without violating the restrictions. If I had known earlier, the situation might be much better now. Because, since the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue will not touch the restrictions in the palace, it will certainly not touch the restrictions outside, including the storm vortex restriction, the godlike illusion array and a series of restrictions. That way, you won't encounter any danger from the beginning to the end while exploring this ancient alien ruins. Long Yu is still inexperienced, and he has powerful means, but doesn't know when he can use them. However, if he encounters such a situation again in the future, he will know how to deal with it. Soon Long Yu controlled the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue to the lobby of the temple. The entire lobby is extremely huge. There are many yellow sand passages around the lobby, leading to other directions of the temple. There should be no treasures in this lobby. It may be a place where the multi-wing clan once worshipped here. Of course, it is impossible to place them there. What cultivation resources are here? But just as Long Yu was about to go around, Xiaobai suddenly said, "Wait, there are good things there." Since there are good things, Long Yu naturally has no reason to miss them. Looking in the direction, Xiaobai said, Long Yu saw a yellow sand multi-winged stone statue in the center of the grand hall. This yellow sand multi-winged stone statue is different from other stone statues. Its shape is extremely majestic. There are as many as hundreds of pairs of wings on its back. It can be clearly felt that its construction material is very strong, even exceeding the metal taichu of ordinary stone statues. Force. Is this the stone statue that you were talking about? Long Yu frowned slightly. Yes, this stone statue is not composed of ordinary taichu power, but is integrated with the power of revelation-level divine writings. This is true for the entire huge stone statue. If we can understand the power of revelation-level divine writings, it will be helpful for each of us to improve our strength. It's huge, Xiaobai said with shining eyes. The apocalyptic divine power derived from the primordial power of the metal system. I am afraid that none of the 5 of us will be able to use it for the time being, but if that is the case, the value of this stone statue is hard to say. Concubine Yu was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Xiaobai to be so sharp-eyed and be able to spot the precious stone statue from such a distance. Concubine Yu herself was also very sensitive to spiritual perception, but she didn't pay much attention to the material of the stone statue, thinking it was just an ordinary stone statue. The wings of this stone statue are not only numerous in number, but also much larger than the wings of the ordinary multi-winged clan. It can be seen that it is not built according to the body shape of the multi-winged clan. If you guessed correctly, it should be multi-winged. The god served by a clan. Xiaobai continued, so it's normal to use better materials to build it. How about it, this thing is useless if you don't take it. For such a big stone statue, the apocalyptic divine text contained in it is definitely enough for 3 people to fully understand it. The stone statue was absolutely huge. Any pair of wings in it would require 4 or 5 people to hug it, not to mention that there were hundreds of pairs of wings in total. Even the bamboo pole of the stone statue cannot be called a bamboo pole at all, but can be said to be a giant stone pillar, extremely strong and more than 10 feet long. Although I don't know what materials this thing is made of, it does contain a lot of revelation-level divine power. If it is understood, it will greatly improve everyone's strength. It's not something that can be understood in a short while. Long Yu do, and I just understood a little bit from the 9 Nether Prison Monument, so, we'd better not touch this stone statue for the time being. Concubine Yu thought for a moment, and then said, Xiaobai, you have already said that this stone statue is worshipped by the Duoying clan as a god. There must be some special restrictions. If we move the stone statue, I am afraid it will attract some people. Terrible danger. That's true. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling that it made sense. The stone statue is an important thing, and it is definitely not possible to take it away now. In this case, you have to wait until you leave here to think about it. Xiaobai also agreed with this point of view. Okay, let's wait until we go back. I hope we still have that chance. After saying that, he glanced at the stone statue with some reluctance. You must know that Xiaobai has not yet understood the revelation-level divine text. Although it is derived from the power of the beginning of the metal system and is not consistent with his natural attributes, it is still true no matter what. Apocalyptic divine text. Once he understands it, he can also try to improve the degree of compatibility with the divine attributes. After all, there are still many similar elixirs. After leaving the lobby, Long Yu first walked towards the first yellow sand passage, which was the passage closest to the entrance of the lobby. After entering it, he walked for a long time without encountering anything. There were only some golden elements in the passage. The yellow sand formed by the condensed power slowly floated in the breeze brought by Long Yu. Soon, the end of the first yellow sand channel was reached. It's a sacrificial offering. Xiaobai took one look and said immediately, recognizing what appeared in front of him. At the end of the first yellow sand passage, there is a small yellow sand palace. There are various bottles and cans in strange shapes, but most of them have been damaged and have even completely turned into dust. Sand. These are all things used by the Duoying clan for sacrifices. Many of them are not treasures. Naturally, they cannot be preserved for such a long time. After tens of millions of years, they have long since turned into ashes. But there are some special things here that have been preserved to this day, such as several golden crystals. The yellow sand multi-winged stone statue, disguised as Long Yu, quickly came to the 7 golden crystals. With its wings, the breeze blew the 7 golden crystals into the air and suspended them in front of him. This is a material for refining special combat weapons. It's called Taichu Golden Crystal. There are actually 7 of them. Except for Long Yu, the other 4 people actually recognized this thing. The Taichu Golden Crystal is a crystal produced by forging the power of the Taichu of the metal system to the extreme. It is extremely rare, even for godlike experts. When refining a warrior, you only need a little bit of prime gold crystal to make an ordinary warrior contain the power of the prime gold element and turn it into a powerful special warrior. If Taichu Golden Crystal is added to the endless level warriors, then the power that the endless level warriors can unleash at critical moments will be absolutely unimaginable. Ordinarily, 1 Taichu Golden Crystal can be added separately to at least 10 endless level warriors to enhance the power of the 10 endless level warriors. And now, they have obtained 7 Taichu Golden Crystals in one fell swoop. If there is a powerful enough weapon refiner, they can use them to directly refine 2 or 3 Taichu Divine products. Of course, this is not the innately existing Taichu Divine item. If a cultivator uses this Taichu Divine item, it is impossible to achieve a 100% fit. However, it can be regarded as the Taichu Divine item in any way. Even in terms of the purity of its power, it is better than the innate. The Taichu Divine product is even worse. If these Taichu Gold Crystals are used to refine the Taichu Divine product, it would be very suitable for practitioners who are in tune with the metallic power of Taichu. Long Yu immediately thought of Yi Ziwei. Yi Ziwei was born to understand the Taichu Divine Thunder and possess the Taichu Divine product. Taichu Thunder Seal. If Taichu Golden Crystal is added to Taichu Thunder Seal, what kind of effect will it have? There is no doubt that the power of the Taichu Thunder Seal will be at least doubled. The more you add, the more the power will be increased, but there is an upper limit. As for the upper limit, I don't know. Only the weapon refiner, only then can we figure it out. Xiaobai said, haha. Long Yu kept these words in mind, and then directly collected the 7 Taichu Golden Crystals into his own small world, and asked concubine Yu to keep them and distribute them after leaving. Immediately afterwards, he exited the hall where sacrificial items were prepared, and then went to other branch halls. It took about a day and a night for Long Yu to walk through the 18 branch passages in the entire hall and enter the 18 branch halls. All of these 18 branch halls are places where sacrificial items are prepared. Although there are many good things in it, there is nothing too shocking after all. For example, materials for refining weapons like Taichu Golden Crystal, as well as alchemy materials of the same level, etc. They got hundreds of pieces in total, and each one was worth a fortune. If converted into battlefield legion merit, 1 Taichu Golden Crystal is equivalent to at least 1 million battlefield legion merit. More than 200 pieces of similar materials have been obtained, which is equivalent to more than 200 million battlefield legion merit. This kind of harvest is already very remarkable. This was achieved in just one day, which would have been much better than before. Marahun and the others would probably be jealous to death if they knew this. The value of these materials alone is equivalent to the sum of the corpses of the 10 unknown alien gods before, and many of them can be used by themselves. For example, Long Yu threw some alchemy materials directly to Liao Lele in the small world and asked her to try to refine the elixir. There were at least 4 or 5 kinds of materials similar to the colorful crystal powder obtained in the demon saint's tomb. It shouldn't be too difficult to refine some heaven-defying elixirs. Finally, the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue disguised as Long Yu came to the center of the hall, in front of the large stone statue that was regarded as a god by the multi-winged clan to serve and sacrifice. It's almost time. All my power has been used up. After one more incense time, I won't be able to transmit it to you anymore. At this time, Xiaobai said to Long Yu in a deep voice, we won't gain much, but we can't be greedy. Let's leave after taking this large stone statue and find another exit. I hope we can get out alive. Long Yu nodded. He also felt that Xiaobai's strength was a little weak. He knew that it was not the time to continue exploring. Moreover, all the 18 sacrificial object halls in the entire temple had been searched. He wanted to continue. There is nowhere to explore. In the end, the stone statue could only be taken away, but when he came to this large stone statue, Long Yu still felt a little uneasy. After all, this stone statue is the god worshipped by the Duoying clan. If it is taken away like this, is it really okay? Of course, when things come to a head, Long Yu will not back down, but he is always ready for everything, even if he immediately takes out the 9 nether prison monument and hides in it, so that he can maximize the safety of himself and others. Of course, the 9 nether prison monument is his last resort. Once used, it will be difficult to stop and take it back, so Long Yu will definitely not use it rashly until the last moment. Then we're ready, stone statue, come in here. Long Yu's world power surged out, rolling around the stone statue, and then with a thought, sent the entire stone statue into the void of his own small world. The next moment, nothing seemed to happen, but after everyone held their breath for 3 breaths, the entire temple began to shake, as if it was about to collapse completely. Let's go. Everyone reacted instantly and let Long Yu fly towards the outside of the temple. Unfortunately, even if they reacted immediately, Long Yu would not have time to escape from the lobby. The yellow sand multi-winged stone statue he was disguised as had just turned around and flapped its wings. The yellow sand ground under his feet suddenly collapsed, and at the same time a violent suction force came from it. Without giving Long Yu any chance to resist, the fierce suction force directly pulled him downwards, and he fell into a huge hole sunk in the ground. Careful! Everyone screamed in surprise, but Long Yu himself was even more vigilant. Once any danger came, he would definitely have enough time to react and take out the 9 nether prison monument. Fortunately, the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue he disguised as a stone statue soon touched the bottom of the pit in the darkness. Long Yu realized through his spiritual mind that this turned out to be an underground palace. After taking away the giant stone statue, the entire temple triggered a mechanism and sucked him into the underground palace. One can imagine how important this underground palace is to the multi-wing clan. It seems we can't save anything. Brother Long, keep moving forward. I want to see what's in this underground palace. As Xiaobai spoke, he took an endless level elixir. Under the influence of this endless level elixir, the strength in his body quickly recovered. Most of it was soon restored, and he could sustain it for half a day. Originally, as the day and night passed, Xiaobai's strength was exhausted, and the pills to restore his strength were only taken out in emergencies. But now, there is no doubt that it has reached an emergency moment. If he does not take the elixir, Xiaobai will be exhausted and will no longer be able to transmit his power to Long Yu. Then Long Yu will not be able to continue to maintain the state of pretending to be a multi-winged stone statue in yellow sand, and may trigger some terrible restrictions. Bury them all in this underground palace. Therefore, this elixir must be taken. Although it is valuable, compared with this harvest, it is actually nothing. Xiaobai will naturally not be reluctant to part with it. Then, in the dark underground palace, a faint golden light suddenly flashed on both sides, slowly illuminating the entire underground palace. Everyone had a glimpse of what was in this underground palace. The scene in their field of vision made all of them subconsciously widen their eyes, somewhat disbelieving the situation in front of them. Yellow sand, coffin? At a glance, the entire underground hall is endless, extending into the distant darkness. And in this underground hall, there are actually coffins of yellow sand scattered all over it. This is a cemetery. Everyone reacted. No wonder it was hidden so secretly. It turned out to be the cemetery of the Multi-Wing clan. From the smell, it felt that the Dual-Wing clan in these coffins of yellow sand had at least the 5th or 6th level of master cultivation during their lifetimes. Moreover, these are not the ordinary 5th and 6th level masters, but the kind of very strong existences that can at least leapfrog and challenge the 7th level masters. Among all the yellow sand coffins, the most numerous are the Multi-Wing clan that buries 7-stage great masters. Concubine, you felt that the strength of these 7-stage great masters was comparable to hers. To put it simply, they all had the ability to step into the coffins. Existences at the godlike level are now buried in this dark underground palace cemetery. The coffins of the Multi-Wing clan are all made of yellow sand condensed by the power of the prime origin of the metal system. Each coffin is shaped like a large egg, and they are all elliptical. The entire underground palace cemetery seemed to be filled with countless eggs of yellow sand. There must be at least tens of thousands of coffins in this piece of yellow sand, and we can't see the end at a glance. Shuelua couldn't help but sigh. If I'm not wrong, what we see now is only the burial place of the multi-winged clan that dominates the secret realm. If we look further back, there should be a cemetery of powerful gods. Long Yu guessed. If it is true, the corpses of those powerful gods should still be there, and if it is such a unified burial cemetery, there should be funerary objects. Xiaobai also suddenly became excited, looking forward to the cemetery of the godlike multi-winged clan. It can be imagined that there must be a lot of burial objects for the powerful godlike people, and they must be quite precious things. If you can get some, then it was well worth the trip. Let's look for it. I'm in the state of a multi-winged stone statue in yellow sand. It shouldn't trigger any restrictions. It's just that taking away the stone statue triggered the mechanism to enter the cemetery. Long Yu nodded, and then controlled the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue to walk towards the depths of the cemetery. Along the way, he also used the wings of the yellow sand multi-winged stone statues to open some of the coffins of the yellow sand coffins, and found that they were basically empty, leaving only some dust that had been left for an unknown amount of time. Without reaching the godlike state, their corpses cannot be preserved for long. As time passes, they will soon turn into dust. Long Yu also found some funerary objects, but most of them were of little use. They might have been important to these multi-winged clans during their lifetime, and they may have held some of their emotions. Just like when a strong human being is buried, some necklaces, jewelry, damaged soldiers, etc. that were used during his lifetime may be buried with him, but no cultivation resources will be put into the cemetery. This is common sense. Therefore, Long Yu didn't expect to find many good things in these ordinary coffins. He just searched for them along the way, but he still got some good things. Even the remains of some Taichu divine products and endless level warriors are still quite numerous. These are existences that cannot be completely annihilated by the passage of time. For Long Yu and the others, they can take them back and recast them. Once again forged into a new soldier, the value is still very good. As the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue transformed by Long Yu moved towards the depths of the underground palace cemetery, the multi-winged clan buried in the surrounding coffins became stronger and stronger, and soon turned into 7 sections of uniform the level of great domination. Of course, these are all the other person's cultivation during his lifetime, but now they have become a pile of less, and time cannot remember the years and traces of their existence. Long Yu kept rummaging through these coffins along the way, and took away the remains of damaged soldiers. As for the remains of the small world, they were too rare. Countless years had passed, and the ordinary marks of the small world had long been completely annihilated. The remains of the small world nature also disappeared together. Occasionally, I encountered something with the small world mark still there. It was one of the strongest materials in the world. Long Yu also carefully put it away, which was considered a good fortune. The faint golden light in the underground palace followed Long Yu wherever he went. Before long, his entire body of yellow sand multi-winged stone statue was completely surrounded by countless elliptical spherical coffins, making him look extremely lonely. Fortunately, there are no defensive restrictions in such a place. After all, this is one of the most important places for the multi-wing clan in the ancient alien ruins. The multi-wing clan would not have thought in advance that there would be aliens. Let's enter this cemetery. Long Yu walked forward as quickly as possible, because every time he stays here for a while, it will become a burden for Xiao Bai. The sooner things here are settled, the better. As for the thousands of 7-stage masters and multi-wings, it will be a burden for Xiao Bai. Long Yu didn't have that much time to open the coffins of the clan one by one. Soon, a gap of yellow sand coffin appeared in front, and a dark area appeared in front of Long Yu. Long Yu paused for a moment, and then without thinking much, he directly let the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue cross the dark area. When he came here, the golden light in front instantly illuminated, and finally arrived at the entire underground building. End of the palace cemetery. Under the golden light, what appeared in front of Long Yu and others were hundreds of giant elliptical spherical coffins. There was an ancient and desolate atmosphere in these coffins, as if they were telling the sorrow and resentment of thousands of years. The tomb of a god. Everyone's expressions changed, and their eyes were full of shock. They had never thought that there would be so many godlike tombs in this underground palace tomb. A total of more than 100 yellow sand coffins in which gods were buried appeared in front of them, lying there silently. Under the shining of the golden light around them, they looked extremely glorious and full of history, with an ancient and ethereal atmosphere. It penetrated into everyone's hearts through space. Even gods are bound to die one day. Moreover, there were so many dead gods. 120 yellow sand coffins in which the gods were buried had a huge psychological impact on everyone. You know, how many gods are there in the entire demon clan now? 7. What about the human race? There are only 14 people in total. Even if all the outer god races are included, among the many races that the human race and monster race are now mainly in contact with, if all are counted, the number of godlike races is almost 120. One can imagine how deeply this shocked Long Yu and others. What is going on with these ancient alien relics? How did the multi-winged clan appear in the territory of our demon clan? They are all thinking about this question in their minds, and of course there is another question buried deep in their hearts that arises naturally, but they don't dare to think about it. Is the multi-winged clan as a whole so strong? 120 multi-winged gods. Even though these gods did not exist in the same era, they are still shocking enough. The most important thing is that this ancient alien ruins are not the headquarters of the multi-winged clan at all. This is probably similar to a battlefield fortress on the monster clan side. It was just sent out from the base camp of the multi-winged clan to patrol, but it happened to be shot down in this area. 120 humanoid gods are buried in even a mere battlefield fortress. So, one can imagine how strong the overall strength of the multi-wing clan is. Sure enough, what was recorded in the Jade Slip is correct. Xiao Bai murmured to the side, as if the scene shocked him and at the same time confirmed some information for him. In Xiao Bai's murmur, everyone finally understood what the ancient alien relics of the multi-wing clan were all about. Countless years ago, the war between the monster clan and the multi-wing clan has been impossible to study, but the Jade Slip Xiao Bai saw had recorded some things, that is, about the situation of the multi-wing clan. The overall strength of the multi-winged clan that appeared at that time far exceeded the overall strength of the demon and human races combined. However, it seemed that something happened to the multi-winged clan itself, so the multi-winged clan retreated later. I began to see records on jade slips that said that there were at least hundreds of powerful godlike people in this multi-winged clan at the same time. I didn't believe it at the time, but now it seems that I can't believe it anymore. Xiao Bai said with emotion. I see. Unfortunately, this information is of little use to us now. Hong Ying tilted her head and asked Concubine Yu, what to do with the yellow sand coffins of these godlike experts? Do we want to take them away? You don't need to take away the coffin. You just need to open it one by one and take away the things buried with it and the godlike bones. Concubine Yu shook her head and said. Others probably have the same meaning. Taking away the coffin is of no use to them, but the godlike bones in the coffin are very useful. At least if they are taken back to the battlefield legions, the rewards will definitely be quite a lot. The battlefield legion obtains these godlike corpse bones, which can mainly be used to study some things and learn more about the foreign races. If they encounter the multi-wing clan again in the future, it is likely to reverse the direction of the entire war. Therefore, the corpses of alien gods are of very high value, and the bones of gods can exist for a very long time. Even after countless years, there must still be bones of gods in the coffins of these powerful godlike men, just like before. The situation is the same in that formidable palace. According to this idea, I think there must be other sacred halls in these ancient alien ruins, where the godlike bones of other unknown alien races are stored. Shui Luo guessed and said, we only encountered one of them before. After all, this multi-wing clan is so powerful. Even if they imprison alien gods, it seems too petty to imprison only 10 of them. If you have the chance, you can look around again. Xiao Bai smiled and nodded. The godlike bones of an unknown alien race are much more precious than the same multi-winged godlike bones. After all, there are 120 multi-winged godlike bones. Of course, too many of the same research value is not worth it. So high. Of course, if there are a lot of the same thing, it can be used to do a lot more experiments. You don't have to worry about it being destroyed and it will be gone. The value is still there, but if it is converted into battlefield legion meritorious service, there will be no unknown alien gods. The bones are so high. I never thought we could have such a harvest, it's really. Shuelua couldn't help but shook his head, it's just that if we want to get out of here alive, we have to find another exit. If we can really take all these things back alive, we won't have to worry about it in this life. 120 multi-winged godlike bones, this is really an extremely terrifying wealth. Even the battlefield legions of the human race and the demon race have never obtained so many godlike bones. If one godlike corpse is converted into 50 million battlefield legion merits, and if the same is calculated as 20 million, the total of so many godlike corpses of the multi-wing clan is 2.4 billion. This is simply an unimaginable number. Those who were the first to abandon everyone and leave, even if they are alive, are certainly not qualified to receive these. In other words, if the remaining 5 of them share equally, each of them will have nearly 500 million. Even the powerful godlike ones, such as the black tiger god Xuanhuan and Longi, would probably have a hard time imagining such a number, because no one has ever obtained so many godlike bones. It seems that our human race and demon race are still only in a small, remote place in the big world, and there are only a few gods. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little emotional, but now was not the time for them to feel emotional. Long Yu controlled the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue and stepped forward to open the first yellow sand coffin that exuded a godlike aura. Sure enough, he saw a godlike corpse of the multi-winged clan inside. The wings and feathers of this godlike corpse of the multi-winged clan have long since rotted into dust, leaving only the bamboo pole body still there, and some of the wing bones of the wings and wings, which are similar to the tendons of the multi-winged clan during their lifetime. Long Yu used the power of the world to wrap up the bones of such gods, and then sent them into his own small world, creating an independent space to place them. Then he saw that in this yellow sand coffin, there were actually the remains of 3 Taichu divine items. The attributes of these 3 Taichu divine items were all attributes of the metal-based Taichu power, but more than half of them were destroyed. This multi-winged god was probably killed during the battle. All 3 of the absolute beginning divine artifacts were so damaged. Long Yu shook his head and collected these 3 divine items from the beginning. There was nothing else left in the entire coffin. Maybe there were other things buried with him when he was buried, but after countless years, what was left was all that came down were the remains of the Taichu divine product. After a slight pause, everyone realized that nothing else happened. It seems we have no problem opening these coffins, let's continue. Xuanhuan laughed and urged Long Yu to continue. Now that it was confirmed that there was no problem, Long Yu certainly would not waste any more time and began to open the second and third coffins of the multi-winged god. In the coffin, the bones of all the multi-winged gods are similar. If they are complete, they will be similar to the first one. Of course, there are also incomplete ones, which should have been partially destroyed during the battle. Some bamboo poles were split in half, and the wing bones of the wings were scattered everywhere. Some coffins were even empty, leaving only the remains of the small world mark. When everyone saw the corpses of these multi-winged humanoid gods, it seemed as if they had seen the scene of these multi-winged humanoid gods fighting against their enemies countless years ago. That kind of passion was intense, but now there was only endless loneliness and desolation left. It took Long Yu a long time to collect the 120 godlike coffins of the multi-winged clan, even if they were searched one by one. When he had collected all the 120 yellow sand coffins, they entered 5 or 6 hours have passed in this underground palace cemetery. Xiaobai had silently taken another endless level elixir. This time, the endless level elixir exploded, directly replenishing twice the power, allowing him to last for 1 more day. When Long Yu collected all the yellow sand coffins, he collected a total of 98 bones of the multi-winged gods. In other words, there were 22 yellow sand coffins without bones. 12-headed multi-winged humanoid gods were left dead in the battle. In addition, Long Yu also obtained a lot of small world remnants, many endless level warriors, the remnants of the Taichu divine grade, etc. The harvest was extremely rich, and even 1% of it was given to some powerful 7th-stage masters. Either way, they can make the other party ecstatic. But now, Long Yu and others got so much at once. This exploration of the ancient alien ruins was definitely worth it. Even though they encountered so many dangers, it was finally the end of the hardship. Of course, everything was based on the premise that they could still find a way to leave. It's almost time to leave now. There's no point in staying any longer. It's time to discuss how to find a way out. Xuanhuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Long Yu putting away the contents of the last coffin, and then said, "Why don't you continue walking forward? Since this is the most important place for the multi-wing clan, maybe there are other things inside. After all, we haven't reached the end of the underground palace yet." Concubine Yu narrowed her eyes, pointed at the darkness behind the godlike coffin, and made this suggestion. When exploring unknown areas, greed is definitely a taboo, especially now that everyone has gained enough. It is not appropriate to continue to take risks. But everyone thought about it carefully and realized that the risk involved in continuing to move forward was not great. First of all, Long Yu was able to disguise himself as a multi-winged stone statue in yellow sand. Secondly, until now, they have not encountered any danger in this tomb. This shows that Long Yu's disguise is absolutely effective. Even if Long Yu's disguise is not effective, there are no dangerous mechanisms in this place at all. Why not try to move forward? Generally speaking, at the end of places such as temples and tombs, there will be a place for the younger members of the clan to gain experience. I have explored many foreign ruins, and this is the case. Xiao Bai thought in a deep voice, if the ancient ruins of the multi-wing clan are like this, then there should be a place for juniors to practice behind it. According to what we saw along the way, it is very likely that we can understand some of the Taichu of the metal system. Power such as power, maybe even apocalyptic divine power. Although it is just a guess, it should be close to 10. It should be noted that even if it is a place for juniors to practice, there must be access restrictions. We may have to pass some tests. Shueluo glanced at everyone and then asked, how about it? Can we go and see it? Let's go and take a look first. If you have any questions, leave directly. Besides, Longyu has the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Even if we encounter irresistible dangers, this rumored thing from the gods will definitely be able to keep us safe. Concubine Yu smiled softly. Although she said this, Concubine Yu actually didn't want to hide in the 9 Nether Prison Monument. After all, it belonged to Longyu, not to mention she also knew that it would be very troublesome once the 9 Nether Prison Monument erupted. Then let's go and have a look. After all, I've been here once. I'm really not willing to go to the end. Longyu also nodded in agreement with this suggestion, somewhat eager to try it. No one has any objections. As for Han Ying, she has been absorbing the creations of the heavenly crystal level for a long time, and she is probably not far away from being a second-level master. Coming to this multi-winged clan temple, I still got a lot of heavenly crystal level creations in the sacrificial halls, so Han Ying took some and absorbed them for practice. Now her martial arts cultivation level is really low, and she doesn't have special means like Long Yu's Book of Shadows, so she has almost no effect in this operation, which makes her feel quite frustrated. However, she was not discouraged. Instead, she absorbed the Tianjing level creations on the spot and rushed to the martial arts realm. Although it was impossible to shorten the time from a first-level Great Master to a second-level Great Master, she would not be able to shorten her time with Concubine Yu, Xiao Bai, and the others. The difference is small, but it can also make her absolute power stronger, which may be useful at critical moments. The 5 of them still stayed in Long Yu's small world, and then let Long Yu control the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue to walk deeper into the darkness. When the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue walked forward for a distance of about 10 feet, and had passed the area where 120 multi-winged godlike coffins were lined up, another faint golden light finally emanated from all around. Came out, lighting up the scene in front of them. A closed yellow sand door appeared in front of him. On this yellow sand door, there were countless mysterious lines carved on it. There were 7 holes on it. Judging from the shape, it looked familiar to everyone. Aren't the shapes of these 7 holes exactly the shape of the Taichu golden crystal we obtained before? Han Ying saw it at a glance and was a little surprised. Yes, I also said that it looks familiar. It is indeed the shape of the absolute beginning golden crystal. Does it mean that if you want to open this door, you have to use 7 absolute beginning golden crystals to place it in? Xiao Bai nodded and guessed. If in normal times, no one would be willing to use 7 Taichu golden crystals to open an unknown door, but now, they have just obtained at least dozens of Taichu golden crystals, and spending 7 now is nothing. What's more, maybe this door only needs the Taichu golden crystal when it is opened, and after it is opened, the Taichu golden crystal will be returned. Everything is uncertain, everything here is unfamiliar to everyone. If it weren't for the boldness of the skilled people, they would really not dare to mess around in this place, and all of this is due to Long Yu's special means. Whether it is the Book of Shadows currently being used or the ultimate killer weapon, the 9 Hell Monument, they are the greatest guarantee for the safety of this team. After everyone made their decision, Long Yu nodded and manipulated the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue he had disguised as a multi-winged stone statue of yellow sand to flap the 7 Taichu golden crystals with their wings and make them move towards the 7 golden crystals on the door. the holes are embedded. The Taichu golden crystal has exactly the same shape as the hole on the door. After being embedded in it, the entire door will have no disharmony, and it will look much more complete. At this time, bursts of pure gold-based Taibei power emerged from the 7 Taibei gold crystals, pouring into the mysterious lines of the door one after another, causing the entire door to begin to emit a mysterious light. Golden light. The bright golden light made everyone squint their eyes subconsciously, and then they saw the entire door, gradually opening in the brilliant golden light. A bright white light burst out from the crack in the door, causing everyone to close their eyes immediately and unable to open their eyes at all. Open. After a moment, the white light dissipated, and everyone opened their eyes, and saw that the yellow sand door had been completely opened. As for the 7 Taichu golden crystals on it, they had been completely consumed, and there was no residue left. After the Huangsha door opened, what was revealed to everyone was a soft white light floating behind the door. Under the cover of this white light, no one could see what was behind the door. What's going on? It's just a ball of white light? Everyone was a little strange. They didn't know why or what the white light was used for. They were afraid of danger if they entered it rashly, so they didn't act rashly. Xiaobai stood up at the critical moment. Brother Long, send me to the place where you piled up the godlike corpses. I have a way to search for memories, even the memories of dead people. Maybe I can retrieve them from these god-like corpses. I found some useful information. Do you still have this method? Long Yu was shocked. This method was really powerful. It could even search the memories of dead people. It was incredible. With this kind of method, I don't know how to use it earlier. It's true. Shuelua scorned. Xiaobai chuckled, then you have to have a chance to take it out. Since entering this place, besides the temple cemetery of the Multi-Wing clan, have we seen other creatures of the Multi-Wing clan? Even if there are no dead people, they are all just magic circle mechanisms, so of course it is impossible to search for any memories. That's right. Concubine Yu shook her head helplessly. The 10 unknown alien god corpses in the Senran Hall before were probably imprisoned in that hall all year round. Until their death, they did not know what happened to these ancient alien ruins. Even if they searched their memories, they would not know. Can't find any useful information. Clever. Xiaobai smiled and said, and the method of searching memory is very expensive. If it is not necessary, I will definitely not use it, and there will be certain sequelae. Let's put it another way. Anyway, it seems that searching is necessary now. Let's look at the memories of gods like them. Only the memories of strong godlike people can be preserved for such a long time, and there are definitely only sporadic memory fragments left. Long Yu nodded when he heard this, and then used the power of the world to send Xiaobai directly to the independent space he created. In this independent space, the corpses of the 98 multi-winged gods that Long Yu had just collected were placed quietly. When Xiaobai arrived here, he directly began to use the method of searching for memories. In fact, he just wanted to try his luck. After such a long time, even the god-like memory has probably dissipated, but he can only do this, even if he only gets a little bit about that white light. With the memory information, it is possible for Xiaobai to know what is in that door, whether he can enter it, and a series of other things. Others were waiting for news about Xiaobai. Watching Xiaobai walk from here to there in that independent space, and then from there to here again, Long Yu felt a strange power spreading in it. It should be that Xiaobai wanted to search the power of memory. After searching for the bones of more than 50 multi-winged gods, Xiaobai found nothing. These godlike bones no longer contained any memory information, not even a little bit of memory fragments. It wasn't until he searched for the 60-second head that he finally looked happy and finally gained something. However, he soon shook his head with a grimace, probably because he found that the memories he searched had nothing to do with this temple. Relationship. The memory that every living being can retain after death must be the most important and worrying thing during life. Obviously, if a strong godlike person only has a little memory left, it is basically unlikely that there will be anything about this place. Temple message. However, Xiaobai did not give up just like that. Anyway, he had already used the method of searching memories, and all the power that should be consumed had been consumed. He must search the bones of all the powerful gods. Everyone was waiting in the small world, while Long Yu quietly observed the inside of the door, but was still unable to see the inside of the door through the white light, so he had to give up in the end. At this time, Xiaobai had also completed his task. Long Yu looked at his face, and found that his face was full of joy, presumably because he had made some useful discoveries. Long Yu used the power of the world to bring Xiaobai back, and then Xiaobai couldn't wait to say, yes, I found the penultimate godlike corpse bones, and finally I have more memories preserved, but about there are only a few in this temple. Through Xiaobai's telling, everyone finally knew some secrets about this temple. Of course, what everyone knows is not comprehensive, because Xiaobai has not searched for comprehensive memories about the temple. There are a lot of memories in the bones of gods, but most of them are about his life deeds and the things he cares about. Something about the temple just brought it up a little bit. But this little bit alone has given everyone a lot of useful information. It turns out that this temple is not only the burial place of the heroes of the Multi-Wing clan, but also an important place for juniors to gain experience. In the core of the temple, at the end of the temple, there is an Taichu golden pool, in which there is an endless supply of ancient magic circles. The circular metal system is the power of Taichu. The juniors of the Multi-Wing clan, who enter through challenges, can bathe in the Taichu golden pool. After a period of time, they will naturally be able to realize the power of the golden Taichu. Only the talented juniors from the Multi-Wing clan are qualified to comprehend the power of the prime beginning of the metal system. This kind of treatment has far surpassed the treatment received by the younger generation of geniuses from the human race and the demon race. There is no specific place among humans and demons that practitioners can understand the power of Taichu, but in the core of this temple, there is a golden pool of Taichu. It is precisely because of such a discovery that Xiaobai is in such a good mood. Although what he comprehends is not the power of the Taichu golden pool, the discovery of the Taichu golden pool may be able to change the overall situation of the entire human race and the demon race. If Taichu golden pond could be taken out, it would be worth far more than the bones of a godlike corpse. Godlike corpse bones that only have research value can be exchanged for so many battlefield legionary merits. So how much can the Taichu golden pool, which has extremely practical significance, be worth? Of course, if one gets Taichu golden pool, no one will be able to contribute it to the battlefield legion. Even if it is used to establish a force, it is more than enough, and it can even definitely make this force develop and grow beyond the ascetic alliance. There is no doubt that the news about Taichu Jinqi was like giving everyone a shot of chicken blood, making them all excited. But what Xiaobai said next made them a little worried, because if you want to enter this Taichu golden pool, you need to pass a challenge, and that challenge is the white light. Any person or creature who enters the white light will be pulled into an illusion, and then a powerful illusion exactly like himself will appear. Only by defeating that illusion can he be qualified to enter the Taichu golden pool. During this period, the small world cannot be brought into the white light. There are restrictions and shields in the white light. Therefore, everyone must enter and challenge it personally, and it is impossible to stay in other people's small worlds and be brought in. This situation made everyone a little worried, and even Long Yu felt a little guilty, because he couldn't bring it into the small world, which meant that Long Yu couldn't bring the 9 Nether Prison Monument in. In this way, if any danger occurs, Long Yu will lose his biggest means of saving his life, but he really can't turn a blind eye to the existence of Taichu Jinqi. Now that you have encountered it, of course you can't miss it. There is no need to be afraid. If this core challenge is fair to all living beings, since the geniuses of the multi-winged family can pass it, we can also pass it. Xiaobai comforted everyone and said. That's true, but who knows if there are any traps inside, or are they specifically targeting alien cultivators like us? Xuelua was quite confused, not knowing whether to go or not. Taichu Golden Pond, if you enter it, you can understand the power of Taichu, which is a metal system. It will definitely take a lot of time to fully understand it, and it is even possible in years. It is not something they can completely master now. The best way for everyone is to take away Taichu Golden Pool, but it will definitely be more difficult than passing the core challenge, and it may even lead to serious consequences. Anyway, if the Taichu Golden Pool is taken away, all problems will disappear. Unfortunately, no one can do it. There shouldn't be any traps. Xiaobai said at this time, in the residual memories of those powerful gods, this Taichu Golden Pool is not only understood by the multi-wing clan. Sometimes, there will be young geniuses from some friendly races who will come together to participate in the challenge. After hearing Xiaobai's words, everyone felt relieved. Since other races have also come here, there should be no traps for other races here. In any case, Long Yu wants to try it, because he mainly understands the power of the primordial gold system. If you can comprehend the power of the absolute beginning of the metal system, the 9 nether divine inscriptions comprehended by Long Yu will also be improved. If you can fully comprehend the power of the absolute beginning of the metal system, the speed at which Long Yu can comprehend the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions will be greatly improved. This is an opportunity not to be missed, of course, for concubine Yu. There is no special need for others, but neither Xiaobai, Xuelua, or Hongying have yet fully comprehended the power of Taichu in a certain system, so they are also looking forward to the power of Taichu in the gold system. Then let me go in first. If anything happens, you can evacuate immediately. Concubine Yu said first, taking out a silver-white crystal stone from her arms, which was the mark of her small world. Since she could not bring it in, she could only leave it outside. Of course she wanted to find someone to guard it. I'll keep it for you. Hongying said with a smile, I don't plan to go in. The power of the golden element is not very effective on me, and I can't comprehend much in a short time. I will keep the small world mark for you outside. Thank you. Of course, concubine, you will not be afraid that Hongying will swallow her world mark, because everyone has to work together to have the best chance of finding the exit of the ancient alien ruins. Leaving alone now is simply courting death. What's more, concubine, you also believed that Hongying was a good person and could not play any tricks in a place like this. Then she handed the world mark to Hongying, and in the eyes of everyone, she flew out from the yellow sand multi-winged stone statue, disguised by Long Yu. Her aura appeared in this temple, but it did not trigger any restrictions. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they saw concubine Yu flying towards the white light behind the door, and soon it disappeared into the burst of white light. Immediately afterwards, there was no movement. Xiaobai also said that what appeared in the white light would be an illusion, so of course there was no movement during the battle. If concubine Yu fails, she will be teleported out. If she succeeds, a reminder will be given to people outside. Let's just wait and see the result. Xiaobai said with a smile. Everyone nodded and observed the white light carefully, but found that nothing would happen in a short time. Hongying began to absorb the creations of Tianjing level again and practice, and she was not far away from the second level of Great Master. About an hour later, the white light behind the door suddenly flashed with a burst of golden light, and returned to its original state after 3 breaths. Xiaobai laughed and said, this is because she successfully passed the challenge and has entered the Taichu Golden Pool. Unfortunately, we can't ask her what happened to her. Next, Brother Long, are you ready to give it a try? Well, since senior concubine Yu just went out and no restrictions were triggered, I don't need to disguise myself as a multi-winged stone statue. Everyone, please come out. Long Yu nodded, then took out the 9 nether prison monument and gave it to Hong Ying as well. The yellow sand multi-winged stone statue quickly disappeared under the control of Long Yu, and then the 4 of them stood in front of the gate of the multi-winged clan temple. Similarly, no restrictions were touched. In this place of experience, there were no restrictions, which made everyone sigh in relief. After handing the 9 nether prison monument to Hong Ying, Long Yu planned to step into the white light and try a challenge. Hong Ying took Long Yu's hand and said softly, "Be careful." "Yeah, I will." Long Yu nodded solemnly and looked back at Hong Ying. The worried look in the girl's eyes made her look a little pitiful. "Old sister, when did you become so passionate?" "Don't worry, Long Yu will be fine." Shualuo looked at Hong Ying's affectionate look and couldn't help coughing. He was very surprised by his sister's appearance, because he had never seen Hong Ying like this before. "It seems that things are different after having a man. I want you to take care of it." Sure enough, Hong Ying returned to her true self when facing the others. After snorting, she picked up her feet and kissed Long Yu on the face. "Go, I'll wait for you outside." In fact, Long Yu also realized that if he really wanted to comprehend the relatively complete power of the beginning of the metal system, it would definitely take a lot of time, maybe a year or 2. But of course he couldn't stay there for such a long time. After entering, he mainly wanted to try to see if he could take away the Taichu golden pool. If he could, then all the problems would not be a problem. Before Concubine Yu went in, everyone agreed that if they successfully entered the Taichu golden pool, they would stay in it for a month at most before coming out. Otherwise, it would be impossible for others to wait outside forever. Besides, the longer the time, the more likely an accident would happen. Everyone doesn't have much time to wait. Of course, Long Yu can only stay within 1 month at most. If the challenge is successful. Soon, Long Yu flew towards the door and suddenly crashed into the white light. Then his eyes flashed with light. After that, he found himself in a boundless void. In this void, the horizon is covered with golden sand in the distance, and thunder is constantly flashing in it. However, it can be seen that the distance is extremely far. Near Long Yu, there is a complete void, without the existence of anything. An illusion exactly like Long Yu appeared in the void a mile away, floating like Long Yu, seemingly waiting for Long Yu to take the lead. There is still some trouble. If this illusion is exactly like me, it will definitely be able to use the innate magical powers of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. He can use it, but I can't use it at will. Long Yu felt puzzled because his use of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's innate magical powers would cause the 9 Nether realm to collapse faster, but the other party did not need to worry about this factor. As a result, the situation of the battle between the two sides has become very troublesome, which is very disadvantageous for Long Yu, but no matter what, it should be checked first. Although the opponent is an illusion, Long Yu himself is not an illusion. This burst of white light pulls his body into the illusion. If he is injured here, he is really injured. By analogy, if he dies here, that is really dead. Do you want me to make the first move, then do it. Long Yu concentrated on alert, opened his mouth, and spit out a mouthful of 9 Nether Dragon breath. The black 9 Nether fire broke through the void, and in a blink of an eye, it reached the face of Long Yu's illusion. 9 Nether Dragon breath is the most preferred method used by Long Yu to test, because it does not consume much and has sufficient power. If it is a relatively weak opponent, a mouthful of 9 Nether Dragon breath can almost solve it. But now, it is obvious that this opponent cannot be solved with a breath of 9 Nether Dragon breath, so it is even more necessary to use 9 Nether Dragon breath to detect it. When Long Yu spurted out the 9 Nether Dragon breath, the illusion didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hand directly and condensed a layer of celestial barrier of crazy battle, a layer of haunting death energy, and a set of death armor. These defensive methods are the ones commonly used by Long Yu himself. At this time, they were directly activated by the opponent, and he easily withstood Long Yu's first bite of 9 Nether Dragon Breath. It turns out my defense is so strong. Long Yu was also shocked. After all, he was not very compatible with the Mad War Divine Wen, and he thought that the effectiveness of the Mad War Celestial Barrier was not very good. But now it seems that this is not the case. It can withstand the destruction of the 9 Nether Dragon Breath of the same realm. The effect of this endless level high-grade body refining martial skill is definitely impressive. Long Yu used his first move, which made him understand himself to a deeper level. Although his current level of cultivation in Mad War Celestial Body is not very high, and his affinity with the Mad War attribute Divine Text is not high, as an endless level top-grade body refining martial art, his defensive capabilities are absolutely unquestionable. The reason why I didn't feel it much before was because Long Yu always faced opponents that were much stronger than him. Of course, no defensive methods had any good effect. A mouthful of 9 Nether Dragon Breath actually allowed Long Yu to see the strength of his defense against the celestial body. This had to be said to be an unexpected surprise, and this also gave Long Yu an idea in his mind. Since the illusion in front of you is exactly the same as yourself, why not use all your methods to understand yourself better? Normally, there are not many opportunities. Although it is a challenge now, it is the best opportunity for Long Yu to understand himself. Thinking of this, Long Yu became a little excited. No wonder Concubine Yu's challenge lasted for more than an hour. It must have been because she found that she could get to know herself better in this place. This kind of illusion challenge is probably impossible to create with the current human race and demon race, because the illusion's methods are exactly the same as Dragon Yu's, and even its fighting ideas are the same as Dragon Yu's. If it is replaced by the real Dragon Yu's there, when faced with such a situation, they would probably use the same means as the other party to deal with it. Long Yu had seen similar places before, but he always felt that there were some flaws. After all, the opponent's illusion was not as powerful as his own. But now, it's different. This method of the Multi-Wing clan is much more advanced than that of the human race and monster clan. It is conceivable that as long as the younger generation of geniuses of the Multi-Wing clan have experienced this challenge, they will definitely understand more about themselves. In the future, you will be able to better grasp the key points of cultivation and so on, so that you can improve your strength faster. This kind of cultivation environment is really friendly to the younger generations of geniuses. In comparison, the situation on the human race and monster race is it's not that perfect. Therefore, Long Yu must seize this opportunity. Hand of Joyo, come out. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions condensed all over his body, mixed with 10% of the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, and he summoned 4 or 5 bone arms from the void, and held them tightly towards the illusion. If Long Yu himself encountered this situation, he would either forcefully smash these bone arms into pieces, or use other methods to dodge them. Obviously, the illusion had the same idea. What surprised Long Yu was that a stream of blue light flew out from the cuff of the illusion. It was the Void Nether Dragon Blade. The illusory Void Nether Dragon Blade was no different from Long Yu's real Void Nether Dragon Blade. As soon as it appeared, it triggered a burst of water-based Taichu power, sending the illusion directly to the side. In one teleportation, he dodged and lost 4 or 5 skeletal arms. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the white bone arm did not disappear, but pursued the opponent. However, he also knew in his heart that the opponent had the Void Dragon Blade. Judging from the speed of the white bone arm's pursuit, it was definitely impossible to touch it. Got each other. At this time, the illusion launched a counterattack towards Long Yu. Burial in the Void. The power of the water element at the beginning actually condensed behind Long Yu, gradually forming a void burial vortex. This is the most powerful means of destruction that the Void Dragon Blade can display. If it is really involved, then there is no doubt that even the dragon, there is only one way to die if you want to control yourself. Get away. Long Yu made the decision without hesitation. The void ghost dragon blade in his arms flew out directly and turned into a stream of blue light, carrying Long Yu through the void and flashing to a place 100 feet away in an instant. At the same time, Long Yu took the initiative and directly activated the shocking original power of the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit. The strength and methods of both sides are exactly the same. If Long Yu can seize the opportunity and injure the opponent, he may be able to gain some advantages. If you still save your trump card until the end like before, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to win. The 9 Nether Dragon's True Spirit Shock is a very powerful control method for Long Yu, but he doesn't know how strong his defense against this control method is. Long Yu knew very well that he had cultivated the 6th level of the world purifying body and could effectively resist negative states and mental power. Therefore, now he is not very sure whether his 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit Shock can make the other party fall into shock even for a moment. The results came quickly. True Spirit Shock is undoubtedly the strongest and most useful control method for Dragon Yu. It does not require any pre-movement, does not require any consumption of power, and can be used directly without any warning, and the effect is very powerful. The only drawback may be that it cannot be used on the same target continuously. As long as it is used once, the opponent will be immune to this True Spirit Shock. The body of purification practiced by Long Yu is a very effective means of resisting control. Unfortunately, now Long Yu has only cultivated the body of purification to the 6th level. Obviously, he cannot completely resist the 9 Nether Dragon realm. The effect of spiritual shock. At this moment, the Dragon Yu illusion was frightened by the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit. Although the other party could not be frightened for too long due to the body of the pure world, even if it was only for a moment, it was enough for Long Yu to take advantage of it. Leading. It's a pity that Long Yu's idea is still too beautiful. Just when the illusion was frightened and Long Yu wanted to take the opportunity to launch an offensive, the opponent's void dragon blade turned into a blue stream of light and rolled directly towards Long Yu. The opponent's void nether dragon blade is also self-aware, and of course it can actively fight. Even if I frighten the illusion, this void nether dragon blade can still move. Long Yu's heart moved. If someone else was fighting this illusion, perhaps this illusion would be able to survive a dangerous period. With the protection of the void dragon blade, it would indeed be much safer. But it is a pity that Long Yu also has the void nether dragon blade. The methods of both sides were exactly the same. When the opponent's void nether dragon blade flew towards him, Long Yu's void nether dragon blade also directly faced it. The two blue streams of light instantly contacted and collided together, and the vortex of the water system's primordial power burst out instantly. But Long Yu ignored the collision of the two void dragon blades and focused on dealing with the shocked illusion. Time was limited, and he could not use any tyrannical means. He could only use the Duan Kong divine weapon. When the Duan Kong Holy Spring completely turned into two air-breaking blades, Long Yu directly activated the Duan Kong Ju killing weapon. Means. Long Yu's understanding of his own body far exceeds his understanding of other people's bodies. Duan Kong's ultimate move is to turn the Duan Kong Holy Spring into a sharp blade and directly attack the opponent's body, inflicting heavy damage to the opponent in one fell swoop. Long Yu clearly knew where his weaknesses were. The sharp blade transformed from the Holy Spring of the sky instantly hit the Dantian and heart of the illusion. Two blue sharp blades instantly strangled the phantom's body. Although this martial skill is only at the ancient level, the skybreaking Holy Spring is an endless level warrior, and it is somewhat compatible with Long Yu. At this moment, both of them exploded with twice the power. The terrifying strangulation power caused considerable damage to the phantom's Dantian and heart, but at this moment, the shocking effect of the 9 Nether True Spirit finally disappeared, and the other party woke up directly. Dragon Blood Godlock picture, lock it for me. Long Yu didn't give the opponent any chance, and directly took out the dragon blood sacred picture. A blood-red divine lock directly trapped the illusion, another control method. But the sixth level of the illusory body of purity is no joke. The nine nether true spirit was so shocked that it only controlled the opponent for a breathing period. As for the dragon blood godlock diagram, it was disintegrated by the power of the purifying body in the blink of an eye, without any control effect. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu suddenly felt something in his heart, and before he had time to think about it, he directly used the magical power of the Book of Shadows and turned into nothingness. Sure enough, the next moment, the illusion turned out to be like him, using the nine nether dragons' true spirit intimidation method, hoping to frighten Long Yu and then launch an attack on him. It's a pity that Long Yu saw the opportunity early, turned into nothingness, and hid in the void space, making the opponent's true spirit shock that lasted for a moment in vain. Then Long Yu recovered from the state of nothingness, raised his hand and condensed the Jiuyou divine inscriptions, and displayed the third-grade divine formation Jiuyuan. 9 dark space cracks instantly extended towards the illusion. The illusion's dantian and heart were injured at this time. Although it was not dead, its movement was a little hindered. The dragon blood holy diagram was taken out by the opponent, and then the dragon blood heavenly shield diagram was displayed. The bloody sky shield directly blocked the Jiuyuan divine formation for a moment. At this moment, the illusion turned into nothingness and completely disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. That's when I realized I was in such trouble. Long Yu curled his lips. He knew that the opponent's illusion had turned into nothingness now, and it would definitely not appear that easily. He must wait for the regeneration effect of the heart of demonic dust to fully recover the heart and dantian. In that case, the slight advantage that Long Yu had created before would completely disappear. In the distance, the two void nether dragon blades were still fighting. The ripples formed by the power of the water element were constantly colliding with the rapids, which was extremely powerful. Long Yu's heart moved, and he directly contacted Xiaoxi with his mind, letting his void dragon blade fly towards the place where the opponent turned into nothingness. The Book of Shadows turns into nothingness and does not last long. Long Yu can prepare in advance. If the opponent uses the Book of Shadows to disguise himself as a gust of wind or something, Long Yu can directly find the opponent by blessing the light of balance through balance control. Therefore, if the other party wants to buy time to recover and heal, the only way is to turn into nothingness. It's a pity that this method won't last long. Long Yu has a relatively deep understanding of this method, but he doesn't know how far or where the opponent will run in the void state. With spiritual perception, it is impossible to detect the other party's existence. Now Long Yu suddenly fell into passivity. Long Yu had no way of discovering the opponent's location, so he could only let the nether dragon blade of the void continuously use space penetration, condense the power of the water system into a space blade, and continuously stab in the void. As for whether it can be beaten, it is not within the scope of Long Yu's consideration. At this moment, although it seems that Long Yu is passive, it is actually an excellent opportunity for him. Because the opponent's illusion is injured and he hides and relies on the heart of the magic dust to heal, then Long Yu himself can free up his hands. Coming. As for what you can do with your hands free, do we need to say anything? Long Yu turned his attention to the opponent's void dragon blade. This guy still wanted to run to compete with Xiaoxiu, but unfortunately Long Yu had already targeted him. Bring it on. Long Yu's figure flashed and flew directly towards the opponent's void nether dragon blade. The Mad War divine inscriptions condensed on his fist and hit the void nether dragon blade hard. The void nether dragon blade could have been easily avoided, but at this moment, Long Yu activated the dragon skeleton ancient tower and directly released the Jukong domain. In the Jukong realm, all space attribute divine texts, including the power of the water system, are completely imprisoned and unable to be used, and there is no way to dodge the void dragon blade. If you want to crack the Jukong realm, there is a way, and that is to use the magical power of the Nine Nether Path to break up a gap in the Jiwekong realm. However, now that the illusion is hiding to heal, it is of course impossible for him to show up to use the magical power of the Nine Nether Path. In this way, the opponent's Void Nether Dragon Blade was trapped here, and could only withstand Long Yu's crazy fists and cannons. As Long Yu fought and killed with a punch, the Void Dragon Blade was directly smashed away. When this space was shrouded by the realm of absolute void, the Void Dragon Blade became completely a decoration, except for its sharpness and solidity. There is simply nothing else to do. Because all the power of the Void Dragon Blade originally came from the power of the water system. After one punch, Long Yu's whole body's mad fighting spirit became more powerful, and his mad fighting power began to accumulate, and his whole person's aura took on a new look. Sometimes it is beneficial to take the initiative, even if the methods of both parties are exactly the same. Long Yu took the lead in using the Nine Nether True Spirit to shock and hide the opponent until he recovered. This was the time Long Yu bought. Then, Long Yu's plan is to superimpose the crazy fighting heaven's power. As long as it can be superimposed to a certain extent, he can easily crush the opponent. This is the terrifying part of the crazy fighting heaven's power. When Long Yu dealt with one of Xuelua's team captains before, he used crazy fighting Tianchi. From the disadvantage at the beginning until he beat the opponent so hard that he couldn't even lift his head, it can be seen that this move of crazy fighting Tianchi is powerful. As long as Long Yu is given enough time to superimpose the power of the mad battle to a high level, it will not be any problem for him to leapfrog the challenge. In theory, he can even advance without limit and superimpose his power to the level of a great master, or even a great master. Godlike level. Of course, this is only theoretical, and in fact it is impossible to do. What's more, after the number of stacks of crazy battle tension reaches a certain level, the difficulty of stacking them up will be greatly increased, and it is impossible to stack them up without limit. But in the battle against opponents of the same level, or even against opponents who are 1 or 2 levels beyond one's own martial arts realm, once the strength of the mad battle reaches a high level, the advantage will be completely established, and the opponent will have no power to fight back. Because what increases the strength of the Mad War celestial body is the concentration and strength of its own Mad War divine inscriptions, and at the same time increases the defensive and offensive abilities of the Mad War celestial body. The superposition of the crazy fighting celestial power will greatly increase the power of the crazy fighting fists and cannons, and the defense of the crazy fighting celestial barrier will also rise linearly, which is an all-round increase in strength. This is what Long Yu had in mind now. The crazy fighting fist cannon hit the Void Dragon Blade that the opponent couldn't dodge, directly allowing Long Yu to superimpose a layer of crazy fighting heavenly power. Immediately after Long Yuchi stepped forward, he continued to punch out. The second layer was superimposed, and Long Yu's whole body became more powerful with the Mad War divine inscriptions. The power of his whole body to use the Mad War divine inscriptions was immediately doubled. This situation was obviously realized by the opponent's Void Nether Dragon Blade, and it was also clear what Long Yu wanted to do now. Therefore, the Void Nether Dragon Blade began to fly around in the Jukong realm, trying not to be caught by Long Yu. Got hit. As for the opponent's phantom body, I'm afraid he is starting to get impatient. Unfortunately, the opponent is still regenerating and recovering his heart and dantian, so it should be impossible for him to come out in a short time. Once they come out, there will also be Void Nether Dragon Blades to entangle the opponent. With his injured body, even if he fights against Long Yu, he will definitely not be able to defeat Long Yu. Therefore, the opponent could only watch helplessly as Long Yu continued to superimpose the crazy fighting power, punch after punch. Even if the opponent's Void Dragon Blade kept dodging, it was impossible to completely avoid Long Yu's crazy fighting fists and cannons. In fact, Long Yu is extremely fast. In the realm of absolute space, the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void is not as flexible as Long Yu. In just one stick of incense, Long Yu fired a total of more than 30 punches, 10 of which the fist bombarded the void nether dragon blade, causing his own crazy fighting power to be superimposed to 10 levels. In other words, the power of the Mad War divine text in Long Yu's body is now 10 times stronger than at the beginning. This is a terrifying number, but it is not enough to crush the opponent. Long Yu knows this very well, so he wants to continue. It's a pity that the other party doesn't intend to give him time to continue. At this time, the opponent's illusion finally relied on the Heart of Magic Dust to recover the injured heart and Dantian, and then left the void space. As soon as the opponent's illusion came out of the void space, he encountered a strong blow from Long Yu Xiaoxiu. The vortex of the water element's primordial power directly bombarded the opponent, and Void Burial took action. He didn't give the other party any time to prepare, because Long Yu knew very well how long it would take for the other party to recover his heart and Dantian, so Xiaoxiu was preparing for burial in the void in advance. When the opponent came out of the void space, the Void Burial just broke out. The terrifying whirlpool of water-type primordial power swept away in an instant and pulled the opponent's illusion into it. If the opponent did not use some means, he would probably die in it soon. But Long Yu certainly didn't expect to kill his opponent by relying on this. As expected, the illusion had just been dragged into the Void Burial, and immediately used the magical power of the Book of Shadows again, and the whole person was assimilated and disguised as the power of the water system. In this way, the opponent will not be harmed in the Void Burial, and this also makes Long Yu more aware of how difficult the methods he has mastered are. Fortunately, Long Yu has now accumulated a certain advantage by relying on his preemptive strike, and this advantage has been continuously expanded by him, and now it has almost reached the point where it is difficult for the opponent to come back. With 10 times the intensity of the Mad Battle divine text, as long as Long Yu can touch the opponent, he can kill the opponent directly, and most of the opponent's attacks will not be able to harm Long Yu, because they cannot penetrate Long Yu's Mad Battle at all. Celestial Barrier. The power of the Void Burial launched by Xiaoxiu gradually weakened, and the power of the water element began to calm down. At this time, the opponent's illusion finally rushed out from the side, transformed into a human form like Long Yu, and then raised his hand to display the magical power of the 9 nether path. The dark path of the 9 netherworlds extended, instantly disintegrating the Jukong realm, and then rescued the void nether dragon blade trapped inside. After being hit with so many fists by Long Yu, the void dragon blade did not suffer any damage, but Long Yu's wild fighting force had been superimposed. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Without any hesitation, Long Yu turned around and punched the illusion. The illusion subconsciously caused the void nether dragon blade to trigger the water system's primordial power to teleport. However, Long Yu relied on balanced control to grasp the destination of the opponent's teleportation in advance. With the help of Xiaoxiu, the whole person also moved towards teleport to that place. As soon as the opponent appeared at the teleportation destination, Long Yu's fist arrived immediately, and he was about to hit the opponent in the face. At this time, the opponent finally sacrificed the ancient dragon skeleton tower, which was already an endless level super soldier and hid inside the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Long Yu's punch directly hit the surface of the opponent's ancient dragon skeleton tower, causing the entire giant ancient tower to tremble, but it also knocked Long Yu away. The shape of the ancient dragon bones pagoda was too big. When the opponent sacrificed it, it directly bounced Long Yu away. However, Long Yu was not afraid at all. Instead, he raised his fist and smashed down on the ancient dragon bones pagoda. Compared with the flexible and agile void dragon blade, this dragon skeleton ancient tower is slow and has a large target, making it easier to become a tool for dragon control to superimpose the wild force of the sky. Immediately after punching out 2 punches, Long Yu's crazy fighting force reached the 13th level. But at this moment, Long Yu suddenly felt a chill, as if the other party had used some special method that could threaten him. What is it? Is it the innate magical power of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor? Long Yu guessed in his heart, but it was just a guess, because it was just an intuition he had gained from fighting for many years, not something he felt with his spiritual sense. Therefore, Long Yu did not rely on him, but was always ready to use means to deal with it. Immediately afterwards, he noticed that 2 streams of light flashed out of his body, which turned out to be Duan Kong's ultimate killing method. The other party also wanted to use this to severely injure Long Yu. After all, it is a terrifying method that appears directly in the body. Even if Long Yu condenses the celestial barrier outside the body, he cannot withstand such a sneak attack. However, the opponent used the same moves to deal with Long Yu. Of course, it was impossible for Long Yu to be hit. He was not frightened by the original power of Jiuyou True Spirit like the opponent. Facing Duan Kong's decisive blow, it can be used. Incarnate into nothingness. Long Yu transformed into nothingness without hesitation, activated the magical power of the Book of Shadows, and then a figure appeared from the side. He raised his hand and activated Jiuyou's hand. 5 9 nether white bone arms appeared from the void and directly grabbed the opponent's Holy Spring soldiers, making them unable to move anymore. Jiuyou's hand moved and completely blocked the opponent's Holy Spring. And because the combination of Long Yu and the shadow attribute divine text reached the 12th level, all the methods he used had a strong corrosive effect. At this moment, the hand of Jiuyou continued to corrode the Holy Spring of the sky. Although the Duankong Holy Spring is an endless level warrior, it can't bear it at this moment and is gradually being corroded and destroyed. At the same time, Long Yu continued to punch at the opponent's ancient dragon skeleton tower, hitting the tower body with one punch after another. Although he could not destroy the ancient dragon skeleton tower for the time being, it still allowed him to. Long Yu's violent fighting force quickly reached the 15th level. As the fierce battle intensified, the destructive power of Long Yu's fists became stronger and stronger. Every punch made the ancient dragon skeleton tower shake violently like an earthquake. Soon, the opponent's ancient dragon skeleton tower was covered with a layer of 9 nether sky screen, which enhanced its defense capabilities several times, making it even more impossible for Long Yu to destroy the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Immediately afterwards, the ancient dragon skeleton tower began to rotate, and it seemed that it was about to use the dragon skeleton to break. Xiaoxiu, take me away. At the same time that the opponent used dragon skeleton break, Long Yu raised his hand and was directly surrounded by the water-based Taibei power released by Xiaoxiu, the nether dragon blade of the void, and then the whole person moved instantly. Because of what the other party had learned just now, the destination of Long Yu's teleportation at this moment was directly set to 7 different locations, and then one of them was selected to appear. Even if the opponent can predict where Long Yu will teleport through balanced control, he will get 7 different results. In this way, if the opponent wants to correctly determine where Long Yu will teleport, he has to rely entirely on luck. Dragon Skeleton Break was activated instantly, and the entire Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower was like a huge rotating electric drill, breaking through the air in an instant. It's a pity that Long Yu teleported away directly and appeared in one of the 7 different locations. Although the opponent sensed these 7 locations through balanced control, they didn't guess the location of Long Yu's teleportation correctly. Dragon Bone Ancient, the tower crashed directly into another location, failing to pose any threat to Long Yu. This method is good. I will use this method for teleportation in the future. The other party will not be able to capture my traces. The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He had found a good way to teleport to dodge the opponent's attack. Many times, teleportation would be seen through by the opponent, which was equivalent to seeking death. But now that Long Yu has found this method, this situation will not happen. Happened. The opponent missed a hit and turned around to continue using Dragon Bone Break, but this time, the situation seemed to be a little different from before. Does this guy really want to use his trump card? Long Yu's heart moved, and he felt the unusual aura coming from the opponent's ancient dragon skeleton tower, and immediately became extremely vigilant. Suddenly, a gloomy death aura suddenly spread out from the opponent's ancient dragon skeleton tower, like a sea of fog, instantly covering the surrounding space. Of course Long Yu is very familiar with this method. It turns out to be the Sea of Death energy. In the Sea of Death, the opponent's actions will be restricted, and his own spiritual perception will be enhanced 100 times, which is equivalent to the effect of superimposing the light of balance twice, which is very scary. At this moment, the opponent obviously wanted to capture Long Yu's movements more accurately through the Sea of Death energy. At the same time, the Dragon Skeleton Break was activated again, and the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower rotated extremely fast, crashing towards the direction of Long Yu. At the same time, the power of the water system, Taichu, had already covered the opponent's Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower. As long as Long Yu teleported, this ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower can also teleport. And now, even if Long Yu uses the method just now, it may not work, because the opponent's spiritual perception has been enhanced 100 times, coupled with the blessing of the light of balance. Even if he sets a few more teleportation locations for confusion, there is no way to deceive the other party. Because as long as Long Yu moves, the opponent will immediately know where Long Yu is. It doesn't matter how many locations are set to confuse him. The opponent's spiritual perception is already strong enough to break this blind trick. Have you finally used the Dragon Emperor's magical power? Long Yu gritted his teeth. The opponent could use the innate magical power of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor, but he had to be careful. He didn't want the current Nine Nether world to collapse. The most important thing is that there is still an unknown existence that is sealed in the Nine Nether realm. That thing can only be sealed by forming a formation of hundreds of thousands of floating islands. It is definitely not an ordinary thing. If the Nine Nether realm collapses, wouldn't it be possible for that thing to escape? Long Yu didn't want to take this risk. But at this moment, facing the opponent's Dragon Skeleton Break, Long Yu had no way to defend himself. Since he couldn't avoid it, he had to attack head-on. Long Yu waved his fist, condensing the rich and powerful power of the Mad War Divine inscription in his hand. His whole body did not retreat but advanced, and he rushed directly towards the ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower. Because he knew very well that the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Pagoda still needed some preparation time when launching the Dragon Skeleton Break, and during this period, it was basically in a state of being beaten. Although this period of time is short, Long Yu can still throw at least 2 punches, superimposing 2 layers of his own crazy fighting power. The most important thing is that if you want to resist the Dragon Bone Break head-on, the farther away is not the better, but the closer the better. When the Dragon Bone Break is just launched, it is the weakest and easiest to resist head-on. If let it move forward in the void for a while, and when the speed increases to a certain level, the power will be truly irresistible. Long Yu's body flashed and he arrived in front of the ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower in an instant. Due to the balance control and the light of balance, Long Yu was not able to be shielded and sensed by the opponent's Sea of Death. At least, there is absolutely no problem in sensing a behemoth like the opponent's Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower. Long Yu accurately landed on the opponent's ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower, then waved his fist and smashed it down with 2 fists. The entire ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower suddenly made a bang-bang sound. The next moment, the Dragon Skeleton Break was finally about to be launched. Before the violent storm hit, Long Yu directly activated the Crazy Battle Celestial Barrier. This defensive method, coupled with the superimposed 17 layers of Crazy Battle Heavenly Power, was absolutely impregnable. Boom! There was a thick muffled sound, and Long Yu was knocked away by the opponent's ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower at this moment. However, the celestial barrier of the mad battle did not break, but held on, resisting the opponent's attack. The superposition of the crazy fighting power greatly enhances Long Yu's attack and defense capabilities. Unfortunately, the current combination between Dragon Yu and the mad fighting attribute divine text is not very high, otherwise the effect would be even more terrifying. But even so, it was enough to resist moves like Dragon Bone Break. Long Yu was knocked away, and he didn't think about anything else at all. He turned around and teleported to the ancient Dragon Bone Tower again. Then Guangzhan's fists and cannons continued to hit, and Guangzhan's power increased to another level. If this situation continues, Long Yu will soon be able to smash all the warriors in the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower to pieces. Of course, that will have to wait until he superimposes the crazy fighting power to a very high level. But the other party obviously would not be so stupid and let Long Yu continue. So at this time, since the Sea of Death Chi has been used, the other party will definitely not have any scruples about hiding the other Dragon Emperor magical powers. 9 Nether Dark Moon. A dark moon appeared quietly in the Sea of Death, a little hazy and weird, and the dark red moonlight instantly shone on Long Yu. A strange aura shrouded Long Yu's whole person, and an evil spirit penetrated deep into his heart. This was a spiritual attack method. Long Yu has never used it before, but has only been inside the innate magical power fruit of Jiuyo Dark Moon, so he is not very familiar with its effects. But at this moment, he can be sure that this magical power is a method of spiritual attack. Even with the protection of the pure world body, such an intense spiritual attack still makes him feel a little dazed, and there is a vague bloodthirsty that wants to fight to the death. Impulse. This impulse is similar to the scarlet blood of the third-grade divine formation, but Long Yu can feel that the scarlet blood of the third-grade divine formation is completely derived from the magical power of the 9 Nether Dark Moon. In other words, the 9 Nether Dark Moon is the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's real spiritual attack method, while the scarlet blood of the third-grade divine formation is only derived from the 9 Nether Dark Moon, and is either taught to his subordinates or used casually when embarrassed. One can imagine how powerful the spiritual attack power of Jiuyo Dark Moon's magical power is. Long Yu's eyes turned red instantly, but fortunately, under the protection of the pure world body, his sanity was not completely lost, but he persisted with great difficulty. However, this has completely affected his current battle with his opponents. Even the crazy fighting power he had accumulated before was suddenly blocked at this time and began to weaken continuously. From the 18th level at the beginning, it dropped 3 levels in just one breath, reaching the 15th level. This change in momentum made Long Yu tilt in the direction of failure. No, the Dragon Emperor's magical power is too powerful. If I don't use the Dragon Emperor's magical power, I will definitely die here this time. Long Yu clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing red, but at this moment, he finally woke up a little, allowing him to think about the direction of the battle. The result is that if Long Yu doesn't use the Dragon Emperor's magical power, the opponent has hundreds of ways to suppress him and beat him completely until he can't get up. Although it is difficult to admit it, it is indeed a fact. Now Long Yu's most powerful means is the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's 7 innate magical powers, but he cannot use them constantly. But now, the opponent keeps using the Dragon Emperor's magical power, which suddenly reverses the situation. If this continues, Long Yu has no doubt that he will die. In this case, there is no need to control yourself. If you have any means, just use it. Long Yu gritted his teeth and raised his head. The 9 Nether divine texts in his body were about to move, and many powers in the 9 Nether realm finally burst out. Long Yu suppressed the idea of using the Dragon Emperor's magical power for too long, and now he could finally use it all without thinking too much. Because now, even if Long Yu wants to give up, he doesn't know how to retreat from this illusion. If he continues to fight like this, there is only one way to die for him. Since he doesn't want to die, he can only use the Dragon Emperor's magical power like his opponent. This is an undisputed fact, and it is also a choice that Long Yu has no other choice to make. Now Long Yu was the first to be affected by Jiuyo Dark Moon's mental attack, and it was difficult to calm down his mind. Long Yu's moment of clarity allowed him to make the most correct decision. The Xuanhuan realm core exploded. The core of the divine martial realm is one of the 9 nether dragon emperor's innate magical powers. This is the entire planet condensed by the power of the heart realm, which constitutes the body of the fruit of his innate magical powers. The effect of this magical power is to explode the power of the inner world, enhancing the overall strength of the 9 nether dragon emperor several times. If an ordinary person explodes the power of the inner world, he needs to absorb the power of other creatures in the small world before he can explode 2 or 3 times the power, and it cannot last for too long. But the core of Xuanhuan realm is different. The fruit of this magical power of the Dragon Emperor is to store and condense the power of the inner world on weekdays, and use it to explode at critical moments to enhance one's own strength, which can even be enhanced by more than 10 times. This is equivalent to allowing Jiuyo Dragon Emperor to upgrade to 2 martial arts realms out of thin air. The improvement in cultivation level and the improvement in basic strength brought by it make Jiuyo Dragon Emperor almost invincible among opponents of the same realm. At this moment, Long Yu also exploded with the core of the divine martial realm, and the power of the heart realm of the 9 nether realm enveloped his whole body, instantly increasing his strength tenfold. Now I am equivalent to the cultivation level of a superior master. The purification effect of the purifying body has also been enhanced 10 times, and the other party's 9 nether dark moon can't do anything to me. Long Yu's eyes suddenly regained their clarity, and he completely got rid of the other party's Jiuyo dark moon's mental control. His bloodthirsty thoughts disappeared in a flash, and finally no longer troubled him. However, Long Yu can explode the divine martial core, and the opponent can obviously do the same. Therefore, Long Yu had just recovered, and without giving the opponent any time to react, he directly used the magical power of Hidden Soul Hell. The endless and sticky power of the 9 nether divine words instantly created a hell of torture, trapping the opponent together with the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Shrouded in it together. Hidden Soul Hell is a magical power to control and attack in one move. The control effect is to completely entangle the opponent with the sticky power of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Words, making it impossible to escape. Then, these 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions are accompanied by the power of erosion and corrosion. It can torture the opponent while injuring the opponent and even directly torture him to death. This is an extremely terrifying method. Even some endless level warriors, if they fall within the attack range of the Hidden Soul Hell, will probably be completely entangled and corroded by the sticky 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions. But of course this does not include the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. As the ultimate warrior at the endless level, it can be said to be the strongest warrior besides the divine grade of absolute beginning. Even the power of the Hidden Soul Hell is impossible. Eroded away. However, at this moment, Long Yu cooperated with the water element of the Void Nether Dragon Blade and the 9 Nether Path to directly break through the space barrier of the opponent's ancient dragon skeleton tower, and then invaded the interior of the ancient dragon skeleton tower. The viscous 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions from the Hidden Soul Hell fell directly on the phantom body in the opponent's dragon skeleton ancient tower, completely entangling the opponent. After successively using the Divine Martial Realm Core and the Hidden Soul Hell, these 2 innate magical powers, the 9 Nether Realm and Long Yu's body has become somewhat unstable, but it is obvious that this alone cannot defeat the main body of the illusion. Long Yu could feel that the opponent would probably burst out of the Divine Martial Realm Core in the next moment and increase his own strength to escape from the Hidden Soul Hell. Although Long Yu took the lead to seize the opportunity, the opponent was still able to escape. It was impossible to rely on the Hidden Soul Hell. Just torture the other person to death. So he didn't slack off at all. He raised his hand to condense the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions and used the magical power of Bone Burial Dragon Field. The endless energy of the 9 Netherworlds spreads in the opponent's sea of death energy, and then surrounds the opponent's ancient dragon skeleton tower. Countless bone dragons are continuously condensed in this energy of the 9 netherworlds. These bone dragons have just been condensed. He sprayed out a pillar of death energy towards the ancient dragon skeleton tower. The terrifying and destructive power was not even able to withstand the ancient dragon skeleton tower. After only 2 or 3 breaths, the number of bone dragons around them reached hundreds. They continuously blasted out pillars of death energy, continuously destroying the defense of the 9 nether sky screen on the outer layer of the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and soon completely destroyed it. Blast. As for the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, it was being bombarded by powerful forces one after another, and it was a little unbearable at this moment. However, Long Yu was too lazy to blow away the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, because it was meaningless, and it was a waste of time and would give the opponent the illusion itself had some breathing time. Therefore, the Void Ghost Dragon Blade came in handy again. Under Xiaoshu's structure, the power of the water system connected the inside of the opponent's dragon skeleton ancient tower with the outside world. The death energy beams of hundreds of skull dragons exploded. Directly, it landed inside the ancient dragon skeleton tower and blasted down towards the phantom body controlled by the hidden soul hell. The terrifying destructive power destroyed the illusion body almost instantly. However, after enduring 2 or 3 bombardments from the death energy beams, the illusion body finally escaped from the soul-hiding hell. The inner world of the divine martial world core exploded, and the illusion itself would of course do the same. After the explosion increased its power by more than 10 times, the world-purifying body of the illusion body also exerted its effect, reducing the control effect of the hidden soul hell to the weakest, and then suppressed it. Breakthrough in one rush. Immediately afterwards, the bone dragon's death energy light beam from the bone dragon Chao struck him twice, and he raised his hand to condense the 9 nether divine inscriptions, and activated the next move of the Dragon Emperor's magical power, the 9 nether mysterious palace. This magical power appeared, and then the ancient dragon skeleton tower disappeared. Instead, a giant Jiuyoxian palace appeared, protecting the opponent's illusion body in it. Jiuyoxian Palace is a means of controlling and imprisoning the enemy, and it is also a means that can be used to protect oneself. At this time, the opponent uses it to protect himself. Even though he has withstood several salvo attacks from hundreds of skull dragons, the beam of death energy is still there. The surface of the Jiuyoxian Palace continued to erupt, but there was no crack at all. As expected of the Dragon Emperor's magical power, this Jiuyoxian Palace is so stable that not even the Bone Burial Dragon Field can break it. Long Yu's heart sank. In this way, the opponent would be effectively impregnable, which was very detrimental to him, because at this moment, he felt the clouds surging in the 9 nether realm, and the power of the 9 nether divine words began to become chaotic. The entire Jiuyo realm became even more collapsed. Fortunately, Long Yu was quite familiar with the 9 nether palace. After all, he had entered it before and reached the deepest level. It was in the deepest part of Jiuyoxian Palace that he released the remnant soul of the 9 nether dragon emperor, which caused the death messenger to sacrifice himself and seal the remnant soul of the 9 nether dragon emperor into the 9 nether prison monument. The familiarity with Jiuyoxian Palace made Long Yu have a bold adventure plan in his heart. Xiaoshu. Void Nether Dragon Blade immediately understood Long Yu's thoughts. Although he was shocked, he did not hesitate and took Long Yu directly to teleport into the opponent's Jiuyoxian Palace. It was too slow to advance layer by layer. Long Yu activated the 9 nether divine inscriptions and blasted directly towards the deepest part of the 9 nether palace. It was obvious that Long Yu's opponent, the phantom body, was hiding in the deepest part of the 9 nether palace. That is the most heavily defended place in the entire Jiuyoxian Palace, bar none. Kill. Before Long Yu could reach the deepest level, he stopped, and across several layers of space, he directly launched his ultimate move, Death Star Swirl. At this time, Long Yu also felt the other party's movements, and actually made the same choice as him, and also displayed the Death Star's vortex magical power. The two identical Dragon Emperor magical powers instantly met in the Nine Netherworld Mysterious Palace. The spiritual shock erupted from the Death Star's vortex spread directly through the Nine Netherworld Mysterious Palace and spread to the surroundings. A burst of spiritual energy exploded in a short period of time. Impact Vortex. Although Jiuyou Palace has the ability to withstand spiritual shock waves, it cannot completely resist them. When the distance is too close, even Jiuyou Palace cannot completely withstand the mental impact of the Death Star vortex. Such a close mental impact vortex is enough to completely kill Long Yu and Huanxiang together. But since Long Yu came in, he was already prepared. Jiuyou Palace. When the Death Star vortex shock waves from both sides collided and a whirlpool of spiritual shock erupted, Long Yu raised his hand, and the Nine Nether divine inscriptions condensed in his hand, and he also displayed the magical power of the Nine Nether Mysterious Palace. The Jiuyou Palace constructed by Long Yu appeared directly inside the opponent's Jiu Nether Palace, and then rapidly expanded and collided with the opponent's Jiu Nether Palace. Long Yu may only encounter this kind of situation once in his life, but this time, he must be the one who survives. The Death Star's swirling spiritual impact vortex is already very close to the opponent, and the opponent currently has no special defense means. Under such circumstances, death is almost certain. As for Long Yu, at this time, he used the Nine Nether Mysterious Palace, which was blocked by the layers of the Nine Nether Mysterious Palace, but it was able to minimize the power of the mental shock vortex when it came to his head. Comparing each other, the other party was dead without a burial place, but Long Yu still had some life left. Although his spirit and soul still suffered a lot of damage, making him weak and depressed, he still managed to survive in the end. Got it. The mental shock vortex of the Death Star's whirlpool calmed down, and the entire space became a mess. Even though it was just a mental shock wave, it still had considerable destructive power on the Nine Nether Mysterious Palace, the ancient Dragon Bone Tower, and the like. The two Nine Nether Mysterious Palaces and the opponent's ancient dragon skeleton tower were all turned into ruins, floating slumped in the void. However, the opponent's illusory body had been completely annihilated by the mental impact, and not even ashes were left. After a difficult battle, Long Yu used almost every means to finally win the final victory. However, for this victory, Long Yu paid a high price. At this moment, the situation in the Nine Nether realm in his body was very chaotic, and many of the fruits of his innate magical powers began to disintegrate, just like the Death Star that was the first to split in two. Same flow. It seems that Jiuyou realm can't hold on any longer. Long Yu thought in his heart that he should be transported to the Taichu Golden Pond next, allowing him to absorb the power of the Taichu Golden element, but now, he did not dare to go in rashly. Because Taichu Golden Pool is a very important resource for everyone. It would be bad if it was destroyed like this. And with the current situation of Jiuyou realm, it seems that it may collapse at any time. To be on the safe side, Long Yu chose to leave here first. As for coming back later, he would have to figure out a way later. Even if he experiences another such battle, it is not unacceptable to Long Yu. With the first victory, it will be easier to win again. At least, Long Yu can't completely destroy this place. While he was thinking this, a burst of white light emitted from the entire fantasy space, enveloping his entire body. Then his eyes lit up, and he was sent out of the fantasy space. What appeared in front of him was Hong Ying, who was guarding outside, as well as Shui Luo and Xiao Bai, looking at him with wide eyes. Long Yu, did you fail? Shui Luo asked with a strange expression. Successful, but the situation is a bit uncontrollable. The Jiuyou realm is about to collapse. I don't want the Taichu Golden Pool to explode when the Jiuyou realm collapses. Long Yu curled his lips, always paying attention to the situation in Jiuyou realm, and found that the situation became more and more serious as time passed. You mean, the 9 nether realm might collapse? Everyone who said this was stunned. Obviously, this result was beyond their expectations. Shuelua and Hongying knew that the Jiuyou realm was not stable and something might happen. But Xiaobai didn't know about this before, so he was a little confused. However, after Shuelua's explanation, he quickly understood the current situation. What should we do? The red warbler frowned. Now Longyu can be said to be quite entangled. Although he won the battle, the situation has become even more uncontrollable. What will be the consequences if the 9 nether realm suddenly breaks out? Blow up the entire multi-winged clan's temple? In that case, Longyu and others must find a place to hide to withstand the explosive power of the 9 netherworld. The best place is in the 9 nether prison monument. However, in that case, will the 9 nether prison monument explode again? The two forces erupting one after another will probably bring a devastating blow to the entire ancient alien ruins. This situation is not something that everyone is happy to see. You must know that the most important thing for them now is to find another exit to leave here. What if the explosion of the 9 nether realm and the 9 nether hell monument buries all other exits? It has to be said that it will become the biggest tragedy in several people's lives. I don't know what to do. Anyway, no matter what, I can only wait and see. I hope that the 9 nether realm can finally stabilize. In that case, there will be no problem. Longyu had no choice but to use the Dragon Emperor's magical power just now, but he didn't expect that using several moves in succession would cause the Jiuyou realm to become completely unstable. Although it feels great when you use it, you have to face serious consequences after using it. Time passes gradually. Xiaobai and Shuelua did not continue to step into the white light and challenge the phantom clones, because they were also very nervous about the 9 nether realm. People like Xiaobai who have read many books must have heard of the 9 nether dragon emperor, so he has a strong sense of awe for the small world of the 9 nether dragon emperor. No one knows what the consequences will be if the 9 nether realm explodes. Moreover, there is still some mysterious and powerful existence sealed in the 9 nether realm. If that thing is released, can they have corresponding countermeasures? All in all, everyone is cautious enough about this chaotic Jiuyou realm. Unfortunately, none of them can think of a way to deal with it now. They can only wait and see, hoping and expecting that the Jiuyou realm will eventually stabilize. In the 9 netherworld, the overall instability was first caused by the explosion and spread of the Death Star vortex. Now the power of the Death Star vortex has long filled the entire 9 netherworld, making it impossible for any living thing to survive in the 9 netherworld. But just now, Longyu used many Dragon Emperor magical powers one after another, which made the fruits of other innate magical powers become unstable, and even the Shenwu realm core, Jiuyou Xian Palace, etc., began to show signs of splitting. Everyone waited hard outside, but soon, Longyu's face turned dark. Because, not only did the situation in Jiuyou realm not improve, but the chaos intensified, and even some of the floating islands in the Shenwu world began to crash. This situation made Longyu's face change greatly, because he knew that today, the situation in Jiuyou realm could no longer be stabilized, and drastic changes would probably happen soon. After telling the situation, everyone was silent for a moment, and then Xiaobai laughed. Okay, this is not something that happened in the territory of the demon clan, otherwise, if some big demon is liberated, the entire demon clan will be destroyed. They will all be destroyed, haha. Everyone was sweating. This guy is still in the mood to joke. Get ready, I think this 9 nether realm can't hold on any longer. I want to see what the hell is sealed in those hundreds of thousands of floating islands. Longyu said in a deep voice, now he is willing to risk everything. Anyway, with the 9 nether prison monument, he will not be in any great danger. At most, he can hide in the 9 nether prison monument for a while, as long as he doesn't die. Even if they hide for a few years and come out again when the outside world is stable, it is not impossible. Anyway, in their current martial arts realm, they only need the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or created things to survive. In a sense, they can be completely self-sufficient in their own little world, and they already have a bit of a god in them. Even if it takes 10 years or 100 years, they can survive in the inner space of the Nine Nether Prison Monument without starving to death. Moreover, their small world also has its own ecosystem with trillions of living beings. Worrying about being lonely or something. Long Yu thought before that Jiuyo realm should be able to hold on for a while. But he didn't expect that he could no longer hold on so quickly. He just used the Dragon Emperor's magical power several times during the battle with the illusion, which caused the entire Jiuyo realm to gradually collapse. It can be seen that the Jiuyo realm may have reached its limit originally, but now it is just an opportunity for it to completely collapse. In the Jiuyo realm, in the Xuanhuan world. The Xuanhuan world, surrounded by the sea of death energy, was already a bare area, and all its surface was taken away by the red warbler to build the new Wu world. Now, those hundreds of thousands of floating islands that could not be taken away began to disintegrate one by one, falling towards the bare world of Xuanhuan. The entire Xuanhuan world is now like rain, being hit by countless rubbles and the like. Floating islands falling from the sky have made pits in the Xuanhuan world. At the same time, Long Yu also felt that there seemed to be a powerful aura gradually reviving from the center of the continent in the Xuanhuan world. As the floating islands fell one after another, the sealing power brought by this floating island began to become weaker and weaker. This was the price Long Yu paid for desperately defeating his opponents in the illusion space. Unfortunately, Long Yu still prefers this situation to being killed by that illusion. No matter what, his life is the most important, so Long Yu has no regrets. However, now the situation is gradually beyond his control. Sure enough, it seems that the seal is about to be lifted. I don't know what is sealed in it. Everyone, if any danger occurs, come to the Nine Nether Prison Monument immediately. Long Yu gritted his teeth and said. What should I do, Concubine Yu? Xiaobai was thinking about Concubine Yu, who was still in the golden pool of Taichu. Now we have no way to notify her. We can only hope that there is some ultimate trump card in the temple of the multi-winged clan that can protect the Taichu golden pool from being destroyed. Otherwise, we have no way. Long Yu's face darkened. He knew that Concubine Yu couldn't take care of it now. In a short period of time, it was impossible for anyone to pass the illusion challenge and enter Taichu golden pool. And the outbreak of Jiuyo realm might be at the next moment, at any time. It can happen. How about going in now, lest it's too late, Long Yu, here it is. At this moment, Han Ying took out the Nine Nether Prison Monument from her arms and handed it directly to Long Yu. Then she nodded to Long Yu and entered the small world of Long Yu in the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Han Ying knew that she was useless outside now, so she might as well hide in early and not cause trouble for them. The same is true for Xiaobai and Xuelua. Even though their martial arts realm is already one of the best among gods, at the moment when the powerful existence sealed in the Nine Nether realm is about to appear, they know very well that their own power is nothing at all. No one knows what is sealed in those 108,000 floating islands, and no one knows who sealed those things. Is it the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor himself? Or was it sealed by the rumored god who killed the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor? Or is it some other powerful being? Nobody knows. At least, it was definitely impossible for Long Yu and others to know. Soon, except for Long Yu, everyone else entered the small world of Long Yu in the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Then, Long Yu was alone outside, holding his breath and staring at the world of divine martial arts in the Nine Nether realm where the seal was gradually lifted. The Jiuyo realm was in a mess. The world of Xuanhuan was in chaos. 108,000 floating islands collapsed almost simultaneously and fell towards the ground. The power of the seal was weakened to the point of almost completely disappearing in a short period of time. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu felt that the entire Shenwu world suddenly shook and began to tremble violently. Cracks began to appear on the ground, just like an earthquake sweeping the entire world. "Are you coming out?" Long Yu had already felt a terrifying and powerful aura, spreading out from the center of the continent of Shenwu world in an almost unrivaled manner. He didn't know what it was, but he would probably know it soon. He just hoped that the thing wouldn't be too terrifying. Should, the Nine Nether Hell Monument can resist such an existence, right? Feeling the aura of that terrifying existence, Long Yu was a little unsure. Originally, he was full of confidence in the Nine Nether Prison Monument, but now he felt that the sealed existence was similar to the aura of the Nine Nether Prison Monument. In comparison, it's not much different. This made Long Yu even more shocked and confused. He didn't know what was sealed in the world of Shenwu, which could be comparable to the Nine Nether Prison Monument. You know, the Nine Nether Prison Monument is a rumored relic of the gods. Without any hesitation, Long Yu took out the Nine Nether Prison Monument, placed it in front of his body, and got ready. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately step into his own little world inside the Nine Nether Prison Monument. As for the Jiuyo seal, he took it out and floated in the mid-air in the temple of the multi-winged clan. It can be seen that the Jiuyo seal was originally a ball of white light, but now, it is gradually printed with wisps of light. The darkness slowly transformed into a dark ball of light. This situation made Long Yu grit his teeth and hold his breath. As for Hong Ying, Shui Luo, and Xiao Bai, who had arrived in the small world of Jiu Nether Prison Monument beforehand, they were of course also extremely nervous. The three of them are now in the Xinwu world of Longyu Small World, and they have found the leader of Shi Tianlei of the White Feather Monster clan. If something happens here, Shi Tianlei, as a strong man in the realm of Great Master, may also be able to comes in handy. Long Yu had no thoughts to think about this. His attention was completely focused on the Jiuyo realm. The Jiuyo mark, that gradually turned into pitch black color, soon began to exude a terrifying aura. The strange thing is that this kind of breath seems familiar to Long Yu. He doesn't know where he has seen it, but the intensity of this breath far exceeds the power he has ever felt. He couldn't recall the specific kind of power for a while, but what he felt from it was the aura of the Nine Nether Hell Monument. Could it be that this sealed thing has something to do with the Nine Nether Prison Monument? Long Yu thought in his heart and continued to observe the Jiuyo realm without blinking. As the entire Shenwu world collapsed, the surrounding sea of death energy also spread in. The originally prosperous Shenwu world was finally completely submerged by the sea of death energy. Fortunately, there are no longer any living beings in the world of Shenwu. Otherwise, if the sea of death energy spreads in, any living being in it will lose his life. When the sea of death energy finally submerged the entire Shenwu world, it meant that the entire Shenwu world was finally completely shattered. Then a burst of black energy suddenly burst out from the white sea of death energy, covering such a wide area. The sea of death energy was all blown away in all directions. It suddenly shook the sea of death energy away completely. Originally, the Sea of Death Chi was one of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's innate magical powers. At this moment, the existence that escaped the seal was suddenly shaken open. Even the fruits of the Sea of Death Chi's innate magical powers were different from those of other innate magical powers. The fruit was almost shattered. But then, after these seas of death energy were shaken away, they were completely sucked back by a suction force, as if something was absorbing them all. Gradually, as the sea of death energy was continuously absorbed, a familiar thing appeared in front of Long Yu. Sealed in the center of the entire Shenwu world, bound by 108,000 floating islands as formation eyes, turned out to be a huge dark heart. The shape and breath of this heart suddenly reminded Long Yu of the demonic heart he had cultivated, and he felt awe-inspiring in his heart. It turned out to be a heart of demonic dust. Long Yu never imagined that the final result would be like this, but after thinking about it, does this heart of demon dust belong to Jiuyo Dragon Emperor? In that case, after releasing this demon dust heart, wouldn't it mean that the body of Joyo Dragon Emperor will be reborn again? At this moment, the giant dark heart of magic dust is absorbing all the power in the Sea of Death, the world of divine martial arts, and the surrounding space. After absorbing these powers, flesh and blood began to regenerate around the demonic heart. It was obviously in the process of rapid regeneration. No wonder, I am a little familiar with the aura of this thing, and no wonder it has the aura of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. It turns out to be the heart of demonic dust. The secret martial arts technique of the heart of demonic dust was originally obtained from the 9 Nether Prison Monument, and it is completely normal that it contains the aura of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. However, at this moment, the heart of demonic dust continued to regenerate, causing Long Yu's heart to beat at an extremely fast speed. If you guessed it correctly, this is the demonic heart of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. How terrible will it be once it is fully regenerated? However, the last remnant soul of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor has been sealed into the 9 Nether Prison Monument by the Death Emissary. Even if the demon dust heart regenerates the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, it should be unconscious, right? Long Yu thought in his heart and frowned. It should be impossible to retrieve the remnant soul of the Dragon Emperor that was sealed in the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Therefore, we must not let the heart of the demon dust come into contact with the 9 Nether Prison Monument. That's it. In case the two sides meet each other, it is possible that the heart of the demon dust has self-awareness, and then finds a way to pull the Dragon Emperor's remnant soul out of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. This is definitely not a situation that Long Yu and others want to see. In any case, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor must not appear in the world again, because for Long Yu, this means his death. Once the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor appears, it is absolutely impossible for him to continue to survive. Just the ownership of the 9 Nether Prison Monument is enough for the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor to kill everyone here. If there really was a fight, let alone Concubine Yu, Xiao Bai, Shui Luo, and the others, even if the monster clan Shen Shanbang, Long Yi, and others came together, they would not be able to be the opponent of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. While Long Yu was thinking, the heart of Demon Chen had begun to condense, absorbing various powers escaping from the 9 Nether realm, converging them into the heart of Demon Chen, and then took the lead in condensing another one next to the heart of Demon Chen. A heart. That heart is connected to the heart of Demon Chen through flesh and blood. It can be seen that it is not a human heart, but the heart of the 9 Nether Dragon. In other words, what is regenerated from this demon dust heart is the 9 Nether Dragon, the Dragon Clan. Body. The body of the 9 Nether Dragon continues to improve. But now Long Yu can't do anything. He can be sure that with his power now, even if the demonic heart stops there and hits him, he will not be able to destroy it at all, not to mention that the other party will be very vulnerable. There may be some subconscious self-preservation behaviors. If Long Yu Lai is attacked casually, he will die without a burial place. How to do? Cold sweat broke out on Long Yu's forehead, and he told everyone in the small world of the 9 Nether Prison Monument about this situation. Han Ying and others also fell into deep thought. Obviously, even a novice can't come up with any effective solution in this situation, all because they are too weak. Compared with Joyo Dragon Emperor, little white Yufei is almost nothing more than a kitten or a puppy. Worse, she is probably just like an ant, unable to stop the regeneration of her demonic heart at all. What's more, the strongest concubine Yu is not here yet, but is comprehending the power of the golden element Taichu in the Taichu Golden Pool. Can we just wait? I hope that after the body of the 9 Nether Dragon is reborn, it will not have any self-awareness. At this time, Long Yu felt that some movement began to come out of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. It was not coming from his small world, but from the core of the 9 Nether Prison Monument that he had not explored. Except for this core part of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, all other parts have been explored by Long Yu. Therefore, there is no doubt that the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor who was sealed in the Nine Nether Prison Monument with his life by the Death Emissary, must be in the core of the Nine Nether Prison Monument. At this moment, perhaps the remnant soul of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor felt that his Dragon Emperor's body was regenerating, so he was a little excited. However, it is a pity that no matter how hard the Dragon Emperor's remnant soul struggles, it is impossible to take the initiative to get rid of the seal of the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Regarding this, Long Yu can still be sure, otherwise, the Dragon Emperor's remnant soul would have escaped after such a long time. Once you come out, you can't stay in there obediently all the time. The most important thing now is to prevent the body of the Nine Nether Dragon from running over and rescuing the remaining soul of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor. This is what Long Yu least wants to happen. So no matter what, we must prevent this kind of thing from happening. Long Yu subconsciously put the Nine Nether Prison Monument into his dantian. This is his world mark, so he can naturally collect it at will. Immediately afterwards, at the core entrance of the temple of the multi-winged clan, only Long Yu and the Blacklight Jiuyo realm mark were left. In the Nine Nether realm, the body of the Nine Nether Dragons was constantly regenerating. At this speed, if you go down, I'm afraid it will only take half an hour to fully regenerate. The body of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor. I am really joking. But such a body does not contain the consciousness of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor. If one can control such a body, wouldn't it be invincible? Such a thought flashed through Long Yu's mind, but he shook his head immediately. I still want to control the body of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor. It's better not to be crushed to death by it. Time keeps passing. In the chaotic Jiuyo world, the body of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor became more and more complete, taking on the shape of a long black dragon, which was even thousands of feet long. The entire long dragon did not move at all in midair. The heart of the demon dust is no longer visible, and the flesh and blood has basically been regenerated. There may be only the last few details missing, but until now, Long Yu has not seen any movement in the body of the Nine Nether Dragon. Could it be that this thing has no consciousness and really can't move? Such an idea came to Long Yu's mind, but he did not act rashly. He still waited calmly outside, waiting for the body of the Nine Nether Dragon to be completely regenerated. At this moment, as the Nine Nether Dragon gradually became complete, its aura became more and more intense. An aura that was faintly surpassing that of a god, was revealed from the Nine Nether world to the outside world, and spread to the entire multi-winged clan. In the temple. This aura made Long Yu feel that something was wrong, but he had no way to stop it. He could only feel the tyrannical aura of the Nine Nether Dragon's body spread to all around, until it spread throughout the multi-winged clan. Temple. As a result, some situations seem to have begun to appear in the entire multi-winged clan temple. Originally, Long Yu and others had weak auras, and it seemed that they could not touch any restrictions in the temple of the multi-winged clan, but now, the situation seems to be different. The breath of Jiuyo Dragon Emperor's physical body was so strong that it seemed to have touched some restrictions in this temple, and some unusual breath came out from the surrounding walls. Long Yu had been carefully feeling the situation around him, so he immediately noticed something unusual in the temple, and secretly thought something was wrong. If any terrifying and powerful restriction is triggered at this time, then he will have no choice but to hide in the Jiuyo prison monument. But in this way, what if the body of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor comes and tears Jiuyo apart? What should I do if the prison monument pulls away the remaining soul of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor? It's really a dilemma. Long Yu gritted his teeth. He didn't know what to do at this moment. On the other hand, Concubine Yu was still in the golden pool of Taichu, and it was impossible for him to abandon Concubine Yu and run away alone. Fortunately, the restrictions on the multi-winged clan temple did not seem to be triggered so quickly. Until within the Nine Nether realm, the long black dragon body of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor was completely regenerated, and the tyrannical aura on the walls around the temple was still rising and had not yet reached its peak. No one knows what will happen when the tyrannical aura around the temple reaches its peak. Long Yu just finally confirmed that even though the dragon body of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor had been completely regenerated, it did not move at all. Instead, it stayed quietly in the void where the world of Xuanhuan was originally. In the void, the world of Xuanhuan has completely disappeared. It has been absorbed by the dragon body and turned into regenerative energy. And the sea of death energy has only the last core left. The white death energy floats around the dark dragon body, making the Nine Netherworld. The dragon is like a messenger from hell who mistakenly enters the fairyland. There is no movement, really no movement, which means that the idea I just had may come true. At this moment, Long Yu's heart suddenly moved. His eyes were full of solemnity. He knew that now was the critical moment to determine the future. No matter what, he would never let the aura in the temple reach its peak like this. No one knows what will happen then. Long Yu doesn't want to hide in the Nine Nether prison monument in this situation. Even if he can hide, what will happen to concubine Yu, who is still in the golden pool of Taichu? It was impossible for him not to consider this. So, the adventure must come next. The physical body of the Nine Nether Dragon has not moved. It must be because the consciousness of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor has been annihilated long ago, and his remnant soul has been sealed in the Nine Nether prison monument. Now the dragon's body seems to have no soul. Flesh. Long Yu told this speculation to Xiaobai, Hanying, and others in the small world, and then said in a deep voice, "Perhaps, we can find a way to enter the dragon body and try to see if we can control it." Xiaobai and the others were all aware of the situation outside, and knew that this was an extremely urgent moment. Once it got dark, it might lead to irreversible consequences. Now is not the time to just enter this ancient alien ruins. After going through so much, now everyone and the five of them, concubine Yu, don't want to see any of them die, so they will never give up concubine Yu. Then it becomes necessary to try it desperately. What I am trying to do is to enter the dragon body of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor and then try to control it. If I can, then with the tyranny of the dragon body, no matter what restrictions appear in the temple of the multi-winged clan, I will definitely be able to control it. Resisted by it. However, the risks are extremely high. First, it may not be easy to occupy the dragon body. Second, even if you occupy the dragon body, how can you get out? To be more realistic, no matter whether it is Xiaobai, Xuelua, Long Yu, or Hanying, they all have no idea how to separate their consciousness from the body, let alone how to enter the dragon body. Maybe I can try it. At this time, a timid voice came from Hanying's small world. This voice was familiar to both Long Yu and Hanying, but Xiaobai and Xuelua had never heard it before. The four of them were a little surprised when they heard it. It turned out to be the remnant soul of the girl Jitao. Jitao is the remnant soul of a girl that Long Yu and Hanying encountered when they were exploring the tomb of the Thunder Fire Demon Saint. Her remnant soul was sealed in an endless level warrior, the Thunder Fire knife. Originally, Hanying wanted Wei Yuyan to help repair the Thunder Fire knife. Unfortunately, Wei Yuyan said that repairing it was much more difficult than recasting it. He was not sure yet, so the plan was shelved. The remnant soul of the girl Jitao has always been in the Thunder Fire Dao, following Hanying's small world. At this time, this girl noticed everyone's difficulties, so she took the initiative to go and try it. Although she knew that there was no return and it was extremely dangerous, she still proposed it. I'm afraid this girl is thinking that even if she dies here, it won't matter. After all, her real friends and relatives of the same age have all perished long ago, and the current Thunder Fire Demon clan is no longer the former Thunder Fire Demon clan. Now, by standing up and giving it a try, I can repay the kindness of Hanying and Long Yu for rescuing her. If it succeeds, it will undoubtedly help everyone solve the current predicament, and Jitao will be extremely happy in her heart. As for what the consequences will be, she has never thought about it. The most that could happen is death, complete loss of consciousness. To be honest, Jitao is not afraid. Thousands of years of loneliness have come to an end, and death feels more like relief to her. This girl, can you do it? Xiaobai was a little confused. He was actually not worried about whether Jidao could do it. When he said this, he looked at Hong Ying. The subtext was, can this girl be trusted? After all, that is the body of the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor. If this girl is really taken over, then this girl will become the most powerful demon king in the entire demon clan. If this girl, Jidao, has some malicious intentions, wouldn't it be a disaster for the entire demon clan? Disaster? It's no problem, Jitao, come on. Hong Ying nodded, trusting Jitao very much. Since meeting Jitao at the Demon Saint's tomb, the two parties have had a lot of exchanges and even talked together many times. So the two women were actually very familiar with each other, but Long Yu and his ilk certainly didn't know about it. Otherwise, Jitao wouldn't have known about everyone's current situation and predicament in Hong Ying's small world. It was exactly what Hong Ying told her, and then the girl made this decision. Since Hong Ying believes in Jitao, Xiaobai and Xuelua have no objections, and Long Yu, of course, will not have any objections. He just frowned and said, be careful. If anything goes wrong, come back immediately. Although I know you put your life and death at risk, I still don't want innocent people to lose their lives. The thunder fire knife flew out of Hong Ying's small world, and then the girl agreed with what Long Yu said, and then flew out of the Joyo prison monument and flew straight towards the black light Joyo mark in front of Long Yu. Past. In the blink of an eye, the thunder fire saber flew to the Nine-Nether realm and appeared directly not far from the original Shenwu world. Looking from afar, amidst the misty white deathly air, 1,000-foot-long, jet-black dragon stagnated quietly in the clouds and mist, completely motionless, as if it were a lifeless thing. However, the terrifying aura emanating from his body made people subconsciously feel a sense of fear and withdrawal. Even though the girl Jitao had made up her mind, she hesitated for a moment, but soon she adjusted her mood, gritted her teeth, and flew towards the white mist and black dragon. Jitao went in, preparing to try to take over the dragon body of the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor. As for the dragon clan, it is already an extremely ancient race. No one present has ever seen it. They have only heard about it in legends. Even Xiaobai has not seen many records about the dragon clan. So at this moment, everyone's heartbeats were subconsciously speeding up. Even the demons, humans, and gods have probably never seen this kind of scene in front of them in their entire lives. The aura of the multi-wing clan's temple is getting stronger and stronger. I hope Jitao can still make it in time. If she fails, the consequences may be. Long Yu thought in his heart, his face was extremely solemn, and his eyes flashed with worry. The temple of the multi-winged clan, the dragon body of the Nine-Nether Dragon, will be a confrontation between the two races, and may even far exceed the current peaks of the human race and the demon race. Once this kind of confrontation occurs, it is definitely not what Long Yu and others can imagine. After hiding in the Nine-Nether prison monument, they cannot even observe the outside world. As the thunder fire knife continued to approach, there was still no special movement in the remaining sea of death energy and the regenerated body of the Nine-Nether Dragon. She must be completely unconscious, otherwise it would be impossible for her to be reborn without any movement for such a long time. Long Yu thought in his heart, staring intently at the Nine-Nether realm. He controls 80% of the Joyo mark, so even outside the Joyo world, he can clearly see the situation anywhere in the Joyo world. The thunder fire knife continues to approach, and the aura in the temple of the multi-wing clan is getting stronger and stronger. The strong pressure from the multi-wing clan has even descended on the Nine-Nether realm. Even Long Yu, who was beside him, found it difficult to stand at this moment. His whole body was trembling under the weight of the terrifying power. After a while, he would probably be completely crushed. Under such circumstances, Long Yu had to consider retreating. However, he could not retreat directly to the Nine Nether Prison Monument, because he did not know whether the momentum and pressure of the surrounding multi-wing clan would cause the Nine Nether Prison Monument to suddenly erupt. Therefore, now we can only let someone replace him. Xiao Bai lazily came out of the small dragon world of the Jiuyo Prison Monument, and then stood next to the Jiuyo mark. With his cultivation, he was able to persist for a long time under the oppression of the surrounding multi-winged clan's tyrannical aura. For a long time. As for Long Yu, he put away the Nine Nether Prison Monument and hid in Xiao Bai's little world. No matter what, there must be one thing left among everyone. It is impossible for everyone to disappear out of thin air. Therefore, it is either Long Yu, the Nine Nether Prison Monument, or other people's small world imprints. Long Yu couldn't hold on, and he was worried that the Nine Nether Prison Monument would explode under pressure, so he had no choice but to use someone else. I'm really looking forward to it. This is the physical body of a peak god-like being. If it can be mastered well, it will be absolutely invincible within the current territory of the human race and monster race. Even because of this, all the scum of the alien race on the alien battlefield will be defeated. Gotta die. Xiao Bai squinted his eyes, imagining what might happen in the future. But unfortunately, things often don't develop as people imagine. Soon, the Thunder Fire knife flew into the sea of death energy, and its figure disappeared into it. It seemed that it was not far from the dragon body of the Nine Nether Dragon. Everyone was paying attention to the situation over there, but at this moment, the entire multi-winged clan temple suddenly shook violently. Then Xiao Bai raised his head, and for a while he was astonished to see 3 golden rays of light projected directly from the top of the temple, penetrating into the Jiuyo mark with a bang. These 3 golden rays of light penetrated the entire Jiuyo mark like 3 sharp arrows, and then landed on the body of the Nine Nether Dragon in the Jiuyo realm. The terrifying and incomparable destructive power caused the Nine Nether Dragon's body to suffer extremely serious blows. 3 huge blood holes appeared when the golden light penetrated, and the blood flew away. Is this the forbidden power of the Temple of the Many-Winged Clan? Xiao Bai and the others were all nervous. You must know that the body of the Nine Nether Dragon is at the peak level of a god. If placed outside, even the powerful gods of the demon and human races would be hard-pressed to destroy it. But now, 3 bloody holes were penetrated by the powerful restriction of the multi-wing clan's temple. This undoubtedly shows that the power of the restriction of the multi-wing clan has surpassed ordinary godlike experts. The godlike illusion array that everyone encountered before was far from the most powerful method of the multi-wing clan. Now these golden lights are, and it can be seen that they are specially designed to deal with the most powerful opponents. When concubine Long Yu and others came over, they were not qualified to trigger this restriction at all. Only the physical body of the Nine Nether Dragon was regenerated, and its terrifying aura touched this restriction in the temple of the multi-winged clan. However, based on this alone, it seems that it is still a little short of being able to completely kill the Nine Nether Dragon's physical body. Even though 3 blood holes suddenly appeared, due to the effect of the heart of demonic dust, these 3 blood holes were covered in an instant, the blood solidified, and it didn't take long for them to regenerate completely again. There is no need to question the rebirth ability of the heart of demonic dust. In a short period of time, it is still impossible to kill the body of the Nine Nether Dragon with the restricted power of the multi-wing clan. But the key is, what is the situation of the girl Jitao now? Only by controlling the physical body of the Nine Nether Dragon can we launch a counterattack against the entire multi-winged clan temple. Otherwise, if this continues, the physical body of the Nine Nether Dragon will always be completely destroyed. Moreover, the attack that wants to completely kill the Nine Nether Dragon's physical body is absolutely extremely powerful, and may even destroy the entire temple. This is not what Long Yu and others want to see. At least, we have to get Concubine Yu out first. We hope that the movement outside can be felt by Concubine Yu in Taichu Golden Pond, and then she can take the initiative to come out earlier. Where is Ji Dao now? Shui Luo asked extremely nervously. Now only Long Yu can sense the situation in the Nine Nether Realm. However, near the original Shenwu world, the Sea of Death energy has been dispersed, and now there is the golden light bombardment of the multi-winged clan, which makes Long Yu's senses blur. Not so accurate anymore. After all, he did not completely control the Jiryo seal, only 80%. It's close, but the specific situation is not very clear. We can only wait slowly. Long Yu said in a deep voice. The ban on the temple of the multi-wing clan was activated again after just one stick of incense, but this time it was 5 golden lights that came down, like 5 sharp arrows falling from the sky, penetrating the entire Jiryo mark and falling into it. 5 bloody holes were pierced through the body of the 9 nether dragon. Along with the burst of golden light, the death energy spreading around was spread a little, allowing Long Yu to see the shape of the thunder fiery knife, which had actually landed on the body of the 9 nether dragon. At this moment, the thunder fiery knife did not move at all, and the aura of the remnant soul of the girl Jitao was no longer in it. She has gone in. But the situation is still unclear. Long Yu said to everyone in a deep voice that he was always aware of the entire body of the 9 nether dragon. If the girl Jidao's remnant soul successfully entered it, the 9 nether dragon might be able to move soon. But the 9 nether dragon never showed any sign of moving. The 5 blood holes that appeared all over his body were constantly regenerated under the effect of the demonic heart, and soon they were completely restored. Immediately afterwards, 7 golden rays fell from the sky. This time, one of the golden rays fell directly on the 9 netherworld. On the dragon's demonic heart. A terrifying explosion rang out. The heart of Demon Chen was not something that could be easily destroyed. The golden light fell on the heart of Demon Chen, and a burst of rebounding force erupted. The golden light scattered, surrounding the heart of Demon Chen. The body of the 9 nether dragon was completely smashed to pieces. However, the heart of demonic dust itself was not damaged at all. This also means that no matter how hard the opponent bombards the body of the 9 nether dragon, it will ultimately be unable to destroy it, because the heart of demonic dust is too difficult to deal with. No wonder, it is necessary to use 108,000 floating islands to form a magic circle, to seal the heart of the demon dust. This is entirely because it is difficult to completely destroy it. Long Yu's heart stirred, and he thought to himself, could this be the effect of cultivating the secret martial art of the heart of demon dust to the highest level, the 9th level? This makes Long Yu look forward to Mo Chen's heart more and more. If this is the case, then once Mo Chen's heart reaches its peak, he will become an almost invincible existence. At least in most cases, death will no longer be a problem. Threaten. However, no one knows what the specific situation is. The 9 nether dragon's demonic heart and Long Yu don't know whether it has reached the 9th level peak or whether there are other factors that cause it to be so tough. If even the gods can't destroy this demon dust heart and can only seal it, how powerful is this thing? These golden light offensives of the multi-wing clan must not be able to deal with him. Long Yu was thinking in his mind, and at this moment, he suddenly felt the entire body of the 9 nether dragon move. Although it was only a little bit, it still caught his attention and made him look happy. Could it be that Jitao girl finally started to control this dragon body? At this moment, although the dragon's body was in a mess near the heart of demonic dust, it was still in the process of rapid recovery, and the speed of its flesh and blood regeneration was visible to the naked eye. The entire body of the 9 nether dragon finally began to move at this time. Although it was just a little bit like twitching, it also meant that Jitao was trying hard to control this dragon body. At least it is possible to succeed, and it is no longer as hopeless as everyone thought before. Suddenly, the entire body of the Nine Nether Dragon, which was thousands of feet long, suddenly swung. The fierce formation dispersed the white and misty death energy around it, and actually made an empty space in the place. The entire body of the dragon clan kept swinging in this empty space, and suddenly his eyes opened. There was a little confusion and surprise in those huge ghost dragon pupils. Obviously, those could not be the emotions of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor, and it definitely belongs to the girl Jitao. It really worked. Long Yu's eyes lit up and he was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Shueluo and Hong Ying also had happy expressions on their faces. Since Jitao succeeded, it meant that it was possible to control the body of the Nine Nether Dragon, and everything in the future would be much easier to handle. But don't be too happy too early. It's not that simple to control this body. At least now, I only see that the Nine Nether Dragon's body is just twitching, and I can't see what can be done. Long Yu then said again, staring inside intently. The restrictions in the temple of the multi-winged clan never stopped for a moment. Before the flesh and blood that had been blasted to pieces the last time could be completely regenerated, the next wave of 9 golden lights swept down from the dome again. This time, the attack was extremely fierce, and the 9 golden lights were actually concentrated in one place, which was where the Nine Nether Dragon's demonic heart was. 9 golden lights descended from the sky of the temple and suddenly landed on the heart of the demon dust in the body of the Nine Nether Dragon. In an instant, golden light burst out, and the power of the golden element condensed into a terrifying sharp blade storm, completely smashing the flesh and blood of the Nine Nether Dragon near the heart of demonic dust. Boom! 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 However, after encountering such a blow, the heart of the demon dust became more energetic. It beat twice rapidly, and countless powers around it were absorbed by it, reshaping the physical body at a speed dozens of times faster than before. At the same time, under the control of Jitao's remnant soul, the entire body of the Nine Nether Dragon finally began to move. Although it still seemed a little stiff, it was much better than the initial twitching. It definitely takes time to get familiar with a new body. No one would doubt this, so they felt a little nervous as they watched the Nine Nether Dragon's body move stiffly. What I was most afraid of was not that Jitao's remnant soul couldn't get acquainted with her, but that I was afraid that something unexpected would happen during the familiarization process, in which case the situation would become very bad. Of course, the most dangerous thing is Jitao. If this action fails, Jitao's remnant soul will definitely not be left at all. But now, everyone can only hope that Jitao can succeed. From now on, it seems that the body of the Nine Nether Dragon is definitely super strong. At least it will not be a problem to withstand the bombardment of the multi-winged temple. As long as the heart of the magic dust is not destroyed, the body of the Nine Nether Dragon will never die. As long as Jitao masters this powerful dragon body and can control it freely, he can leave the Nine Nether realm and directly destroy the restrictions of the entire temple. This is what everyone is looking forward to. They could even let Jitao destroy the core test of the temple and take out the Taichu Golden Pool. In this way, they also successfully obtained a Taichu Golden Pool, which was said to be truly valuable even for the city. However, it can even make the powerful gods jealous. Therefore, Jitao's current situation is what everyone is most concerned about. After the fierce attack of the 9 golden rays, there was a period of silence. The restriction of the temple of the multi-wing clan seemed to need energy recovery. At the same time, the offensive of the 9 golden rays consumed too much power. Taking advantage of this period of time, Jitao's familiarity with the body of the Nine Nether Dragon quickly increased. The dragon's claws, dragon head, dragon tail, a series of parts all started to warm up, showing that Jitao was constantly mastering it. This powerful body. It's almost done, Jitao, come out from the Nine Nether realm and give it a try. Long Yu saw the opponent's actions in his eyes, and then sent a message directly to Jitao, who was still in the Joyo world through the Joyo mark. It was obvious that Jitao could hear his words. Immediately afterwards, I saw the body of the Nine Nether Dragon rising suddenly from the Nine Nether realm. The space of the whole body exploded with divine symbols. The entire body of the huge Nether Dragon broke through the void and came out of the Nine Nether realm. This startled Xiaobai, who was outside in the temple. "Let her come out without telling me first." Xiaobai was instantly blown away by a gust of nine netherine wind. His whole body was blown up like a piece of paper and hit the wall of the temple behind him heavily. Immediately afterwards, a Nine Nether Dragon finally appeared in the center of the temple, and a terrifying and tyrannical aura completely descended on this multi-winged clan temple. Although only the dragon's head and neck have come out for the time being, the powerful aura already makes people feel suffocated, especially Xiaobai, who is nearby. Perhaps feeling the hostility of the entire multi-winged clan temple towards it, the Nine Nether Dragon's body reflexively exuded a ferocious aura. In addition, Jitao was controlling its body. After Long Yu's explanation, next, he also took the initiative to control this powerful body. Immediately afterwards, the entire body of the Nine Nether Dragon shuttled out of the Nine Nether realm and shot straight into the sky in the temple. The terrifying power exploded instantly, blooming like the Nine Nether Lotus, and the Nine Nether Dragon soared into the sky, instantly shattering the top of the entire temple, as if it was swept into the sky. The entire temple trembled violently under the impact of the Nine Nether Dragon's body, and gravel and yellow sand continued to fall from the sky, as if the entire temple was about to be destroyed. As expected of the Nine Nether Dragon body, it can actually destroy the multi-winged clan's temple. Long Yu, Xiaobai, and others were suddenly shocked, but fortunately, the body was controlled by the remnant soul of the girl Jitao, so when they destroyed the temple, they deliberately protected Xiaobai's side. Including the core direction of the temple, the door and the illusion of white light were not destroyed by the Nine Nether Dragon. Even very soon, perhaps Jitao became familiar with the power of the Nine Nether Dragon, and covered a layer of the Nine Nether defensive barrier, shrouded Xiaobai and the entire core area of the temple. Outside this layer of Jiuyo defensive barrier, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The entire temple of the Many-Wing clan was suddenly destroyed. The countless tombs of the Many-Wing clan were destroyed by the falling rocks from the sky and the raging Jiuyo clan. The ghostly storm destroyed not a single one of them, including the yellow sand coffins of those godlike experts, could survive. During this process, the temple was never able to launch a counterattack against the Dragon of Nine Netherworlds, entirely because the Dragon of Nine Netherworlds, under the control of the girl Jitao, directly destroyed the defensive array of the temple. After the magic circle was destroyed, there would naturally be no more bombardment by the golden light, and all this would become the world of the Nine Nether Dragons. Xiaobai and Long Yu and others in Xiaobai's little world watched helplessly as the entire temple was completely destroyed in a short period of time, and the Nine Nether divine storm raged around. Even the two guardian halls near the temple of the Multi-Wing clan were affected by the Nine Nether divine storm and became somewhat shaky. "It's so violent." Everyone couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the remnant soul of the girl Jidao now had quite good control over the body of the Nine Nether Dragon. This was originally what everyone expected, but now, they are also slightly worried. Power is actually the source of all evil. Although Hongyin believed in Jitao before and said that she and Jitao were good friends, will there be any change in Jitao's mentality after Jitao gained such tyrannical power? It can be said that there must be a change in mentality, but no one knows what Jitao is thinking in her heart. At this time even Hongyin is difficult to determine. However, Hongyin still believed in Jitao in her heart and would not do anything to harm them. As for whether Jitao would have other ideas after leaving this ancient alien ruins, that was not something they could know. The Nine Nether Dragon has already fully comprehended the power of the Taichu in all its systems. The 5 elements of the Taichu have formed a flawless cycle in its body. This, I am afraid that no demon-like god can do this. Jitao's spiritual thoughts reached Long Yu's ears, perhaps because Long Yu controlled 80% of the Jiuyou mark, so he could still communicate with Jitao. This made Long Yu quite gratified. Jitao must have just found out how to contact him, otherwise she would have contacted him early in the morning. As long as there is contact, it proves that Jitao's mentality has not changed much for the time being, but he is just a little surprised by the power of the 9 Nether Dragon. Is it possible to directly break through the space barrier and create a passage away from this ancient alien ruins? Long Yu asked quickly. If we directly break through the space barrier, leave the ancient alien ruins, and lead to the big world, we will most likely create a time and space tunnel. The time and space tunnel only takes a little time for a human god to complete, and it will definitely not be a problem for the 9 Nether Dragon's body. Well, the power of the water system can be used at will to break the space barrier. It shouldn't be a problem. Let me try. Jidao's spiritual thoughts came back, and her tone was a little nervous. Actually, even if you don't say it, I want to leave here quickly, because I feel that there seem to be 4 powerful forces in the 4 directions of this ancient alien ruins. The power is gathering, and I am afraid that it will surge in soon, and even the dragon body of this 9 Nether Dragon may not be able to resist it. 4 powerful forces gather together. This is tantamount to very bad news for Long Yu. If even Jiuyou Dragon cannot resist it, then won't he, Xiaobai Hongying and the others, die without a burial place? Then do it as soon as possible. It's up to you to understand Tao. Long Yu sent out his spiritual thoughts in a deep voice, and sent them to the girl Jitao through the Jiuyou mark. Then, he saw that the 9 Nether realm had stabilized again after the Shenwu world had completely collapsed and hundreds of thousands of floating islands had been destroyed, and his heart moved. I'm going to take back the 9 Nether realm. After all, it was the small world I originally owned. Long Yu said to Xiaobai, and then left Xiaobai's little world, raised his hand to release the Jiuyou prison monument, and took back the Jiuyou mark into his own little world. There was a burst of fragmentation in the 9 Nether realm, and the 7 innate magical powers were fatally damaged. It was almost impossible to restore them, but Long Yu still took them in, even if they were kept as souvenirs. However, just when Jitao controlled the body of the 9 Nether Dragon and began to open up the spacetime tunnel, Long Yu discovered that some strange changes had taken place in the 9 Nether world that he had brought into his small world. This change comes entirely from the 9 Nether Hell Monument. When the 9 Nether Prison Monument noticed the ruins of the small world that had mostly collapsed in the 9 Nether realm, it actually emitted a burst of strange power, wrapping up the ruins of the small world of the 9 Nether realm. Then, the entire 9 Nether realm seemed to be quickly dissolved in the strange power of the 9 Nether Hell Monument, turning into the purest and familiar power, which quickly settled somewhere in Long Yu's small world. It seems that the 9 Nether Prison Monument absorbed the power of the 9 Nether realm and then transformed it into a new existence. As for what existence it is, Long Yu is still unclear because that existence has not yet been finally formed. But this situation was completely beyond Long Yu's knowledge. He did not tell anyone else about this, but stared at the place and observed it.